Chapter 1. The Return of the Dragon God Doctor. The Blade Legion, one of the three most enigmatic forces in the Dragon Nation, is renowned worldwide for its fearsome reputation. Yet its location remains a closely guarded secret. Thousands of soldiers stood in unison on the training ground, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a distinguished figure. A young man, clad in a simple t-shirt and rubber shoes, emerged from a tent, carrying a snakeskin bag. With striking features, despite his humble attire reminiscent of a laborer, he exuded an aura of confidence and strength, commanding respect. His name was Chun Juyong, an ordinary man on the verge of departing from the Blade Legion. Salute. Clap. The soldiers executed a synchronized salute towards Chun Juyong, the sound echoing like popping beans, their gazes filled with reverence. Lieutenant General Li Weigua, adorned in his military uniform, stepped forward, grasping Chun Juyong's hand with a smile. Juyong, congratulations on your recovery. You can finally return home. A complex expression flashed in Chun Juyong's eyes as he sighed. After a year, I can finally go home. Li Weigua expressed regret. Juyong, can you not stay? Shaking his head, Chun Juyong gazed into the distance. Though this place is splendid, it is not my home. Li Weigua clenched his teeth. It can be Juyong. With your remarkable achievements over the past year, you could be directly promoted to the rank of Major General as the Vice Commander of the Blade Legion. My mother and sister are waiting for me at home. Generally, I appreciate your goodwill. Chun Juyong's eyes sparkled with clarity as he spoke calmly. Even if I leave this place, wherever I may be in the realm, should there be a need for my assistance, I, Chun, will surely respond. We must stand together with our homeland. Some soldiers revealed their reluctance, and in the next moment, they shouted in unison, their voices resonating as if to pierce the heavens. We must stand together with our homeland. Farewell, Mr. Chun. Sighing, Li Weigua understood Chun Juyong's resolve. Juyong, with your departure, our Blade Legion will no longer maintain a zero-casualty rate. You have saved countless lives within our ranks. Thank you for everything you have done for us. Chun Juyong replied, General Li, you saved my life. I am merely returning the favor. A year prior, Chun Juyong had fallen from a cliff into the territory occupied by the Blade Legion. Among the thousands of soldiers, at least 70% had benefited from his kindness. With his unparalleled medical skills, he ensured that the Blade Legion had not lost a single soldier in the past year, no matter how severe the injuries or ailments. As long as Chun Juyong intervened, he could revive the seemingly lifeless, restoring them to full health. Yet, who would have imagined that before his fall, he was merely an ordinary university student? Li Weigua wiped away a tear and produced a card. Juyong, as we part ways, I do not know when we shall meet again. This is a small token of appreciation from the Blade Legion. Looking at the card, Chun Juyong inquired, What is this? Li Weigua chuckled and said, Juyong, over the past year you have not only lent your healing hands to the soldiers in our regiment, but have also attended to their family members in times of illness. This card contains 100,000 yuan. Accept it as a token of our brother's heartfelt congratulations on your forthcoming marriage. They did not enlist for glory or wealth, but rather for the mud, the sweat, and the ultimate sacrifice. Though we may not be present, our intentions surely reach you. Chun Juyong laughed heartily. Very well, I shall accept it. Brothers, I thank you for your generous gifts. There is no need for further offerings. We are destined to stand with our homeland, and one day we shall meet again. With a carefree wave, Chun Juyong hoisted his burlap sack over his shoulder, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as he departed from the military camp. As he walked towards the bus station, his gaze fell upon the very cliff where he had fallen a year prior, and memories flooded back. A year ago, he was merely a medical student. Then one fateful day, his father was imprisoned, accused of driving under the influence and causing a fatal accident. Yet, his father did not even possess a driver's license. How could he have been guilty of such a crime? Determined to uncover the truth, he investigated and discovered that the real culprit was a man named Wang Tian. The accident had occurred at Chun Juyong's father's construction site, where his father had been celebrating the completion of a project and had indulged in a bit of alcohol. Wang Tian had then framed him. Although Chun Juyong managed to clarify the situation in court, Wang Tian, hailing from a wealthy family, manipulated the legal system, resulting in a conviction for Chun Juyong's father, though the sentence was commuted from death to 50 years in prison. While this was a slight relief, Chun Juyong soon faced retaliation from Wang Tian. During a class-organized outdoor event, Wang Tian orchestrated an attack, pushing Chun Juyong off the cliff. Miraculously, not only did Chun Juyong survive, but his blood activated an ancestral jade pendant, granting him the legacy of the pure Yang medical sage and the mastery of the 8-9 profound arts, which saved his life. He was subsequently rescued by the Blade Legion. Throughout the past year, Chun Juyong not only became adept in the medical practices left by the pure Yang medical sage, but also honed his physical prowess through the 8-9 profound arts, emerging with formidable strength. The Blade Legion gathered elite warriors from across the Dragon Nation, yet none could single-handedly best Chun Juyong. His encounters with the Legion's warriors further elevated their capabilities. It was no wonder that Li Weigua confidently promised Chun Juyong that, should he remain with the Blade Legion, he would be granted the rank of Major General and appointed Deputy Commander. For Chun Juyong possessed not only exceptional medical skills, but also immense strength. A man's status is forged through his own capabilities. Yet, some are not so fortunate. Mother, little sister, I wonder how you have fared this past year. Father, do not worry. It won't be long before I restore your honor and bring the Wang family to their knees, begging for your forgiveness. Chun Juyong's eyes shimmered with longing, guilt, and an unquenchable fury. After an hour's journey, he arrived at the bus station, awaiting his transport. Sitting on a bench, he began to circulate the 8-9 profound arts, replenishing his energy and spirit. Suddenly, a sleek BMW sports car came to a halt not far from him, beside the bridge, from which emerged a woman. Clad in a stunning, pure white wedding gown that accentuated her alluring curves, she strode gracefully in high heels, revealing a glimpse of her flawless, ivory calves. Her upper body was exceptionally voluptuous, and with each step she took, her figure swayed enticingly, as if her attire might burst apart at any moment. Approaching the bridge, she shockingly tore off her wedding gown with her hands, removed her high heels, and stood barefoot on the bridge with her pristine feet. Then, with a sudden leap, she plunged into the abyss below. This was dire. She was intent on ending her life.
Chapter 2 A beautiful woman in distress. A mother suffering. Chun Juyong immediately withdrew from his meditative state, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself at the riverbank, leaping into the water. The woman had already plunged into the river, unconscious. Chun Juyong raised his hand in the water, channeling his inner energy, and an invisible force drew her delicate form into his embrace. He soon emerged from the river, carrying her back to the shore. The woman's skin was exquisite, akin to a work of art. He laid her gently on the flat grass, observing the drenched figure before him, overcome with a pang of compassion. However, he repressed his turbulent emotions, allowing his inner energy to evaporate the moisture from his own body. With a flicker of energy to her forehead, she awakened shortly thereafter. Chun Juyong removed his sweat-soaked shirt and tossed it to her, saying, "Put this on." Only then did she realize she had been rescued by the man before her, clad only in her intimate garments and underwear. Her face flashed crimson, and upon donning his shirt, she appeared even more alluring. The upper half of her body was accentuated, while the lower half remained partially concealed, exposing a significant portion of her legs to the air. The fabric was scant, leaving much to the imagination. After a considerable moment, the woman spoke calmly, "Thank you." Chun Juyong cast a fleeting glance her way and inquired, "What could have driven you to such despair, contemplating the end of your life? Such beauty, akin to jade, particularly in the form of such an exquisite creature." The woman's expression was one of sorrow, her tone laced with self-mockery as she replied, "I suffer from a terminal illness and have little time left. My family wishes to sell me for a good price, extracting the last of my worth." With a hint of determination in her voice, she continued, "I would rather take my own life than become a commodity in their transaction." Chun Juyong pondered the truth in her words. Indeed, this enchanting beauty possessed a captivating figure, one that would stir desires in any man. Her body was burdened by deep-seated coldness, and with no remedy in sight, she had at most 3 to 5 months left. Yet, having encountered Chun Juyong, who embodied pure young energy, he felt a twinge of empathy. Her resolute character intrigued him. Chun Juyong retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. "So, you wish to end it all?" he mused. She shook her head. "With this terminal illness, I have but a few months left. What reason do I have to cling to life? Chen Jiuyang flicked the ashes from his cigarette, nonchalantly stating, in truth, your affliction is not beyond cure. What did you say? The woman looked at him with astonishment. Without elaborating, Chen Jiuyang stood and began to ascend. The woman glanced at her wet body and then at the dry figure of Chen Jiuyang. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and followed him. Upon reaching the bus stop by the bridge, Chen Jiuyang remarked, did you not claim to wish for death? Why then do you follow me? Her face flashed with indignation. She retorted, if my illness could be cured, would they dare treat me as an object to be traded? If there is a chance to live, I will seize it. Chen Jiuyang finished his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette with a smile. I have a solution. My name is Yao Zishuan. Yao Zishuan inquired. May I know your name? She observed that although Chen Jiuyang was dressed rather plainly, he possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor. Even in a simple shirt, one could discern the well-defined muscles of his upper body, exuding a masculine vigor. Chen Jiuyang, he replied. If you were to escort me home, perhaps I could assist you in alleviating your cold ailment, granting you a few more days to live. Do you wish to continue living? Indeed, she exclaimed. Then let us be on our way. With a carefree demeanor, Chen Jiuyang entered Yao Zishuan's vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the bridge, donned her crystal high heels, changed into her regular attire within the car, and drove away with Chen Jiuyang. Chen Jiuyang's residence was located in a village at the outskirts of the quaint town of Shaoxiang beneath Fengcheng. One side of the road was lined with towering office buildings and modern apartments, while the other side transitioned into rural landscapes. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived at his home, a solitary, old red brick house. Upon disembarking, Chen Jiuyang was taken aback to find his home in a state of desolation. Even the familiar benches and chairs from his memories were absent. Approaching the door, he noticed that even the lock had been changed. He knocked and called out, Mom. I'm back. Is that you, Jiuyang? A hesitant voice echoed from within. Yes, it's me. A middle-aged woman, visibly emotional, gazed at Chen Jiuyang standing at the threshold. Younger, you've finally returned. Chen's mother, overwhelmed with joy and choking back tears, quickly ushered him inside and securely shut the door behind them. Chen Jiuyang felt a profound sense of confusion. Before he could voice his questions, his mother began to fuss over him. Son, you've lost weight. Where have you been all this year? Never mind, what matters is that you're safe at home. It felt comforting to be back home. Witnessing his mother's elation warmed his heart. Mom, how have you and my sister been during my absence? He asked with a smile. Jiuyang. Your sister and I have been doing well, his mother replied with a look of contentment. However, Chen Jiuyang surveyed the empty house, finding it bare and devoid of familiar furnishings. The floor was almost empty, with only a straw mat remaining. His gaze then fell upon a bruise on his mother's face, causing his heart to constrict painfully, and he struggled to breathe as he asked, Mom, what has happened to our home? Chapter 3, The Manifestation of the Mountain God. Nothing is wrong, Chen's mother said, her voice laced with hesitation. Bang! 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 The sound of relentless pounding on the door echoed like a death knell. Old hag, open the door and repay your debts. Don't think you can hide behind closed doors and evade this matter. I tell you, today is the final deadline for repayment. If you cannot settle the debt today, it will not be as simple as the last beating. I swear, I will demolish your house. In broad daylight, the door was shut, the home was bare, and the wounds on his mother's face were evident. Chen Jiuyang finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. With tears in her voice, Chen's mother pleaded. I truly have no money left, Huang Dahu, we are from the same village, I beg you to spare me, you have taken everything of value from my home. Huang Dahu was the nephew of the village secretary, a delinquent who had dropped out of school after middle school, and in the surrounding villages, no one dared to confront him and his gang. Chen Jiuyang had been extorted by them during his childhood. Seeing his mother so humiliated and oppressed, Chen Jueyong trembled violently, lowering his head in silence. What kind of miserable existence had his mother and sister endured during his absence? His eyes brimmed with sorrow, glistening with unshed tears. With a thunderous crash, the front door was kicked open. Chen's mother turned pale, instinctively shielding Chen Jueyong with her arms, her voice trembling as she shouted, "Son, run." Huang Dahu spotted Chen Jueyong behind his mother and sneered maliciously, "So this little brat is here too. You are worthless, old hag, but this little beast, Chen Jueyong, is worth something. Selling his kidney and spinal cord would yield a handsome profit. Seize them both." Chen's mother sobbed, "Please spare my son, take me instead as repayment." "Mother, I have returned, and I will not allow anyone to bully us." Chen Jueyong suddenly lifted his head, the traces of tears had vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. Tightly pressed lips, and an aura of cold, menacing danger, his gaze as sharp as the stars. With the grace of a blade, he sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent Huang Dahu flying several meters away. Huang Dahu coughed up blood, feeling as though several ribs had fractured, and glared at Chen Jueyong with a mix of shock and malice. "You little beast, you dare to retaliate against me. If I don't skin you alive, I won't be called Huang Dahu." Chen Jueyong's anger surged within him, yet he understood the wisdom of restraint. Although he possessed immense strength, he could not display it openly. The memory of his father's fall from the cliff lingered vividly in his mind. He spoke calmly, "Huang Dahu, one can indulge in foolishness, but words should not be thrown about carelessly. How could an ordinary university student like me possibly contend with you? I have made offerings to the mountain god. It was the mountain god who intervened just now. My family has resided at the foot of Qingzhou mountain for generations, and the mountain god will protect us." Huang Dahu sneered, "Are you trying to deceive a ghost? What nonsense about the mountain god's protection? When I last beat your mother, where was the mountain god then?" In Chen Jueyong's eyes, a glint of cold light emerged as he smiled and said, "That is because I have been praying to the mountain god in the mountains for an entire year. Only today did the mountain god respond, allowing me to return home. Should you dare to disrespect the mountain god, you will face his wrath." As he spoke, Chen Jueyong unleashed his spirit, commanding the snakes, rodents, and venomous creatures within 100-meter radius. In an instant, dozens of venomous snakes and rats surged forth, attacking Huang Dahu and leaving him bloodied and screaming in terror. "Help me!" The remaining snakes and rodents rushed towards the individuals who had kicked down the door, inflicting injuries upon them. Their cries of agony sent shivers of fear through the others, leaving their faces pale and ashen. Has the mountain god truly manifested? Chen Jueyong frowned slightly upon seeing that their assailants had not perished. The creatures were non-lethal, capable of inflicting only severe injuries at most. While he felt a twinge of regret, he reasoned that since he had returned, he could settle the score gradually. With a cold smile, he declared, "You see, the mountain god is enraged. Hurry and take them to the hospital, or they may very well perish at my doorstep, then I would be left with no explanation." The remaining thugs hastily tried to drive away the snakes and rodents, dragging their injured companions toward the county hospital. Chen's mother stood astonished, pondering whether it was indeed the mountain god's spirit at work. Observing that the creatures only targeted those who had inflicted harm, she found her doubts dissipating. She quickly bowed her head toward the mountain, murmuring her thanks to the mountain god. Once Huang Dahu and his gang departed, the snakes and rodents scattered, vanishing into the mountains in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed clearly by Yao Zishuan, who sat in a car nearby. Chen Jueyong promptly channeled his energy to heal his mother's wounds. "Mom, rest assured, the mountain god will not spare them." Zhang Xiuzhan expressed her gratitude to the mountain god, relieved that her son had returned and that their family was safe, not desiring anything more. Curious, Chen Jueyong inquired, "Mom, why does our family owe Huang Dahu money?" Zhang Xiuzhan sighed, 6 months ago, my youngest daughter accidentally damaged someone's phone at school, and they demanded several thousand in compensation. However, we could not afford such a sum, and none of our relatives would lend us money. I had no choice but to borrow from Huang Dahu to settle the matter. But little did I know that it was a high-interest loan. I borrowed 20,000, and now, in just half a year, they are demanding 300,000. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. But how can our family repay such an amount? Chen Jiuyang gritted his teeth in anger, a surge of fury rising within him. How could they exploit his mother, a woman who knew nothing of such matters, by lending money at exorbitant rates? Huang Dahu, relying on his uncle, the village secretary, acted with impunity, disregarding the law and taking advantage of the vulnerable. It was utterly despicable. Mom, do not worry. I will take care of this matter, Chen Jiuyang reassured her. Just as he was wrapping up his thoughts, Yao Zishan stepped out of the car and approached Zhang Xiuzhen. Hello, Auntie. You must be Jiuyang's mother. My name is Yao Zishuan, and I am a friend of Jiuyang. Oh. Zhang Xiuzhen took a moment to appraise Yao Zishuan. Noting her striking beauty, she found her quite likable. Zhang Xiuzhen hastily patted her somewhat disheveled attire and playfully tugged at Chen Jiuyang's ear, exclaiming, "My dear child. It seems your year-long absence has not been in vain. Is this the bride you have brought back?" Chen Jiuyang's expression darkened as he quickly clarified, "Mother. She is merely my friend." "Oh. Not a daughter-in-law then?" Zhang Xiuzhen murmured in disappointment, "What a wonderful girl she is." At this moment, Chen Jiuyang was reminded of their impoverished home, devoid of any possessions. Since he had returned, it was imperative to change that. He handed the 10,000 yuan bank card given by Li Weigo to Yao Zishuan, instructing her to purchase furniture, appliances, and daily necessities in the county town. As Yao Zishuan drove away with the bank card, her mind began to race with possibilities. She now truly believed that Chen Jiuyang possessed a means to cure her ailment. His earlier display of extraordinary capability, even invoking the mountain deity to conceal his powers, contrasted sharply with the image of a man who allowed his mother to tug at his ear without resistance. He was indeed a rather peculiar individual. Chapter 4, The Perils of My Sister. The malevolent doctor strikes. After taking a stroll around the house, Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Mother, where is Xiaoya?" Xiaoya, his younger sister, whose full name is Chen Yating, is 17 years old. It is currently August, the month following the college entrance examination, yet he has not seen her at home. Zhang Xiuzhen sighed, saying, "Jiuyang, ever since that incident 6 months ago, Xiaoya has dropped out of school and is working in the county." Chen Jiuyang frowned. "Does that mean Xiaoya did not take the college entrance examination?" Zhang Xiuzhen replied, "She did take the exam, but our family cannot afford her university tuition. Since she has been accepted to university, we need not worry about the tuition fees," Chen Jiuyang stated. "Mother, please call Xiaoya and ask her to resign and come home." Zhang Xiuzhen took out her mobile phone and dialed her daughter's number, puzzled. "This is strange, her phone is turned off. She usually answers my calls immediately." Chen Jiuyang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Mother, where is Xiaoya working?" Zhang Xiuzhen responded. "She is working as a waitress at the Dil KTV in the county, introduced by Huang Dahu, who said the pay is good." This realization alarmed Chen Jiuyang. How could that scoundrel Huang Dahu have the audacity to recommend such a job? "Is he not putting my sister in danger?" He quickly replied, "Mother, stay at home. I will go to the county right now and bring Xiaoya back." With that, Chen Jiuyang rushed out, hurrying toward the Dil KTV while attempting to call Xiaoya. But her phone remained unreachable. Anxiety tightened its grip on him. Upon arriving at Dil KTV, he searched high and low but could not find her. The staff claimed Xiaoya had already gone home. Panic surged within Chen Jiuyang. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "General Li, could you assist me in locating a specific mobile number?" "Certainly, what is the number?" Chen Jiuyang relayed a series of digits, and moments later, Li Weigo responded. "The location of this number is at a place called Dil KTV in Xiang County, the same as the number you are using." "Thank you, I understand," he said, ending the call. With a steely gaze, Chen Jiuyang surveyed the Dil KTV, having searched the first and second floors thoroughly. Only the third floor remained unexplored. On the third floor, in an opulent private room, Chen Yeting lay unconscious on the sofa, her eyes shut. Two middle-aged, rotund men, their lips drooling, gazed at her with lecherous, greedy eyes. One man, clad in a suit, sneered, "This little wench has been working here for 6 months, driving me mad with desire. Today, at last, I can indulge myself." The other, adorned with a large gold chain, remarked, "I heard she is still a virgin. If it weren't for calling her here under the pretense of paying her salary, why wouldn't he have had the chance?" The suited man licked his lips. "Shall I have my turn first?" "You are with young Master Wang, you make the decisions," replied the man with the gold chain. This little wench must have angered young Master Wang somehow, he wants to ruin their entire family. But this delightful girl will be my prize. A portly man in a suit, with greasy hands, seized Chen Yeting's leg and ripped her stockings. Just as he prepared to indulge himself, the door was violently kicked open, revealing a young man clad in a tank top. The fat man, adorned with a gold chain, glared menacingly, "Who the hell are you to barge in and ruin my good fortune?" Chen Juoyang ignored him, surveying the room and discovering his sister lying on the sofa. His heart tightened momentarily, but upon noticing her attire remained intact, save for the torn stockings, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Immediately, his gaze turned icy as he fixated on the two overweight men before him. A fierce desire for vengeance surging within him. "You beasts dare to lay a hand on my sister, Chen Yeting. You shall pay." Raising his hand, 2 silver needles shot forth, immobilizing the 2 men. In the next instant, Chen Juoyang was by Chen Yeting's side, channeling his energy into her body. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that she had merely been dragged and was otherwise unharmed. He then gently roused her from her slumber. As Chen Yeting opened her eyes, a flicker of fear crossed her face, but upon recognizing her brother, she immediately embraced him with joy. "Brother." However, her gaze soon fell upon the 2 corpulent men, causing her complexion to pale and tremble in fear. Chen Juoyang comforted her, saying, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Chen Yeting nodded, her sobs subsiding. Turning his attention back to the fat men, Chen Juoyang demanded, "Why did you target my sister?" The man with the gold chain hastily replied, "He is a lackey of young Master Wang, it was his command." Chen Juoyang's fury ignited like a raging inferno, yet his demeanor remained calm. "Xiaoya, let us return home. Mother has prepared a meal for us." "Mechem," Chen Yeting responded, clinging tightly to her brother's arm. With that, Chen Juoyang led Chen Yeting out of the room, secretly leaving a trace of energy within the 2 men. Once they departed, the fat men regained their mobility. The man in the suit, drenched in cold sweat, quickly dialed Wang Tian, "Young master, that Chen Juoyang is still alive. Oh, this little brat is quite fortunate to still be breathing. In that case, ensure he meets with an unfortunate accident." "Yes, young master." The man's voice abruptly ceased, his face flushed crimson as he clutched his neck, spewing blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "What happened?" The gold chain man trembled as he responded, "He is dead. Young master, he is dead." How did he die?" Before he could elaborate, he suddenly felt warmth pooling in his pants. To his horror, he discovered it was blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Young master, help! Help me!" A piercing scream of agony erupted, and the man succumbed, blood streaming from his orifices as he breathed his last. The call remained connected. "What is happening? Respond. Grant me a moment of breeze in this world, to fulfill my myriad dreams." Chen Juoyang possessed profound medical skills. He was adept at saving lives, yet he was even more proficient in taking them. The act of killing was but a means to safeguard life. Observing his sister's lively demeanor, a smile graced Chen Juoyang's face. He had returned, not only to protect his family but also to meticulously settle the debts of fate, ensuring that those responsible would meet their demise, starting with these 2 wretches. Upon returning home, Chen Juoyang was taken aback by the remarkable transformation that enveloped his residence. His sister, Chen Yeting, gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, "Is this truly our home?" Chen Jiuyang, momentarily stunned, noted that the once humble red brick house was now adorned with wallpaper, showcasing an array of the latest household appliances. Furthermore, individuals were moving in, bearing garments favored by young girls and middle-aged women. He touched his nose, contemplating the considerable expense, which surely exceeded 100,000 yuan. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed. This is our home. Now that I have returned, I shall ensure that you all lead a prosperous life." "Wow!" Chen Yating exclaimed, releasing his arm and dashing into the house. Nearby, Yao Zishuan approached, inquiring, "Jiuyang, may we have a word?" Chapter 5. The beautiful woman enters the room. Seeking an explanation as they gazed upon their rejuvenated home, both mother and sister were filled with astonishment and elation, breathing new life into the household. Chen Jiuyang felt a genuine joy welling within him. "It seems you are quite affluent," Chen Jiuyang remarked. Yao Zishuan fixed her gaze upon him. "You possess remarkable strength." "Not in a conventional sense. That kick was executed with such swiftness that I could scarcely perceive it, yet the control you exerted was commendable. Sparing lives while managing to drive away serpents and rodents. Such a commanding and nuanced power, I have only heard of in whispered tales from my grandfather's enigmatic circle. I am confident in your ability to cure my cold condition, and I would like to request your assistance," Yao Zishuan contemplated before resolutely stating. "If you can alleviate my ailment, I will offer you whatever I can." Chen Jiuyang replied with a knowing smile, "Does that include yourself?" Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed a delightful crimson. "Ha ha ha." Chen Jiuyang laughed heartily. "As a doctor, I can assure you that treating your cold poses no challenge for me. And I shall not impose unreasonable demands. However, this matter must wait for a few days, as I have some affairs to attend to in Fengcheng." "Very well." Yao Zishuan responded, producing the latest smartphone to hand to him. "Here, replace that outdated device of yours." Alongside it, she offered a bank card. Chen Jiuyang paused for a moment. "Thank you." "Not at all," Yao Zishuan murmured, her head slightly bowed. "I cannot quite explain it. But I feel a sense of comfort in your presence. May I stay at your home tonight?" Chen Jiuyang was taken aback by her perceptiveness. She, embodying pure yin, would indeed feel at ease beside him, a being of pure yang. "Of course," he replied. "Brother, Sister Zishuan, dinner is ready." At the dining table, warmth and laughter filled the air as Zhang Shushan continuously served Yao Zishuan. "Dear, do eat more." Yao Zishuan smiled brightly. "Thank you, auntie." Chen Yating added, "Sister Zishuan, which room will you sleep in tonight?" Yao Zishuan, slightly shy, stammered, "I am fine with any." Chen Jiuyang chuckled. "Xiaoya, remember to report to university soon. I'll cover your tuition." Chen Yating nodded in agreement, her enthusiasm evident. After dinner, they returned to their respective rooms. Yao Zishuan, generous as she was, had even installed a bathroom in each bedroom, an extravagant expense amounting to several tens of thousands. She had undoubtedly spent hundreds of thousands on her family's home. After freshening up, Chen Jiuyang lay on his bed and retrieved his phone, logging into QQ and WeChat for the first time in a year. Within the elite Blade Legion, all networks devices were strictly prohibited to prevent information leaks, hence he had been using a specially customized phone. Upon logging in, messages flooded in. Though most were from class group chats, with only a few personal messages. Among them was from his college buddy, Hu Qijie, who had consistently checked in on him every week during his year-long absence. A warmth spread through Chen Jiuyang's heart as he replied, "Good brother, I'm back." In the next moment, the other party called directly. "Jiuyang, you've been missing for a year. Where are you now? How is your health? Are you safe?" The concerned voice of Hu Qijie rang out. Chen Jiuyang chuckled lightly. "I'm perfectly fine, currently at home in Xi'an. I plan to return to Fengcheng in a few days." "Thank you for your concern, Qijie." Hu Qijie replied, "Of course, we are brothers for life. If I don't care about you, who will? Your girlfriend?" Chen Jiuyang inquired, "How has she been during my absence this past year?" After a moment of silence, Hu Qijie said, some things are better left until you return to Fengcheng. All right. Chen Jiuyong replied, I should be there tomorrow. Brother, then we shall meet tomorrow. After saying this, Hu Qijie hurriedly hung up, as if sensing something amiss. Chen Jiuyong set down his phone and fell into a peaceful sleep. The following day. Early in the morning, Chen Jiuyong woke up and ran to a deserted park by the river, where he began to cultivate the 8-9 mystical art. The first rays of purple dawn filled the air with rich spiritual energy, greatly aiding Chen Jiuyong's practice. He sat cross-legged, absorbing the purple aura in the presence of the rising sun. He was as still as a tiger and moved like a dragon, his stillness akin to a sharpened spear. The foundational technique was the 8-9 mystical art, the healing art was the pure young withered wood revitalization technique, then the lethal skill was the instant annihilation martial art. After absorbing the purple aura, Chen Jiuyong suddenly rose to practice the instant annihilation technique. With each level of cultivation, the practitioner could unleash 3 lethal moves. His fingers became swords, his arms turned into blades, producing sounds akin to sword hymns and the roar of knives. The convergence of blades and swords rendered him unmatched in the world. As Chen Jiuyong's body moved, waves of energy erupted, scattering countless summer flowers. Just as he finished his training, a young woman and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit arrived nearby to practice martial arts. Chen Jiuyong glanced at them. The woman wielded a wooden sword, executing sword dances that appeared swift and fierce, yet were evidently harmful to her body, suggesting she practiced an incomplete technique. The woman was strikingly beautiful with a graceful figure and fair skin. If she continued this way, she would surely ruin her health in a few years. With a healer's compassion, Chen Jiuyong passed by and calmly remarked, this method is flawed and should not be practiced. There is a hidden injury 3 inches above your arm. The young woman paused in her movements, retorted disdainfully, who is this lunatic? What does he know? However, the elderly man approached the young woman, gently pressing 3 inches above her sword arm. The young woman broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, Grandfather, that hurts. What are you doing? Indeed, it is a hidden injury. The elderly man, astonished, gazed at Chen Jiuyong's departing figure. My dear, we have encountered a master. What master? He looks to be about my age, his cultivation might even be inferior to mine, the young woman scoffed, unimpressed. Upon returning home, Chen Jiuyong found a group of over 10 people standing at his doorstep, all belonging to the Huang family, the village's clan leaders. At the forefront stands the village chief, Huang Liangbua, whose countenance is far from amiable. He speaks with a tone of authority. Addressing Chen Jiuyong, you have injured my nephew and others, it would be prudent for you to provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 6, Visiting Father in Prison. Farewell to girlfriend. Chen Jiuyong glanced around his home, where Zhang Xiuzhen, Chen Yeting, and Yao Zixuan were present. The newly installed metallic security door was quite effective. He spoke mildly, Secretary Huang, one must not speak carelessly, I have not harmed anyone, so what accountability do I owe? Huang Liangbua sneered. Then how did my nephew and his friends end up injured and hospitalized? Out of neighborly consideration, I have refrained from reporting you to the police. But you would do well to behave. Chen Jiuyong cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, Secretary Huang. Countless witnesses saw it was the mountain deity who intervened to protect our family. Your nephew and his companions were bitten by snakes and rats. What does that have to do with me? If you have evidence implicating me, report it and arrest me instead of wasting breath here. Huang Liangbua stepped forward, flanked by a dozen men armed with knives and clubs. He spoke coldly, it seems you are determined to defy reason. Unless I teach you a lesson today, you will remain oblivious to your mistakes. With a smile, Chen Jiuyong replied, feel free to try, but be wary of the mountain deity's wrath. As he finished speaking, a snake coiled within the grass rose up, flicking its tongue. The men behind Huang Liangbua suddenly felt their legs weaken. Huang Liangbua's expression soured as he scoffed. I do not believe in such nonsense as mountain deities. Let it show itself if it dares. No sooner had he uttered these words than a snake lunged forth, climbing onto him and biting him. The faces of the men turned ashen. Could it be that the mountain deity truly manifested? This was indeed uncanny. Chen Jueyong chuckled, you see. Disrespect towards the mountain deity leads to such consequences. Huang Liangbo was beaten twice and fainted from fright, while the snake was promptly killed by his relatives, who hurriedly carried him away. Upon returning home for breakfast, Zhang Shuzhen inquired, Jueyong, the 5 celestial beings summoned by the mountain deity want to attack our family, will they? Chen Jueyong reassured her with a smile, Mother, as long as we remain in our home and do not provoke them, the mountain deity will not become angered. Nor will it harm our family. You need not worry. Zhang Shuzhen nodded gravely in response. After breakfast, Chen Jueyong mentioned he would be visiting Fengcheng that day, and then departed in Yao Zishuan's car. After a 1.5-hour journey, they arrived in Fengcheng. Yao Zishuan dropped Chen Jueyong off at the subway station, promising to pick him up after her errands, and then drove away. Chen Jueyong hailed a taxi to Fengcheng prison. Hello, I am here to visit. Upon entering the prison, Chen Jueyong felt a wave of unease. Who? Chen Jiamen. After signing the necessary paperwork, it wasn't long before he was reunited with his father, Chen Jianmen. His father was a construction contractor, earning a modest living, which was essential for supporting his 2 children's education. A year ago, when Chen Jianmen was wrongfully imprisoned and sentenced to death, he had advised Chen Jueyong, Jueyong, regardless of whether I survive this, you must take good care of your mother. Alleviate her worries, and help her as much as you can. Subsequently, Chen Jueyong traversed various paths to expose Wang Tion's misdeeds, resulting in a commutation of the death penalty to 50 years. With exemplary conduct, there remained a possibility for further reductions in his sentence. This brought some solace to Chen Jianmen. However, it was not long before he received distressing news that his son had been eliminated by Wang Tion, supposedly cast off a cliff, his whereabouts unknown. Overnight, Chen Jianmen's hair turned white, and within a year, a man in his early 50s appeared to be a frail 60. When Chen Jianmen beheld Chen Jueyong, tears streamed down his face. Jueyong, is that truly you? Chen Jueyong's heart ached. Father, it is I. As long as you are alive, that is what matters. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Jianmen's eyes as he wept and laughed simultaneously. As long as you are here, there remains hope for the Chen family. Suppressing his sorrow, Chen Jueyong was poised to reminisce with his father when he noticed that Chen Jianmen was seated in a wheelchair, his legs encased in plaster. Realizing his father's leg was broken, he gasped, Father, what has happened to your leg? With a heavy sigh and a look of terror upon his face, as if bequeathing a last testament, Chen Jianmen recounted, yesterday afternoon, several individuals suddenly seized me and broke one of my legs. Jueyong, listen to your father, the Wang family has no intention of letting us go. Take your mother and Xiaoya, leave Feng province, then find a distant place to live peacefully. A tempest of rage surged within Chen Jueyong, his teeth clenched. The Wang family, I shall ensure they meet a dreadful fate. Fear not, father, it will not be long before I secure your release from prison and restore your honor. As for the Wang family, I shall have them kneel before you, awaiting your return. Chen Jianmen's complexion paled, and he cautioned, Jueyong, do not act impulsively. Over this past year, I have come to terms with our situation. We are merely ordinary farmers, while the Wang family is a prominent local aristocracy. We cannot contend with them. At that moment, a prison guard approached. Time's up. Chen Jianmen rose. Jueyong, please do not act rashly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jueyong replied, Father, I have plans. Focus on recuperating in prison. Upon leaving the prison, Chen Jueyong took a vehicle to Fengcheng Medical College. As he arrived at the school gates, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. His best friend, Hu Qijie, approached and enveloped him in a bear hug. Jueyong, my goodness. After your year-long disappearance, you have become remarkably fit, all muscle. Chen Jueyong smiled. It's possible. Possible? Where on earth have you been? Hu Qijie inquired. It's complicated. Chen Jueyong replied, having signed a confidentiality agreement with the Blade Legion, which forbade him from disclosing details even to his parents. He shook his head. Why did you summon me back to school? Hu Qijie's expression turned peculiar as he spoke solemnly. I have called Wang Xuelian here. You will soon understand. Wang Xuelian was indeed Chen Jueyong's girlfriend from university. They were high school classmates, he, the handsome boy, and she, the beautiful girl, both admitted to the same university, and thus their relationship blossomed into what others envied as a loving couple. However, Chen Jueyong had been missing for a year. Last night, he logged into QQ and WeChat, yet his girlfriend, Wang Xuelian, had barely sent a few messages. With his thoughts shifting and coupled with the words of his good friend, Hu Qijie, a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Yet, clarity soon followed, bringing him a sense of relief. Before long, a strikingly elegant woman approached them, adorned in a low-cut outfit, black stockings, and high heels, radiating an air of opulence. This glamorous lady was none other than Wang Xuelian. As she approached, she addressed Hu Qijie. Hu Qijie, what was so urgent that you called me out? Only then did she notice the figure of Chen Jueyong standing beside him, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jueyong, is that you? Chen Jueyong, with a calm demeanor, replied coolly. Who else could it be? Wang Xuelian was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unusual sensation within her. It had been a year since she last saw Chen Jueyong. And his transformation was astonishing. With strikingly defined features and a physique brimming with vitality, he was undeniably handsome, drawing the attention of young women nearby who sought to obtain his contact information. Chapter 7, When Enemies Meet. You are destined to end your lineage. Wang Shui wore a facade of insincerity as she addressed Chen Jueyong. Jueyong, there are a few things I must convey to you. Oh, Chen Jueyong replied nonchalantly, speak your mind. Wang Xuelian felt a growing sense of unease in her heart. Observing Chen Jueyong's calm demeanor, she found herself becoming increasingly anxious. You need to remain composed. You may find it difficult to accept this matter. At that moment, a tall and remarkably charismatic young man approached. Wrapping an arm around Wang Xuelian's shoulders and positioning himself before Chen Jueyong, instantly creating a stark contrast. Huang Bufan looked down at Chen Jueyong with a disdainful expression. Shui, allow me to inform him. Chen Jueyong replied coolly, is it not merely a matter of breaking up? What is the purpose of this theatrical display? Bufan. It would be better if I told him myself, Wang Xuelian interjected, her face marked by guilt and reluctance. Chen Jueyong, you see, we should end this. I acknowledge my faults, please do not react impulsively, she added. With an unruffled expression, Chen Jueyong countered, do you perceive me as agitated? Wang Xuelian felt a wave of frustration and regret wash over her. Since he required no consolation, she asked directly, what are your plans now that you have returned? Why is that any of your concern? Chen Jueyong replied coolly. Chen, when Shui inquires, you would do well to be mindful, Huang Bufan retorted coldly. Having encountered many like Chen Jueyong, individuals who would bow before wealth and status, Chen Jueyong did not spare him a glance, treating him as though he were invisible, which caused Huang Bufan's blood pressure to rise. Chen Jueyong simply told Wang Xuelian, as long as you do not regret it, that is sufficient. Wang Xuelian responded. Why should I regret? Bufan is far wealthier than you. That is good to hear, Chen Jueyong exhaled, a hint of relief in his tone. Wang Xuelian felt a pang in her heart. What right did Chen Jueyong have to utter such words? Huang Bufan sneered, Shui is correct, you are a pauper. She enjoys a good life with me daily, why should she regret? That is good, Chen Jueyong replied flatly. I was genuinely concerned you might change your mind and come back to me. What a joke. Huang Bufan laughed derisively. You should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Do you truly believe you can find a woman better than Shui? Suddenly, a sports car screeched to a halt before Chen Jueyong, and a young woman with an air of elegance and grace stepped out. She approached with a familiar demeanor, asking, Jueyong, have you resolved your matters? After surveying the scene, Yao Zishuan smiled gracefully. You must be Jueyong's friends. I am his girlfriend, Yao Zishuan. As she spoke, she affectionately linked her arm with Chen Jueyong's. Wang Shuelian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she turned to face Chen Jueyong's impassive expression. She felt deeply humiliated. Tears streamed down her face unbidden as she turned and fled, with Huang Bufan following closely behind. Hu Qijie was somewhat taken aback. No wonder Chen Jueyong remained so composed, he had evidently found someone better. Chen Jueyong discreetly withdrew his arm and expressed gratitude, inquiring how she had arrived so swiftly. Yao Zishuan replied that her grandfather had sent her to escort him home to meet him. "Brother, have you advanced so rapidly?" Hu Qijie asked, unable to conceal his disbelief. For she was the cherished jewel of the Yao family. "It is not as you imagine," Chen Jueyong clarified, then added. "I require your assistance with a matter before I visit your home." "Very well, what is it?" "I need to ascertain the whereabouts of Wang Tian from the Wang family." A cold glint flashed in Chen Jueyong's eyes. "Wang Tian." Yao Zishuan furrowed her brow slightly. "I have some recollection of him. This is simple. I'll make a phone call to inquire." As members of affluent families, their social circles overlapped, making it easy to gather information about someone's whereabouts. 2 minutes later, Yao Zishuan hung up her phone. "He is currently playing cards at an underground casino. Take me there." Without questioning the reason, Yao Zishuan simply replied, "All right. Brother." "I'll contact you later," Chen Jueyong stated, as he sought to resolve personal grievances without involving Hu Qijie. "Understood." With that, Chen Jueyong entered Yao Zishuan's vehicle. Zuanxi Clubhouse appeared to be a high-end establishment on the surface, yet it was well known as an underground casino in Fengcheng, where one could not only gamble but also engage in the trade of jade. Yao Zishuan led Chen Jueyong through the entrance using facial recognition. As they passed by the jade trading area, Chen Jueyong suddenly halted. "What is the matter?" Yao Zishuan inquired. "I believe I have spotted the father of my good friend." Chen Jueyong responded, his brow furrowed. "Shall I go and greet him?" "There's no need, I am here to find Wang Tian. I have exchanged 2 million in chips for you to play with." Yao Zishuan thoughtfully offered a small tray of chips to Chen Jueyong. Chen Jueyong sighed, reflecting on how his father toiled endlessly at construction sites, earning barely 100,000 a year, while these affluent families squandered money in ways that represented a lifetime's worth of income for ordinary folk. "Thank you," he accepted the chips. At last, Chen Jueyong laid eyes on Wang Tian, the man responsible for imprisoning his father for 50 years and pushing him into the abyss. The thought of how his father's leg had been broken by hired thugs stirred both old and new resentments within him. With a calm demeanor, he sat across from Wang Tian, flames of fury raging within. From this day forward, the Wang family would begin its countdown to demise. Upon noticing a newcomer at the table, Wang Tian scrutinized Chen Jueyong and, with a frigid expression, remarked, "What right does a wretch like you have to sit here?" Chen Jueyong, beneath the table, unleashed several silver needles with his internal energy, strategically piercing the acupuncture points in Wang Tian's lower body, all while the latter remained oblivious. When adversaries meet, one must first ensure the other's line is severed before severing the torment to come. Retrieving the needles through his energy, Chen Jueyong smiled slowly and said, "If a wretch like you can occupy a seat, then what reason do I have not to do so?" Chapter 8, The Beginning of Vengeance and the Encounter with a Beautiful Matriarch. With a thunderous clap, Wang Tianmeng slammed his palm onto the table, his visage dark and foreboding. "That insufferable wretch, expel him at once." The casino's security promptly surrounded Chen Jueyong. Standing nearby, Yao Zishuan contemplated stepping forward to defend him, but Chen Jueyong, having achieved his objective, chose not to linger. He rose and said calmly, "I will take my leave." Upon exiting the casino, Chen Jueyong remarked, "Let us proceed to your abode." Yao Zishuan furrowed her brow, "Have you completed your business?" Chen Jueyong narrowed his eyes slightly, "No, it is merely the beginning. However, my aim has been fulfilled. Please keep a watchful eye on Wang Tian and the Wang family. Relay any pertinent information to me at the earliest opportunity." "Understood." Yao Zishuan refrained from inquiring further, simply transporting Chen Jueyong to the Yao residence. It was an expansive estate, a place that, in ancient times, would have been fit for prime ministers and princes. The Yao family was no ordinary affluent clan. Navigating through the front and central halls, they arrived at a rear courtyard featuring an artificial lake, at the center of which stood a pavilion occupied by a venerable old man with a head of silver hair. Although Chen Juoyang had yet to set foot in the Yao family estate, he could already sense an extraordinary aura permeating the atmosphere. He silently acknowledged that the Yao residence was a convergence of auspicious energies, with the pavilion at the heart of the formation. Yet, he also perceived an overwhelming presence of yin energy, suggesting underlying issues. Yao Zishuan introduced Chen Juoyang to the elder, addressing him as grandfather, before stepping aside. The old man, upon hearing her gentle call, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of weathered orbs that seemed to pierce through Chen Juoyang's very soul. After a prolonged silence, he mused. Truly exceptional. I am Yao Chenha. In my lifetime, I have encountered countless individuals, yet I have never met one exuding such pure young energy as you. If you are indeed confident in curing Zishuan's cold affliction, what say you to her hand in marriage? Chen Juoyang was momentarily taken aback. Yao Chenha smiled faintly. Young one, Zishuan has shared the tale of your acquaintance with me. She embodies pure yin, while you are the epitome of pure yang, an innate match, advantageous for your cultivation. You cannot possibly lack feelings for her, otherwise, you would not have consented to treat her ailment. Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed crimson as she softly chided, "Grandfather." Yao Chenha raised a hand to calm her, fixing his gaze upon Chen Juoyang. "Young lad, do you possess the certainty required?" A chill ran through Chen Juoyang's heart. The old man was indeed astute. He replied with an air of composure, "I am confident." "Not so," Yao Chenha shook his head, "you lack assurance." "How can you be so certain?" Chen Juoyang inquired. Yao Chenha shook his head once more. "In my efforts to treat her cold affliction, I have consulted 30 esteemed physicians, all of whom perished. Subsequently, I sought aid from Taoists of Longhu Mountain, 16 in total, who also fell victim to the cold's grasp." Chen Juoyang frowned. "Such sinister occurrences." Yao Chenha replied, "Zishuan is exceptionally gifted and possesses a pure yin constitution. Had circumstances not intervened, she would have been the rightful heir after my departure. On the day of her birth, adversaries sought to cast a curse upon the Yao family, intending to bring about our extinction. After much effort, I found a prosperous family, hoping to wed Zishuan to them, to harness their fortune and counteract the curse. However, on the day of the wedding, she unexpectedly fled. Perhaps this is the fate of the Yao family." With tearful eyes, Yao Zishuan finally understood today why her grandfather, who typically cherished her dearly, wished to marry her off. A curse. Chen Juoyang began to grasp the reason for the heavy aura of negativity surrounding the Yao family. Yet, Zishuan's encounter with you seems to be a twist of fate beyond our family's destiny. Yao Chenha remarked, "If you can truly cure Zishuan's ailment, I would not hesitate to bestow upon her the vast wealth of the Yao family as her dowry. However, young one, you may be overestimating your capabilities." Chen Juoyang replied calmly, "How can you know without giving it a try?" Yao Chenha responded with a chuckle, "You should observe the Yao family from my perspective." Upon taking Yao Chenha's position, Chen Juoyang opened his senses and was immediately struck by the inconceivable truth. From the outside, the Yao family appeared affluent and thriving. Yet from the vantage point of this feng shui nexus, it was shrouded in negative energy, with only the nexus retaining any positive aura. Suddenly, he sensed something peculiar. A smile graced his lips as he inquired, "How can you be certain it is a curse?" Yao Chenha sighed, "I paid a high price to consult an expert, who claimed it was indeed a curse that cannot be broken. For the past 20 years, the Yao family has not produced a single male heir, only daughters." Chen Juoyang spoke slowly, "The expert you consulted may lack true insight. What plagues the Yao family is not a curse at all." Yao Chenha's body trembled as he stood abruptly, his voice quivering with disbelief. "What did you just say?" Chen Juoyang replied, "I cannot reveal too much at this moment. But I am confident in my ability to resolve Zishuan's ailment." Yao Chenha's voice trembled with skepticism. "What makes you so sure?" With a smile, Chen Jueyong posed a question. Has the Yao family, over the past 20 years, given birth to a total of 49 daughters? Zishuan is the 49th. Indeed. Yao Qianhao was utterly elated, young friend. What have you discerned? If you can save my family, I will grant you anything. Chen Jueyong remained cryptic. The only thing I can share now is for you to investigate the 9 in devouring sun formation. A glimmer of determination ignited in Yao Qianhao's eyes. Very well. I shall remember this. Your kindness shall not go unrecognized. Chen Jueyong shook his head. There is no need for that. Previously, I had Zishuan assist me. This is merely repaying a favor. If it were not for Yao Zishuan's connections, how could Chen Jueyong have pinpointed Wang Tion's whereabouts today and commenced his plan for vengeance? With that, Chen Jueyong clasped his hands in farewell, stating, the matter is settled and I must take my leave from the Yao family. There are other tasks I must attend to. Before either could respond, he departed, driven by the need to repay a debt of gratitude. Chapter 9, The Beautiful Constable. I come to repay a favor. A young female police officer, known for her fiery temperament and strong sense of justice, has caught the attention of Chen Jueyong, who seeks to express his gratitude. It was she who provided crucial evidence during his father's trial. Without her assistance, it would have been impossible to reduce his father's sentence from death to 50 years. After leaving the Yao family, Chen Jueyong arrived at Lushan. 20 years prior, the Long Kingdom underwent a transformation, merging the police and armed police departments into Lushan, which is directly overseen by the central government. As Chen Jueyong returned to Lushan, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. A year ago, although his father had been imprisoned by Lushan and initially sentenced to death, a certain police officer had played a significant role in securing the reduction of his sentence to 50 years. Today, he is here to express his gratitude in person. The entrance of Lushan was bustling with police vehicles and officers clad in uniforms. Approaching the front desk, Chen Jueyong inquired, "Hello. I am looking for Constable Ji Lanue." The receptionist replied, "Officer Ji was transferred to a local precinct 6 months ago." Furrowing his brow, Chen Jueyong asked, "Which precinct is that?" "The precinct in the red light district," came the response. "Thank you," he said, turning to exit Lushan. Ji Lanue's father was a narcotics officer, and her mother a martyr, making her lineage exemplary. At the age of 16, she was exceptionally admitted to Lushan due to her prowess in combat competitions. Though she is the same age as Chen Jueyong, her intelligence and fierce sense of justice made her a star within Lushan. A year ago, she held the position of captain at the main headquarters. Why then was she reassigned to the precinct in the red light district? The red light district is a place rife with chaos, deemed one of the most perilous areas in both Feng City and Feng Province. Here, brawls and fights are commonplace, and it harbors individuals wanted by the law. The annual casualty rate among officers in this district is alarmingly high. In his youth, Zhang Xiuzhen had often used the notorious reputation of the red light district to frighten Chen Jueyong into silence. If not for his own formidable abilities, he would have been hesitant to step foot in such a treacherous area. Entering the red light district, one could see towering buildings as well as numerous shanties, with tattooed individuals lining the streets. Upon reaching an intersection, Chen Jueyong spotted a familiar figure. She was clad in a deep blue police uniform, her features delicately refined and fair, emanating an aura of coldness. Wearing a cap, her long, slender legs were accentuated by black stockings, and she sported wedge-heeled shoes, with a button secured at her waist. As Chen Jueyong prepared to greet Ji Lanue, he observed her patrolling the street when 4 tattooed men surrounded her. Ji Lanue's voice was icy as she commanded, "Step aside, do not obstruct my patrol." The lawlessness of the red light district necessitated that every officer remain vigilant while on duty. The leader of the group, eyeing Ji Lanue's alluring figure with a greedy gaze and a sinister smile, taunted, "Constable Ji, what will you do if I block your patrol?" As the 4 men advanced with mocking expressions, Ji Lanue's face hardened. "Interfering with my duties will not end well for you," she retorted. Drawing her baton, she struck forward, expecting resistance. To her surprise, the man did not flinch and instead took the blow, collapsing to the ground while wailing, "The constable is attacking me. Help." Suddenly, a crowd encircled around, and Jilanue furrowed her brows, pulling out her police radio to call for assistance, only to have it snatched away by a ruffian. Though Jilanue was skilled, she was no match for so many assailants. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she coldly declared, "Do you dare to cause trouble? Officer G, clearly it was you who instigated this ruckus. Everyone saw it. My brother was grievously injured by your blow. What do you propose we do about it?" "Yes. You are a police officer, but does that give you the right to assault us, mere civilians?" Jilanue's frown deepened, her agitation palpable. Despite her name suggesting a cold demeanor, she harbored a fierce disdain for evil and a fiery temperament. Just when she was at a loss for how to handle the situation, a young man's voice broke through, "Is there someone injured? Step aside, I'm a doctor. Let me take a look." Jilanue observed as the crowd parted effortlessly, allowing a young man to step forward. He approached the ruffian on the ground, gently prodding him. And the ruffian immediately stood up, his face flushed, appearing far from injured. Chen Jiuyang smiled, "This body is quite healthy. Where is the injury? Everyone disperse." The leader of the ruffians shot Chen Jiuyang a hostile glare before retreating with his crew, causing the crowd to scatter. Chen Jiuyang picked up the police radio from the ground and handed it to Jilanue. "Officer G, are you all right?" Jilanue looked on in astonishment. "It's you. How are you unharmed?" Chen Jiuyang chuckled softly. While Jilanue had many commendable traits, her impulsiveness left much to be desired. "I have made progress on the case regarding your father from 6 months ago. I sought you out at the university. But then I heard about your unfortunate fall from the cliff." Jilanue spoke candidly, and Chen Jiuyang's eyes flickered. He then bowed respectfully, sincerely expressing, "Officer G. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my father would not have had his sentence commuted from death to imprisonment." "No need for thanks, as a police officer. Uncovering the truth in investigations is my duty," Jilanue replied, patting her chest, her shirt fluttering, which momentarily dazzled Chen Jiuyang. Feeling a bit parched, he stated earnestly, "Officer G, please tell me about the progress of my father's case." Jilanue's expression turned grave. "I suspect that the victim's family was bribed. Which is why they came forward a year ago to accuse your father of causing their family member's death." A glimmer of malevolence crossed Chen Jiuyang's eyes as he calmly urged, "Continue, Officer G." Sighing, Jilanue continued, "However, I have no evidence. Just as I was about to investigate the victim's family, I was reassigned to the precinct in the red light district, and the case has since stalled." Understanding dawned on Chen Jiuyang, and he felt a deep sense of respect and guilt, saying, "Officer G, I am sorry, it is my fault that you were demoted." Though Jilanue had no direct connection to him, she had been downgraded to patrol in the red light district due to his case. The incident with the ruffians attempting to intimidate her was likely not a first, and it was probable that someone was orchestrating these troubles, deliberately seeking to harass Jilanue. Jilanue appeared unfazed and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I did not become a constable for the sake of promotion or wealth. There is no need for such remarks." Chen Jiuyang assured her, "Rest assured, Constable G, I will certainly restore you to your original position, and even elevate your status further." Jilanue furrowed her brows, preparing to inquire about the reason, when Chen Jiuyang received a phone call from his younger sister, Chen Yeting. Her voice was laced with urgency. "Brother, the village committee members have come to our doorstep again. You must return swiftly." Chen Jiuyang's expression turned cold as he hastily bid farewell to Jilanue and quickly sought a vehicle to rush home. Chapter 10, Claiming Compensation. And the beautiful guest Chen Jiuyang hurried home, only to find a throng of people gathered at his doorstep, all affiliated with the Huang family village leadership. Those beaten by the snake lay on stretchers, while the village chief, Huang Liongbo, occupied a wheelchair. Amusingly, they seemed to genuinely believe in the mountain deity, standing outside Chen Jiuyang's courtyard, too fearful to step inside. "Chief Huang, what brings you and your entourage to my doorstep?" Chen Jiuyang inquired. Huang Liongbo produced a lengthy receipt and replied coldly, "Chen Jiuyang, these are the bills for our hospital expenses. You are required to compensate us for the medical fees by the end of today. Chen Jiuyang chuckled in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? This incident occurred at your home, it is your responsibility to compensate. Who should be held accountable? Huang Lianghua asserted with conviction. You must find a way to repay the debt. Chen Jiuyang responded nonchalantly, whoever inflicted the harm should bear the cost. Besides, my family is impoverished. We have no surplus funds to spare for you wretches. Furious, Huang Lianghua retorted, Chen Jiuyang, do not push your luck. You must pay up today, or your family will no longer be welcome in Qingshu village. Am I the one being unreasonable? Chen Jiuyang's gaze turned icy. Your nephew borrowed 20,000 from my sister. Yet you demand 300,000 from us. If it weren't for the mountain deity's intervention yesterday, your nephew would have abducted me to sell my organs. Who is truly being unreasonable here? Huang Lianghua sneered, if you refuse to pay, consider this, you have been absent for a year, and Fengcheng Medical University has expelled you. Although your sister participated in the college entrance examination, do not expect her to attend university. A tremor coursed through Chen Jiuyang's body. For those like him, hailing from rural backgrounds, excelling in the college entrance examination was the only chance for upward mobility. His parents had toiled their entire lives to support their education, solely to see him and his sister attend university. Huang Lianghua's intent to prevent his sister from pursuing higher education was nothing short of heartless, undermining all the sacrifices their parents had made. Fuming, Chen Jiuyang exclaimed, people like you are so vile that even the mountain deity cannot bear to witness it. The deity will curse you with restless nights filled with nightmares until you meet a wretched end. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang experienced a surge of energy, channeling his fury and malice into the very souls of his adversaries. From that night onward, they would endure relentless nightmares, suffering until their bodies withered away in anguish. After executing the 8-9 profound art, Chen Jiuyang's complexion paled slightly. As a practitioner of the mystical realm, projecting his consciousness to attack others was a considerable strain. Those who fear not death should dare to challenge me. Let us see if the mountain deity will unleash their wrath once more. With that, he turned and entered his home. The individuals aligned with Chief Huang exchanged apprehensive glances, too intimidated to invade Chen Jiuyang's abode. Huang Lianghua angrily slapped his wheelchair, declaring, this matter is far from over. Return me to the hospital. Once inside, Chen Jiuyang turned to his sister, Chen Yeting, and said, show me your university admission letter. Of course, Chen Yeting promptly retrieved her acceptance letter for him. Upon glancing at it, blood rushed to Chen Jiuyang's head. The university admission letter was clearly a forgery. He quickly instructed, log onto the college entrance examination website and check immediately. Chen Yating held the laptop gifted by Yao Zishuan, input her account and password, and successfully logged in. Brother, look. I scored 650 points, which should qualify me for a good university. Chen Jiuyang was eager to discover which institution had accepted Chen Yating. However, upon accessing her personal information, the thunderous revelation struck him. The details displayed were neither Chen Yating's photograph nor her identification number, although the score was undoubtedly hers. The back-end information was not, indicating a grim conclusion: someone had usurped her identity. Chen Yating soon realized this unsettling truth. Her face paled instantly, then tears began to flow. Brother, why isn't it me? Am I unable to attend university now? Chen Jiuyang felt a heavy weight in his heart, his anger surging like a tempest. Taking a deep breath, he comforted her by gently patting her back. Don't cry, little sister. You will definitely go to college, and you will attend the best one. Really? Chen Yating asked, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Chen Jiuyang. He smiled reassuringly, of course. Do you think I would deceive you? It's likely just a glitch in the system, so don't worry. With his words of solace, Chen Yating's tears subsided. Yet, Chen Jiuyang resolved to pay a visit to the hospital to confront Huang Ji and others. The Chen family bore no grudges against the Huang family. Yet they had inflicted such harm upon them, it was utterly despicable. At that moment, Zhang Xiuzhan emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. What are you two discussing? It's time to eat. After dinner, Chen Juyang sat cross-legged on the rooftop, practicing his martial arts to recover from his spiritual exhaustion. Their home was a simple flat, with the rooftop utilized for drying corn, sweet potatoes, and rapeseed, while other families in the village built two-story houses. His parents had sacrificed their earnings to fund his and his sister's education. Other children left school to work after graduating from junior high. Time passed, and the night sky became adorned with countless stars. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires filled the air as Yao Zishuan stepped out of a sports car, carrying an array of items. She entered the house with practiced ease, warmly greeted by Zhang Xiuzhan and Chen Yeting. Shortly thereafter, Yao Zishuan climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Chen Juyang paused his training and slowly opened his eyes. What brings you here? Yao Zishuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she huffed playfully, you need to treat my cold. And if I don't follow you, who will I accompany? Chen Juyang inquired, is that all? Grandfather asked if there is a way to break the 9 in devouring sun formation. There is a way, Chen Juyang replied, but fast. Your family needs to investigate who the mastermind behind this is. Only then can I resolve it. Yao Zishuan understood, I got it. The Wang family's Wang Tian, whom you told me to keep an eye on, was admitted to the hospital this evening. I heard he suffered severe bleeding during an encounter with a woman. A cold glint flickered in Chen Juyang's eyes. Which hospital? The First People's Hospital of Fengcheng. Good, Chen Juyang nodded with a smile. Turning back, he continued. There is one more thing I need your assistance with. What is it? Please help the detective Ji Lanue from Fengcheng's red light district, facilitating her return to the headquarters of Liu Shunmen. Chen Juyang is a person who repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. The 6 gates. Yao Zishuan furrowed her brow slightly. Although this matter poses some difficulty, it should be manageable. Thank you. I shall visit your home again tomorrow to assist in resolving some troubles, Chen Juyang replied. Troubles? Our family? Yao Zishuan inquired. Very well, she added. Chen Juyang rose and said, once you have finished washing up, come to my room to rest. With that, he leapt down from the rooftop and returned to his dwelling. The thought of sharing a bed with Chen Juyang sent a wave of crimson to Yao Zishuan's cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a flurry of confusion, and she bit her red lips, lost in thought. Chapter 11, The Misunderstanding of a Beauty and the Treatment of a Hidden Malady. Upon returning to his room, Chen Juyang completed his evening ablutions and prepared for slumber. Having cultivated the commendable habit of rising early and retiring early during his time in the military, he felt invigorated. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone broke the silence. It was his good friend, Hu Qijie. Without hesitation, Chen Juyang answered, Qijie, what is the matter? On the other end, Hu Qijie's voice was heavy with concern. Juyang, you need to come to Fengcheng tomorrow. We have to go somewhere. What has happened? Chen Juyang inquired. With a bitter tone, Hu Qijie confessed. My family's business has failed, and we are on the brink of bankruptcy. My father has taken all our money to gamble at an underground casino. As a scion of a wealthy family with a lineage of 5 generations in the pharmaceutical industry, Hu Qijie had pursued studies in medicine. He continued, fortunately, my mother noticed in time and prevented my father from wagering on jade. However, the casino refuses to refund the money and merely offers him the chance to choose new stones. My father is set to gamble again tomorrow. Juyang, I need you with me. I fear he may take drastic measures if he loses. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juyang replied, all right. Let us meet at the school gate tomorrow. Thank you, brother, Hu Qijie said before hanging up. Just as Chen Juyang was settling down for the night, the door to his room creaked open, revealing the alluring figure of Yao Zishuan, clad in lace nightwear, her presence suffused with a fragrant aura. In the moonlight, her enticing silhouette was almost ethereal. Her cheeks flashed crimson as she felt Chen Jueyong's gaze upon her, eliciting a desire to vanish into the ground from sheer embarrassment. Biting her lips, she climbed onto the bed and nestled beneath the covers, murmuring, "I'm fast, you be gentle." However, to her astonishment, Chen Jueyong had lain down on the prepared bedding on the floor, stating calmly, "Let us sleep, good night." Yao Zishuan was taken aback. Her mind momentarily blank as her face flashed with confusion. "Aren't you going to?" Chen Jueyong replied, "I merely invited you to sleep in my room." "What are you thinking? I am pure yang, and you are pure yin. If I do not awaken the cold energy within you, and someone dares to touch you, both of us would face dire consequences. Sharing the same space will allow your cold energy to be harmonized by my yang energy. This is how I intend to treat your malady." Embarrassment and anger surged within Yao Zishuan, causing her delicate form to tremble as she retorted, "I no longer wish to speak with you." Chen Jueyong opened his mouth, at a loss for words, what was going through this girl's mind. After a night of deep slumber, he awoke naturally as dawn broke, casting a soft glow upon the horizon. Yao Zishuan, in a peaceful sleep, was surprisingly adorably drooling, revealing a charming side beneath her celestial facade. Chen Jueyong dressed and made his way once more to the secluded park where he had trained the previous day. After 2 hours of practicing the 8-9 profound art, a purple aura began to rise from him, and he opened his eyes, realizing he had broken through to the profound realm. The realms of cultivation are delineated into the categories of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow realm focuses on the mastery of close combat techniques, while the 8-9 profound arts represent extraordinary practices that enable Chen Jueyong to cultivate body, soul, and energy in unison. Thus, Chen Jueyong's formidable strength allows him to transcend into the profound realm, with his energy imbued with a hint of violet, promising an illustrious future beyond measure. Upon breaking into the profound realm, the instant annihilation technique activates autonomously, and a surge of memories floods Chen Jueyong's mind. At this stage, true energy can separate from the body to manipulate objects. Suddenly, Chen Jueyong rises, plucking a leaf. As his true energy circulates, the leaf is propelled from his hand, effortlessly severing an ancient tree. Plucking leaves and cleaving trees. A master of the profound realm. As he turns, he notices an elderly woman, who had practiced martial arts nearby the previous day, approaching him. The elderly gentleman in a jonction suit and the young woman display expressions of astonishment and reverence. The elder strides directly to Chen Jueyong, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "I did not expect such a young brother to be a master of the profound realm. Truly, the youth are to be feared. Yesterday, my granddaughter and I were unaware of the true nature of your prowess, and I hope you can forgive us." Chen Jueyong replied, "You are too kind, sir. I was the one who spoke out of turn yesterday." The elder immediately shot a stern glance at the young woman, admonishing, "Hurry and apologize to the gentleman." The young woman instantly comprehended that her previous insult, calling Chen Jueyong a lunatic, had not gone unheard. She swiftly bowed deeply, saying, "Lin Yueshan from the Lin family sincerely requests your forgiveness for my reckless words yesterday." Having just begun to cultivate her inner energy and not yet reaching the yellow realm, she found herself reconsidering Chen Jueyong in light of his remarkable feat of severing the tree. "Not a problem," Chen Jueyong waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Forgive me. But I must return home as I have matters to attend to." The elder, anxious, implored, "Please do not leave, young brother. Is there something you require?" Chen Jueyong inquired. The elder explained, "Yesterday, you discerned my granddaughter's hidden ailment with a mere glance. Upon my investigation, it proved to be true. If she continues her practice, she may become incapacitated, if not perish. I humbly request your assistance in saving my granddaughter." Chen Jueyong replied nonchalantly, "This is a minor issue. I can employ true energy to administer acupuncture and eliminate her hidden ailment. A change in her cultivation method will suffice." The elder was overjoyed, exclaiming, "I implore you to lend your hand, and the Lin family shall reward you handsomely." Noticing the time was still early and that he would need to wait for Yao Zishuan to awaken, Chen Jueyong nodded, "Then, please lead the way." The elder promptly responded. Follow me. The elder and Lin Yueshan took the lead, guiding Chen Jueyong along a secluded path that was scarcely noticeable to outsiders. After 10 minutes, they arrived at an expansive villa, guarded by bodyguards and a patrol of 10. Chen Jueyong's gaze sharpened. The elder indeed possessed an extraordinary background. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the bodyguards were likely retired military personnel. Having spent a year in a military camp, he was all too familiar with the aura these individuals exuded. As they reached the entrance of the villa, Chen Jueyong recalled to inquire, "What is the park by the riverside?" The elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit chuckled, remarking, "The scenery is delightful. Initially, I intended to cultivate it into a private garden, but upon completion, I found it less appealing. Thus, I opened half of it to the public as a park." Chen Jueyong's eyes widened in astonishment. The park was indeed the garden he had crafted. The villa alongside the park must have cost at least hundreds of millions. It seemed the Lin family not only possessed profound connections but also substantial wealth. "I apologize for the laughter, my young friend," the elderly man continued. "I am Lin Buan of the Lin family. May I ask how to address you?" "Chen Jueyong," he replied. Lin Buan smiled and invited Chen Jueyong into the villa, pouring him a cup of red tea served in exquisite jade cups, reminiscent of royal tributes. After sipping a few mouthfuls of the tea, Chen Jueyong stated, "Bring me the silver needles." Once the needles were procured, he added, "I will use my vital energy to perform acupuncture on you. You will need to remove all your clothing, retaining only your undergarments. During the procedure, I will close my eyes." Lin Yueshan's face flashed instantly, prompting Lin Buan to leave the room. The grand hall was left with only the two of them. A solitary man and woman. Chapter 12, Intimate Encounter with a Beauty. Intensifying the efforts after Chen Jueyong closed his eyes, Lin Yueshan began to undress before him, slowly shedding her garments. Her delicate, fair form was instantly revealed to the air. Chen Jueyong took a deep breath, although his eyes were shut. His spiritual senses allowed him to perceive all movements within a 500-meter radius. Lin Yueshan's disrobing was as clear to him as if he were watching with his eyes wide open, yet he must not reveal his secret. Lin Yueshan resembled a celestial being from the Moon Palace, her skin exquisitely tender, her curves alluringly pronounced. Her slender waist and rounded hips, paired with her long, elegant legs, nearly unsettled Chen Jueyong's composure. Holding a silver needle, he feigned unawareness and extended a hand, instructing, "Please extend your right arm to me." Flushed with shyness, Lin Yueshan found herself in an unprecedented situation, standing before a man in her complete nudity. Biting her lip, she raised her right hand, graceful like a work of art, then placed it in Chen Jueyong's grasp. 3 silver needles instantly descended upon her arm. "Lie down and elevate your legs," Chen Jueyong commanded. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Lin Yueshan complied, reclining on the sofa and lifting her perfectly straight, exquisite legs towards him. The texture of her skin felt remarkably soft, akin to silken tofu. As Chen Jueyong grasped her beautiful feet, a dry mouth accompanied his thoughts. However, he quickly dismissed them, swiftly piercing her legs with the silver needles and channeling his pure young energy into the acupoints. Instantly, Lin Yueshan felt a warm sensation flooding her body, immensely comforting, prompting her to release a soft sound of relief. Subsequently, she expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout her body. After completing the treatment, Chen Jueyong instructed her to dress. Lin Buan entered the room, and Lin Yueshan, astonished, asked, "Mr. Chen, why do I feel so much better after expelling the blood?" Chen Jueyong slowly opened his eyes, surveying her clothed figure as he explained, "You possess 13 hidden ailments. Over time, this can lead to the accumulation of stagnant blood within your organs. Once the stagnant blood is expelled, the ailments dissipate, restoring your health." Lin Yueshan was thoroughly convinced, exclaiming, "You are truly a miraculous physician. No wonder I always coughed during my nighttime practices, yet not in the morning." With a smile, Lin Buan presented a cup of tea to Chen Jueyong, his face beaming with admiration. Young friend, you are indeed a prodigious talent. Chen Jiuyang, reflecting on his recent intimate interaction with Lin Yuexian, felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Lin Buan's potential reaction upon discovering the nature of their closeness. He hesitated to drink the tea offered by Lin Buan. Grinning, Lin Buan remarked, "Thank you for saving my granddaughter's life. You are a benefactor to the Lin family. Yuexian, you must show your gratitude." Without hesitation, Lin Yuexian bowed respectfully to Chen Jiuyang. From this angle, he could directly observe the alluring contours beneath her collarbone, leaving him feeling quite flustered and exceedingly awkward. Immediately, he pointed out a cultivation technique to Lin Yuexian, advising her to modify her practice to prevent hidden ailments and to swiftly reach the level of a Yellow Realm master. "Thank you, sir." Lin Yuexian's eyes sparkled, instantly realizing the extraordinary nature of the technique Chen Jiuyang had imparted to her. Lin Buan also expressed his gratitude, saying, "Such kindness from you, my young friend, leaves the Lin family at a loss for how to repay you. This small token of appreciation is but a humble gesture. I implore you to accept it." A beautiful maid dressed in a qipao approached, holding a check for 2 million. Chen Jiuyang, indeed in need of funds, accepted the check without pretense. Lin Buan then stated solemnly, "This is merely the consultation fee for saving my granddaughter. As for the technique you have shared, it cannot be measured in monetary terms. The Lin family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Should you ever require assistance from us, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Jiuyang replied, "You are too kind. It was merely a matter of course." Lin Buan shook his head, saying, "I understand the principle that skills should not be passed down lightly. The technique Lin Yuexian practiced previously was purchased at a great cost, yet it nearly cost her life." Lin Yuexian's expression reflected her lingering fear. "I must return home now. Farewell, Mr. Lin, Miss Lin, until we meet again." Chen Jiuyang rose to take his leave, after some insistence from Lin Buan. They exchanged phone numbers before he departed from the Lin residence. Once Chen Jiuyang left, Lin Buan hurriedly inquired, "Yuexian, how do you feel now?" Lin Yuexian, with her face aglow, exclaimed, "Grandfather, I feel better than ever. My body is warm, and I have an abundance of energy. Mr. Chen's medical skills are truly remarkable." Lin Buan beamed with joy. This young friend, Chen, is indeed extraordinary. Not only has he achieved remarkable cultivation at such a young age, but his medical prowess is unparalleled. You should cultivate a closer relationship with him, and if possible, develop it in the direction of a romantic involvement. After discovering Lin Yuexian's hidden ailment yesterday, he had taken her to the best hospital in the province for an examination, and the hospital reported her health to be excellent, confirming Chen Jiuyang's exceptional medical abilities. Lin Yuexian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Grandfather, what are you saying? I already have a fiancé." Lin Buan sighed. "Yuexian, you are the only descendant of the great Lin family. If possible, I would prefer you not to marry outside our lineage to secure our family's status. If this young friend can cure your father's terminal illness, the Lin family could regain its former glory. Moreover, considering your father's age, he might even be able to give you a brother or sister, alleviating some of the pressure on you. If he can indeed heal your father's condition, your burdens would lessen, and we would not need to hide away here in retirement." Lin Yuexian's lips trembled as she lowered her head, biting her teeth. "Grandfather, I understand. If Mr. Chen can cure my father's terminal illness, I would willingly serve him as a concubine or maid." After leaving the Lin family villa, Chen Jiuyang made his way home, only to encounter a scene that brought a smile to his face. At the foot of the mountain, an impressive array of luxury cars was parked, while individuals with solemn expressions offered their reverence to the deity of Qingshu Mountain, presenting incense and tributes, kneeling in worship. Subsequently, they sought the services of a construction team to erect homes in other areas at the mountain's base. Meanwhile, my mother, Zhang Xiuzhen, received red envelopes from several families, totaling several thousand yuan, her smile widening with delight. Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Mother, what is happening?" Zhang Xiuzhen replied, "Jiuyang, the mountain deity has manifested its power. Those who offended our family yesterday have been cursed by the mountain god. In the middle of the night after being taken to the hospital, they went mad and attempted to leap from the building, but fortunately, the nurses intervened. These families now seek the deity's protection and wish to become our neighbors. Chen Juyang found himself both amused and incredulous, yet a cold smile crept into his heart. The Huang family wished to end their lives, but he would not allow them such an easy escape. After he finished his business in Fengqing today, he would pay them a visit in the hospital, intensifying their plight. Chapter 13, A grateful return for a brother's kindness. Today, 3 matters beckoned me to Fengqing. One was to address the feng shui issues of the Yao family. Another was for a dear brother, and the last was to visit the Wang family at the hospital. After finishing breakfast, Yao Zishuan drove Chen Juyang to the entrance of Fengqing Medical College. Hu Qijie, pale and wan, forced a smile as he greeted them. You've arrived. Let us go. We can talk on the way, Chen Juyang replied. Hu Qijie nodded and climbed into the car. As they drove, Chen Juyang inquired, what on earth has happened at your home? He recalled that Hu Qijie's family was quite affluent and had been generous towards him. A year ago, when Chen Juyang was carrying about for funds, it was Hu Qijie who supported him. Without that assistance, he would have been unable to afford a lawyer, leaving his father to face a death sentence. Such profound gratitude had remained etched in his heart. How, then, had their circumstances deteriorated so drastically in just 1 year? With a bitter smile, Hu Qijie explained, half a year ago, a medication our family released encountered issues. Some individuals suffered adverse effects and sought substantial compensation from us, leading to the closure of our factory. We had to sell everything, hoping to delve into the medicinal herbs trade, but my father squandered the money on gambling stones. If we lose everything, I fear my parents may lose the will to live. Brother, I truly need your support this time. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juyang asked, did you mention last night that the stones can be selected again? Hu Qijie nodded. Chen Juyang smiled. In truth, I possess some knowledge about these stones. I will assist you in selecting them this time. If we profit, a meal will suffice as payment. Should we incur losses, I shall cover the costs of this batch. Hu Qijie sighed. Brother, do not jest, this batch is worth 20 million. How could you possibly afford that? Chen Juyang replied earnestly, I am serious, Qijie. I have secured the patronage of a wealthy benefactor. Isn't that right, Zishuan? A blush crept across Yao Zishuan's delicate face as she huffed. 20 million. I can manage that. Hu Qijie was taken aback, astonished that the Yao heiress had indeed taken an interest in his brother. He patted Chen Juyang's shoulder, adopting a grave expression. I have several excellent traditional remedies for kidney enhancement at home. I shall bring them to you later. At that moment, Chen Juyang, sipping water, began to cough. Yao Zishuan, flustered, nearly crashed into a utility pole while braking abruptly. Hu Qijie genuinely believed that Yao Zishuan was financially supporting Chen Juyang. Upon arriving at the clubhouse, Hu Qijie's parents were embroiled in a heated argument. Hu Qijie's father bore a face marred by numerous cuts, resembling the aftermath of a feline's claws. Apologies for the spectacle, Hu Qijie said as he exited the car and approached his parents, whispering a few words. Upon noticing Yao Zishuan, they straightened their attire and approached Chen Juyang and Yao Zishuan. Hello, Miss Yao, whose father greeted. Yao Zishuan nodded. Your son should have explained the situation to you, correct? Before whose father could respond, his mother hastily interjected, we are grateful for your kindness, Miss Yao. The Hu family will remember it. Then let us depart, Yao Zishuan declared. As her words fell, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression grew cold, and her countenance took on an air of solemnity, akin to that of a queen wielding great power, starkly contrasting her earlier demeanor. Upon arriving at the underground casino's stone gambling area, Mr. Hu and his family were greeted with a smile by Manager Young, the overseer of the stone section. Mr. Hu, welcome. We've just received a new batch of stones today. Mr. Hu inquired, are we still good on yesterday's agreement? Manager Young replied with a grin, absolutely, it's 20 million. You may choose any 5 pieces from the best of the lot. Chen Jiuyang couldn't help but gasp. Each stone was priced at 4 million. A risky gamble for the chance to uncover jadeite. Such perilous betting could lead to ruin, leaving families shattered and fortunes lost. Very well, Mr. Hu said, young man. It's your turn. Chen Jiuyang nodded confidently. Uncle, rest assured, this time I will ensure you profit. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Manager Yang's eyes. The youth was unaware of the depths of this trade. Even seasoned veterans could incur losses, and it was audacious for a novice to speak so boldly. However, having received the 20 million, Yang felt pleased. If the young man chose 5 worthless stones, it would be pure profit for him. As they entered the rough stone area, Chen Jiuyang's spirit awakened. Within a 500-meter radius, he perceived everything with perfect clarity, leaving no secrets concealed. Although he lacked knowledge of jadeite, he sought stones that contained value. Selecting 5 pieces that appeared promisingly green. These 5 will do, he declared. Mr. Hu and the other gamblers were immediately taken aback. Such swiftness was unprecedented, even among veterans. They soon shook their heads, doubting the wisdom of purchasing 4 million per stone. It seemed likely that the 20 million would be squandered. Yet, Yao Zishuan remained impassive. To her family, 20 million was hardly significant. She recognized Chen Jiuyang's inexperience but wished to assist her brother, remaining silent throughout the process. Nevertheless, Mr. Hu felt some reluctance and cautioned Chen Jiuyang, young man, perhaps you should consider selecting different stones. These have been here for years and likely won't yield anything. Chen Jiuyang chuckled inwardly. His extraordinary perception allowed him to see the world as secrets, a truth he would not reveal. With a smile, he reassured, Uncle. There's no need for concern. Such matters rely on luck. I want these 5 stones. Manager Yang, please summon someone to cut them. Manager Yang, maintaining his smile, promptly called over a dozen stone cutters to prepare for the task. With the stones selected, the group settled down for tea while waiting for the cutting to commence. The others, apart from Chen Jiuyang, anticipated the conclusion of the process, harboring no expectations for the stones he had chosen. As the cutter worked, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's green." What? Everyone present sprang to their feet, their gazes fixated on the stone. A hint of emerald green revealed itself on the massive rock. Mr. Hu was elated. Jadeite. Hurry. Let us see how large this jadeite is. Yao Zishuan and Hu Qijie exchanged astonished glances with Chen Jiuyang. Unfamiliar with the significance, Chen Jiuyang asked nonchalantly, "Is this jadeite worth a great deal?" "The color is certainly pleasing to the eye." Yao Zishuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she remarked, "It appears to be of the glass type. Such jadeite, even in the size of a pendant, can fetch between 500,000 to 800,000. If this material weighs around 10 jin, it could be valued at no less than 10 million. The pressure on the on-site gemologists was palpable, and as time elapsed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The gaze of each individual towards Chen Jiuyang shifted, reflecting a newfound awe for the boy's extraordinary fortune. An hour later, all 5 pieces of rough jade that Chen Jiuyang had selected were successfully sold, totaling a staggering 60 million. Not only had he recouped his initial investment, but he also netted an impressive profit of 40 million. Both Hu Fu and Hu Mu were overjoyed beyond measure. With 60 million in liquid assets at their disposal, any business venture was within reach. Hu Qijie, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother, thank you." Yao Zishuan gazed at Chen Jiuyang with admiration, her eyes shimmering. "You are truly remarkable." Chapter 14, A Surge of Resentment. The infant's corpse. Chen Jiuyang sipped his tea and remarked casually, "Now do you believe me?" The face of Manager Yang from the Gambling Stone district was as pale as a corpse. The goods Chen Jiuyang had offered were immediately purchased by a jade merchant for a total of 60 million. Yao Zishuan said, "Your martial arts and medical skills are formidable enough, but I never expected you to be proficient in this as well. Where did you learn it?" Chen Jiuyang chuckled. "I've said it before, it's all about luck. Where could I possibly learn such a thing?" "Humph." Yao Zishuan pouted, "Forget it then. Mr. and Mrs. Hu, brimming with joy after receiving the money, approached Chen Jiuyang and warmly shook his hand, expressing their gratitude. Jiuyang, thank you. If it weren't for you, our family might have faced utter ruin. Chen Jiuyang stood up earnestly and replied, Uncle, you are too kind. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. During my university years, Chi Jia has been very supportive of me. Uncle, now that you have this sum, what business do you intend to pursue? Mr. Hu replied, I suppose I'll just conduct the herbal medicine business honestly. It will also help save for my son's marriage. After this incident, I've truly come to a realization. Chen Jiuyang smiled and said, Uncle, I happen to have an ancient prescription that is particularly effective for treating injuries, called Black Jade Life-Sustaining Ointment. I wonder if you would be interested in a collaboration. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang presented a prescription to Mr. Hu. Upon glancing at it, Mr. Hu's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his tone grew serious. What does Jiuyang have in mind for collaboration? Chen Jiuyang suggested, how about we discuss this further once you return and verify the efficacy of the prescription? Excellent, Mr. Hu exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Chi Jia has indeed made a good brother. Jiuyang, rest assured, as your uncle, I will never let you down. Chen Jiuyang replied. I am well aware of your character, uncle. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your family any longer. Please enjoy your celebration and discuss things thoroughly. With that, Chen Jiuyang bid farewell to Hu Qijie and Yao Zishuan, who drove him back to the Yao family estate. To his surprise, Yao Qianhao was waiting at the entrance, flanked by a group of bodyguards. As Yao Zishuan and Chen Jiuyang alighted from the vehicle, Yao Qianhao waved his hand lightly, signaling the bodyguards to disperse and keep watch. Yao Qianhao turned to the grand estate behind him, sighed deeply. Jiuyang, behold. This is the residence of my Yao family, which has stood for 3 centuries. It has expanded from a humble earthen hut to an expansive courtyard. A testament to the legacy of countless generations. Who would have thought someone would wish to bury my family within these walls? Today, I must trouble you to intervene. Chen Jiuyang replied, it is a mutual exchange, Mr. Yao. You assist me, and I assist you, there is no need for such formality. Besides, at present, I can only address minor issues. Yao Qianhao nodded. I did some investigation on that young constable named Ji. Her family has been loyal for 3 generations. And she has been wrongfully accused. I've contacted an old friend, and it won't be long before she returns to the 6 Doors headquarters. Please proceed. Chen Jiuyang inquired, is it true that only your Yao family resides in this vicinity? Indeed, Yao Qianhao confirmed with a nod. Chen Jiuyang raised his hand to point towards the southwest, stating, in that direction, 800 meters away, there was once a person who met their demise here. Yao Qianhao, taken aback, replied, indeed, it was a young boy who was killed in a traffic accident. Chen Jiuyang continued, the boy's corpse lies buried there. Imbued with a wrath that reaches the heavens. Yao Qianhao's expression shifted dramatically. What? The body is buried there. Without hesitation, Yao Qianhao instructed his bodyguards to excavate the site, only to unearth the lifeless form of a young boy. Overcome with shock, Yao Qianhao nearly fainted, his face ashen. How could such a thing happen? Yao Zishuan, unaware of the unfolding events, anxiously inquired, Jiuyang, what has happened to my grandfather? Chen Jiuyang elucidated. The 9 in devouring young formation requires the grievances of 9 individuals who died tragically, buried near your residence, to create a place of malevolence that can counteract the fortunes of the Yao family. Your grandfather, as the head of the family, bears the weight of their fortune. Although he spat blood, it is a positive sign as it indicates a reduction in the accumulated grievances. Yao Qianhao's face was filled with horror as he fixed his gaze on Chen Jiuyang, declaring, even if someone perished near the Yao family, I would ensure that the matter is handled appropriately. How could there be such rampant resentment? Chen Jiuyang responded. This indicates that there is a traitor among your lower ranks who mishandles such matters. He pointed towards the northwest. There lies a male corpse buried 700 meters from here. It must be exhumed and placed in a coffin made of pitch wood. Then buried in an auspicious location. Following Chen Juoyang's instructions, Yao Chen had dispatched his men, and indeed, they uncovered another male corpse. Yao Chenha's expression had already shifted dramatically. This is truly extraordinary. Juoyang, how did you come to know this? Chen Juoyang, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, could sense the energies around him, yet he refrained from revealing his secrets, merely stating, heavenly mysteries must not be disclosed. Subsequently, Chen Juoyang directed the excavation in 6 distinct directions, northeast, southeast, then so forth, resulting in the discovery of a male corpse each time. With every corpse unearthed, Yao Chenha's vitality gradually returned. The 9 in devouring young formation required 9 corpses, yet one remained elusive. Yao Chenha inquired, Juoyang, where is the final corpse? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juoyang suddenly recalled something, a shiver coursing through his body. He turned slowly to gaze at the plaque inscribed with the Yao family name. His expression shifting as he raised his hand to point, old Mr. Yao, the last corpse is hidden here. Yao Chenha, trembling, shouted urgently, bring me people. Dismantle the plaque. Quickly. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards and servants arrived, tearing down the plaque, revealing the shocking sight of an infant's corpse concealed behind it. This scene caused Yao Chenha to spit blood, his eyes bulging with rage as he exclaimed, who seeks to harm my Yao family in such a manner? The revelation of a corpse hidden within the plaque was a chilling tactic that unsettled Chen Juoyang, who forced himself to remain composed, if I am not mistaken. This infant's corpse is that of a baby girl. A bold bodyguard stepped forward to confirm, indeed, it is a female infant's body. How cruel. Chen Juoyang took a deep breath. This lifeless infant must undoubtedly be the blood relative of your enemies. Only in this way can the 9 in devouring sun formation be established, allowing the Yao family to bear 49 daughters over the past 20 years. Thereby saturating your clan with malevolent energy. Although Yao Chenha was spitting blood, his aura remained formidable. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, thank you, Juoyang, for your intervention today, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the multitude of corpses buried within the Yao family. Chen Juoyang replied, there is no need for thanks. This merely alleviated the resentment and dark energy plaguing the Yao family. You must identify the parents of this deceased infant to fully dismantle the 9 in devouring sun formation, thus enabling your lineage to give rise to male heirs and flourish. Yao Chenha nodded, I understand, and henceforth, I shall mobilize all my resources to seek out our enemies. At that time, I will trouble Juoyang to dismantle the grand formation. That is only natural, Chen Juoyang stated earnestly, if this formation is not broken within 3 months. Sichuan will succumb to the dark energy and perish. How could I stand by and witness Sichuan's demise? Chapter 15, Breaking the Formation, Sending off Wang Tian. Chen Juoyang remarked. If I am not mistaken, the adversary intends to wholly devour the assets of the Yao family. Given their capacity to establish such a malevolent formation, they are undoubtedly aware of Sichuan's pure inconstitution. It would be prudent for your family to investigate the matter of your investments. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yao Chenha's eyes. Thank you for the reminder, Juoyang. Zixian, summon all members of the Yao family at once in my name. I wish to scrutinize our assets and operations. Yes, grandfather, replied Yao Zixian. Yao Chenha chuckled warmly, Juoyang, come, let us retire inside for tea. I must sincerely thank you for your assistance today. Having presided over the Yao family for a lifetime, Yao Chenha had weathered many storms. Now that he was aware of the enemy's tactics, he felt equipped to counter them. The unknown was far more daunting. Thus, he could invite Chen Juoyang to share a moment of camaraderie. Chen Juoyang shook his head, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Very well. Yao Chenha replied, once I conclude my duties today, I shall have Zixian find you. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, Chen Juoyang exchanged a few polite remarks before departing in a taxi from the Yao residence. Arriving at the first hospital of Fengcheng, he found himself outside a VIP ward, where the cost of a single day's stay was 20,000. In hand, he carried a bouquet of flowers and a small gift box. Approaching the entrance where 3 or 4 individuals stood. Among them, a middle-aged couple had red-rimmed eyes, as though they had recently wept. Inside the room, Wang Tian was ensconced in a web of medical equipment, his complexion pale and barely clinging to life. Chen Juoyang approached and inquired, "Are you relatives of Wang Tian?" The middle-aged couple nodded. "I am Wang Tian's father," Wang Chongyun said. "What brings you here, young man?" "I heard that Wang Tian was hospitalized. So I came to pay a visit," Chen Juoyang replied with a smile, extending the flowers toward them. "Thank you for your kindness, young man. What is your name?" Wang Chongyun asked. However, Wang Tian's mother, Zhong Xiufan, fixed her gaze upon Chen Juoyang's face, recoiling in shock. "You are not dead. How is this possible? Darling. This is the Chen Juoyang from a year ago." The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as memories flooded back. A year prior, their son had caused a fatal accident involving Chen Juoyang's father. Chen Juoyang had fervently pursued justice, ensuring that the death penalty was commuted to a 50-year prison sentence for his own father. The Wang family had expended considerable effort to suppress the incident. After the uproar subsided, they even arranged for Chen Juoyang to be pushed off a cliff, never expecting to encounter him here again. Wang Chongyun coldly addressed Chen Juoyang. "What do you want?" With a disarming smile, Chen Juoyang responded, "I came to see how your son is doing, having heard he is unwell." Zhong Xiufan seethed, "Get out. My son does not need your insincere pity." Chuckling softly, Chen Juoyang replied, "I assure you, my intentions are genuine. I merely wished to pay him a visit, and look. I even brought a gift." With that, he opened the small box in his hand, revealing a clock within. "A small token of appreciation is but a formality. I shall present a clock to Wang Tian in advance." Wang Chongyun and Zhong Xiufen were instantly consumed with rage. Infuriated that Chen Juoyang had the audacity to appear before them to deliver a clock to their son, a truly despicable act. Wang Chongyun's face turned ashen with fury. "Chen Juoyang, what exactly do you intend to do?" With a cold smirk, Chen Juoyang replied. "What do you think I would do? My family has had no prior connection with yours. Your son has taken a life. And you would have my father bear the blame and face imprisonment, even sentencing him to death to silence him. When I exposed the truth, you even conspired to push me off a cliff in an attempt to end my life. Such deep-seated enmity. Wang, pray tell, what do you think my intentions are?" Wang Chongyun and Zhong Xiufan, believing Chen Juoyang had come for revenge, immediately recoiled in fear, shouting, "Security! Security!" Zhong Xiufan, standing behind Wang Chongyun with a cruel expression, spat. "You, Chen, will meet a miserable end. My son shall live to a ripe old age." Chen Juoyang chuckled, "Live long. The entirety of your Wang family will surely meet a grim fate. If any of you survive beyond a year, I shall take my own life right here. I curse you to be haunted by nightmares each night, as those you have wronged come to seek retribution in your dreams." With that, Chen Juoyang unleashed a spiritual assault, embedding malicious thoughts into their souls, ensuring they would find no peace from this night onward. Such venomous words from a wretch. "Security, break his legs." Wang Chongyun bellowed in fury. At that moment, security arrived, poised to apprehend Chen Juoyang. However, he wisely chose not to engage in a direct confrontation but instead left them with a parting remark, in terms of malice, "I am but a novice compared to you." He then swiftly vanished from their sight. As they realized Chen Juoyang had evaded capture, Wang Chongyun's expression darkened further, and he kicked the wall in frustration, cursing. "This Chen wretch cannot be allowed to live, he will surely become a threat in the future." Yet, Chen Juoyang did not leave the hospital. Instead, he remained on the floor below, eyes closed, using his spiritual sense to observe their every move, pondering how he might assist Wang Tian. He muttered to himself, "Wang family scoundrels like you deserve to suffer greatly before meeting your end, or anything less would be too merciful." It seemed his actions had alerted Wang Chongyun, who fortified their defenses, stationing 4 bodyguards at the entrance, leaving Chen Jueyong with no opportunity to act. He then departed the hospital, making his way to his school. Fengcheng Medical College. The village secretary, Huang Liangbua, had informed him of his expulsion from the university, yet upon logging into his account, he found no notifications. And his close friend, Hu Qijie, had not mentioned anything about his expulsion either. Thus, he resolved to clarify the situation at the school. Possessing exceptional medical skills, he knew that in this society, a medical qualification certificate was required. After a year of absence, he was now in his 5th year. The perfect time to take the examination for this certificate. Should the school not have expelled him, he would be spared considerable trouble. Fengcheng Medical College featured an east gate leading to the affiliated hospital, a prestigious tertiary facility, with the university campus situated behind it. Upon arriving at the faculty office, he was greeted by his homeroom teacher, a medical doctor. He stood outside the door and knocked gently. Moments later, a melodious voice invited him in. Chen Jueyong pushed the door open and beheld a young woman dressed in a short skirt and high heels, her fair complexion accentuated by her ample bosom, and framed by elegant glasses as she sipped her tea. This young woman was his homeroom teacher, Qin Ruyu, who had completed her doctorate at the tender age of 20 and had taken a position as a professor at Fengcheng Medical College, primarily focusing on research. With her long, slender legs elegantly crossed, her immaculate skin glimmered in the light, the brevity of her skirt adding to her allure. Chen Jueyong mused that he seemed to be surrounded by stunning beauties. Qin Ruyu, with a gentle and gracious tone, inquired, "Chen Jueyong, what brings you to see me?" Chapter 16, The Beautiful Teacher's Ordeal. Chen Jueyong inquired, "Teacher Qin, I have not attended school for a year and heard rumors of my expulsion. Is there any truth to this matter?" Qin Ruyu set down her teacup, rose gracefully, and approached Chen Jueyong. Her voice was melodious as she replied, "You vanished during a class activity a year ago. I feared the worst, but since your body was never found, I held on to hope that you were alive. Therefore, I did not comply with the directives from above to expel you. Instead, I arranged for your status to remain as a temporarily suspended student." Chen Jueyong's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Qin. Now that you have returned, make sure to resume your studies and internship," Qin Ruyu remarked, her gaze curious as she appraised him. "Where have you been for the past year? Your physique suggests an extraordinary level of training. What has transpired in your life?" With a smile, Chen Jueyong replied, "I encountered a sage and engaged in some physical training." Qin Ruyu, as if scrutinizing a research specimen, noted, "It is more than mere physical training. According to traditional Chinese medicine, your young energy is remarkably robust. I have never encountered a man with such vitality." Chen Jueyong, "Would you be interested in collaborating on a research project with me?" "What kind of research?" he asked. "Just a conventional study," she answered softly. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I cannot." Qin Ruyu laughed lightly, "Why not?" Chen Jueyong was well aware of her fervor for research, her every endeavor motivated by her quest for knowledge in medicine. She playfully tossed her hair, a flirtatious expression gracing her features. "Cannot. I cannot," he reiterated. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, approaching the office. Chen Jueyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Teacher, someone is coming. I apologize for the inconvenience today. I shall visit you again soon." With that, he exited Qin Ruyu's office, only to encounter a striking young man holding a bouquet of flowers at the doorway. However, as Chen Jueyong stepped away, he suddenly heard a furious tirade erupt from within the office. Frowning, he closed his eyes, centering himself. To his shock, the young man with flowers was hurling insults at Qin Ruyu, culminating in a resounding slap across her face, and he appeared poised to strike again. Chen Jueyong's brows knitted tightly. Had it not been for Qin Ruyu's efforts to maintain his student status, he would have faced expulsion from the Fengcheng Medical College. Regardless of the assailant's identity, violence against a woman was intolerable. Resolute, he turned back to the office. The young man continued his tirade, "You wretched woman. Have you no shame in the way you dress?" Chin Ruyu, having endured the slap, maintained her composure and responded, "Do not speak recklessly, he is my student." With a vicious sneer, the young man struck her again, his features contorted with rage. "You filthy whore, just wait and see how I deal with you." Chin Ruyu's voice remained dignified and calm, "Deal with me. You, a mere candle-headed fool, what else can you do besides strike me? Shouldn't you be seeking out your beloved brute?" As she spoke, Chin Ruyu revealed a self-deprecating smile. Outsiders believed that she, Chin Ruyu, had married a commendable man. Little did they know that this so-called good man was not only impotent but also a homosexual, subjected to the whims of other men. "We have been married for 6 months, and he has not even touched me. I remain untouched to this day, and he still dares to blame me. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. If he were to contract an illness, I would inevitably suffer alongside him." The young man, incensed, seized a chair nearby, preparing to hurl it at Chin Ruyu. She closed her eyes in despair, bracing for the impending pain. However, after a moment, she heard the young man's anguished scream, "Ah! Who are you? How dare you strike me? I will not let this go unpunished." Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chen Jueyang, who had previously departed. Returning to her office, he had seized her husband's neck, and no matter how her husband struggled, he could not free himself from Chen Jueyang's grip. Chen Jueyang spoke coldly, "I care not who you are, but Teacher Chin has been kind to me. If you dare to lay a hand on her, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Chin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope as she interjected, "Jueyang, let him go." "Very well, Teacher Chin," Chen Jueyang replied. Releasing the young man, yet warned icily, "Since you are Teacher Chin's husband, you ought to treat her with respect. However, should you dare to mistreat her again, I, Chen Jueyang, will strike you each time I see you." The young man's face turned a ghastly shade of anger as he pointed at the two and shouted, "What a pair of adulterers! What a couple of shameless wretches! Chin Ruyu, since things have come to this, I will initiate divorce proceedings. I shall return to prepare the divorce agreement. And then we shall see how furious your parents will be." Chin Ruyu replied calmly, "Divorce me if you wish, am I afraid of you?" The young man laughed maniacally, Yes, you are not afraid. But when your parents learn that their daughter has been unfaithful, I wonder how you will face them." Chen Jueyang's expression darkened. "You dare to threaten Teacher Chin? Get out." Fearful of Chen Jueyang, the young man scrambled away from Chin Ruyu's office. Tears streamed down Chin Ruyu's face as she silently succumbed to her anguish. Chapter 17, Re-enrollment Procedures. The underhanded director Chen Jueyang understood that when a woman weeps, a man ought to embrace her. However, he could not solace Chin Ruyu in such a manner. Should he do so, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but Chin Ruyu would also be irrevocably labeled as unfaithful, leaving her with no dignity to face the world. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Teacher Chin, I shall take my leave. Should any troubles arise, feel free to call me." With that, Chen Jueyang departed to prepare for his re-enrollment. Once he had left, Chin Ruyu's tears ceased immediately. Instead of continuing to weep, she furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, "This shouldn't be the case." According to behavioral psychology, Chen Jueyang should have come to console me, creating a seamless opportunity to ensnare him. If he can maintain his composure even in this situation, I must study him. After leaving, Chen Jueyang arrived at the administrative building, knowing that his re-enrollment procedures required approval from the administrative leaders of his grade. Approaching the front desk, he inquired, "Hello. I'm looking for Director Lee." "Certainly, please hold for a moment," the receptionist replied, dialing the internal number for Director Lee. As soon as the call connected, a furious voice erupted from the other end, "I'm busy dealing with matters here, whoever it is can scram." With that, Director Lee hung up. Frowning, Chen Jueyang thought to himself, this Director Lee, merely a minor official, certainly wields his authority with great bravado. The receptionist appeared flustered. "You see, this not to worry." Chen Jueyang smiled, could you simply inform me of Director Lee's location? I shall go myself. On the third floor, thank you. With that, Chen Jueyong ascended to the third floor, a cold smile adorning his face. Upon reaching the door of Director Lee's office, he had yet to enter when he overheard the lewd voice of the director within. Xiaomei, if you acquiesce to me, I will ensure your position is secured, allowing you to become a registered nurse at our affiliated hospital upon your graduation. A girl's voice, tinged with desperation, responded, Director Lee, I beg you, no. Please let me go. Xiaomei, you are refusing a toast and inviting punishment. As a girl from a rural background who has studied nursing without a position, you are merely a temporary worker, liable to be dismissed at any moment. If you do not comply, I will have you expelled, and you'll never receive your degree. Mark my words. Wah. Director Lee, I implore you, spare me. The girl pleaded helplessly, I can't move. Director Lee, what did you put in my drink? He. The director's lascivious laughter echoed, it's simply a potion that renders you, my charming little darling, unable to walk. Help. Someone, please save me. The girl cried out, struggling with all her might. Hearing this, Chen Jueyong could no longer contain himself and forcefully kicked open the office door, stepping inside. Director Lee was taken aback upon the entrance of a young man. He immediately barked coldly, get out, or else you'll see how I handle. Before he could finish his threat, Chen Jueyong swiftly shot a silver needle at him, rendering him immobile and mute. In the room, a young girl had her clothes partially torn off by Director Lee, her face stained with tears and an expression of utter despair. Chen Jueyong pierced the girl with a needle, instantly counteracting the effects of the drug, allowing her to regain her mobility. Get dressed and leave, he instructed. The girl was indeed beautiful, with an alluring figure and a pitiful demeanor, resembling an innocent little rabbit. She hurriedly adjusted her clothing. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and whispered, thank you. With that, she exited the room, leaving only Chen Jueyong and Director Lee in the office. Director Lee was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had been immobilized by a mere silver needle. Wasn't this the long-lost acupoint technique of traditional Chinese medicine? Who exactly was this young man? Chen Jueyong lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, then withdrew the needle from Director Lee, sneering, Director Lee, how grand your authority is. Daring to use your power to oppress female university students. If this were to become public, not only would you lose your position, but you might also find yourself imprisoned. Having lived for over 40 years, Director Lee was internally panicking, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, stating, what brings you here, young man? How may I assist you? I will do my utmost to help. Chen Jueyong replied coolly, I am here to re-enroll. I came to handle some formalities. I called you earlier. And you told me to get lost, so here I am, personally. Director Lee coughed a few times, I apologize, please provide your ID number, and I will expedite the paperwork. After Chen Jueyong provided his ID, a text message soon arrived on his phone, his re-enrollment was successful. He stated nonchalantly, Director Lee, should you dare to lay a hand on any female students again, do not blame me. Understood, Director Lee replied, his forehead glistening with sweat. Chen Jueyong chose not to escalate the matter, not because Director Lee was of any use to him, but out of concern for the girl's reputation. She was still a student, and if the incident became public, her future would be jeopardized. If things escalated, Director Lee would certainly face consequences. And the girl would likely be expelled from school. Coming from a rural background, such an expulsion would spell the end of her prospects. Fortunately, Chen Jueyong had arrived in time, and the girl had not suffered any substantial harm, allowing the matter to be brushed aside. Director Lee then proposed. You are a fifth-year student. The affiliated hospital's emergency department is short-staffed, or how about I arrange for you to intern there? You can report immediately. All right. Chen Jueyong nodded and departed. The emergency department at the affiliated hospital was a polarized place. Those with wealth and connections could secure easy positions, while underprivileged students, in preparation for medical licensing exams, would gain invaluable experience by interacting with numerous patients throughout the year. After Chen Jueyang departed, Director Li furrowed his brow, sensing a semblance of familiarity with the individual. Suddenly, a recollection surfaced. A year prior, a prominent figure named Wang had slipped him 100,000 yuan, demanding the dismissal of this very person. Following a brief investigation, he discovered that the student had vanished, and Professor Qin Ruyu from the department had opposed the expulsion. Consequently, he hastily resolved the matter. It was evident that Chen Jueyang had undoubtedly offended the influential Mr. Wang. The audacity with which Chen threatened him today could easily lead to his dismissal tomorrow. Contemplating this, Li picked up his phone and dialed Mr. Wang's number. Having reported to the emergency department and registered his name, Chen Jueyang was poised to leave, confident that no one in the world possessed superior medical skills to his own. And he had other matters to attend to. Just as he was about to exit, the dilapidated luxury car pulled up to the entrance of the emergency room. A young woman, her clothing stained with blood, rushed in with an elderly man in her arms, crying out, "Doctor! Help!" Chapter 18, Urgency to Save a Life. No trace of the person. The attire of the young woman was exceedingly luxurious, and the watch adorning her wrist was none other than a Vacheron Constantin. "Doctor!" Zhao from the emergency department hurried over, exclaiming, "Oxygen mask." He promptly began to examine the elderly man. Chen Jueyang quickly discerned the old man's injuries, a concussion and extensive internal bruising. After a rapid assessment, Dr. Zhao declared, "Prepare the operating room immediately, we must perform surgery." "No," Chen Jueyang interjected, stepping forward. "He has already suffered significant blood loss. If you operate, he will go into shock and perish within 5 minutes. Doctor." Zhao scrutinized Chen Jueyang, a young intern whose name tag identified him as a trainee doctor, and scolded him with a furrowed brow. "What does an intern know? Step aside." Chen Jueyang obstructed their path, his voice steady and cold. "Dr. Zhao, what if your surgery results in his death? Can you bear that responsibility?" Dr. Zhao laughed in disbelief. "I cannot bear that responsibility, can you?" Chen Jueyang nodded. "I can, for I have saved individuals with injuries far more severe than his. Many from the Blade Corps owe their lives to me." After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Zhao recognized the complexity of the case and, lacking confidence, conceded. "Then the patient is in your hands." At that moment, a stretcher arrived to transport the elderly man, and under Dr. Zhao's orders, several nurses wheeled him into an empty ward. Dr. Zhao stood by, observing the unfolding drama, while the bloodied young woman frantically made phone calls, her eyes filled with anxiety. Soon after, the woman's relatives arrived. Dr. Zhao's eyelids fluttered. He recognized them as members of the prestigious Chiu family from Fengcheng. Could it be that this woman was the Chiu family's eldest daughter and that the elderly man was their patriarch? "I am beginning now, please do not disturb me," Chen Jueyang stated as he commenced his procedure on the elderly man. After a grueling half-hour, he finally managed to concentrate the internal bruising to one area. Once he released the trapped blood, the old man would awaken. The Chiu family watched Chen Jueyang laboring with evident exertion, yet the elderly man showed no signs of improvement, leaving them profoundly disheartened. Chen Jueyang wiped his brow. "Next, I must perform a bloodletting." "Who is this little brat attempting bloodletting? Are you trying to kill him?" An elderly man in a white coat, his hair and beard completely white, approached, furiously interrupting Chen Jueyang's actions. "Professor Li, you have finally arrived," the Chiu family exclaimed with relief upon seeing him. Professor Li was the esteemed anchor of Fengcheng Medical College, and upon hearing of the old man's accident, the family had immediately contacted him at the affiliated hospital. The Chiu family had paid a staggering 10 million for his assistance. Chen Jueyang furrowed his brow. "I have already concentrated the patient's internal bruising. Tell me, without bloodletting, how can we heal him?" Professor Li surveyed the situation and coldly replied, "Have you obtained your medical license? Do you even know how to treat a patient? The method of acupuncture you employed is entirely unfamiliar to me. Which department does this individual belong to? Are you attempting to jeopardize Mr. Chiu's life?" The Chiu family, in a state of utter panic, Observed Professor Li's expression darken as he turned to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, an explanation is in order. What on earth is happening? Director Zhao defended himself. I intended to perform surgery on Mr. Chiu, but this in turn interjected, claiming he could save him. Professor Li retorted sternly, what confidence does he possess? You heed the words of an intern without question. Have you lost your senses? Sighing, Director Zhao found himself at a loss. Quickly, send this intern away. Do not impede my treatment of Mr. Chiu. If the treatment process is delayed, who will bear the responsibility? With the matter laid bare, Director Zhao addressed Chen Juyang, aren't you leaving yet? I shall take my leave, Chen Juyang replied, his expression stoic, but I must state that the silver needles in Mr. Chiu cannot be removed, otherwise, his condition will worsen. Professor Li scoffed, begone, you intern. Lacking even a medical license, how dare you instruct me on saving lives? Having said his piece, Chen Juyang exited. Professor Li rolled up his sleeves and, after examining Mr. Chiu, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. I feared the injuries were severe, but it appears he merely lost consciousness from a car accident. A set of massage therapy will suffice to rouse him. This 10 million diagnosis fee will be mine. Having confirmed that Mr. Chiu had merely fainted from minor injuries, Professor Li proceeded to remove all the silver needles. He then applied a series of massage techniques, and shortly thereafter, Mr. Chiu's eyelids fluttered, as if awakening. The Chiu family rejoiced, their investment was not in vain. The elder was about to regain consciousness. However, in the next moment, an alarming beeping resonated from the medical equipment. And Mr. Chiu suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood, convulsing violently. Why is he vomiting blood? Could that young man have been correct? The ward erupted into chaos. Quickly, fetch that young man back. Yet, Chen Juyang had long since vanished without a trace, hailing a taxi to return home. At that moment, in the office, Director Zhao had just finished a phone call, smiling as he pocketed a sum of money. He accessed the system and deleted Chen Juyang's identity information. From this day forth, he would not exist in the records of Fengcheng Medical College. The emergency room was in disarray. What was the name of that intern? Does anyone know him? Hurry. Bring him back. No. No one knows him. Then investigate the records for today's interns. There are none. The system contains no information on that intern. How could this be? Surely, that intern cannot have been conjured by a ghost. A group of inept individuals scrambled. Find him and bring him back at once. Chapter 19. The old party secretary plays the fool. Two women confront each other. Chen Juyang took a taxi back home. At the entrance, he was greeted by a throng of people, all of whom he recognized as relatives of the village party secretary, Huang Liangbua. Among them stood an elderly man, the former village secretary, who had stepped down to allow his son, Huang Liangbua, to assume the position. With a cheerful demeanor, the old secretary asked, Juyang, do you still remember me? Chen Juyang replied coolly, isn't this old secretary Huang? I heard you were enjoying your life in Fengcheng. What brings you back to the countryside? Is there something you need from me? The old secretary cleared his throat and said, Juyang, my son and nephew have offended the mountain god. They are now in the hospital, teetering between life and death, behaving like lunatics, and no treatment seems to help. They have realized their mistakes. Could you possibly think of a way to appease the mountain god and spare Liangbua and the others? Internally, Chen Juyang scoffed, but maintained a calm exterior. Old Secretary Huang, my family has lived here for generations. Your son and nephew not only assaulted my mother but also subjected her to usury. Do you think the mountain god could easily forgive such transgressions? The old secretary's face turned pale with shock. I had no idea such things were happening. This is utterly unacceptable. I will immediately tear up the loan documents, and once they are discharged from the hospital, I will personally ensure they apologize to your mother. Chen Juyang couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Did old Secretary Huang truly remain oblivious? With his meager salary, how could he afford to buy a villa in Fengcheng for retirement? It was all a charade. Had he not returned in time, he would still be unaware of his mother and sister's plight. Could this be brushed aside so easily? The incident involving his sister's college entrance examination being sabotaged was likely orchestrated by the Huang family as well. They could not simply evade justice. However, it would be prudent to collect some interest first. Very well, Chen Jiuyang said nonchalantly, I will seek the mountain god's favor. I will inform you once I have news. The old secretary then handed Chen Jiuyang 20,000 yuan. Take this, Jiuyang. Consider it nutritional support for your mother. Chen Jiuyang accepted the money and urged them to leave, instructing them not to linger at his doorstep. Upon entering his home, he found his mother, Zhang Xiuzhen, preparing a large pot of food while his sister, Chen Yeting, assisted her. Mom, what are you busy with? Chen Jiuyang inquired. Zhang Xiuzhen replied with a smile, my dear son, with several families starting construction, the workers have no cafeteria. So they are paying me to cook for them. It's a good way for me to earn some money. Chen Jiuyang chuckled, that's wonderful news. His father, Chen Jianmen, had previously been a contractor, and during her free time, his mother would cook for workers on construction sites, making a little profit to help with household expenses. Lowering her voice conspiratorially, Zhang Xiuzhen added, but you mustn't tell anyone. With 20 to 30 workers, I can earn several hundred yuan a day. I'm saving this money for when it's time for you to marry. Chen Jiuyang felt warmth in his heart and smiled, I understand, Mom. I'll be back for dinner, but I need to step out for a bit to take care of some matters. Go ahead, Zhang Xiuzhen replied. After speaking, Chen Jiuyang pulled Chen Yeting aside and handed her the 20,000 yuan in cash, saying, Xiaoya, you have been accepted into university. This sum is a reward from your brother. In rural areas such as theirs, when a family has a member admitted to university, it is customary to hold a celebratory feast. However, due to prior events, no celebrations had taken place. As an elder brother, he felt compelled to present a red envelope to encourage his sister. Upon receiving the money, Chen Yeting leaped with joy, embraced Chen Jiuyang, and planted a kiss on his cheek while exclaiming, brother, thank you. Shoo. Chen Jiuyang whispered, lowering his voice. Keep it down, if Mom hears you. She might confiscate your money. At once, Chen Yeting ceased her exuberance and hurried back to her room to properly store away the funds. Chen Jiuyang smiled and then departed to hail a taxi to the county hospital. After inquiring, he located the wards of Huang Dahu and Huang Liangbua. Inside, he found the two men lying on their beds, bound by ropes, their mouths stuffed to prevent any suicidal attempts. Their complexions were pale, and their eyes were vacant, occasionally twitching. Huang Laozishu gazed at them with reddened eyes, lost in thought. Upon noticing Chen Jiuyang's arrival, he quickly forced a smile and asked, Jiuyang, what did the mountain god say? The mountain god has agreed, Chen Jiuyang replied. Wonderful. Huang Laozishu exclaimed with delight, tearing up the loan note signed by Zhang Xiuzhen in front of Chen Jiuyang and burning it to ashes. However, Chen Jiuyang interjected. They may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment remains. Huang Laozishu's beard quivered as he questioned, what do you mean, Jiuyang? With a sigh, Chen Jiuyang explained. The mountain god stated that while their lives may be spared, they have seemingly committed offenses against my family, so they cannot be fully forgiven. Huang Laozishu's eyes filled with panic. What exactly did they do? Once they awaken, I will inquire thoroughly. Jiuyang, can you reveal what the mountain god's punishment entails? Chen Jiuyang secretly smirked and replied, the mountain god decreed that they cannot move during the day and cannot sleep at night. Huang Laozishu was taken aback. They cannot move by day and cannot sleep by night. Chen Jiuyang nodded. Huang Laozishu, seemingly burdened by guilt, began to weep, lamenting, oh dear, to endure such torment. Chen Jiuyang remarked, once they resolve their transgressions against my family, the mountain god's punishment will naturally dissipate. After saying this, he disregarded Huang Laozishu's lamentations and turned to leave, intending to return home for dinner. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he found two factions confronting one another. One was represented by the elegantly dressed and coolly composed Yao Zishuan, adorned in high heels, while the other was led by Lin Yuxian, who stood confidently with 7 or 8 bodyguards in tow. Upon seeing Chen Jueyong return, Yao Zishuan hurriedly approached, affectionately linking her arm with his hand. With a tone reminiscent of a slighted spouse, questioned, "Jueyong, who is this woman?" Lin Yuxian, unwilling to be outdone, cast a reproachful glance at Chen Jueyong, saying, "Mr. Chen, you have only just touched me during the day. Has my Lin family not treated you well enough that you must seek out other women?" Chen Jueyong felt a sudden tension, inhaling deeply before responding calmly, "Let us not be foolish, let us discuss matters at hand." "Do not. Jueyong. You must clarify who she is." Yao Zishuan's voice, imbued with a cold yet melancholic tone, was enough to unsettle any man. Chen Jueyong responded with a firm slap on her posterior, asserting, "She has legitimate business with me, you return home. If you find yourself with idle time, assist my mother in the kitchen." Ouch. Yao Zishuan winced, her cheeks flushed, yet she strode into Chen Jueyong's home with an air of triumph. Lin Yuxian, observing secretly, couldn't help but smirk at the sight. "You are not Mr. Chen's woman, what pretense do you hold before me?" Soon, however, she reassured herself, competing with women. Lin Yuxian feared no one. She then clasped her hands and addressed Chen Jueyong, stating, "Mr. Chen, I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Chapter 20, The Assassin Emerges. Yao Zishuan feels jealous. Chen Jueyong inquired, "What is the matter?" Lin Yuxian replied, "This matter requires my grandfather's authority. I am merely here to invite Mr. Chen to our residence." After pondering for a moment, Chen Jueyong responded, "You may return first, I shall come to your home later." "Very well." Lin Yuxian nodded and then departed with her companions. Upon returning home, Chen Jueyong dined, grateful that his mother and sister were in good spirits. Yet a sense of absence lingered in the household. He was determined to expedite the release of his father from wrongful imprisonment. After the meal, Yao Zishuan performed a respectful bow to Chen Jueyong, stating, "Jueyong, this is a task assigned by my grandfather. You have rendered a tremendous service to the Yao family." "Oh, has there been a fruitful outcome?" Chen Jueyong asked. Yao Zishuan continued, "Our family's assets and investments have been tampered with. Someone has attempted to surreptitiously consume the Yao family's wealth. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, or had we delayed a few more months, the Yao family's centuries of hard work would have been squandered. My grandfather mentioned that whenever you are free, the Yao family will host a banquet in your honor." Chen Jueyong chuckled, "That is premature, let us wait until your grandfather identifies the perpetrator." "Very well," he added, "you should spend time with my mother and sister. I have matters to attend to." Yao Zishuan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she huffed, "You are going to seek out that vile woman, aren't you?" Chen Jueyong remained silent and exited the house. Watching his retreating figure, Yao Zishuan bit her silver teeth, her expression reflecting her inner turmoil. As Chen Jueyong stepped into the secluded path of the Lin family estate, he was met by a welcoming party. Lin Buwan, with a smile gracing his aged visage, remarked, "Young friend Chen, I appreciate your effort in coming here." Chen Jueyong replied with a smile, "You honor me, Lin. May I inquire what assistance you require?" Lin Buwan's smile faded, and his demeanor turned serious as he asked, "Pray tell, what is the extent of your medical expertise?" Throughout the day, he had diligently utilized his connections to investigate Chen Jueyong, uncovering that a year prior, he was merely an ordinary individual, yet now he was an exceptional master. The enigma was that during that year, there had been no information about him, and he had suddenly emerged just days ago. With a composed smile, Chen Jueyong asserted, "As long as I draw breath, I can heal." Lin Buwan asked earnestly, "Is that truly the case?" Chen Jueyong replied calmly, "Why would I, Chen, speak falsely regarding such matters?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Buwan gradually bowed deeply to Chen Jueyong, stating, "I have a request to make of you, young friend Chen." "There is no need for such formality, Lin, please speak plainly." It is my responsibility as a disciple of the healing arts to save lives, Chen Juyong responded. Lin Buwan's eyes shifted slightly, confirming his suspicions. He then stated, 5 years ago, Yuexian's father suffered grave injuries, leaving him paralyzed and clinging to life. Our family sought out renowned physicians across the globe, yet to no avail. Subsequently, I placed Yuexian's father in a cryogenic state, hoping that one day we would find someone capable of healing him. If you, young friend Chen, can restore Yuexian's father to health, the Lin family will spare no expense to fulfill your requests. As Lin Buwan spoke, he raised his hand to gesture towards the villa and estate. Yuexian's father holds a prominent position, but ever since that incident occurred, my vast Lin family has been compelled to fracture and disperse across the Dragon Kingdom for survival. My granddaughter and I merely exist here, seeking to evade our enemies and prevent them from eradicating us completely. Chen Juyong furrowed his brow. It was evident that the Lin family was not an ordinary affluent household. He inquired, where is Yuexian's father? Chen assured, as long as there is breath in him, I can guarantee his complete restoration to health. Lin Buwan replied, he lies in a state of frozen slumber in the Ice Palace. If you, young friend Chen, are confident, I shall notify the Cold Palace to commence the thawing and awakening process, which will take approximately 2 months. Chen Juyang nodded affirmatively, no problem. After addressing this matter, Lin Buwan sighed with relief. In addition, before Lin Buwan could finish his sentence, 2 crossbow bolts shot towards him and Lin Yuexian. The bolts traveled at an astonishing speed, surpassing 80 km per hour, yet Chen Juyang perceived them with clarity. With his internal energy surging vigorously, he raised his hand to seize the bolts and hurled them back towards their origin. A pair of anguished cries echoed, and 2 dark-clad figures tumbled from the trees of the Lin family estate. Lin Buwan and Lin Yuexian's expressions shifted. Chen Juyang remarked nonchalantly, it seems your hidden location has been compromised. Your enemies have dispatched assassins to find you. Lin Buwan frowned, speaking gravely, that shouldn't be the case. We have resided here for 3 years, never stepping beyond the estate's threshold. All our procurements have been conducted through servants, or how could this? If we have been exposed, we can ascertain the truth. Chen Juyang approached the 2 fallen assassins, employing his spiritual power, rendering the gravely injured assassins dazed. Who sent you to assassinate old Lin and Lin Yuexian? The assassins answered, we do not know, we are assassins from the dark web, merely following orders for payment. Unaware of our employer's identity, Chen Juyang pressed further, how did you learn of the Lin family's presence in this villa? The assassin replied, we infiltrated the surveillance system of Feng Province's Tianyan and utilized artificial intelligence to locate our target, Lin Yuexian, who appeared in Xiang County this afternoon. Lin Buwan and Lin Yuexian's faces paled, realizing that this was the reason for their exposure. Chen Juyang inquired, will there be more assassins coming? The assassin responded, we do not know if other assassins will breach the Tianyan surveillance to trace the target's whereabouts. Furrowing his brow, Chen Juyang intended to pose additional questions. Yet the 2 assassins succumbed to the poison on the crossbow bolts. Lin Yuexian, her expression fraught with worry, asked, grandfather, what should we do? Lin Buwan, both alarmed and relieved, feared the discovery of their hideout but was also impressed by Chen Juyang's resourcefulness, which included such mysterious interrogation techniques. His countenance darkened. This location has been compromised, we must relocate. Until your father is restored to health, we cannot risk being discovered. Immediately, Lin Buwan gritted his teeth and said, Chen Xiaoyu, I must temporarily entrust Yuexian to your care for a while. I shall leave tonight in search of a new refuge. Once I have resolved the situation, I will return to take her away. Judging from Lin Buwan's reaction, this matter appeared to be quite grave. Meanwhile, Lin Yuexian's cheeks flashed a rosy hue as she shyly glanced at Chen Juyang. The fact that her grandfather had entrusted her to Chen Juyang's care seemed to imply more than mere responsibility. Chen Juyang replied, Lin Lao, there is truly no need for such measures. Lin Buwan clasped his hands respectfully and inquired, what does Chen Xiaoyu imply? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jueyong responded. You previously mentioned dispersing the entire Lin family around Longwa, while Yuexian's father requires 2 months to thaw. Have you considered gathering all the Lin family members together? I could then impart the techniques necessary for you and Yuexian to enter the Yellow Realm. Once you progress to the Qi cultivation stage in the Yellow Realm, you would be capable of handling assassins like those we just encountered, regardless of their numbers. Continuing to remain in hiding will only result in the gradual erosion of the Lin family's considerable strength. Even if I were to cure Yuexian's father, it would ultimately hold little significance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Buwan and Lin Yuexian's eyes brightened with hope. Among countless mortals, how many possess the ability to enter the Yellow Realm and cultivate Qi? The Immortal caresses my crown, granting me the gift of longevity. Chapter 21, The Lin Family's Grant of Techniques. 2 women in combat. Lin Buwan and Lin Yuexian immediately bowed deeply to Chen Jueyong in a gesture of great respect, expressing their gratitude for the techniques bestowed upon them. Chen Jueyong smiled faintly, remarking that while mortals train in martial arts to refine their physical form, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate one's inner energy, as the potential is limited. Those who reach the Yellow Realm may be considered masters, while those who attain the Shen Realm are deemed grandmasters. Lin Buwan had expended considerable resources to procure a fragmented and limited martial technique for Lin Yuexian, illustrating the rarity of genuine cultivation methods available in their era. Thus, when Chen Jueyong offered to impart techniques that would enable them to enter the Yellow Realm, their joy was palpable. However, for Chen Jueyong, it mattered little. He possessed the pure young medical sage's legacy, having mastered an innumerable array of techniques and supernatural abilities. Sharing a few with them would be inconsequential. Moreover, the Lin family's formidable background could provide him with opportunities for investment, potentially becoming an invaluable ally in the future. After imparting the techniques, Chen Jueyong took both of their hands, channeling a trace of his true energy into them, which elicited immediate delight on their faces. Lin Buwan was particularly astonished, realizing that the legendary technique of enlightenment was indeed in the hands of his young friend Chen. He felt immense relief at not being adversaries. Chen Jueyong calmly instructed them to begin cultivating the technique he had bestowed upon them, to refine the breadth of energy he had shared. Upon hearing his words, the two immediately closed their eyes and began to practice the Taishan 5 transformations technique. Half an hour later, Lin Buwan completed his cultivation fast, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy, and he could not help but let out a long howl. The Yellow Realm is so profound. I never imagined that after a lifetime of pursuit, I would attain true techniques in my old age. I have no regrets in this life. He raised his hand and struck the artificial mountain made of bluestone, effortlessly breaking off a piece, which he then crushed into powder with sheer force. In his excitement, Lin Buwan once again bowed deeply to Chen Jueyong, exclaiming, "Young friend Chen, having broken through to the Yellow Realm, this immense favor shall remain etched in the annals of the Lin family." He declared that he would no longer fear assassination attempts, nor would he need to live in constant anxiety about concealing his whereabouts. Initially, he had harbored some doubts about Chen Jueyong's medical skills, considering having him experiment on Yuexian's father, but now such thoughts had vanished entirely. It appeared that Chen Jueyong harbored many secrets. While Lin Buwan was elated, Lin Yuexian opened her eyes in distress. "I have not broken through to the Yellow Realm. It seems I will require a considerable amount of time to refine the breadth of energy that Mr. Chen granted me." Laughter erupted from Lin Buwan. "Yuexian, having obtained the true technique, you will break through in due time. Do not lose heart." Chen Jueyong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Buwan has dedicated his life to martial arts, thus his breakthrough is swift. However, Yuexian, your cultivation still requires some time, which is perfectly normal. Lin Yuexian's troubled expression transformed into one of joy. "So that is the case." Lin Buwan, shedding his previous demeanor of weariness, was now filled with a sense of determination. "Yuexian, I have made a decision. I shall heed young friend Chen's advice and summon all members of the Lin family for a gathering to consolidate our strength. Grandfather, I shall follow your arrangements." Lin Buan nodded with satisfaction and, clasping his hands in greeting, said to Chen Jiuyong, young friend Chen. This evening I wish to meet those assassins alone and experience the essence of the Huang realm. By tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to escort her back. The Dragon Kingdom maintains strict regulations on firearms. Aside from the 6 doors and the military, no one can obtain weaponry. Therefore, the assassins in the Dragon Kingdom predominantly rely on cold weapons. As long as Lin Buan does not confront experts from the Shen realm, he is capable of safeguarding himself. Chen Jiuyong nodded in understanding. He empathized with Lin Buan's sentiments when he was rescued by the Blade Legion and subsequently broke through in his training. He too could hardly contain his exhilaration and sought out the warriors of the Blade Legion for real combat every day. Lin Buan cautioned Lin Yuxian. When you go to young friend Chen's place, do not carry yourself with the airs of a young lady as you do at home. Maintain decorum. Lin Yuxian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded, grandfather, I understand. Chen Jiuyong remarked, it's getting late, Yuxian, let us depart. Oh, all right. Lin Yuxian hesitated for a moment, then regained her composure and hurriedly followed Chen Jiuyong's pace. Upon returning home, Chen Jiuyong said to Zhang Xiuzhen, Mom, a friend of mine will be staying over tonight. However, Zhang Xiuzhen bypassed him entirely, taking Lin Yuxian's hand with a beaming smile. What a charming young lady. Do you have a partner? Oh. Faced with Chen Jiuyong's mother, Lin Yuxian felt quite nervous and stammered, Oh, I do not. Auntie. I apologize for the trouble staying at your home tonight. Zhang Xiuzhen replied cheerfully, Not at all, not at all. Our Jiuyong has no partner either. You are his friend, yes. You are both young, it would be good to spend time together. A smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Yuxian's lips. Yes, auntie. Zhang Xiuzhen nodded in satisfaction. What a good girl. Chen Jiuyong felt a flash of embarrassment creeping over him. Why did his mother have to inquire about every girl they met? Did he have no dignity left? At that moment, Chen Yeting interjected, Mom, we only have 3 bedrooms. Where will this sister sleep? Originally, Chen Yeting had her own room, but after Yao Zishuan's arrival, she shared a room with Zhang Xiuzhen. As Yao Zishuan had gifted them many lovely clothes and presents. Yao Zishuan gently patted Chen Yeting's head, smiling, Little Ya, it's fine. This sister can share a bed with me. Lin Yuxian glanced at Yao Zishuan, and their eyes met, seemingly igniting a tangible spark. Lin Yuxian, unwilling to back down, replied. Very well, let us sleep together. With that, Lin Yuxian took out a jade pendant and presented it to Chen Yeting. I hurriedly came out and didn't prepare any gifts. This is a small token of my affection for our first meeting. Chen Yeting looked at Chen Jiuyong, who nodded in approval, and then she joyfully accepted it, quickly bonding with Lin Yuxian. The night sky was adorned with countless stars. As everyone grew weary, they began to wash up in preparation for sleep. Lin Yuxian and Yao Zishuan took turns bathing in the same room, with Lin Yuxian remarking, Mr. Chen's home is truly well decorated. Yao Zishuan, with an air of ostentation, remarked nonchalantly, Of course, all the furnishings in Jiuyang's home were purchased with my own funds. Lin Yuxian felt a surge of annoyance. This woman was insufferably arrogant. She retorted immediately, My grandfather gifted Mr. Chen 2 million. I wonder how Mr. Chen will choose to spend it. The 2 women locked eyes once more, each unwilling to yield. As the tension lingered, Lin Yuxian declared, I am accustomed to sleeping on the right side, please take the left. Yao Zishuan, clad in her sleepwear, replied indifferently, Suit yourself, the entire bed is yours. With that, she turned to leave the room. Lin Yuxian inquired, Where will you be sleeping? A smile reminiscent of a triumphant victor graced Yao Zishuan's lips as she proclaimed, I will be sharing a room with Jiuyong. Lin Yuxian felt a murderous rage bubbling within her, yet she found herself powerless, lying alone in bed, brooding. It was evident that Yao Zishuan was not Mr. Chen's woman, so why was she allowed to share a room with him? A cold smile crossed her lips as she realized that Yao Zishuan was intentionally flaunting her supposed superiority, asserting her dominance as the lady of the house. despite not being Mr. Chen's partner. It was utterly laughable, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. With this thought, Lin Yuexian felt a sense of delight wash over her as she prepared for sleep. Chapter 22 The Lack of Resources and Chen Jueyong's arrest. In the early morning at the Riverside Park, Chen Jueyong practiced alone. After inhaling and exhaling the purple chi, he opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. If I continue cultivating like this, I cannot fathom when I will break through to the Earth realm. It may take decades. After reaching the profound realm, one must open the 12 major acupoints of the human body to advance to the Earth realm. No wonder skilled practitioners are seldom seen in ordinary cities. Had it not been for the pure young medical heritage I possess, I might have remained stagnant at the yellow realm, unable to attain the profound realm. Contemplating this, Chen Jueyong's brow furrowed once more. It is truly a matter of resources and medicinal herbs. Within the Blade Core, he freely consumed various herbs, which propelled his cultivation to remarkable heights. Ultimately, it all boils down to his financial constraints. If only he had the means, he could procure various herbs to support his cultivation and achieve rapid breakthroughs. It appears I must seek assistance from the Yao or Lin families and have them take me to the gambling stone market. Having resolved this in his mind, Chen Jueyong concluded his practice and returned home. However, upon reaching his doorstep, he found 2 vehicles from the 6 doors parked there, with several officers in uniform waiting. As soon as they spotted Chen Jueyong, they surrounded him, when one of the officers coldly stated, "Chen Jueyong, you're in trouble. Come with me." Chen Jueyong replied nonchalantly, "What have I done?" The officer promptly placed handcuffs on him, sneering, "You'll understand your crimes once you arrive." Chen Jueyong's brow furrowed slightly. "Give me 5 minutes to explain things at home." The officer coldly retorted, "You have only 3 minutes. With that, Chen Jueyong entered his house. Lin Yuexian was not home. Presumably taken away by Lin Buan. Zhang Xiuzhan and Chen Yeting's faces changed dramatically upon seeing Chen Jueyong in handcuffs. Chen Jueyong approached Yao Zishuan and said, "I am being targeted, could you please use the Yao family's connections to investigate?" Yao Zishuan nodded, "Jueyong, do not worry, the Yao family will ensure your safety." To Zhang Xiuzhan and Chen Yeting, Chen Jueyong reassured them, "I will only be gone for a short while, there is no need to worry about me." With those words, Chen Jueyong boarded the police vehicle from the 6 doors. Sitting inside, he remained calm and composed, suddenly noticing that although the officers were in uniform, none were armed. Official officers from the 6 doors are typically equipped with firearms. Could these individuals merely be contracted officers? If I had truly committed an offense, there would be armed officers to apprehend me. It seems these temporary officers are merely doing someone else's bidding to target me. With this realization, Chen Jueyong felt even less concerned and inquired, "This doesn't seem to be the way to the 6 doors, where exactly are you taking me?" The officer beside him coldly replied, "You'll find out when you arrive." After half an hour's drive, they reached an abandoned village. Upon arrival, the officers opened the car doors and forcefully pushed Chen Jueyong out. Seated in an old armchair was a gaunt, green-faced middle-aged man, Wang Tion's father, Wang Chongmyon. Upon seeing him, Chen Jueyong understood the situation. He coolly remarked, "So it is you, you old dog." Wang Chongmyon's gaze was cold and malevolent as he fixed his eyes on Chen Jueyong. "You little beast, you caused me to be restless day and night yesterday, did you not?" Chen Jueyong replied with a faint smile. "It seems there is some truth to that. Could it be that my curse has indeed come to fruition? However, it must be said, a scoundrel like you, who brings harm to both others and oneself, cannot expect forgiveness from the heavens." Wang Chongmyon ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with rage. "Kill him instantly." Several temporary constables surged forward to restrain Chen Jueyong, intending to attack him. Yet, with a mere tremor of his hands, Chen Jueyong shattered the sturdy handcuffs and, with a gentle motion of his arms, sent the constables flying several meters away. They spat blood, their faces contorted in agony, unaware of how many bones had been broken. Wang Chongyun's complexion shifted dramatically. How could this little beast possess such ferocity? Chen Juoyang cast aside the shattered handcuffs and slowly approached Wang Chongyun. The latter scoffed coldly. Do you think I lack a backup plan? As his words fell, a burly middle-aged man rose behind him, his physique rippling with muscle, his expression indifferent. This man moved with a tiger's grace, exuding a formidable aura, clearly stained with blood. Wang Chongyun pointed at Chen Juoyang. Kill him for me, and I shall forgive your debts. The middle-aged man, Lu Qing, regarded the seemingly ordinary Chen Juoyang with a sinister grin. You can shatter handcuffs, you practice internal martial arts. Excellent, I, Lu Qing, relish the challenge of slaying the strong. Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly, your physical prowess may suffice against ordinary foes, but before me, you shall not withstand a single strike. Recognizing the difficulty of your training, do not perish here, this matter lies between me and the Wang family. Lu Qing laughed maniacally. Not withstand a single strike. Let us put that to the test. With that, Lu Qing lunged at Chen Juoyang, his hands clasped together like a massive iron hammer, hurtling towards him with incredible speed. However, Chen Juoyang merely raised his right hand and effortlessly blocked Lu Qing's assault. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically. I could not even touch you, you deflected my attack with mere chi. Chen Juoyang remained silent, raising his left hand to extend his index finger, gently pointing at Lu Qing's armpit and dantian, releasing 3 bursts of chi. Crack! Lu Qing's arm instantly shattered, his limbs hanging limply like cotton. The strike to his dantian caused him excruciating pain, rendering his face pale as he could not suppress a scream. Oh! Having incapacitated Lu Qing, Chen Juoyang slowly approached Wang Chongyun, looking down upon him with icy eyes. You wished for someone to kill me? That is impossible. Wang Chongyun's face turned ashen, trembling as he exclaimed, how could you be so powerful? It is not my strength that is remarkable, rather, it is that your hide hands are woefully weak. Chen Juoyang raised his right hand, lightly patting Wang Chongyun's face. Your Wang family is truly a pack of beasts. My father has no enmity with you. Yet your son caused a fatal accident, framing my father and imprisoning him, only to later hire assassins to cast me off a cliff. You possess not an ounce of remorse, instead, you have shattered my father's leg and today, you dare to conspire to take my life. Wang Chongyun trembled and implored. Chen Juoyang, we were wrong, or I beseech you to spare us this once. I shall surely reform and strive to be a better person. Spare you? Chen Juoyang chuckled coldly. Do you truly believe I would trust that you would amend your ways? Wang Chongyun shrieked, Chen Juoyang, let me make this clear. If you dare to lay a hand on me, your entire family will face ruin. My wife's family hails from the esteemed Zhong family of Feng province. Chen Juoyang merely smiled and patted his cheek, saying, you, of the Wang clan, think I am like you. I, Chen Juoyang, am a law-abiding citizen and a university student. How could I ever be involved in such heinous acts? Chapter 23, Confronting Wang Chongyun and Unraveling the Truth. Wang Chongyun was momentarily taken aback. You won't kill me. Chen Juoyang replied coolly, why would I want to kill you? Creatures like your Wang family are far too trivial, ending your life would be an act of mercy. I desire for your family to languish in despair, unable to escape their fate, forever tormented. With that, Chen Juoyang turned and swiftly departed, vanishing within mere breaths. The remaining individuals displayed expressions of relief. They had intended to eliminate Chen Juoyang, yet he chose to spare them. Was there a hint of kindness in his heart? Several servants, having regained their composure, approached him. Sir, are you unhurt? Curse you! You worthless lot, unable to handle even a mere wretch. How dare I spend so much on you? Wang Chongyun berated them, his expression darkening. That Chen wretch is unexpectedly formidable, he must be dealt with. It seems I must seek assistance from my wife's family. As his words fell, the faces of several servants changed dramatically. Sir, you're bleeding below. Wang Chongyun looked down to find blood streaming from his groin, followed by a wave of pain that contorted his features. What is happening? Quickly! Take me home. The slap Chen Juoyang had delivered to Wang Chongyun was not without purpose. He had discreetly infused his true energy to corrode Wang Chongyun's body. While not fatal, it would ensure that Wang Chongyun experienced constant agony, eluding detection by any physician. The power of the Yao family was indeed formidable. While Chen Juoyang was en route home, he received a call from Yao Zishuan. "Juoyang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Chen Juoyang responded coolly. Yao Zishuan continued, "I have clarified the situation. The officials who took you were contract-based, and their contracts expired at 6 this morning. Strictly speaking, when they apprehended you, they were no longer officials. They are backed by the Wang family of Fengcheng. Juoyang, please restrain your impulses. While the Wang family is merely an ordinary affluent family in Fengcheng, Wang Chongyun's wife's family is the prominent Zhong family of Feng province. Even our Yao family cannot contend with them." Chen Juoyang reassured her, "Do not worry. I am not so reckless. I have resolved the matter and am on my way back." "All right, I will await your return," Yao Zishuan said before hanging up, her beautiful eyes furrowing with concern. She understood Chen Juoyang's formidable strength. If he lost control and resorted to violence, the consequences would be dire. 20 minutes later, upon returning home, Chen Juoyang found Yao Zishuan waiting for him, relieved to see him unharmed. Yao Zishuan remarked, "My grandfather has relayed the information. They should cease their actions and will not trouble you further." Chen Juoyang nodded, "Thank you. This is a matter for my family, I will handle it myself." "Zishuan, I need to trouble you with a request." "What is it?" "I require the procurement of certain medicinal herbs and hope you can leverage your family's connections to find a few larger gambling stone venues." "I intend to engage in stone gambling." Yao Zishuan considered for a moment before responding, "That is feasible, but it is unnecessary. Juoyang, my family can fulfill your financial needs." Chen Juoyang shook his head and inquired, "Zishuan, what do you believe our relationship to be?" Yao Zishuan replied, "We are friends, though they shared the same roof." Chen Juoyang had never laid a finger on her, and their relationship was distinctly clear. With a smile, Chen Juoyang remarked, "Then how could I possibly use your family's money? Besides, with my abilities, I can earn my own income. Moreover, your family's situation is rather precarious, and there are many areas where funds are needed." Aware of Chen Juoyang's integrity, Yao Zishuan responded, "All right, I understand. I shall return home now to assist you with these two matters." After Yao Zishuan departed, Chen Juoyang comforted Zhang Xiuzhen and Chen Yating. Before long, another vehicle from the 6 doors arrived at the doorstep. Zhang Xiuzhen quickly shut the door, fearing further complications. Descending from the police car was a young female officer in uniform, her figure both slender and striking, Ji Lenyue. Upon seeing her, Chen Juoyang opened the door and greeted, "Officer Ji, what brings you here?" Ji Lenyue smiled and replied, "I have been reassigned back to the 6 doors headquarters." "Congratulations." Chen Juoyang offered his best wishes, inwardly reflecting on how swiftly the Yao family had acted to facilitate Ji Lenyue's return to headquarters. Ji Lenyue continued, "I can resume investigating your father's case. I came today to ask if you would accompany me to look into the victims' families." Ji Lenyue, having achieved the rank of captain at such a young age, was undoubtedly astute. Merely days prior, Chen Juoyang had promised to assist her in reclaiming her former position, and she was promptly reassigned. "Very well," Chen Juoyang agreed. "Let us depart." Ji Lenyue drove him away. Arriving in the old district of Fengcheng, they were flanked by aged residential complexes on one side and towering office buildings on the other. This office building had once been the construction site of Chen Juoyang's father, and the victim who had perished in the accident was a resident of the old neighborhood. As the person responsible for the case, Ji Lenyue was well versed in the details concerning those involved. She led Chen Juoyang to the doorstep of the victim's family, knocking lightly, but receiving no response. As they stood in puzzlement, an elderly security guard from the old neighborhood approached, having spotted the uniformed officer. He inquired, "Officer, may I ask what brings you here?" Ji Lenyue asked, "Is the resident of this household at home?" The elderly guard shook his head and replied, I am not certain. A year ago, there was a death in their family, and it seems they came into some wealth. Those two youngsters took the money to gamble, and one of them apparently went mad. Gilamue pressed further, do you have any idea how much money they received? The old guard scoffed, at least several million, I'd say. They were flaunting their new cars and gambling, but they never displayed such ostentation before. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow, indeed, there appears to be an issue. The insurance on Wang Tian's car was only 1 million, even if he were to be liable for the death, the compensation would not exceed that amount. Jilamue inquired again, do you know where we might find them? The elderly guard exclaimed, what a coincidence. Look, aren't they returning now? He raised his hand and pointed, revealing a middle-aged couple entering through the community gate. The man sat in a wheelchair, his expression vacant and drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. While the middle-aged woman, with a look of disdain, pushed the wheelchair, indifferent to the man's condition. Jilamue approached the couple, producing her constable badge. I have a few questions regarding the car accident that occurred a year ago, she stated. The middle-aged woman spat out in anger, what more is there to ask? Because of this incident, my father-in-law is dead, and my husband has gone mad. Can't you just leave my family alone? Chen Jiuyang's gaze turned icy. You nearly had my father sentenced to death. Am I not entitled to seek the truth? The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? Jilamue replied, Miss Jia. I would like to inquire if anyone has offered you a sum of money to provide false testimony. The middle-aged woman scoffed, why should I tell you anything? Chapter 24, the victim is bribed, Chen Jiuyang takes action. A year ago, it was this couple who reported to the 6 doors. Jilamue furrowed her brow. How could the investigation proceed when the victim's family was uncooperative? Chen Jiuyang stepped forward and spoke coldly, Ji Constable, allow me to handle this. With that, Chen Jiuyang unleashed his spirit, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged woman. I ask you, has someone offered you a sum of money to provide false testimony? Madame Jia's pupils dilated, her expression vacant. I don't know. This response made both Chen Jiuyang and Jilamue frown deeply. The middle-aged woman claims ignorance. Chen Jiuyang pressed on. Where did your couple acquire several million? Madame Jia replied, after my father-in-law passed away, my husband suddenly had several million in his bank account. When I asked him, he refused to tell me. Chen Jiuyang's voice turned icy. The police report states that you and your husband witnessed my father run over your father-in-law. Is that true? Madame Jia confessed, I don't know, that night I was actually having an affair with a neighbor. To prevent my husband from finding out, I merely went along with what he said. Chen Jiuyang sneered, so, on the night of the report, only your husband was at the scene. Madame Jia nodded. Chen Jiuyang's brow furrowed, only Madame Jia's husband knew the truth. What caused your husband to lose his sanity? Madame Jia explained, 6 months ago, he suffered from alcohol poisoning. Took the wrong medication, and then went mad, becoming a fool. Jilamue frowned, it seems to prevent the case from being revisited, the mastermind chose to silence him. It's troublesome, yet we have a breakthrough. It has been confirmed that this couple provided false testimony, which is a criminal act. Chen Jiuyang. Your father may have a chance for exoneration. The critical factor now was whether they could cure Wu Deong, the deranged middle-aged man. Chen Jiuyang nodded, regaining his composure. Ji Constable, I have a way to treat Wu Deong. Can you find an absolutely secure place to prevent him from being silenced after he is cured? Jilamue smiled. The headquarters of 6 doors is the safest. Even if the mastermind has great influence, they cannot reach the 6 doors headquarters. Chen Jiuyang nodded. Then proceeded to escort the couple into the vehicle. In the interrogation room at the 6 doors headquarters, Chen Jiuyang successfully cured Wu Deong of his madness. Wu Deong slowly awakened, am I healed? Jilamue slammed the file onto the table, Wu Deong, how dare you accept money for false testimony? Do you realize the nature of this crime? Upon seeing Jilamue, Wu Deong trembled, Constable Ji, do you already know? Did you cure me? Who else would it be? Ji Langwei replied coldly. If you wish to avoid imprisonment, you must confess the truth without reservation. All right, thank you, Constable Ji. Wu Deong nodded eagerly, adopting a disheveled demeanor. Anyway, I've spent all the money. If they plan to poison me to silence me, then I shall not hesitate to violate our agreement. A year ago, following my father's tragic accident, the Wang family approached me, offering 3 million to provide false testimony. They threatened my life if I refused to comply. After a thorough interrogation, Wu Deong provided a detailed confession. With a smile, Ji Langwei exited the interrogation room and informed Chen Jiuyong, he has fully confessed. I will organize the evidence and submit the case to the higher authorities. You may return and await the reopening of your father's case. Chen Jiuyong replied earnestly, thank you, Officer Ji. Without your assistance, my father might have faced wrongful imprisonment. Ji Langwei responded, as a law enforcer, this is merely my duty, there is no need for gratitude. At that moment, Chen Jiuyong's phone rang, revealing a call from his university supervisor, Qin Ruyu. Her gentle voice carried a note of urgency. Chen Jiuyong. Where are you at the moment? He replied, I'm in Fengcheng, Teacher Qin. Is there something you need? She insisted, please come to my office immediately. I need to speak with you. Understood, Chen Jiuyong promptly responded, his mind racing with speculation about whether her husband was causing her trouble again. What an ungrateful wretch. Leaving the 6 doors, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Fengcheng Medical College, arriving at Qin Ruyu's office. Upon his hurried arrival, he found a multitude of individuals clad in white coats within her office. Concerned, he asked, Teacher Qin, are you all right? Today, Qin Ruyu had adorned herself with smoky eye makeup, exuding an alluring charm. She gently replied, I am fine, Jiuyong. I must ask you. Did you indeed save a patient in the emergency department yesterday? Chen Jiuyong nodded, indeed. How did you know, Teacher Qin? No sooner had he spoken than the others erupted in excitement. Director Zhao from the emergency room impulsively grasped Chen Jiuyong's hand, exclaiming, at last, we have found you. My little savior. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jiuyong withdrew his hand and pressed, Teacher Qin, what is the matter? With a smile, she explained. The patient you saved was none other than the esteemed elder Chiu from the prominent Chiu family in Fengcheng. After you left, Professor Li attempted to treat him but was unsuccessful. Last night, everyone at the medical college was inquiring about a person named Chen Jiuyong. It was only just now that someone mentioned your name, prompting me to connect the dots. Chen Jiuyong replied nonchalantly, it seems the issue arose after my needle was removed. The school could have contacted me. Director Zhao interjected, we couldn't locate you, there is no record of you in the entire school database. With a sardonic smile, Chen Jiuyong remarked, I had a conflict with Director Li from the administration regarding personal information, and I suspect he deleted my records. Director Zhao urged, regardless. Now that we have found you, you must accompany me to assist Elder Chiu. If there is any delay in his treatment, the consequences will be dire. Why should I concern myself with such troubles? Chen Jiuyong replied leisurely, I have been removed from the school records and expelled, I am no longer a student. What obligation do I have to intervene? What if some unforeseen trouble arises? Wouldn't the responsibility then fall squarely upon my shoulders? Where shall I seek redress? Director Zhao of the emergency room exclaimed urgently, Chen Jiuyong, the gravity of the situation must take precedence, your personal interests are of little consequence. The foremost task is to ensure the recovery of Chiu Lao. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Chen Jiuyong away. However, Chen Jiuyong gently pushed him aside and replied coolly, what do you mean by prioritizing the greater good? As a child from a rural background, being expelled from school means my future is irrevocably compromised. What relevance does your notion of the greater good hold for me? At that moment, a member of the school's administrative body coldly interjected, Chen Jiuyong, do not overstep your bounds, allowing you to treat Chiu Lao is an act of generosity. Should you successfully treat him, you stand to gain significantly. Chen Jueyong scoffed dismissively, "Unless this matter is resolved appropriately, I will not lift a finger. You may choose whom you wish to favor, it bears no relation to me." Chapter 25, A Million Benefits. Only seeking to save a life, the head of the emergency room, Director Zhao, was suddenly agitated, pointing at Chen Jueyong and scolding, "Chen Jueyong, do not be so ungrateful. If you heal old Chiu, restoring your academic status and dealing with Director Li would be a matter of moments. But right now, old Chiu's life hangs by a thread. Time is of the essence. Come with me at once." "I refuse to go," Chen Jueyong replied coolly, "as I said before. Only when the issues regarding Director Li and my academic status are resolved will I consider treating him." The prestigious Dinghai Divine Needle of the Medical College was wielded by Professor Li yesterday, and coincidentally, Director Li was the professor's nephew. It was unlikely they could handle the situation. A throng of individuals anxiously surrounded them. Yet, none of them could replicate the acupuncture technique Chen Jueyong had demonstrated yesterday. They were utterly incapable of treating old Chiu, or else they would not have been scouring the world for Chen Jueyong's assistance. They wished to reap the rewards of healing old Chiu while dismissing a mere student without academic credentials. Such tricks were trivial in the face of Chen Jueyong. Seeing Chen Jueyong's obstinacy, Director Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "Notify the Chiu family, let them make the decision." Before long, members of the Chiu family arrived at Qin Ruyu's office. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, accompanied by the young woman who had been covered in blood the day before. The middle-aged man, Chiu Hongtu, stormed into the office, pointing at Director Zhao and unleashing a torrent of insults. "You bunch of useless fools. My Chiu family offers $1 million to have my father treated. And you waste time on some student's academic issues." The faces of Director Zhao and his colleagues turned pale. Chen Jueyong narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "$1 million. You say? So this is the reason you've been clandestinely withholding my academic restoration." Clap, clap, clap. Chen Jueyong applauded mockingly. "You expect me to save a life while you selfishly claim all the benefits without offending anyone. Such opportunities do not exist in this world." The expressions of Director Zhao and the others grew even more uncomfortable. The young woman turned to Chiu Hongtu and said, "Dad. It was this young doctor who saved Grandpa yesterday," but she pointed at Chen Jueyong. Chiu Hongtu immediately grasped the situation, his face darkening with fury as he raised a chair and hurled it towards Director Zhao and his colleagues, bellowing, "Are you animals? You would disregard my father's life for the sake of my family's money. I assure you, this matter is far from over. Mr. Chiu, we apologize." Director Zhao and his associates trembled in fear, their faces ashen as they hurriedly offered their apologies. Chiu Hongtu approached Chen Jueyong, speaking courteously. "A true hero emerges in youth. Young brother, if you can save my old man, my Chiu family will spare no effort to ensure that Director Li is removed from his position, facilitate your ascension to a hospital professorship, and grant you an additional $1 million in fees. What do you say? Will you assist us?" With a smile, Chen Jueyong replied, "Your Chiu family is so magnanimous. I am both honored and apprehensive. Even if I choose not to intervene, I must save a life. Let us proceed." Qin Ruyu gazed into the enchanting eyes of Chen Jueyong, reflecting a myriad of emotions. Just moments ago, he was her student. And now he was on the verge of becoming a professor, standing on equal footing with her, a most intriguing turn of events. She followed the others to the hospital room, eager to witness how Chen Jueyong's medical skills warranted such a substantial investment from the Chiu family. Upon entering the ward, she was met with the sight of the injured elder Chiu. The readings on the monitoring equipment were disheartening, indicating he was barely clinging to life. Even with her expertise, she knew she could not save him. A sharp breath escaped her lips. If Chen Jueyong could indeed revive Elder Chiu, his medical prowess would rival that of the legendary Huatuo. As Chen Jueyong entered the room, he noticed several needles had been removed from Elder Chiu. Yet the internal bruising appeared to have worsened, and the injuries were more severe than before. His brow furrowed as he carefully extracted all remaining silver needles from Elder Chiu's body, causing the machines to emit frantic beeps. Alarmed, the onlookers turned pale, scrambling in confusion. Chen Juoyang then proceeded to administer acupuncture once more, this time channeling his internal energy. Such a technique was truly unprecedented. Witnessing his actions, Qin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had underestimated her student. If a personal relationship were to blossom between them, she would not fear the consequences of her impending divorce, nor the judgment of her family upon returning home. 2 minutes later, the various readings on the equipment began to stabilize, and Elder Chio's complexion regained some color. His breathing grew stronger. Chen Juoyang made a small incision on Elder Chio's wrist, collecting blood in a basin. He then wrote a prescription and handed it to a nurse with a firm instruction to prepare the medicine immediately. Afterward, he lit a cigarette and shooed everyone out of the room. Facing their incredulous gazes, he calmly stated, "In 5 minutes, Elder Chio will awaken." The Chio family watched as the readings gradually returned to normal, finally exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Though many remained skeptical. They endured the agonizing weight of those 5 minutes, while only Chen Juoyang maintained a demeanor of tranquility. At that moment, a middle-aged woman stormed up to the young woman from the Chio family and slapped her hard across the face, vehemently accusing, "Chio Ihon, it is because of you. This ill-fated woman, that the old master has been gravely injured. You cursed your mother to death in childhood, and as you grew, you caused your fiancé's demise. Now you nearly bring about your grandfather's end. How can our family bear such a wretched descendant?" Chio Ihon received the slap with a heavy heart, her spirit dimmed. And she dared not retort, lowering her head in silence. Even her father, Chio Hongtu, did not rise to her defense. An ill-fated body. Chen Juoyang found himself intrigued. Chio Ihon possessed a beauty that was nothing short of extraordinary. He stepped in front of her and said softly, "Madam, you are mistaken. Had it not been for Miss Chio Ihon's timely arrival at the hospital yesterday, I would have been unable to save Elder Chio even a minute later." The middle-aged woman regarded Chen Juoyang with narrowed brows. "Since Dr. Chen speaks in her defense, I shall refrain from punishing her for now. But mark my words, Chio Ihon. Once the old master awakens and returns home, you shall see how I deal with you." Chio Hongtu furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Sister, you have overstepped. Chio Ihon is my daughter, and even if discipline is warranted, it is my prerogative. I can understand your agitation that led to you striking her. But should you lay hands on her again, do not expect my forbearance." The middle-aged woman huffed coldly and retreated into the crowd, falling silent. As 5 minutes elapsed, the hospital room door swung open, revealing a nurse who announced, "The patient has awakened." The members of the Chio family instantly displayed expressions of joy, their spirits soaring. Chio Hongtu respectfully bowed to Dr. Chen Juoyang, exclaiming, "Indeed, your medical prowess is remarkable, and I, on behalf of the Chio family, shall immediately fulfill our promise. Let us first address that directly who dared to bully Dr. Chen." Chapter 26, Handling Directly and the Division of Martial Arts. "Bring that person here to be dealt with by Dr. Chen," and then Chio Hongtu spoke, instructing those around him, who promptly hurried away, leaving one individual to enter the hospital room. The entire Chio family gathered at the door, their gazes fixed intently on the events unfolding within. Chio Ihon slowly raised her head, tugging at Chen Juoyang's sleeve, whispering, "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Chen Juoyang took a puff of his cigarette and replied, "Fate is capricious, or how can one attribute fortune or misfortune to you? No, my aunt is right. I truly am an ill-fated being." A look of sorrow crossed Chio Ihon's exquisite features. "Throughout my life, anyone who has been too close to me has met with calamity." As she uttered these words, Chen Juoyang's spirit sensed a peculiar feeling. Upon further inspection, he nearly suffered a nosebleed. This was no ill-fated being, but rather a rare, natural charm that was almost impossible to find in a millennium. The epitome of allure. Merely gazing at her left Chen Juoyang struggling to maintain his composure. She radiated an enticing allure that would leave any man enraptured. However, her natural charm bore an enigmatic quality, veiling her true essence with a mysterious power. Had Chen Juoyang not been in such close proximity and engaged with his spirit, he might have mistakenly believed her to be an ill-fated soul. A flurry of thoughts cascaded through his memory. The legacy of the pure young medical Immortal contained records regarding those born with natural charm, often referred to as a disaster for men. Should a man possess such a being, he could enhance his cultivation swiftly without the need for any technique. Yet, Chen Jueyang was not entranced by Chiu Ihon's beguiling aura, he regarded her with calmness. Soon perceiving a sense of goodwill emanating from her, he was taken aback. Chiu Ihon was not an ill-fated being, but rather a guardian spirit formed from the blood ties of her deceased relatives. With a gentle smile, Chen Jueyang assured Chiu Ihon, "I can unequivocally tell you, you are not an ill-fated being. Furthermore, those who grow too close to you need not fear calamity. Just look at your father and grandfather, they are thriving. Are they not?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Chiu Ihon's eyes. "Dr. Chen, do you have some understanding of these matters?" Chen Jueyang nodded. "Your unique constitution attracts ill intentions from those who grow too close, that is when misfortunes occur." Chiu Ihon's expression brightened with realization. "Dr. Chen, may I have the opportunity to interact with you more in the future? I have a feeling that aside from my grandfather and father, you are the third man who harbors no ill thoughts toward me. We could be friends." At that moment, Director Li, who had deleted Chen Jueyang's student records, was brought before him by the Chiu family. "Dr. Chen, you may deal with him as you see fit," they stated. Seeing the situation unfold, Director Li quickly comprehended what had transpired, his demeanor turning defensive. "Chen Jueyang, what do you intend to do? My uncle is a top professor at the medical school." Chen Jueyang replied coolly, "Director Li, I warned you before, or how dare you delete my student records? You have overstepped your bounds. Do you realize that your actions almost delayed the treatment of old Chiu and could have cost him his life?" "What?" Director Li could hardly be ignorant of the affairs concerning the Chiu family, however, one might wonder what relevance this bears to you, and in turn. Chen Jueyang smiled and replied, "Because I am the one who saved old Chiu." The color drained from Director Li's face as he pleaded, "Chen Jueyang, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me this once." Chen Jueyang's smile gradually faded as he retorted, "Spare you? When have you ever granted me a chance at life? Were it not for my intervention in saving old Chiu, this rural-born university student of mine would likely have been expelled by you, losing all prospects for the future. Tell me, why should I show you mercy?" Cold sweat beaded on Director Li's forehead as he forced a cynical smile and said, "Do as you please. You can have someone break my legs, and I will lose my job, but what else could you possibly do to me?" No, Chen Jueyang replied coolly. "For someone as unrepentant as you, that would be far too lenient." With that, he gently pressed his finger to Li's forehead. Immediately, a dark stain spread across Director Li's trousers, yet he remained oblivious to his predicament. He shrieked, "Chen Jueyang, what have you done to me?" Chen Jueyang calmly stated, "I have done nothing to you. Soon, you will lose control of your bodily functions, your organs will cease to function, and you will die in agony. Take him away." The onlookers, having witnessed the inexplicable phenomenon of Director Li's sudden loss of control with but a touch from Chen Jueyang, felt a chill run down their spines, marveling at the depth of this doctor's capabilities. The members of the Chiu family, following Chen Jueyang's directive, dragged Director Li away, knowing that even if Chen Jueyang spared him, the Chiu family would not extend the same mercy. Shortly thereafter, Chiu Hongtu emerged from the hospital room, delivering good news. The old gentleman's condition has greatly improved, providing reassurance to the Chiu family. Chiu Hongtu produced a bank card and handed it to Chen Jueyang, stating, "Dr. Chen, this is 10 million in medical fees, please accept it." Chen Jueyang, who had been troubled by the need for funds to commence his gambling stone venture, found relief in this sum. Accepting the card, he remarked, "Old Chiu is rather frail. I have prepared a prescription for him, and the medicine is being brewed. He should take this medicine 3 times daily until he regains his health." Chiu Hongtu nodded in acknowledgement. "I have taken note, Dr. Chen. I have already made arrangements regarding your professorship, please await my favorable news." "Very well," Chen Jueyang replied. Should any matters arise, feel free to contact me. I have other affairs to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he departed gracefully. Qin Ruyu chose not to pursue Chen Jiuyang immediately, opting instead to closely observe his acupuncture technique and prescription. Upon leaving Fengcheng Medical College, Chen Jiuyang was approached by Yao Zishuan, who inquired, "Jiuyang, are you aware of the classifications of martial arts realms?" Chen Jiuyang nodded and replied, "I have a general understanding. The realms are heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow." Yao Zishuan elaborated, "Among martial artists, the majority are mere mortals, many unable to even enter the yellow realm. There exists a law in the Dragon Kingdom: those who reach the Xian realm may establish sects, while those who attain the earth realm may become nobles, wielding great power. The Wang family, with whom you have a blood feud, has a powerful figure from the Zhong family who is at the earth realm. My grandfather has instructed me to advise you against recklessly confronting the Zhong family." Chen Jiuyang remarked, "I comprehend." Yao Zishuan responded, "The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the formidable figure from the Zhong residence has secluded himself for 2 decades, striving to ascend to the celestial realm. Achieving this realm would enable him to attain kingship, positioning him as a master of national significance within our Dragon Kingdom, akin to a nuclear weapon in its potential impact. Our Dragon Kingdom harbors only a few celestial realm practitioners stationed in the imperial capital and along the borders, safeguarding the tranquility of our populace." Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow, realizing that seeking vengeance would prove to be an exceptionally formidable endeavor. He felt a surge of astonishment, recognizing the arduous nature of cultivation in the mystic realm and the existence of both earthly and celestial realm masters in this era. It became clear that he had underestimated the heroes of the world, compelling him to expedite his own training. Chapter 27, Journey to the Stone Gambling. A taste of skill. If it were anyone else, they would likely extinguish their desire for vengeance and discreetly seek connections to secure their father's release from prison. However, Chen Jiuyang possesses the legacy of a medical sage, coupled with the mastery of the 8-9 profound arts, while simultaneously cultivating his spirit, physique, and techniques. The 12 major acupoints of the Xian realm are notoriously challenging to unlock, yet this is where the advantages of his inheritance become evident. Provided he has sufficient medicinal materials to assist in his cultivation, he can swiftly break through the acupoints. Nonetheless, there remains one constraint: poverty. At this juncture, Yao Zishuan remarked, "Jiuyang, the medicinal materials you requested have already been entrusted to someone by my grandfather for procurement. The first batch should arrive in your hands by tomorrow or the day after, at a price of 8 million. Chen Jiuyang clenched his fists silently. "Very well. I will settle the payment for the materials when the time comes. No force, be it an army or nobility, could deter Chen Jiuyang's resolute determination to avenge his grievances and restore his father's honor." He pondered the extent to which these 8 million worth of materials could aid him in unlocking his acupoints. Yao Zishuan continued, "As for the large-scale stone gambling venue you mentioned, there exists a vast stone gambling city in Feng province, with annual sales reaching hundreds of billions." Chen Jiuyang responded, "Let us depart now, I wish to test the waters." With that, Yao Zishuan promptly drove Chen Jiuyang to the grand stone gambling city in Feng province. The city is situated at the border of Feng province, requiring a 2-hour drive. Throughout history, countless individuals have been captivated by stone gambling, where a single stone can lead to overnight wealth or ruin. Upon arriving at the entrance of the stone gambling city, a massive town unfolded before Chen Jiuyang's eyes. Despite its remote location, towering buildings loomed, and the streets were alive with luxury cars and beautiful women, each corner exuding an aura of opulence. As they exited the vehicle, a middle-aged man in a suit, his hair touched with grey, approached them briskly, a broad smile plastered across his face. He extended his hand with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Oh, Jiuyang, we finally meet." Chen Jiuyang felt a twinge of confusion at the man's exuberance. Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed slightly as she introduced, "Jiuyang, this is my father, Yao Deyun." Realizing the depth of Yao Deyun's warmth, compounded by Yao Zishuan's reaction, Chen Jiuyang responded with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Yao." However, Yao Deyun's scrutinizing expression akin to that of a father-in-law sizing up a prospective son-in-law, left Chen Jueyong perplexed, as he and Yao Zishuan were merely ordinary friends, far from such intimacy. Yao Dayun released his hand and cheerfully said, "Come, today your uncle will take you to explore the stone gambling city." With that, he led the two of them forward. Chen Jueyang inquired of Yao Zishuan, "What brings your father here?" Yao Zishuan explained, "My family entrusts the business at the stone gambling venue to my father." Understanding dawned upon Chen Jueyang. As Yao Dayun guided them along, he elaborated, "Jueyang, this stone gambling city has been established for decades, with the highest value of cut stones exceeding 100 million. I must ask you, with your exceptional medical skills and inscrutable methods, what compels you to engage in stone gambling?" Chen Jueyang candidly expressed his need for a considerable sum of money to purchase medicinal materials. Having gained some insights into the art of stone gambling, he sought to capitalize on this knowledge. "Well, that's ambitious," remarked Yao Dayun with a cheerful smile. "In fact, you need not engage in stone gambling at all. If you marry my daughter, the wealth of the Yao family will be at your disposal. For the old master intends to pass the family leadership to Zishuan." Yao Zishuan's fair face flashed instantly, her beautiful eyes widening as she playfully admonished, "Dad, what are you saying? Let us discuss serious matters." Coughing lightly, Yao Dayun straightened his demeanor and stated, "Jueyang, if you truly possess the skills to profit from stone gambling, then this stone gambling city may not suffice." Chen Jueyang inquired, "Please elaborate." Lowering his voice, Yao Dayun explained, "This stone gambling city sells over 100 billion in materials annually, yet the actual value extracted by customers barely exceeds 300 billion. Our province lacks quality materials. However, should your results prove satisfactory, we could venture into Yunxi province, where true fortunes in stone gambling await." Chen Jueyang asked, "Uncle Yao, what kind of results are required to gamble in Yunxi province?" Yao Dayun replied, "You must achieve at least a net profit of 15% here. Our city primarily profits from casual gamblers. Genuine experts in stone gambling flock to Yunxi province, where there is a stipulation, each entrant must select materials worth at least 100 million. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jueyang understood. "Then, I would appreciate it if you could take me to the materials area, Uncle Yao." Yao Dayun chuckled, "I have heard about your skills from Zishuan. You purchased 5 pieces for 20 million, yielding 60 million in value. So, I shall not withhold any information from you. This stone gambling city is divided into 3 zones, Zone C for materials priced below 100,000, Zone B for those below 1 million, and Zone A starting at 10 million. Which zone would you like to begin with, Jueyang?" With a smile, Chen Jueyang replied, "Let us start with Zone B." For him, endowed with spiritual enhancement, this place was a veritable goldmine. "Very well, let us proceed." Yao Dayun led Chen Jueyang and Yao Zishuan into a grand hall, where thousands of gambling tables were densely packed, and at least tens of thousands were engaged in this pastime. During the journey to the stone gambling venue, Chen Jueyang dedicated 2 hours to study the intricacies of stone gambling, committing various valuable materials to memory. Once his spiritual awareness was activated, the materials appeared before him like transparent crystals, concealing no secrets. As he walked and observed, he swiftly scanned over 1,000 rough stones, selecting 3 genuinely valuable pieces along with 4 lesser quality ones, totaling 1 million. He immediately transferred the payment and was about to continue his search when he suddenly felt lightheaded, his vision darkening, nearly losing his balance. Yao Zishuan quickly supported him. "Jueyang, what is wrong?" Realizing he had overexerted himself with his spiritual awareness, Chen Jueyang smiled and replied, "Perhaps it's just low blood sugar, I'll be fine after a moment of rest." Yao Zishuan helped him sit down, to which Chen Jueyang added, "While I rest, please have the workers come to process the materials I just purchased." Yao Dayun agreed, "Certainly." He was also curious about Chen Jueyang's prowess. Earlier, Chen Jueyang had merely glanced at a stone before making a decision on whether to purchase it. At this moment, A young couple approached from a distance and seated themselves beside Chen Juoyang and Yao Zishuan. "It's you, Chen Juoyang," exclaimed the woman in surprise. To his astonishment, the pair turned out to be Wang Shuelian and Huang Bufan. Chen Juoyang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated encountering these two here. Huang Bufan smirked. "You, a pauper, dare to gamble on stones in the big red area. It seems that the wealthy woman supporting you is quite extravagant." "That's none of your business," Chen Juoyang replied coldly. Then turned to Yao Zishuan, saying, "Zishuan, let us find another place to rest, and have the stone cutter and workers move as well." "All right," Yao Zishuan nodded in agreement. "You actually bought a stone?" Wang Shuelian said with an air of arrogance. "Don't leave yet. My Bufan just purchased a few stones as well. Let's have the cutter and workers assess them together and see whose is worth more, shall we?" Chen Juoyang had no intention of engaging with her, but Yao Zishuan, unable to contain her frustration, grasped Chen Juoyang's arm and coldly retorted to Wang Shuelian, "Very well, let us see whose man's judgment is superior." Chapter 28, whose mind is troubled. Last time, Wang Shuelian felt humiliated by Chen Juoyang and Yao Zishuan, and she harbored resentment over the incident. Initially, she became involved with Huang Bufan due to his remarkable skill in stone gambling, which promised her endless wealth. This time, she sought to reclaim her dignity and coldly remarked, "Of course, my man is far superior. How can a man like Chen Juoyang compare to my Bufan? You, despite having decent looks, seem to have questionable judgment in liking Chen Juoyang." Yao Zishuan affectionately linked her arm with Chen Juoyang's, giggling, "Juoyang, she doesn't recognize your worth and claims I'm blind. Is she perhaps a bit mentally challenged?" Upon hearing this, Chen Juoyang responded earnestly, "She indeed seems to have some issues." Their banter enraged Wang Shuelian to no end. Huang Bufan sneered, "Anyone can talk big, let's see the results in action." With that, he summoned the stone cutters. Chen Juoyang had purchased a million's worth of stones, prompting Wang Shuelian to sarcastically comment, "If none of them yield, all that money will be wasted. Chen Juoyang, how long must you practice medicine to earn that million?" Chen Juoyang frowned slightly, uninterested in continuing the conversation. Of the 7 stones he bought, 3 revealed goods while 4 did not. Previously, all the stones purchased for Hu Qijie had yielded results. If he were to succeed again this time, it might expose the secrets he kept hidden. A truly exceptional man must learn to conceal his strengths. Yao Zishuan countered, "Even if all the money goes to waste, I wouldn't mind, as long as Juoyang enjoys himself." Her extravagant words infuriated Huang Bufan and Wang Shuelian visibly. The stone cutters arrived, and a crowd gathered around. Huang Bufan had purchased 8 stones but only 2 yielded goods, resulting in a loss of around 400,000 to 500,000, which he found hard to accept. Wang Shuelian comforted him, "Darling, we've at least seen some returns. Even experts make mistakes. Don't be disheartened." Huang Bufan nodded slowly, both their gazes turning toward Chen Juoyang to assess his outcome. The first stone yielded nothing. The second as well, and the third and fourth followed suit, bringing smiles to Huang Bufan and Wang Shuelian's faces. Wang Shuelian remarked, "It seems someone doesn't understand stone gambling, all that money is truly going to waste." Huang Bufan chuckled, "Indeed. To dare buy recklessly without understanding the craft shows sheer arrogance." Suddenly, Bakata exclaimed with excitement, "It's green." As he shone his flashlight, joy erupted, "There's goods. It's soaring." Huang Bufan scoffed, "What a stroke of luck to find one that is profitable. Congratulations, boss. This stone has greatly appreciated." "Boss, it's ice quality." In an instant, all of Chen Juoyang's remaining stones surged in value. Chen Juoyang maintained a calm demeanor. Yao Zishuan shook his arm joyfully, "Juoyang, the stones have appreciated. From $1 million's worth, we might earn 20 million, 200 times the profit." Huang Bufan and Wang Shuelian's expressions instantly darkened, and they hastily departed, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Yao Dayun chuckled, "A profit margin of 2000%, Juoyang, you have truly opened my eyes." Chen Juoyang smiled faintly. Uncle Yao is being too kind, it is merely good fortune. Yao Dayun proposed, how about our Yao family acquires this material for 20 million? Chen Jiuyang nodded in agreement. Let it be as you wish, Uncle Yao. At that moment, Yao Zishuan affectionately linked her arm with Chen Jiuyang's, drawing so close that he could catch the faint, enchanting fragrance emanating from her, stirring his heart. Suddenly, the figure rushed forward, yanking Yao Zishuan and Chen Jiuyang apart. The person, filled with righteous indignation, questioned Yao Zishuan. Yao Zishuan. Who is this pretty boy? Chen Jiuyang narrowed his eyes as a man exuding an extraordinary aura and appearing to be in his late 20s positioned himself between them. Upon witnessing this individual, Yao Dayun's expression turned somewhat awkward. Chen Jiuyang quickly deduced the man's identity. In the face of the man's fury, Yao Zishuan did not retreat, instead, she tightened her embrace around Chen Jiuyang's arm, pressing her chest against him with pride, declaring, "This is Chen Jiuyang, the man I adore." The man, Chi-N-S New Jersey N, was livid, his complexion darkening as he bellowed, "Where have you hidden my money? Not only did you flee on the wedding day, but now you bring a man before me. What do you intend to do?" Yao Zishuan blinked her beautiful eyes. "Of course, I want to marry my Jiuyang." Chi-N-S New Jersey N, seething with rage, pointed at Chen Jiuyang and warned, "If you do not leave him, do you believe he will meet a tragic end?" Chen Jiuyang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I dare you to try, let us see who meets their demise first." Chi-N-S New Jersey N sneered. "This stone gambling city belongs to my family. With a single command, I can ensure you never leave." At that moment, Yao Dayun interjected, "Young Chen, your engagement with Zishuan is indeed not feasible. Our two families' elders have already discussed this matter." Chi-N-S New Jersey N retorted coldly, "I do not care. Yao Zishuan is my woman, and no one can take her from me. Should anyone dare to harm Zishuan, they will suffer the consequences." Yao Zishuan clung to Chen Jiuyang, her small face displaying fear. "Jiuyang, he is threatening you, be cautious, he is the son of the Chen family, which has a master at the mysterious level." Chen Jiuyang remained composed, "It matters not, let him come at me." Chi-N-S New Jersey N chuckled disdainfully, "I fear you may not dare. When the time comes, you will back down." Chen Jiuyang replied coolly, "Speak." Chi-N-S New Jersey N suggested, "Let us gamble, here in the stone gambling city. We shall each select a piece of material and see whose is more valuable. The winner will claim Yao Zishuan." Before Chen Jiuyang could respond, Yao Zishuan blurted, "All right. I accept." "Really?" Chi-N-S New Jersey N's eyes brightened, his earlier frustration seemingly dissipating as joy flickered across his face. "Of course." In Yao Zishuan's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence, "Chen Sanjin, should you falter, you shall no longer have the audacity to disturb me." It was a promise sealed by words. Chen Sanjin replied, "Follow me to Area A." Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow slightly, "Zishuan, this concerns your lifelong happiness. Are you truly willing to entrust it to me? Unafraid of my potential failure?" Yao Zishuan chuckled softly, exhaling gently by his ear like a fragrant orchid, and whispered, "Would you truly bear to witness another claim what is rightfully mine?" Her words stirred Chen Jiuyang's heart, igniting a fervent tumult within him. This captivating beauty had an undeniable talent for ensnaring a man's heart. He shot Yao Zishuan a fierce glare and delivered a firm slap to her rear, leaving her with a parting remark, "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Yao Zishuan blushed, her hands instinctively covering her behind, and she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Chapter 29, Wagering on Yao Zishuan's marriage. Yao Dayun sighed, "Zishuan, are you truly unafraid of Jiuyang's potential loss?" At this moment, Yao Zishuan revealed her genuine expression, fraught with concern, "I'm not certain." She too was unaware of Chen Jiuyang's prowess in betting on stones. While others meticulously examined the materials with magnifying glasses, scrutinizing the year and environment of the stones, Chen Jiuyang merely glanced and made his purchases. She was equally uncertain whether he could indeed strike it rich. Upon entering Area A, they were met with stone kings valued at a minimum of 10 million. A scale far surpassing the gambling den where Chen Jiuyang assisted Hu Chije's father. Hundreds of stones lay scattered, yet only a handful of individuals roamed the area. The stakes were perilously high. A misjudgment could lead to the complete loss of one's fortune, plunging one into despair. Chen Juoyang's spirit was still in the process of recovery. At his current strength, he could only examine 3 to 5 stones before succumbing to dizziness. He casually glanced at the price of one stone king, 18,888,000. He couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Indeed, it was exorbitant. A person might toil their entire life to earn a mere 2 million, yet here, a casual stroll could lead to ruin. As Yao Zishuan and Yao Dayun stepped into Area A, Yao Dayun's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not suppress his exclamation, "Divine Hand Jin E." An elderly man, clad in a jonction suit and cloth shoes, slowly entered Area A, exuding an aura of mastery. Upon seeing him, Yao Dayun's face turned ashen. "Oh no. Zishuan. You have acted impulsively this time. Juoyang is highly likely to lose." Chen Juoyang inquired, "Is this person formidable?" Yao Zishuan, her complexion pale, nodded in affirmation. Yao Dayun spoke gravely. "Jin Yi hails from a lineage of stone betting experts for 5 generations. He made his debut at the age of 18. Amassing over $1 billion in wealth through his craft in that very year. By 25, he was recognized as the foremost stone bettor in the province. If there is something valuable within a stone, it will not escape his discerning gaze." Chen Juoyang narrowed his eyes. "Such prowess. Does that not make him worth over 100 billion now?" "No." Yao Dayun slowly shook his head. "In his youth, Jin Yi became arrogant with his wealth and offended a powerful family. Consequently, all his assets were seized. The Chen family expended considerable resources to preserve him, subsequently utilizing his skills to establish this stone betting city. Initially, it was but a small village, yet under his influence over the past 20 years, it has burgeoned into the vast gambling hub it is now, contributing at least 30 to 50 billion to the Chen family annually. The name of Divine Eye Jin Yi is known throughout the stone betting community of the province. In his advanced years, he only presides over the stone city for 3 to 5 days a year. It is quite unfortunate that today we should encounter him at the helm of the stone city." As Yao Dayun spoke these words, his voice trembled with trepidation. "Juoyang, you truly must demonstrate your abilities this time." Yao Zishuan's lips quivered, her teeth clenched as she declared, "I do not wish to marry into the Chen family." In that moment, the playful demeanor she had earlier displayed vanished, replaced by a genuine fear of Chen Juoyang losing the gamble. Chen Juoyang nodded gravely. It appeared that this divine Eye Jin Yi was indeed a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, Chen Sanjin could not help but burst into laughter. Addressing Yao Zishuan, "Zishuan, with my godfather, the illustrious Shenyanjini present, you might as well concede gracefully and join me in the bridal chamber shortly." His gaze towards Yao Zishuan brimmed with avarice, and he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Just moments ago, he had genuinely feared that Chen Juoyang might shy away from the gamble, yet Yao Zishuan willingly stepped forward to accept the challenge, filling him with uncontainable joy. Yao Zishuan, gritting her teeth, managed to maintain her composure. "Chen Sanjin, the outcome of the wager is yet to be determined. Do refrain from your arrogant boasting." A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Sanjin's eyes as he thought to himself how he would have his way with her later. He coldly addressed Chen Juoyang, "Kid, if you bow your head and apologize to me now, I might let you off the hook and sweep this incident under the rug. Otherwise, I'll settle both old and new scores together." Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly, "Why do you prattle on so much, you worthless fool? No wonder Zishuan would rather take her own life than marry you." Chen Sanjin's face darkened with rage. "Very well, I shall see how you meet your end." With that, he announced, "The gambling begins now, choose your stones." After uttering this, Chen Sanjin followed Shenyanjini to select the stones. Yao Dayun clenched his teeth and urged, "Juoyang, choose your material." As soon as Yao Dayun finished speaking, a frail voice echoed nearby, "Ajin, this is the stone." Yao Dayun and Yao Zishuan could not help but turn their heads to see a grey stone with a sandy surface being selected. Weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, clearly from an old pit. Any material that could enter Area A must contain valuable content. It was merely a matter of whether it could yield a profit. Yao Dayun trembled as he exclaimed, "This is cheating. Every piece of material in Area A has been personally assessed and placed here by Genie. He clearly knows which stone holds the highest value." Upon hearing Yao Dayun's words, Yao Zishan shuddered, biting her red lips tightly. They could only place their hopes on Chen Juoyang. Meanwhile, Chen Sanjin had already commenced the stone unveiling while Chen Juoyang was still selecting his material. Furrowing his brow, Chen Juoyang endured the pain as he extended his spirit to examine the stones before him. 1 was unsuitable, 2 were unsuitable, 3 were unsuitable. As he overexerted his spirit, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, and he nearly collapsed. However, upon touching the stone before him, he discovered he could perceive its composition and the substance within. He was instantly elated. Even if his spiritual energy was exhausted, this ability was remarkable. His earlier attempts to inspect the stone with his spirit had been unnecessary. Victory in this round was assured. Thus, Chen Juoyang began to touch each stone in succession. After examining all the materials, he pointed to a stone priced at 20 million. Weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, declaring, "I will take this one." This stone had been on display for many years, showing signs of green infiltration. To seasoned experts, it was certain that this stone contained valuable material, though the essence might have already deteriorated, making the chances of a profitable gamble exceedingly low. Which explained why no one had purchased it until now. However, Chen Juoyang perceived a glass-like substance within, as large as a car tire. Onlookers shook their heads in disbelief at Chen Juoyang's choice. Yao Dayun and Yao Zishan's hearts sank in unison. At this moment, joyous exclamations echoed from Chen Sanjin's side. "Ice type." Jin Itsang's aged voice, filled with mirth, chimed in, "This piece weighs at least 10 jin, crafted into an ornament. It is worth no less than 30 million. 30 million. Yao Dayun and Yao Zishan felt an overwhelming tension as Chen Juoyang's selected material began to unveil itself. The first cut yielded nothing, the second cut still nothing. After 11 consecutive cuts, there was still no sign of treasure. With each slice, Yao Dayun and Yao Zishan grew more anxious, while Chen Sanjin's delight intensified, and the onlookers could only sigh in disappointment. Chen Sanjin sneered coldly, "I've already won. Even if your piece reveals something, it won't be worth as much as mine." Yao Zishuan's complexion paled suddenly. Chen Juoyang sighed, gesturing for the stone cutter to make a circle. "This part, open it up." He even indicated the precise location for the cut, which seemed utterly absurd. Chen Sanjin continued to laugh derisively. "Zishuan, come with me. I have reserved the finest 5-star suite here. I can hardly wait to share a room with you." Chen Juoyang retorted, "Shut your filthy mouth. The stone cutting is not yet finished. Why are you so arrogant?" Chen Sanjin glared at him, his eyes filled with malice. "Very well, I shall allow you a few more minutes of life." As the stone cutter followed Chen Juoyang's instructions and made the incision, he was momentarily stunned. "It really is green. And it's of the glass variety." Chapter 30, Victory and the Threat of Chen Juoyang Glass Type. The master of the stone quickly began to unveil the stone, eager to discern the size of this glass type. Upon hearing the stone master's words, Chen Sanjin's complexion shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of green and black. He had wagered on an ice type, while Chen Juoyang had revealed a glass type, a material of a notably superior grade. In the world of stone gambling, it is well known that a slight disparity in color can result in a tenfold price difference. The glass type is indeed significantly more valuable than the ice type. The crux lay in the size of Chen Juoyang's glass type. If it were relatively small, its worth might not surpass the ice type, but if it were substantial, then he was at a loss. At this moment, Chen Sanjin could not help but feel a surge of anxiety, his heart sinking heavily. As time passed and the stone master completed the unveiling, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. A glass-type jade the size of a car tire had not been seen in the province for many years. "I will purchase this for 55 million. Are you out of your mind? 55 million. Little brother, I offer 70 million. Enough of this. I bid 80 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not sell this piece. Chen Juoyang smiled at Qian Sanjin. It appears the outcome is clear. Qian Sanjin's expression darkened completely. Yao Zishuan, unable to contain her excitement, dashed forward and threw herself into Chen Juoyang's embrace, her voice trembling with joy. Juoyang, you are incredible. Then, lifting her head from Chen Juoyang's shoulder, she addressed Qian Sanjin, a bet is a bet. I hope you will cease to pursue me in the future. Otherwise, I shall make this matter known throughout the province, then let everyone mock your family's lack of integrity. Enraged, Qian Sanjin's forehead throbbed with veins, his fury palpable. Yet he found himself powerless, grinding his teeth in frustration as he turned away, his face dark as a storm cloud. His eyes filled with resentment. That Shen fellow must pay for this. As Qian Sanjin departed, Yao Zishuan clung to Chen Juoyang. Juoyang, this piece is incredibly valuable. Father, how much do you think our family could sell it for? Yao Dayun smiled broadly. This piece, at the very least, should start at 80 million, for the exact figure. I will consult with the elder. Yao Dayun continued. Juoyang, your abilities are remarkable. Would you like to purchase a few more stones to have some fun? Chen Juoyang, feeling exhausted and weak, managed a wry smile. I fear this will have to suffice for today. All right, I will respect your wishes. Yao Zishuan tightened her grip on Chen Juoyang's arm. Zishuan, please drive me home, I need to rest. Of course. Yao Zishuan replied. As for the payment for this glass-type jade, I will have my grandfather communicate the price, and I will ensure the funds are transferred to you. Very well. Chen Juoyang agreed readily, his mind yearning for a peaceful rest to regain his strength. Yao Zishuan drove Chen Juoyang away. Yao Dayun watched the departing vehicle, reflecting. It seems my foolish daughter has truly become infatuated, but Chen Juoyang is indeed talented. I should begin preparations for matters in Yun province. Chen Juoyang lay with his eyes closed in the car, increasingly aware of the significance of medicinal resources. Without the aid of these herbs for cultivation, the soul power he had expended today would likely take months to replenish. The practice of martial arts also required a harmonious blend of soul and blood energy to strike the acupoints. Lacking sufficient resources would hinder his progress for the foreseeable future. Moreover, in his quest to restore his father's honor, he found himself under the looming threat of the Earthrealm Grandmaster, whose sword of vengeance hung perilously above him. How could he seek retribution without addressing this imminent danger? Although his soul had been heavily taxed during his visit to Stone Gambling City, his remarkable achievements had yielded a profit of several tens of millions from an initial investment of 1 million. Providing him with ample means to procure numerous medicinal herbs to support his cultivation for a time. At that moment, Chen Juoyang received a call from an unfamiliar number. On the other end, the sinister voice of Wang Chongyun spoke. You, Chen, if you wish to prevent your father's demise in prison, you must come to Fengcheng prison at once. Chen Juoyang's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a cold, lethal intent. Understood. After hanging up, he instructed Yao Zishuan to redirect their course to Fengcheng prison. Upon arriving outside the prison, he beheld Wang Chongyun, pale and seated in a wheelchair, even receiving intravenous treatment. Deferentially positioned behind a regal-looking elderly lady draped in luxurious attire. This lady exuded an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of nobility, and bore a striking resemblance to Wang Chongyun's wife. Zhong Xiaofan. I am Wang Chongyun's mother-in-law, she declared. I am Zhong Ali. With a haughty snort, she addressed Chen Juoyang. Young man, I am aware of your dealings with my son-in-law. I understand you have resorted to some unsavory methods to confront him. However, you must comprehend that such underhanded tactics pale in comparison to true power and could even spell disaster for your family. If you relinquish the tricks you have played on my son-in-law, I may choose to spare you. Chen Juoyang's expression hardened. The audacity of this old woman was astonishing. Threatening him with his father's life. Earlier that morning, he had blatantly interfered with Wang Chongyun, leading to this confrontation. He had been careless. It seemed he would need to be more discreet in the future. Old crone, what gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Very well. It appears you are no paragon of virtue either. Today, I shall send you on your way. You little wretch dare to speak so brazenly before me. Since you refuse to dissolve this enmity, prepare to meet your end, Zhong Ali sneered, raising her hand with a flourish. In an instant, a middle-aged man approached. Clad in tattered clothing, his skin darkened, and his palms and knees calloused, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent with every subtle movement. He was a master of Muay Thai. You little bastard, let me be frank, the tricks you left within me have already been purged by Master Manla, Wang Chongyun exclaimed. A wicked grin plastered across his face. You have caused me immense suffering, and I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Once you are dead, I shall see that that old scoundrel in prison meets his demise as well. Master Manla, I implore you, take action and eliminate him. As Wang Chongyun's words fell, Manla lunged towards Chen Jiuyang, soaring through the air with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Bang! A sharp sound of air bursting resonated through the air. Neither of the two individuals made contact with each other's bodies. Chen Jiuyang's eyes sparkled. He recognized a master of Muay Thai who had entered the realm of the yellow stage since his departure from the Blade Legion. This was the first time he had encountered another martial artist, aside from himself, who had reached the Chi realm. Had that kick been executed by an ordinary person, Manla would have undoubtedly shattered their skull in a single, lethal blow. However, he quickly reconsidered. It was not yet the opportune moment to reveal his true prowess before Zhong Ali and the others. He resolved to surprise them once he had advanced beyond the 12 acupoints. Letting out a muffled groan, as if gravely injured, Chen Jiuyang turned and dashed towards an uninhabited area. Observing his retreat, Manla pursued closely behind. The two engaged in a spirited chase, then after approximately 5 minutes, they arrived in a deserted forest. Suddenly, Chen Jiuyang ceased his breathless sprint and stood still, leaving Manla perplexed as to why this young man bore not a trace of fear upon his face. Chapter 31, Manla's self-destruction, Chen Jiuyang's strength faced with death. You exhibit no fear, which I admire. Manla approached, awkwardly speaking in the Dragon Kingdom's language. Young man, remain still, and I shall ensure your demise is devoid of suffering. Not quite so, Chen Jiuyang replied calmly, gazing at him. You are not my match. It's commendable that you have reached the Huang realm through Muay Thai. But I have no desire to kill you. As long as you refrain from aiding the Wang and Zhong families in their misdeeds, I can spare your life. Manla's expression turned peculiar, followed by a derisive laugh. Young man, you speak like a fool in the daylight. Chen Jiuyang sighed. If you insist on courting your own demise, do not blame me. Come at me, he urged. With a sudden surge, Manla launched a fierce kick towards Chen Jiuyang, moving with such speed that it produced a faint sonic boom. This strike could easily shatter someone's internal organs and lead to instant death. However, to Manla's astonishment, Chen Jiuyang remained unscathed. The next moment, disbelief washed over his face. His knee strike not only failed to connect with Chen Jiuyang but was also repelled by an invisible force. True Chi projection. You are a master of the Xian realm, he exclaimed in shock. He never fathomed that a youth as young as Chen Jiuyang could have achieved mastery in the Xian realm, shattering all his preconceived notions. He must be barely over 20. With one hand effortlessly blocking Manla's attack, Chen Jiuyang smiled gently, prepare for your journey. He then extended his other hand, lightly pressing towards Manla's chest, unleashing a stream of true energy. Puff! Manla immediately coughed up blood, his face ashen, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. For decades, I, Manla, have never witnessed a Xian realm master in action. The title of master is indeed well deserved. Remarkable. Throughout my life of martial arts, having taken countless lives, I am unable to withstand even a single strike from a master. How about we strike a bargain? Manla proposed. Speak, Chen Jiuyang replied. I know my end is near. You have deliberately lured me here to conceal your strength from the Zhong and Wang families. Manla's expression grew increasingly somber. Please allow me to return and settle my affairs. In exchange, I will not disclose your information. Chen Jiuyang nodded, agreed. Lead them to a different location to meet. Master, you are truly benevolent. Manla clasped his hands together, bowed gently to Chen Jiuyang, and turned to leave. The prison was not far from Feng City. Had it not been for Wang Chongyun's impulsiveness today, believing that summoning Manla would resolve his issues, his father would indeed be facing death at the hands of the Wang family. It was imperative to relocate his father from the prison to ensure his safety. This was also the reason Chen Jiuyang urged Manla to divert Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali. Awaiting at the prison gates, Wang Chongyun hastily departed after receiving Manla's call. Unbeknownst to him, after they left Feng City prison, Chen Jiuyang boldly appeared outside the prison. Chen Jiuyang visited the prison to see his father, Chen Jianmen. Father, I have wonderful news for you. Chen Jianmen replied with a cheerful smile, what good news? Am I to become a grandfather? You and Yating have both matured into remarkable individuals. My father's soul wishes to embrace a grandchild. After a moment of silence, Chen Jiuyang replied, I will do my utmost concerning this matter, but the good news I wish to share is not related to that. Then what other good news could there be? Chen Jianmen inquired, puzzled. Chen Jiuyang continued, Father, the detective Ji has discovered that the family of the victim who identified you received bribes a year ago. Both witness testimonies and physical evidence are available, Father. Your wrongful conviction can be cleared. Chen Jianmen's expression turned fervent as he asked, Jiuyang, is what you say truly the case? Indeed, it is true. Chen Jiuyang affirmed. Detective Ji summoned me to meet you, she should be arriving shortly. Hope rekindled in Chen Jianmen's once dim eyes, and even at just over 50 years of age, tears glistened at the corners. Chen Jiuyang felt a lump in his throat as well. Their family, mere farmers, had been wrongfully imprisoned, and the path to exoneration seemed insurmountably arduous. As father and son conversed, Ji Lanyue arrived, and Chen Jianmen was taken away by the prison guards to complete the necessary procedures. Detective Ji, I appreciate your assistance, Chen Jiuyang said. Ji Lanyue responded, in this case, the evidence and testimony are both present. Given the Wang family's considerable influence, it is plausible that they may attempt to harm your father. Therefore, transferring him to my custody at the 6 doors for solitary protection is a reasonable and lawful action. However, time is of the essence, and I must also ensure that all procedural matters are properly addressed. I apologize for the inconvenience. Chen Jiuyang's countenance darkened as he retorted. But today they directly threatened my father's life to compel me to reveal myself. You have seen, my father was assaulted in prison, and if he remains there, his safety is genuinely at risk. Ji Lanyue empathized with Chen Jiuyang, patting his shoulder as she sighed, I understand your feelings, bear with it a little longer. Once the court processes the case and the trial commences, all the clouds of uncertainty will be dispelled. After Manla made a call to his wife to settle matters, he then contacted Wang Chongyun, requesting him to meet in the city of Feng. This maneuver bought Chen Jiuyang sufficient time. Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali encountered Manla, who sat calmly by the roadside awaiting their arrival. Wang Chongyun anxiously asked, Master Manla, have you eliminated that wretched creature? Manla slowly shook his head, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse, Mr. Wang, that young man possesses myriad skills, I could not bring him to his end, and instead, he has rendered my life untenable. I summoned you here to impart a few words of caution. What? Wang Chongyun's face went pale. Master Manla was the most formidable person his family could enlist, and yet he was unable to overcome that young wretch, even succumbing to him. Manla's voice grew weaker, Mr. Wang, I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I have repaid. However, the threat surrounding you has not been entirely eradicated. If possible, I urge you to seek reconciliation with that young man, it would benefit you both. How could there be reconciliation? He has brought such devastation to my family. I would relish the opportunity to make him suffer. Wang Chongyun's visage twisted with rage as he shouted, but Manla had already closed his eyes, breathless, unable to hear his words. Zhong Ali coldly interjected, "Enough. Manla has already passed away." Wang Chongyun promptly sealed his lips. Yet a tempest of agitation surged within him as he could not help but exclaim, "Mother, what shall we do? This wretched creature is so formidable. And Tiana has succumbed to an inexplicable ailment that defies cure. If that vile beast were to strike at this moment, our Wang family would be extinguished forever." "Why fret?" Zhong Ali replied with an air of composure, her voice icy. "Manla is ultimately but a dog of the Zhong family, as is his master, who is also beholden to us." Wang Chongyun inquired, "Mother, what course of action should we take? Should we summon your kin from the Zhong estate to intervene? Do you presume my family to be at your beck and call? A mere wretch is unworthy of invoking the strength of the Zhong family." Zhong Ali retorted with a disdainful expression, her demeanor lofty. "This Chen, though lacking in genuine prowess, employs devious methods. Manla's underestimation led to his demise, rendering him inconsequential. With Manla gone, let his master come forth, it is his duty to seek vengeance for his fallen disciple. As for your petty schemes, allow Manla's master to handle those. Regarding Tiana's strange illness, I shall have my people from the Zhong family attend to it." A glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Chongyun's eyes, indeed. The elder's wisdom is unparalleled. This Chen must perish. Chapter 32: The arrival of herbal medicine and the peril facing the Lin family. With his father relocated to the headquarters of the Six Doors for protection, his life secured, Chen Jiuyang bid farewell to Jilanue and returned home. Exhausted both mentally and physically, he consumed a few bites of food before succumbing to sleep. At the level of the Shen realm, ordinary sustenance offered little assistance, merely sustaining his basic daily activities. The following morning, a large truck arrived at his doorstep, delivering the herbs Chen Jiuyang had procured for 8 million through the Yao family. Alongside the herbs, there was also a matching medicinal cauldron. Filled with joy, Chen Jiuyang carried the herbs and cauldron into Qingzhou Mountain. Within the vast cauldron simmered a rich medicinal liquid. Stripping off his clothes, he immersed himself in the concoction. And in merely half an hour, he replenished the energy he had expended the day before. With closed eyes, he practiced the 8-9 Shen Gong, hastening the absorption of the medicinal essence while his internal true qi circulated ceaselessly, harmonizing with his spirit as it surged toward the first major acupoint within him. As the medicinal liquid was gradually consumed, Chen Jiuyang emerged from his meditative state, his eyes fluttering open. Filled with a mixture of joy and concern, the 8 million worth of herbs was perfectly sufficient for a single use, and in this instance, he had successfully opened half an acupoint, equivalent to 6 months of cultivation with the purple qi. His true qi and spirit had approximately enhanced by a tenth. The 8-9 Shen Gong was indeed marvelous. However, the pace at which wealth was consumed was alarming. He pondered how much treasure would be required to breach the 12 acupoints. Wealth brings both companions and methods, he mused, realizing the truth of the adage. At that moment, an unfamiliar spiritual presence brushed against his consciousness. Timid yet curious, "Who are you?" Startled, Chen Jiuyang extended his spirit and discovered that the voice belonged not to a person, but to a verdant bamboo. "And who might you be?" "They all seem to call me the bamboo immortal. This Qingzhou mountain is my domain," the voice echoed again. Astonished, Chen Jiuyang realized the mountain indeed possessed a spirit. "When did you gain this consciousness?" "The day before yesterday," replied the bamboo immortal. Chen Jiuyang was momentarily speechless. The offerings made to Qingzhou mountain had truly imbued a bamboo with intelligence. "I am Chen Jiuyang. Since this mountain is your domain, what can you do?" he inquired. The bamboo immortal's timid voice resounded in his mind, "I can control everything within Qingzhou mountain." Chen Jiuyang's eyes brightened. "Why can I communicate with you, while others cannot?" With a hint of uncertainty, the bamboo immortal asked, "Does that mean you are my master?" "Indeed," Chen Jiuyang affirmed. "My family has resided here for generations. I am your master. In my absence, you must protect my family well, understood?" The bamboo immortal inquired, "Are you referring to the 3 women in your household?" "Yes," Chen Juoyang instructed. "If anyone dares to harm them, you must intervene." "I understand, master," the bamboo immortal responded. Chen Juoyang donned his attire and exited the medicinal cauldron, remarking that the residual potency contained within would be beneficial for him, promising to return for another visit. The ethereal bamboo swayed gently, bidding him farewell. Upon leaving the mountain, a smile illuminated Chen Juoyang's face. The emergence of a spiritual being from the Qingshu mountain, acknowledging him as its master, was indeed fortuitous. However, he resolved to keep this secret to himself for the time being. Yao Zishuan approached as she saw Chen Juoyang emerge from the mountain, inquiring about the medicinal herbs. Chen Juoyang nodded in satisfaction, stating that the effects were remarkable and requested her assistance in procuring 10 additional batches, with payment to be made from the jade material he had acquired the previous day. Yao Zishuan assured him that it would be no trouble, as she would contact her grandfather to place the order under his name. Chen Juoyang laughed heartily, acknowledging her discretion. Yao Zishuan playfully flattered her eyes, noting that he was now the sole formidable ally of the Yao family and thus should be well protected. Chen Juoyang then expressed his desire to rebuild a grand villa on Qingshu Mountain, inquiring about the estimated cost. Yao Zishuan considered for a moment and replied that it would likely require around 20 to 30 million. Chen Juoyang rubbed his nose thoughtfully, agreeing to have her find a construction company to erect a quality house for him, promising to approve the plans before they commenced work. Yao Zishuan responded that there was no need to seek outside help, as her family owned a construction company. In that case, he requested her to construct a temple dedicated to Qingshu Mountain at the mountain's forefront. Although Yao Zishuan did not fully grasp Chen Juoyang's intent, she trusted him implicitly and nodded, then drove to Fengcheng to finalize the architectural plans for her family's residence. With the emergence of the spiritual being from Qingshu Mountain, it could safeguard Chen Juoyang's family, alleviating the need for him to purchase a home in the city. Moreover, since they held rural household registration, the land assigned to them by the Dragon Kingdom, including Qingshu Mountain and nearby fields, rendered the cost of land unnecessary. At that moment, Lin Yuexian approached, her complexion pale and tears in her eyes, pleading for Chen Juoyang's help for her grandfather. Chen Juoyang inquired about her grandfather's predicament. Lin Yuexian, her voice trembling with emotion, explained that following his advice 2 days prior, her grandfather had summoned the Lin family to assemble in secret. Unfortunately, the news leaked too swiftly, and a rival with a vendetta against their family attacked. Fortunately, her grandfather had managed to repel the assailant but suffered severe injuries, falling into unconsciousness, and the family doctor was at a loss for remedies. With a furrowed brow, Chen Juoyang reassured her not to panic, stating that he would accompany her to her home immediately. He then lifted Lin Yuexian into his arms and swiftly made his way to the Lin family villa. Upon his return to the Lin family estate, the scene starkly contrasted with his previous visit. The once beautiful estate was now in disarray, stained with blood and chaos. Numerous guards and bodyguards bore injuries, and the number of people within the Lin family had increased, each exuding an air of noble elegance. Chen Juoyang gently set Lin Yuexian down, asking where her grandfather was located. She replied that he was in the medical room upstairs. Lin Yuexian hurriedly brought Chen Juoyang to a medical room on the 2nd floor. On the bed, Lin Buan was no longer the embodiment of his former vigor. His complexion was ashen, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and a portion of his chest was inexplicably concaved, as if he were clinging to life by a mere thread, on the brink of death. Upon seeing Lin Buan, tears cascaded down Lin Yuexian's cheeks as she rushed to the bedside. "Grandfather, I have brought Mr. Chen, you must hold on." Lin Buan's eyelids fluttered, yet he could not open them. With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words, "Trouble." "Mr. Chen, do not speak," Chen Juoyang instructed, merely placing his hand upon Lin Buan's pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. Lin Buan had already entered the Yellow Realm, with a vortex of true energy within him. However, at this moment, a formidable force of true energy was consuming the vitality of his internal organs. Were it not for the slender thread of true energy that Chen Juoyang had imparted to sustain him, Lin Buan would likely have succumbed long ago. Chapter 33 Lin Buan severely injured, masters on the attack as the fabric of Lin Buan's clothing was lifted. A distinct white handprint was visible on the sunken part of his chest. Chen Juoyang raised an eyebrow, recognizing the mark of a master of the 7 injuries fist. Who had entered the Yellow Realm? Lin Yuxian anxiously inquired, Mr. Chen, is there any hope for my grandfather? Chen Juoyang exhaled deeply, had I arrived just 5 minutes later. I might have been powerless to assist, however, there is still hope. With that, Chen Juoyang produced silver needles, sealing 36 acupoints on Lin Buan's body. Then infused his own vital energy into him. Suddenly, Lin Buan's eyes flew open as he expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet, his condition appeared to worsen, with the medical instruments emitting distress signals. Chen Juoyang found himself at a loss. Merely drafting 2 prescriptions for Lin's family to procure, one for external application and another for internal use. He summoned everyone to the medical room, stating, I have done all I can. Had this been a younger individual, I would have been able to ensure a complete recovery, but given Lin's age, whether he can endure this trial depends on the strength of his will to survive. Lin Yuxian, tearfully expressing her gratitude, said, Thank you, Mr. Chen. An elderly man, akin in age to Lin Buan, stepped forward and bowed gently to Chen Juoyang. On behalf of the Lin family, I extend our heartfelt thanks. Chen Juoyang inquired, May I ask who this is? Lin Yuxian wiped her tears and replied, This is my grandfather's younger brother, my second uncle, Lin Buo. In my grandfather's absence, he has been managing the affairs of the family. Chen Juoyang nodded, Might I inquire about the circumstances? Lin Buo sighed, Since you have asked, I shall provide a thorough account. The Lin family has been a scholarly lineage for centuries, producing talented officials in every generation. Under Lin Yuxian's father, the Lin family flourished to its zenith, but this also earned them many enemies. After Lin Yuxian's father was treacherously harmed, Lin Buan made the decisive choice to disperse the Lin family throughout the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring the continuation of our lineage while awaiting the moment of resurgence. The assailant behind this incident is one of our foes, named He Feiwen, who, in his youth, was imprisoned for 10 years due to injuries he inflicted while practicing martial arts, a sentence passed by Lin Yuxian's father. Harboring resentment, he vowed to avenge himself upon his release. Last year, upon his release, he discovered the Lin family had fallen and began to seek their whereabouts. When news leaked of Lin Buan summoning the entire Lin family to Xiang County, He Feiwen seized the opportunity to strike. He managed to kill several of Lin's bodyguards, but was repelled by Lin Buan, who had attained the Yellow Realm. Nevertheless, he left behind a menacing promise to return within 12 hours to annihilate the Lin family. Chen Juoyang frowned. This man harbors excessive malice. After serving a legitimate prison sentence of 10 years, he seeks to eradicate an entire family in retribution. Lin Buo grimly remarked. During his decade in prison, his parents were murdered by his enemies, and he blames the Lin family for their deaths. Thus, he harbors such deep-seated hatred towards us. Chen Juoyang concluded, given such profound enmity, it appears that a peaceful resolution is unlikely. Lin Buo sighed, remarking, although He Feiwen has many enemies, he is not without his brothers and sisters from the sect. His retreat this time is likely to seek assistance. My Lin family has already mobilized forces to summon skilled warriors from the martial world, hoping to avert this impending disaster. At that moment, Chen Juoyang interjected. It appears we are running out of time. Lin Buo, taken aback, asked, Why do you say that, Mr. Chen? Chen Juoyang's gaze shifted towards the window. I have sensed a group surrounding this place. Lin Buo's expression darkened, and Lin Yuxian burst into tears. With a heavy tone, Lin Buo said, Mr. Chen, this matter cannot involve you. The only request I can make of you is to take this girl, Yuxian, to safety. Once her father is healed, he will avenge us. No, I refuse to live. If I must die, I will die alongside you, uncle. I have endured enough of this life of hiding. Lin Yuexian sobbed, unwilling to depart. Lin Buwu's expression hardened. This is madness. Mr. Chen, please take her away. Chen Jiuyang's spiritual perception extended 600 meters. He smiled. There is no need for such concern. Those approaching lack the strength to match mine. I can handle this matter for you. Lin Buwu took a deep breath. Mr. Chen, this issue is too entangled. It would be best if you did not involve yourself. Haha, Chen Jiuyang chuckled, looking at Lin Yuexian. Yuexian's cultivation was imparted by me, strictly speaking. She is half under my tutelage, is that not true, Yuexian? Lin Yuexian's cheeks flashed slightly as she bit her lip and nodded. What you say is correct, Mr. Chen. Chen Jiuyang continued, of course, I will not act without compensation, I have my demands. Lin Buwu replied earnestly, please, Mr. Chen, state your requests. As long as my Lin family is capable, we will comply. Chen Jiuyang recounted the injustice that led to his father's wrongful imprisonment, then stated. I hope the Lin family can assist me in clearing my father's name. Lin Buwu nodded, no problem. We shall trouble you, Mr. Chen. He then bowed deeply to Chen Jiuyang. Exiting the villa and standing in the courtyard. A flicker of coldness crossed Chen Jiuyang's eyes. The 3 killing techniques he gained from the Xian realm had yet to be unleashed. And now was the perfect opportunity to test their might. A shadow darted outside the courtyard, and with his chi circulating, Chen Jiuyang propelled a silver needle forward. Siwen Mang. Bang! The silver needle struck the shadow directly, and the chi enveloping the needle erupted, obliterating the shadow's head and resulting in instant death. Compressing and unleashing chi upon an object can yield tremendous power. Even a master of the Xian realm, shielded by protective chi, could still be severely injured, if not killed. Upon witnessing the death of one, the encroaching assailants surrounding the Lin family villa hesitated and began to retreat. Chen Jiuyang smiled slightly. It appeared his display had proven effective. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in white robes, with hands as thick as a man's, slowly walked through the estate's entrance. His gaze was frigid. Emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, this man was none other than He Feiwen. Chen Jiuyang's gaze sharpened. Realizing that He Feiwen had mastered the 7 injuries fist, rivaling the prowess of a Yellow Realm expert. No wonder Lin Buwan, who had entered the Yellow Realm, was unable to defeat this individual. He Feiwen fixed his cold stare on Chen Jiuyang and inquired, what is your relation to the Lin family? I am the master of Lin Yuexian, Chen Jiuyang replied. With a mocking smile, He Feiwen retorted, no wonder the old dogs of the Lin family are hesitant to flee. They have found a protector. Very well. I shall eliminate you first, and then the rest of the Lin family. Boom! As his words echoed, a resounding sonic boom filled the air as He Feiwen unleashed the formidable 7 injuries fist, intent on swiftly dispatching Chen Jiuyang with a single strike. Chapter 34, Repelling the Enemy. Old Secretary Huang pleads for mercy. He Feiwen's hefty palm came crashing down towards Chen Jiuyang. With a mere fingertip, Chen Jiuyang unleashed a torrent of ferocious energy that pierced through He Feiwen's hand. Alarmed, He Feiwen grimaced in agony and hastily retreated, but Chen Jiuyang was relentless. He advanced in a blur, arriving before He Feiwen in an instant, delivering a decisive blow. The impact reverberated, and He Feiwen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body standing motionless as his gaze became vacant, his internal organs shattered by Chen Jiuyang's strike, resulting in instant death. Witnessing He Feiwen's effortless demise at the hands of Chen Jiuyang, the remaining assailants recognized they were up against a formidable opponent and turned to flee. Chen Jiuyang's voice resonated within a 600-meter radius. This time, I shall spare you. Should you dare to attack the Lin family again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If you seek revenge, adhere to the rules of the martial world and issue a challenge. His words sent chills down the spines of the attackers, causing them to scatter in fright. Turning towards the villa, Chen Jiuyang announced, the enemies have retreated. Lin Buwu and Lin Yuexian emerged. Lin Buwu exhaled a long sigh of relief, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your assistance. Lin Yuexian, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into Chen Jiuyang's embrace, weeping with joy. Mr. Chen, thank you. My grandfather has improved thanks to your medicine. Chen Juoyang gently patted her head, reassuring her, as long as Lin Lao persists. It signifies the Lin family's potential resurgence. With Hifewan repelled, those contemplating another strike against your family must reconsider their capabilities. Lin Buwu remarked. My family was caught off guard this time, however, we have summoned skilled fighters who are en route. Such an incident shall not happen again. Chen Juoyang nodded. Take good care of Lin Lao. There is nothing more for me to do here, I must take my leave. Reluctant to part, Lin Yueshun implored, Mr. Chen. Please take care. As Chen Juoyang departed, he returned home to find old Secretary Huang waiting at the door, bearing an array of gifts. Upon seeing Chen Juoyang, he approached eagerly, Juoyang, you have returned. Chen Juoyang replied curtly, Old Secretary, what merit do we possess that warrants your gifts? Let us speak of business. Old Secretary Huang chuckled awkwardly, it is merely a token of goodwill. Unnecessary, Chen Juoyang shook his head, observing the absence of onlookers. Old Secretary Huang discreetly produced a check for 1 million, Juoyang, I have investigated the matter thoroughly, your sister's college entrance examination was sabotaged. This 1 million is compensation for her, I implore you to accept it, hoping that the mountain god will spare my son. Chen Juoyang retorted angrily. Children from rural backgrounds strive for university education to change their fate. You think you can dismiss this matter with 1 million? To hell with that. Keep your money and use it to buy coffins for Huang Liongbo and the others. Old Secretary Huang's expression darkened, and he murmured, Juoyang, 1 million is insufficient. Would an additional million suffice? One should not be overly greedy, 2 million is ample for an ordinary university student's employment over a decade. Chen Juoyang, fueled by indignation, laughed bitterly, is this truly about money? The venerable village chief Huang furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you propose to do? Chen Juoyang replied, I merely wish for my sister to have her college entrance examination results restored so she can attend university properly. Huang, appearing troubled, responded. If only this had been brought up a month earlier, Juoyang. With the school year commencing in just a few days, it is no longer feasible to make changes. Chen Juoyang scoffed, then let Huang Liongbo and his ilk await their demise. With that, he disregarded the chief's displeased expression and retreated to his dwelling. While the chief dared not step within the confines of King's Hashon, fearing the wrath of the mountain deity. Once inside, Chen Juoyang reflected on the situation, despite Huang Liongbo's impending fate. The village chief hesitated to part with funds for assistance. He no longer held any illusions about restoring his sister's examination results. Nonetheless, it was imperative that she attend university. This matter could not remain concealed indefinitely. He summoned Chen Yeting, saying, Xiaoya, the time for university enrollment is fast approaching. Have you prepared your belongings? Brother. I have been ready for quite some time, Chen Yeting replied, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the university experience. Chen Juoyang pondered, Xiaoya. Would you like to study medicine like me and become a doctor in the future? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, I would love to. But I had applied for a teacher training program before the exams. Chen Juoyang smiled warmly, as long as you desire it, that is sufficient. I can leverage my connections to facilitate your transfer to Fengcheng Medical College, allowing you to pursue medicine. Is that true? Chen Yeting exclaimed, her eyes wide with joy. Thank you, brother. You are so kind to me. In her exhilaration, she planted a kiss on Chen Juoyang's cheek, prompting him to chuckle, very well. I will take care of this matter for you shortly. Chen Yeting then produced a slip of paper, her brow furrowed in confusion. Brother, when you left earlier, someone slipped this note into our house. It seems to be for you. Chen Juoyang took the note and read the words inscribed, Chen Juoyang, tonight at midnight, Xingyun Pavilion. To settle grievances, Wang Chongyun. After sending Chen Yeting away, he began to ponder deeply. Did Wang Chongyun wish to reconcile, or had he summoned formidable adversaries to confront him? Regardless, Chen Juoyang resolved to accept the invitation, curious to see what tricks Wang Chongyun would employ. Departing his home, he made his way to Fengcheng Medical College. where he sought out his instructor, Chin Ruyu. She remained as enchanting as ever, though a hint of fatigue graced her features. As if she had not rested well in days. "What brings you here?" she asked. Chen Jueyong straightforwardly recounted his sister's predicament. "I would like to request Professor Chin to exercise her special privileges and accept my sister as a student." Without hesitation, Chin Ruyu assented. "Very well, I can make an exception and enroll her in the combined undergraduate and master's program, but I have a stipulation." "Please, do tell, Professor." Chen Jueyong responded. Chin Ruyu continued, "Your acupuncture technique in treating Chiolao is remarkable. After studying it for several days, I have discovered it to be a long-lost method of traditional Chinese medicine. I wish to compose a paper on this technique." Chen Jueyang contemplated for a moment. "That is agreeable, Professor." He was taken aback by Chin Ruyu's keen observation of his skills, which left him somewhat astonished. "Jueyang, you need not address me as teacher any longer." Chin Ruyu gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. "The Chiu family has leveraged their connections to secure your medical qualifications. You've even bypassed the clinical training period. They are currently working diligently to bestow upon you the title of professor. Soon enough, we shall be colleagues." Chen Jueyong chuckled softly. "In that case, I suppose I'll need to compose a few papers, otherwise, I might find my position as professor rather precarious." In this world, he believed that when it came to medical expertise, no one surpassed him. He felt more than capable of securing a professorship at a university. Chin Ruyu's captivating gaze remained fixed upon him. "I eagerly anticipate your papers, however, Jueyong, what I yearn for even more is the opportunity to conduct experiments alongside you. I am on the verge of divorce, and with our impending colleague relationship, do you harbor any reservations?" As she spoke, Chin Ruyu gracefully swayed her slender waist, approaching Chen Jueyang with deliberate intent. She embraced his neck, her delicate form pressed closely against him. Chapter 35, The Wang Family Seeks Expertise. A meeting in the night. Chin Ruyu, enchanting and alluring, possessed a figure that was both fiery and enticing. In her beautiful eyes reflected the handsome visage of Chen Jueyang. With a wry smile, Chen Jueyang remarked, "Teacher Chin, what is it that draws you to me?" "Your secrets intrigue me," Chin Ruyu replied, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Together, we would indeed be a match made in heaven. I am the youngest female professor at Fengcheng Medical College, while you are the youngest male professor there as well." A shiver ran down Chen Jueyang's spine, his heart racing at the realization that Chin Ruyu genuinely harbored feelings for him. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed her away. "Teacher Chin, we need to take some time to understand each other better before discussing this further." Her laughter rang like music, as she cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Jueyang and whispered in his ear, "Jueyang, I assure you, I am still untarnished. My husband is gay, although we are married. He has never touched me. I am waiting for you to claim me." Chen Jueyang suppressed the primal urge within him, recognizing that Chin Ruyu was indeed a temptress. Yet, she was not merely a pretty face, she was intelligent and deserving of his regard. "Teacher Chin, I have matters to attend to. I will come find you later," he declared, and with those words, he hastily exited the office, almost as if fleeing. With his sister Chen Yating's enrollment in university settled, Chen Jueyang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Now, he awaited only the court hearing for his father's case. Xinyun Pavilion, situated atop a mountain on the outskirts of Fengcheng, was a scenic tourist destination. As night fell, Chen Jueyang made his way to Xinyun Pavilion, only to find the foot of the mountain surrounded by guards from the Wang family, forbidding entry to outsiders. However, upon recognizing Chen Jueyang, the bodyguards allowed him to ascend the mountain to the pavilion. His spirit soared as he entered the Xinyun Pavilion, where several figures awaited him. At the summit, beneath the canopy of towering trees, sat a few individuals enjoying tea: Wang Chongyun, Zhong Ali, and a middle-aged man clad in martial robes. Wang Chongyun spoke coldly. "You little beast, I never expected you would dare to show up." Chen Jueyang replied nonchalantly, "Why would I not come? Speak your mind. You summoned me here to settle our grievances. Humph. Zhong Ali scoffed, young man, you possess some skill, managing to cure Wu Deong, whom we poisoned into madness. And even relocating your father to the Six Doors headquarters. Once the trial begins, the chances of your father clearing his name are substantial. By then, my son-in-law's Wang family will face dire consequences. The laws of Longwo are exceedingly strict, while the Wang family can bribe victims' families and sway certain individuals in court. Those are mere transactions. Once your father's case is reopened, the situation will spiral out of control. Let us negotiate. Do not allow that female police officer to reopen the case. I will discreetly arrange for someone to take your father's place in prison and offer you 10 million to settle this matter. Now, do you understand the fear you invoke? Chen Jiuyang suddenly laughed. I thought you had a genuine proposal for reconciliation, but it seems you merely wish to treat me as a fool. He sought someone to take the fall for his father's imprisonment. The accusations against his father not only remained but had become even more irreparable. I believe it is better to await the court proceedings. Unyielding. Zhong Ali sneered, Chen Jiuyang, it seems you are indifferent to your family's lives. Do you truly believe I desire reconciliation with you? Let me be candid, I have dispatched individuals to Xiang County to eliminate your mother and sister. It won't be long before you behold their lifeless bodies. Seeking death. Chen Jiuyang was instantly enraged, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, not of the same family. Yet sharing the same door, it appears you are all beasts. Fortunately, he had warned Qing Zhuxian early that morning, otherwise Chen Jiuyang would have been driven to the brink of bloodshed by anger. Without Qing Zhuxian, he would not have dared to remain away from home at night. Humph. Do you think we were unprepared? Wang Chongyun chuckled coldly, Master Deng, I implore you to take action. Render him disabled. I still wish to extract the remedy for my peculiar affliction from him. Chen Jiuyang, this Master Deng is the foremost master of the Fengcheng Martial Arts School. No matter how many underhanded tactics you employ, they cannot surpass this Master Deng. I advise you to surrender, lest you endure further suffering. This time, in our confrontation, we shall settle our grievances. Master Deng slowly rose, clasped his fist towards Chen Jiuyang, and spoke in a neutral tone, young man. I owe a debt of gratitude and must take action. Jiuyang Pavilion, Master Deng. Chen Jiuyang raised an eyebrow. This Master Deng possessed a certain intrigue, embodying the demeanor of a chivalrous hero. He returned the gesture with a fist clasp, Chunyang, Chen Jiuyang. As his words fell, Chen Jiuyang felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him. Master Deng had already launched a punch, his speed remarkable, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Devoid of hesitation, the punch aimed squarely at Chen Jiuyang's chest, executed with blatant force and imbued with a hint of true energy, clearly indicating that he was a master of the Yellow Realm. However, Chen Jiuyang remained rooted in place, neither dodging nor evading. He gently raised his hand, suddenly reaching forward to seize Master Deng's fist, then twisting it downwards with force. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing resonated, surprisingly. Master Deng did not cry out in agony, merely emitting a muffled grunt, which took Chen Jiuyang aback, truly a man of fortitude. Despite having his right hand incapacitated, Master Deng did not relent in his assault but instead executed a kick aimed at Chen Jiuyang. Master Deng was swift, yet Chen Jiuyang was swifter. He retaliated with a kick, sending Master Deng soaring backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing into a large tree by the pavilion, landing on the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, rendered incapable of further movement. Witnessing Master Deng being so effortlessly subdued by Chen Jiuyang, Zhong Ali, and Wang Chongyun's expressions turned ashen. Chen Jiuyang advanced towards them slowly, each step causing Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun's faces to grow increasingly pale. Zhong Ali shrieked, "You little beast, what does your strength matter? I am from the Zhong family of Feng province, do you dare to lay a hand on me? All those around you shall." Before she could finish her threat, Chen Jiuyang swiftly inserted a silver needle into her, causing her vision to darken as she collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Chen Juoyang was truly incensed by the methods employed by Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun, to the extent that he contemplated taking drastic measures against his loved ones. Although he could not eliminate the old wretch Zhong Ali, he could certainly devise a fate for her that rendered her life unbearable, which would bring him some solace. Chen Juoyang harbored no fear of the Zhong family, which possessed considerable power, should they continue their reckless behavior. He would not hesitate to return to the Blade Legion and call upon Li Weiguo to impose some discipline on the Zhong family. At worst, he could retreat with Zhang Xiuzhen and Chen Yeting into the Blade Legion, biding his time until he had honed his skills sufficiently to exact revenge, of course. This would be his last resort. From that point on, Zhong Ali would be nothing more than an elderly woman incapable of caring for herself. Mother, what is wrong with you? Are you all right? Wang Chongyun, his face ashen, lunged at Zhong Ali, yelling in distress. He then turned his gaze upon Chen Juoyang. Producing a firearm from within his garment, his features contorted in rage as he shouted, "You little bastard, prepare to die." However, before he could even pull the trigger, Chen Juoyang swiftly immobilized him with a silver needle and, with an icy glare, approached him, ruthlessly stomping down on his gun-wielding hand. Chapter 36, Ji Langyue encounters danger. Crack. Oh! Wang Chongyun's bones were utterly shattered beneath Chen Juoyang's foot, causing him immense pain, nearly rendering him unconscious with agony as he screamed, "You little beast! I vow to make you suffer." Realizing he had regained his ability to move, Chen Juoyang remarked coolly, "Wang Chongyun, do you think I will kill you?" "No. I shall not. Until my father is vindicated, no member of the Wang family shall meet their demise. However, I intend to ensure that you endure daily torment, living in regret day and night." With that, Chen Juoyang pressed a single finger to Wang Chongyun's forehead, rendering him unconscious, while implanting a deeper venomous thought within him, ensuring that Wang Chongyun would henceforth be a madman, driven to insanity. Having dealt with the two, Chen Juoyang slowly approached the great tree, standing before Deng Zun, who spoke. "Young man, you are formidable. I, Deng Zun, have no words to contest you. You may kill me, but spare my wife and children." What a man! Chen Juoyang felt a stirring in his heart. This individual possessed the spirit of a chivalrous hero, evoking his compassion. Deng Zun, as a Huang realm martial artist, I hesitate to take your life. Thus, I shall offer you two paths. Spare me. Deng Zun paused, then inquired, "What are they?" "The first option is my slaying you, erasing your existence from this world. The second is your allegiance to me, becoming my subordinate." Deng Zun sighed. "Had I been younger and unencumbered by family, I would never have endured such humiliation. However, I must provide for my family, so I choose the second path." Chen Juoyang then channeled a pure young energy into his body, instantly healing his injuries. Deng Zun was left astonished by such prowess. "You can wield energy externally. Are you a master of the Xian realm?" Chen Juoyang nodded, "Indeed." The realization that Deng Zun had nearly confronted a master left him feeling as if he had lived long enough. Deng Zun's heart raced, his eyes wide with astonishment. And he quickly knelt before Chen Juoyang, clasping his hands in reverence. "I pay my respects, master." Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly, "Rise. There is no need for formalities. You may call me Chen Juoyang." Deng Zun shook his head. "A master is the backbone of our martial world. How could I not show respect? Since you insist, I shall address you as young Master Chen." "Suit yourself," Chen Juoyang said. "Your martial arts school shall no longer be established in Fengcheng. We shall relocate to Xiang County." "Yes, young Master Chen," Deng Zun acknowledged. "Do you truly trust me to be your subordinate?" Chen Juoyang replied calmly, "I do not distrust those I employ. Besides, your strength does not surpass mine, or why should I worry?" Deng Zun felt embarrassed. "You speak wisely, young master. At such a young age, you have already attained mastery of the Xian realm. I have not heard of many like you in the vast Dragon Kingdom." Chen Juoyang smiled. "Do you aspire to reach the Xian realm?" Deng Zun sighed. What martial artist does not yearn to attain the realm of masters? Yet, the path to mastery is fraught with difficulty. Chen Jiuyang inquired, what if I could guide you into the profound realm? At once, Deng Zun bowed deeply before Chen Jiuyang, proclaiming, I shall dedicate my life and soul to serve you, my lord. With a smile, Chen Jiuyang replied, rise. You are currently at the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm, and the breakthrough to the late stage is within reach. When that time comes, I will impart the methods of entering the profound realm to you. Deng Zun, with an enthusiastic tone, affirmed, yes, young Master Chen. While others encounter bottlenecks at each step of their cultivation journey, requiring deep contemplation, Chen Jiuyang, possessing the legacy of a medical sage, finds his practice as effortless as the act of eating or drinking, lacking only in resources. Chen Jiuyang instructed, go home and make arrangements, then relocate to Xiang County. Yes, young master. Deng Zun responded, his expression brimming with excitement as he swiftly departed. Descending from the mountain after leaving Xinyun Pavilion, Chen Jiuyang spotted Yao Zishuan waiting at the foot of the hill. She approached him eagerly, asking, Jiuyang, have you resolved the matter? Chen Jiuyang nodded, and Yao Zishuan, clad in an alluring off-shoulder gown, spoke shyly, Jiuyang, it's quite late now. I would prefer not to drive. How about we find a hotel room instead? Upon seeing her enticing attire, Chen Jiuyang felt a rush of thirst. That sounds agreeable, he replied. As Yao Zishuan blushed, contemplating which five-star hotel to choose for a presidential suite, Chen Jiuyang's phone rang, revealing a call from Ji Lengyue. Ji Lengyue. What is it? He answered. On the other end, Ji Lengyue's voice was faint, Chen Jiuyang, I'm at the sandbar, and it seems I've been drugged. You know medicine, please come to my aid. I'm hiding in the women's restroom. Before Chen Jiuyang could respond, he heard a man's voice intruding into the restroom, taunting, Ji Lengyue, hiding in the women's restroom will do you no good. Come and have some fun with us. You've taken the drug, so you must be eager to, he. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jiuyang promptly turned to Yao Zishuan, declaring, Zishuan, we must head to the sandbar in Fengcheng immediately. Someone is in need of my assistance. Yao Zishuan nodded and started the car, heading towards the sandbar. As they drove, Chen Jiuyang began to understand why Ji Lengyue had been drugged. It was evidently the handiwork of the Wang family. To prevent the case involving his father from resurfacing, they resorted not only to murder but also to framing and coercing Ji Lengyue into retracting her complaint. After all, what ordinary thug would dare to drag an officer from the Six Doors headquarters? Regret washed over Chen Jiuyang for having been too lenient. Inside the women's restroom of the sandbar, several tattooed middle-aged men were drinking, while Ji Lengyue was bound with ropes around her hands and feet. Her face flushed and her gaze hazy, utterly powerless. Wolf brother, this girl is actually a constable, tonight is going to be enjoyable, one remarked. I've had my eye on Ji Lengyue ever since she entered the red light district. She has offended someone powerful, and now I can have my way with her. I'll record a video to threaten her afterward, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to touch her. Yes, Wolf brother, once you're done. Let the brothers have their fun. But before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash echoed through the restroom. Bang! The restroom door was violently kicked open. And Wolf and his companions were taken aback as a young man strode in, immediately seething with anger. Who the hell are you? Chen Jiuyang replied nonchalantly, I am. In fact, your father. Ji Lengyue's eyes glimmered with excitement, he had truly come to rescue her. However, she quickly became apprehensive, could he possibly contend with these several adversaries alone? Chapter 37, Rescuing Ji Lengyue. You are courting death. Those who sought to ruin his plans rushed forward, brandishing nearby bottles towards Chen Jiuyang. Wolf brother observed his underlings charge ahead with their makeshift weapons, a cold smile forming on his lips. Did they dare to play the hero? They clearly underestimated their own strength, foolishly attempting to thwart his intentions. Such imbeciles. Did they truly believe they could approach Chen Jiuyang? That was nothing short of ludicrous. With swift movements, each assailant was dispatched with a single slap, sent crashing to the ground. Witnessing his subordinates being swiftly subdued, Wolf brother rose with a sneer, if you can't even handle one, what good are you? It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Chen Jueyong fixed his gaze on the tattooed middle-aged man, his brow furrowing slightly. Who is it that commanded you to target Officer G? Wolf brother chuckled derisively. Want to know? Kneel and call me father, and I might consider sharing. Before he could finish, Chen Jueyong delivered a sharp slap that sent him sprawling. With a frigid glare, he remarked, your tongue is filthy, it deserves a beating. I'll take you on. Wolf brother, furious and embarrassed, lunged at Chen Jueyong with a knife in hand. With a cold smile, Chen Jueyong seized Wolf brother's arm and twisted it with a gentle yet firm motion. Crack! Wolf brother's arm was instantly broken. And he broke out in a cold sweat, howling in agony, my arm. It hurts. I was wrong. Chen Jueyong replied coolly, before you lament your fate. Answer me, who sent you to harm Officer G? It was a prominent figure named Wang Chongyun who ordered me to target Officer G. As expected. Chen Jueyong stated coldly. Considering you haven't harmed Officer G yet, you may leave. Yes, yes. Wolf brother, supporting his fallen companions, scrambled away in a hasty retreat. Having witnessed their departure, Chen Jueyong approached and untied the ropes binding Ji Langyue, helping her to her feet. Officer Ji, are you all right? Is everything fine? Ji Langyue, having endured the effects of a potent aphrodisiac, found it remarkable that she had managed to hold on until Chen Jueyong's arrival. Her voice was faint, I feel terribly unwell. Chen Jueyong, please help me. A jolt coursed through Chen Jueyong. How could he assist her in such a state? Before he had the chance to respond, Ji Langyue wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing him closer. Chen Jueyong felt a rush of discomfort, inhaling deeply as he lightly tapped her forehead. At that moment, Ji Langyue regained her senses, realizing she was clinging to him and attempting to remove her clothing. Even the icy beauty found herself flustered, her cheeks flushed. Quickly, she pushed him away, but as fate would have it, she seemed to have injured her leg. With a frown, she lost her balance and fell back into Chen Jueyong's embrace. He chuckled softly, Officer G, if your leg is injured, do not overexert yourself. Embarrassed, Ji Langyue bit her lip and declared, you must not speak of this incident tonight. Chen Jueyong nodded, Officer G, how did you fall victim to the drug? Ji Langyue furrowed her brow and said, after work today, my colleagues invited me to this bar for drinks. I consumed quite a bit before I realized something was amiss. Had you not arrived in time, my reputation would have been tarnished. Those individuals slipped me an aphrodisiac, yet they did not force themselves upon me. Instead, they merely recorded my state, waiting for the effects of the drug to take hold before making their move. A look of dread crossed Ji Langyue's face as she continued. These ruffians must have been specifically targeting me. The mastermind behind this is likely the Wang family. Chen Jueyong scoffed. The Wang family will resort to any vile means to prevent my father from being exonerated. He then added, Jie, your unfortunate experience tonight is a consequence of my involvement. Given your leg injury, allow me to assist in your treatment, otherwise, you may find yourself unable to move normally for 10 days to half a month. Ji Langyue's delicate countenance momentarily froze, contemplating that Chen Jueyong had studied medicine. She nodded slightly, her cheeks flashing. Chen Jueyong concentrated his pure young energy in one hand while grasping her dainty ankle with the other, carefully removing her shoe and sock to hold her exquisite foot. It may hurt a bit, please bear with it. Ji Langyue's face turned crimson with embarrassment, despite her fiery temperament and straightforward nature. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a man, especially with such a private and sensitive area. Before she could ponder further, a sharp pain struck her, prompting a soft gasp as she furrowed her brow. Yet, the pain quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort as her foot felt normal once more. Ji Langyue's body resembled a work of art, and Chen Jueyong found himself captivated by the delicate beauty of her foot, with toes like jade and a small, refined sole revealing the faint blue veins beneath her skin. He found it difficult to relinquish his hold on her foot for a moment, until Ji Langyue, blushing fiercely, bit her lip and exclaimed, Chen Jueyong, have you finished? That should be enough. Finally, Chen Jiuyang released her foot and helped her put on her sock and shoe. Jia Langyue's gaze towards him was complex as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for tonight." With that, she drove away in her SUV, a vehicle befitting her elegance. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang exit the bar, Yao Zishuan, with a playful tone, suggested, "Jiuyang, it's getting late, let us find a hotel to rest." Chen Jiuyang replied, "All right." He glanced at Yao Zishuan, pondering why she seemed so thrilled about going to a hotel. It was important to note that her cold condition had yet to be resolved, making it impossible for her to engage in close contact with a man, even one as pure young as himself. What could she possibly be thinking? Chapter 38, Misunderstanding and Compelled to Act Upon Awakening. Chen Jiuyang found himself devoid of any calls from Zhang Shuzhen or Chen Yeting, indicating that the assassins dispatched by the Wang family had been dealt with by the Qingzhou Immortal. Rising from his slumber, Chen Jiuyang commenced his morning practice. Aware that the effects of the first wisp of purple qi from the heavens had diminished significantly, yet morning exercises remained essential. He sought a relatively open square by the riverside to engage in his cultivation. Suddenly, the group of individuals clad in martial robes surrounded him. Leading them was a robust and vigorous middle-aged man who fixed his gaze upon Chen Jiuyang, his resonant voice proclaiming, "At last, you have arrived." Taken aback, Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Do you know me?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, stating, "Though I have long heard of your reputation, I never expected you to be so young." Raising an eyebrow, Chen Jiuyang pondered whether the man had mistaken him for someone else. Before he could respond, the middle-aged man smoothly assumed a fighting stance, white qi emanating from his body, signifying his readiness to engage. From the Wangquan Hall, "I seek your guidance." Chen Jiuyang felt a surge of excitement. The man exhibited commendable skills in his practice, his vigor at its peak, and he followed the Xingyi path. Gradually, he stood up, replying calmly, "Then let us engage in a bout." As Chen Jiuyang's words fell, the middle-aged man lunged forward, executing a swift flying kick aimed at Chen Jiuyang's head, a move so rapid it sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. The 12-ton legs, impressive. Chen Jiuyang's eyes sparkled as he effortlessly raised a hand to deflect the attack, without any personal enmity between them. Chen Jiuyang refrained from utilizing his true qi to overpower the man, responding purely with technique. After blocking the strike, Chen Jiuyang extended his other hand and delivered a light palm strike to the man's chest. The force of the blow sent the middle-aged man staggering back several paces, astonishment evident in his eyes, striking as if painting, "Your control over power is remarkable. A splendid technique, let us continue." The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with heightened combat spirit as he charged at Chen Jiuyang once more, this time forgoing his legs. He brought both hands together, raising them high above his head, then brought them crashing down with ferocity, mountain collapse. Chen Jiuyang remained rooted in place, slowly extending a leg to compel the middle-aged man to abandon his offensive stance and adopt a defensive posture to brace against Chen Jiuyang's kick. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jiuyang remarked, "There is no need to continue. Your lower body is stable, yet your upper body bears an injury, rendering your power insufficient to contend with me." The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. "You can discern my upper body's weakness due to injury." Nodding, Chen Jiuyang responded, "Moreover, your approach to external training has its flaws. With your upper body compromised, you ought not to employ techniques like mountain collapse, as it will exacerbate your hidden injuries. Consider shifting to internal martial arts. With your qi, you should be capable of cultivating true qi and advancing into the yellow realm." The middle-aged man's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Do not presume to intimidate me. Our Xingyi martial arts hall would never forsake our roots. Xingyi is the foundation of our existence. Do not think that just because you are an expert in internal arts, you can humiliate our Xingyi martial world." Chen Jiuyang found the situation amusing. "If I intended to humiliate you, I would have easily defeated you with my true energy. I have just awakened and merely came here to practice, not to engage with you." The middle-aged man paused momentarily. "Aren't you Lu Taichong?" "Who is Lu Taichong?" Chen Jiuyang replied, "My name is Chen Jiuyang." "Oh." The middle-aged man immediately displayed an awkward expression, then clasped his fists in apology, saying, "Mr. Chen, I apologize for the mistake, I thought you were Liu Taichung from my Xingyi school. Chen Jiuyang remarked, next time you decide to strike, perhaps you should clarify the identity of your opponent first, not everyone possesses a temperament as mild as mine. The middle-aged man appeared exceedingly embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing before inviting Chen Jiuyang to sit and enjoy tea while they conversed. After some pleasantries, Chen Jiuyang learned that this middle-aged man was named Hong Wu, the master of the Xingyi martial arts school in Fengcheng. 3 days prior, an undefeated fighter in the Xingyi community of Feng province had arranged to challenge them that morning. Chen Jiuyang chuckled, it seems my timing and presence were ill-fated. Hong Wu commented, young brother Chen, you seem unfamiliar with your prowess, you should not remain unknown in Fengcheng. Chen Jiuyang replied, I have only recently returned to Fengcheng, it is understandable that you are unaware of me. Hong Wu sighed, indeed. It is through combat that we become acquainted. Young brother Chen, your knowledge of martial arts far surpasses mine, I could easily engage you in conversation for days on end. Alas, I must prepare for a formidable opponent today. If I were to lose, it would be a disgrace for the Xingyi community in Feng province. And I would have no face to present to my elders. Not to worry, we shall exchange ideas another time, Chen Jiuyang said with a smile. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed, where is Hong Wu of the Xingyi martial arts school? Come out and face your demise. Hong Wu immediately rose and headed toward the source of the voice, with Chen Jiuyang following to observe. A tall, lean man clad in martial attire stood confidently, his expression indifferent and radiating arrogance. He was evidently a practitioner of internal martial arts, as his physique and musculature indicated his training style. Hong Wu is here. You must be Liu Taichung, Hong Wu said coldly. Liu Taichung clasped his fists, his right thumb raised, as fellow practitioners of martial arts, I, Liu, have come today to seek you out, Master Hong, to determine our strengths and perhaps our fates. Arrogant. Hong Wu's expression hardened. You truly believe there is no one in Xingyi to challenge you? Liu Taichung sneered, if I cannot defeat you within 3 moves, I shall take my own life. Then let us battle. Hong Wu bellowed fiercely, charging forward without fear, initiating an attack with a snake-style true intent palm aimed directly at Liu Taichung's lower ribs. As Hong Wu made his move, Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow. While Hong Wu had mastered his Xingyi, he had yet to attain the realm of entry, making him no match for someone at Liu Taichung's level. Indeed, Liu Taichung effortlessly redirected Hong Wu's attack with one hand, delivering a swift chop that struck Hong Wu's arm, causing him to emit a muffled groan as his right arm went limp. Clearly, the bones in his right arm had been broken. Liu Taichung then delivered a kick that sent Hong Wu flying, leaving him sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Yet Liu Taichung remained relentless in his pursuit of Hong Wu, leaping into the air with one leg extended, then bending it in an attempt to strike Hong Wu's head with his knee. Should this blow connect, it would undoubtedly result in the shattering of Hong Wu's skull and instant demise. Halt! Chen Jiuyang's voice rang out coldly as he swiftly extended a hand to intercept the assault aimed at Hong Wu. Nevertheless, Liu Taichung was undeterred, redirecting his ire towards Chen Jiuyang, clenching both hands into fists as he aimed for Chen Jiuyang's head, evidently intent on eliminating this meddlesome interloper. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow. Liu Taichung truly exhibited a flagrant disregard for others, mistaking him for a mere pushover. With a swift motion, he extended 2 fingers from his other hand, unleashing a surge of genuine energy. A sharp sound echoed as Liu Taichung immediately felt a searing pain in his chest, followed by a spurt of blood. Chapter 39, Repelling the Master. Farewell to the savior. Liu Taichung, after spitting blood, stiffened his body. Chen Jiuyang delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Gazing at the young man before him, Liu Taichung broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth, demanding, "Who are you?" Chen Jiuyang replied nonchalantly, "I am a friend of Hong Wu. Did you not wish to kill? Let us test our strength. Should I fail to vanquish you within 3 moves, I shall take my own life." His words rendered Liu Taichung pale, and his eyes gleamed with malice. "Young man, we both practice internal martial arts. Though you have broken through to the Yellow Realm, you underestimate the world. Upon finishing his words, Liu Taichung charged like an enraged bull, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left the onlookers in a daze. Too weak. Chen Jiuyang sighed softly, losing interest in toying with Liu Taichung. In an instant, he moved several times faster, his breath igniting a surge of true energy, and he landed a powerful punch on Liu Taichung. Boom! In that fleeting moment, dozens of Liu Taichung's bones shattered, his body bursting like a balloon, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, utterly limp. Liu Taichung's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief as he weakly uttered, "How is this possible? You are so young, how could you surpass me in internal cultivation? There is always someone beyond the horizon, someone greater than oneself. With your meager strength, how dare you wield violence and act tyrannically? I wonder who bestowed upon you such confidence," Chen Jiuyang remarked coolly. Liu Taichung, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Dare you tell me your name? Once I recover, I will seek revenge." Chen Jiuyang replied, "Do you believe that, given your actions today, I would allow you to live?" At that moment, Chen Jiuyang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as his true energy surged within him. He unleashed a blast of true energy behind him. Boom! The two forces collided, sending splashes of water and shaking the leaves from the trees. When Chen Jiuyang turned back, he discovered that the severely injured Liu Taichung had vanished, carried away by a shadowy figure. This caused Chen Jiuyang's brow to furrow. The person who had intervened could also manipulate true energy, clearly a master of the profound realm. Rescued by this figure, Liu Taichung gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Why did you save me? We are both in the Yellow Realm, I could have killed him." The shadow replied calmly, "Taichung, you were mistaken, that young man is not of the Yellow Realm, but rather a master of the profound realm, like myself." "What?" Liu Taichung gasped, a wave of fear washing over him. At this moment, Hongwu, having caught his breath, slowly rose with a pale complexion. With one hand clasped in a gesture of respect, he addressed Chen Jiuyang, "Master Chen, thank you for saving my life today." Chen Jiuyang replied, "No need for thanks. We study martial arts to strengthen our bodies and protect our homes, not to bully and oppress others. Master Hong, your hand has been broken. You should seek medical attention at once," he added. Hongwu responded with a bitter smile, "Yes, Master Chen. I implore you to visit my martial arts school for a while. Upon my return from the hospital, I shall properly express my gratitude." Chen Jiuyang shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I have other matters to attend to. Our encounter was merely a result of my morning martial arts routine. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance." With that, he turned and left with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning to the hotel, he found Yao Zishuan already awake, engaged in her morning routine. Noticing his arrival, she remarked, "Jiuyang, your phone rang earlier, but I was in the shower and couldn't answer it." "Understood," replied Chen Jiuyang as he glanced at his phone, discovering a dozen missed calls from his close friend, Hu Qijie. He promptly returned the call, and Hu Qijie's anxious voice came through, "Jiuyang, it's about time you answered. What is going on? Speak clearly." "Jiuyang, there's been a problem with the prescription you provided to my family." Hu Qijie's voice was filled with distress. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow. "What kind of problem?" Hu Qijie explained, "After you gave us that prescription for our house, we produced it in bulk and shared it with others to observe the effects. However, yesterday, someone came to our door claiming that we deceived their friend with the prescription and demanded we destroy all medicines and prescriptions immediately. Otherwise, they threatened to harm our family. And that person is involved in the underworld. Jiuyang, is there truly no issue with this prescription?" Hu Qijie inquired anxiously. Chen Jiuyang replied, furrowing his brow, "There is certainly no issue with the prescription. Bring that person to me, I wish to understand the situation." "All right," Hu Qijie responded. After hanging up, Chen Jiuyang took Yao Zishuan to Hu Qijie's residence, located in the old district of Fengcheng, an ancestral home that had stood for over a century. Upon arriving, Hu Qijia's father managed to maintain his composure. Jiuyang, please tell me, is there a problem with this prescription? If so, we shall pursue other business ventures. Chen Jiuyang chuckled softly. Uncle, rest assured, there is no problem. The individual involved is likely attempting to extort you. I am here to ascertain who possesses such audacity. Hu's father nodded in agreement. That is good to hear. I trust you. If they are indeed attempting to extort us, we shall report this to the authorities. Suddenly, a coarse voice filled with a rogue's bravado echoed from outside. Let me tell you, even if you involve the authorities, it won't matter. A burly man, adorned with a large gold chain, a buzz cut, and dressed in leopard print clothing, entered through the door, flanked by over 20 subordinates. The imposing presence of such a large group indicated ill intentions. Even Hu's father, seasoned in the ways of the world, could not help but change his expression. Stepping forward to address the man, Brother Dideo, there must be some misunderstanding. Please do not act rashly. Dideo pushed Hu's father aside. There is no misunderstanding. You either destroy the prescription and the medicines, or I will obliterate your family. The countenance of Hu Fu and Hu Qijie shifted dramatically. At that moment, the voice of Chen Jiuyang resonated. I must see who possesses the audacity to annihilate my brother's family. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang stepped forth from behind Hu Fu, directing his gaze towards the formidable figure wielding a large knife. With a tone laced with uncertainty, he inquired, Brother Zhang Jiolong, is it you? Jiuyang? The blade wielder turned his attention to Chen Jiuyang and then glanced at the Hu family, exclaiming, it appears we have a case of chaos in the Dragon King's temple. Chen Jiuyang was momentarily taken aback. Did you not embark on a special mission? With a resounding slap to his forehead, Zhang Jiolong chuckled, what special mission? I have retired. Every member of the Sharp Blade Legion ultimately undergoes one special task, then that is retirement. Having shed blood and endured injuries for the nation, you owe it nothing further. Your final mission is to live your remaining days well. Chapter 40, Unfathomable Demon Slayers. Hu Fu and Hu Qijie were taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that Chen Jiuyang was acquainted with such a formidable figure in their world, and moreover, they shared a brotherly bond. This revelation left them rather perplexed. Zhang Jialong pulled Chen Jiuyang aside and whispered, Brother, when did you emerge from the blade? Chen Jiuyang replied, a few days ago, I recovered from my injuries and departed from the blade. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jialong clapped Chen Jiuyang on the shoulder. I thought you would remain incarcerated for life. Who would have imagined that we would reunite so swiftly? Chen Jiuyang chuckled in response, this signifies our fateful connection. My brother. Zhang Jialong pounded his chest and declared, indeed. I was in the wild, attending to nature's call, and stumbled upon you, lad. Initially, I thought you had met your end, but it seems your life is remarkably resilient, and your medical skills are quite exceptional. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Jiuyang hastily shifted the topic, Brother Jialong, since we crossed paths, we must celebrate today. Had it not been for you, I might have perished after falling from that cliff. After my recovery, I sought you out through Liwegua, who mentioned you were on a special mission, and thus I missed my chance to bid you farewell. I never anticipated you'd be involved in the underworld of Fengcheng, and look at you. Clad in leopard print and adorned with a gold chain, aren't you a bit ostentatious? Zhang Jialong, with his bushy brows and wide eyes, retorted, what do you know? To thrive in this world, one must dress accordingly, it signifies to others that you are not to be trifled with. As he spoke, Zhang Jialong waved his hand to his subordinates behind him, all right, everyone, head back. Today, the Dragon King Temple has been deluged. And I intend to revel with my brother. Chen Jiuyang then addressed Hu Qijie, Uncle Hu, this gentleman is my savior. This misunderstanding needs to be clarified. Zixian, please book a restaurant for us to dine together and become acquainted. All right, Yao Zixian replied. The group gathered around a table, exchanging pleasantries before Chen Jiuyang broached a serious matter, Uncle Hu, regarding the shares of the Heiyugao Company. I wish to allocate half to Brother Jialong. Zhang Jialong waved his hand dismissively, Jiuyang, there's no need for such gestures. Chen Jiuyang insisted earnestly. Brother Jialong, you restored my life. Without you, where would I be today? It was Zhang Jialong who had saved Chen Jiuyang when he fell from the cliff and brought him back to the Blade Legion. Chen Jiuyang adhered to the principle that one should repay kindness with profound gratitude. Jiuyang, my brother, I understand your intentions, Zhang Jialong sighed deeply. However, I have little time left. Even if you were to give it to me, I would have no use for it. Chen Jiuyang inquired, what has transpired? Zhang Jialong's expression darkened. I have offended a significant figure, then my life is forfeit within a week. Chen Jiuyang pressed, what kind of person? What is his name? A master at the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, Zhang Jialong lamented. His name is He Yong. He Yong? Father Hu exclaimed. I have heard of this man. He is a renowned underground boxing champion, famous for over a decade, and countless lives have perished at his hands. Chen Jiuyang raised an eyebrow and asked, Brother Jialong, how did you offend him? Zhang Jialong took a swig of alcohol and replied solemnly. My daughter was pursued by his son, and when his advances failed, he attempted to drag her. How could I endure such an affront? I directly rendered his son a eunuch. Chen Jiuyang remarked, you are justified in this matter. You could certainly seek assistance from the Six Gates to resolve it. Zhang Jialong lowered his voice, if I approach the Six Gates for help, it would expose many of my brothers who are currently on covert missions. Brotherhood, after all, should not witness a comrade's demise without intervening. After contemplating, Chen Jiuyang said, I understand, Brother Jialong. I shall take this matter upon myself. Zhang Jialong became anxious. Jiuyang, you cannot act so impulsively, or you are still young. Furthermore, He Yong is an elite master, you cannot possibly defeat him. Chen Jiuyang replied. I thought to help you resolve some troubles before I meet my own end, as there are those impersonating my brother's prescriptions. Chen Jiuyang felt deeply moved. Even when Zhang Jialong faced his own demise, he sought to assist his comrades, the true display of loyalty. If Zhang Jialong was so, then surely the other brothers on secret missions would be the same. Chen Jiuyang smiled and said, you may not believe it, Brother Jialong, but I have made a breakthrough. He then extended a finger, and from a perspective unseen by Hu Qijie and the others, he discreetly unleashed a surge of true energy that pierced through the stone table with formidable force, merely a casual strike. By heavens! Zhang Jialong gasped, his eyes nearly bulging out. Jiuyang, you truly are a monster. You've broken through so swiftly. If I had encountered you earlier, I wouldn't have needed to bring 20 underlings with me. I have sent my sister-in-law and niece away, I must call them back immediately. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiuyang laughed heartily. Hurry and bring back my sister-in-law and niece. After making the call, Zhang Jialong, eyes gleaming, asked, Jiuyang, are you truly confident in defeating He Yong? Chen Jiuyang replied earnestly. If I cannot overcome him, despite being one realm above, then I might as well embrace death. Zhang Jialong's excitement surged, and with a toothy grin, he declared. That is all I needed to hear. I will spread the word and challenge He Yong to a duel. Very well, there is no problem. After their meal, Zhang Jialong hurried off to fetch his wife and child. Once he had properly allocated the shares of the Black Jade Duanshugao Company, Chen Jiuyang accompanied Yao Zishuan to the company to select blueprints for constructing a new house in his hometown. At that moment, Chiu Yihon called. Chen Jiuyang answered. And on the other end, Chiu Yihon sobbed, Mr. Chen, it seems I have caused another death. Chen Jiuyang inquired, who has died? Chiu Yihon replied. It is my second aunt's husband. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow, that shouldn't be, where are you? I will come to see you. I am at the hospital. All right. I shall come over to take a look. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jiuyang made his way to the affiliated hospital of Fengcheng Medical College. Upon arriving at the VIP floor of the hospital, he was taken aback to find 6 doors there, guarded by officers. He noticed that Chiu Yihon's cheeks were swollen. And traces of tears adorned her face, while a middle-aged woman incessantly pointed at her, berating, "Cho Ihon, how many people must you harm before you are satisfied?" With her head bowed, Cho Ihon said nothing, and her forlorn demeanor tugged at Chen Joyoung's heartstrings. He approached her and inquired, "What has happened?" Cho Hong-tu sighed, "Dr. Chen. My younger sibling has died under mysterious circumstances." "And what does this have to do with Cho Ihon?" Chen Joyoung questioned. "Last night. It was Cho Ihon who kept vigil with my sibling," Cho Hong-tu replied. Furrowing his brow, Chen Joyoung moved closer to Cho Ihon and, using his spiritual essence, sought to uncover the truth behind her lingering obsession. "Was it you who killed Cho Ihon's relative last night?" "It was not me, but rather another spirit that committed the act. This spirit originally intended to eliminate both Ihon and her grandfather, but I protected Ihon. After taking her relative's life, the entity retreated." Chen Joyoung was struck with a chilling realization. This was indeed a case of spirit murder. Chapter 41, Chilling Revelations and the Pursuit of Justice. After a prolonged silence, Chen Joyoung declared, "I understand now. I shall restore Ihon's innocence." He then turned to Cho Hong-tu and stated, "Sachyo, in this world, there exists only suicide and homicide. The notion of a person being cast to death is mere superstition. Do not wrong Ihon." Cho Hong-tu sighed and replied, "I am aware of this. Which is why I have reported the matter and summoned the authorities from the 6 doors for an investigation." Chen Joyoung approached Cho Ihon, offering words of comfort, "Miss Cho, rest assured, your relative did not perish by your hand, it was an act committed by another." Cho Ihon sniffled, "Dr. Chen, thank you for your comforting words." With a gentle smile, Chen Joyoung remarked, "This is not mere consolation, it is the truth. I shall investigate the situation now and return to speak with you later." Upon entering the morgue, Chen Joyoung was unexpectedly greeted by Ji Langyue, who was examining the corpse alongside a middle-aged male constable. Ji Langyue recognized him and, recalling the events of the previous night, felt a twinge of embarrassment. She inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Joyoung replied, "I am the physician here. The deceased is a relative of my patient. I heard it was said that they were cast to death, so I came to examine the body." Ji Langyue nodded, aware that as a constable of the 6 Doors headquarters, her responsibilities extended beyond the case involving Chen Joyoung's father to encompass other matters as well. The middle-aged constable scoffed. "This is not a case of someone being cast to death, it is clearly an act of murder." "Oh." Chen Joyoung's interest was piqued. "What makes you say that?" "There are no external or internal injuries on the body, and the deceased was in good health prior to their sudden demise last night." To assert that it was the result of a curse would be a bold claim, the constable replied, his expression grave. "However, having served as a constable for over 20 years, I have encountered 3 similar cases, including this one, the 4th. In each instance, the cause of death remains undetermined, as if the soul were forcibly taken by a specter. The method of killing bore a resemblance to the sinister legends of the martial world." Chen Joyoung could not help but feel a sense of admiration for this middle-aged constable who displayed keen intellect. He glanced at the nameplate hanging from the man's chest, Min Wei Kai. Chen Joyoung inquired, "Have any of these cases been solved?" Min Wei Kai shook his head, "No. There are no suspects to pursue. Yet, I am certain this is a series of murders committed by the same perpetrator." With a smile, Chen Joyoung asked, "Do you wish to solve the case, Constable Min?" Min Wei Kai chuckled, "I would dream of it. Yet, without a single clue or lead, there is no direction to follow." "Indeed," Chen Joyoung remarked, "you have touched upon a crucial point. This is, in fact, a case of ghostly murder." Employing his spiritual perception, Chen Joyoung examined the corpse, revealing what ordinary eyes could not see. Within his consciousness, he discerned several dark handprints on the body, clearly not made by a living person. Min Wei Kai trembled slightly. "Do you possess a way to uncover the truth?" Ji Langyue also felt a surge of excitement. "Chen Joyoung, can you solve this case? The suspense is immense. And while I have heard many tales of the wickedness of the martial world, this is the first time I have encountered such a circumstance." Chen Juoyang nodded. You will find out tonight. As evening fell, Chen Juoyang, Ji Lenyue, and Min Weikai stood guard outside Old Chio's hospital room. Chen Juoyang suspected that someone intended to kill Old Chio, but last night their plans were thwarted by Chio Ihon's protective obsession. They were likely to return tonight. Min Weikai had already begun to yawn. Suddenly, Chen Juoyang opened his eyes wide. They're here. As soon as he spoke, the lights in the corridor flickered ominously. Despite it being midsummer, a chill akin to winter enveloped them. This sudden and eerie turn of events sent shivers down Min Weikai's spine. Could it truly be a ghost committing murder? Would this decades-old terrifying mystery finally be resolved? With his spirit awakened, Chen Juoyang felt his heart seize. Right before him, within a mere meter's distance, an invisible figure approached the door of the hospital room. Then, to the astonishment of Min Weikai and Ji Lenyue, the door to Old Chio's room inexplicably swung open, causing their scalps to tingle and their faces to pale. Though it resembled a human figure, it was, in fact, the puppet-like paper effigy, manipulated by a force of spirit unseen to ordinary eyes through some unknown means of deception. Chen Juoyang channeled his pure yang qi and directed it toward the location of the apparition, whispering, "Reveal yourself." A wave of heat surged forth. And soon Min Weikai and Ji Lenyue beheld the puppet-like paper figure that had opened Old Chio's door. Min Weikai exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, what on earth is this?" Upon being struck by Chen Juoyang's pure yang qi, the puppet emitted a chilling voice, "Who are you, and why do you thwart my attempt to kill?" Chen Juoyang retorted, "And who are you to conspire against Old Chio?" The puppet let out a sinister laugh. "Someone has paid a handsome sum to hire me to eliminate this old fool. Naturally, I must fulfill my duty." "Young man, I see you possess spirit power, which is no small feat. I advise you to step aside and not interfere, lest you perish by my hand. A pity that would be." "Is that so? Let us see." Chen Juoyang unleashed his full spiritual strength, finally discerning a slender thread of spirit energy controlling the puppet. "Very well. I shall curse you to your demise." The source of this thread, astonishingly, was an elderly man in tattered clothing and black cloth shoes. Manipulating the puppet from 100 meters away, down by the hospital entrance, Chen Juoyang unleashed another surge of pure yang qi. Obliterating the puppet before turning to Ji Lenyue and Min Weikai, "Stay here and best find some boy's urine and black dog blood to sprinkle around the vicinity of the room. I will pursue the true culprit." "Understood." For the first time encountering such strange occurrences, Ji Lenyue and Min Weikai felt a chill of trepidation. With that, Chen Juoyang dashed out of the hospital, launching a silver needle that immobilized the old man in black cloth shoes, whose face was etched with terror. "Young man, how did you know I was here controlling the puppet?" Chen Juoyang smirked coldly. Would he reveal his secrets? A resounding slap landed upon the old man's face. "You wretched creature, were you just attempting to curse me?" "I did not," the elderly man replied. "Youngster, I merely possess a modicum of basic sorcery. Curses are beyond my capabilities." Yet, the venomous glint in his eyes as he gazed at Chen Juoyang betrayed his true feelings. With a chilling glare, Chen Juoyang fixed his gaze upon him. "Were you not the one here last night, plotting to harm others?" A sudden wave of icy dread coursed through Chen Juoyang's body. The old man was smirking maliciously. His expression darkened as he delivered a fierce kick, sending the old man sprawling. "You vile wretch! Do you still dare to devise schemes against me?" The old man coughed blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible? I had not even completed my incantation. And yet you perceived my intentions." Chapter 42, A Grateful Return, Procuring Medicinal Herbs. This indicates that your skills are still lacking. I advise you to release me, or the force behind me will not spare you. Chen Juoyang's gaze turned icy as he charged forward, shattering the old man's hands and mouth to ensure he could no longer move. After thoroughly searching the old man, he handed him over to Ji Lenyue and Min Weikai. Chen Juoyang cautioned, "This is the perpetrator. You may take him back for interrogation, but do not mention my name." Min Weikai inquired, "Why?" "Dr. Chen, with your capabilities, you could easily become a special consultant for our 6 doors." Chen Juoyang chose to ignore him. Only Jilangwe understood. She nodded. I know what to do. I will inform the higher-ups that the culprit was apprehended by me and Constable Min. As for the details of the capture, I will discuss and concoct a suitable narrative with him later. At present, Chen Jueyong was embroiled in a lawsuit against the Wang family, who held considerable influence. Although he possessed great abilities, he deemed it prudent to conceal his methods at this stage, as each moment of discretion increased the likelihood of his father's case being overturned. Chen Jueyong suggested, you should first explain the situation to the Chiu family before taking this person back to 6 doors. The lovely Chiu Ehon should not suffer unjustly. Ji Lanue made a phone call to notify the Chiu family, and after explaining the situation, Chiu Hongtu's face darkened, remaining silent. The woman who had scolded Chiu Ehon earlier now apologized. It was my mistake to misunderstand you, Ehon. Chiu Ehon shook her head, assuring her that it was nothing. And then approached Chen Jueyong. Thank you, Dr. Chen. If it weren't for you, I would have thought I had caused another death. Chen Jueyong responded, Miss Chiu. Let me be frank. You do not bring misfortune, rather, it is those with malevolent intentions who come near you that encounter calamity. This is merely a protective mechanism for you. Chiu Ehon's lips parted in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Is that so? I wondered why my grandfather and father were unharmed while others faced trouble. Immediately, she pouted, looking to Chen Jueyong for help. Dr. Chen, do you know how to dispel this protective measure? I do not wish to be labeled as a harbinger of death. Chen Jueyong shook his head. Even if he knew, he would not divulge it to Chiu Ehon. Miss Chiu, I have other matters to attend to. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. Upon leaving Fengcheng Medical College, Chen Jueyong and Yao Zishuan returned to Xiang County. Chen Jueyong instructed Yao Zishuan to head home first, as he had some matters to address. Deng Zun had already relocated all his followers to Xiang County and was currently practicing in the park where Chen Jueyong usually trained. Upon seeing Chen Jueyong approach, he could not help but inquire, Young Master Chen, my progress is agonizingly slow. After over a decade in the Yellow Realm, I have barely reached the mid-stage. I shudder to think how long it will take to break through to the late stage. Chen Jueyong replied, it is because you lack a breathing technique. The Yellow Realm is about honing your energy, filling your body with true qi. Though your blood and energy are abundant, without a breathing technique, your progress in the Yellow Realm will be exceedingly sluggish. With a deep sigh, Deng Zun lamented, Young Master Chen, the art of breathing is exceedingly rare. My initiation into martial arts was purely serendipitous, and my advancement to the Yellow Realm was nothing short of a stroke of luck. Chen Jueyong pondered for a moment and replied, since you have relocated to Xiang County and demonstrated your loyalty, I shall reward you by imparting a breathing technique that will expedite your cultivation within the Yellow Realm. Without delay, Chen Jueyong selected a commendable breathing technique from his repository of memories and transmitted it to Deng Zun. Upon receiving the technique, Deng Zun promptly knelt on one knee, bowing his head to the ground. Thank you, Young Master Chen. The art of breathing should not be lightly shared. Deng Zun had dedicated half his life to martial arts, yet had languished in the Yellow Realm due to his lack of such techniques. Now, with Chen Jueyong's guidance, he harbored hopes of transcending to the profound realm and altering his destiny. Filled with joy, Deng Zun began to practice the breathing technique in Chen Jueyong's presence, swiftly breaking through from the mid-yellow realm to the late yellow realm. However, rather than reveling in his newfound achievement, he regarded Chen Jueyong with a gaze brimming with reverence. The mere act of imparting this technique had liberated him from over a decade of stagnation, and he believed that if he diligently served Chen Jueyong, mastery of the profound realm would soon be within his grasp. Chen Jueyong cautioned, this breathing technique must not be indiscriminately shared with your disciples. It should only be entrusted to those in whom you have complete faith. Deng Zun nodded, I understand, Young Master Chen. Chen Jueyong then escorted Deng Zun to a location near his home, stating, this is my residence. You shall reside here while constructing your dwelling. Your primary task for the time being is to protect my family. Yes, Young Master Chen. After imparting a few more words of guidance, Chen Jueyong departed, heading to the Lin family estate, where he treated Lin Buan's injuries before returning home. At home, his mother, Zhang Xiuzhen, was preparing a red envelope. Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Mother, whose occasion warrants a red envelope?" Zhang Xiuzhen sighed, "The village secretary, Huang Liangbo, and his nephew passed away early this morning. We must offer a red envelope to attend the funeral, mustn't we?" Chen Jiuyang retorted with a cold smile, "Mother, you should keep that money. We shall not attend their family's funeral. Their demise is a rather merciful end for them. Consider, they not only exploited us with usury but also threatened you. What audacity they possess to invite our family. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food." Huang, the old secretary, would rather see his son and nephew perish than restore my sister Chen Yeting's college entrance exam results. How can they have the face to request our presence at their funeral? I have already shown mercy by not accompanying you to pay respects to Huang. Very well. Very well, Zhang Xiuzhen conceded. Since you feel so strongly, I shall not attend Huang's funeral. Jiuyang, Yeting is to report to university tomorrow. I need to prepare meals for the workers at the construction site and cannot go. Please take Yeting to school. Understood. I will take Yeting to the university tomorrow. With Huang Liangbo's demise, he felt no inclination to discuss his sister's matters with the old secretary. That evening, the cart laden with medicinal herbs arrived at their doorstep. Chen Jiuyang was taken aback. "Zishuan, the delivery of these herbs was remarkably swift this time." Yao Zishuan remarked, "Our Yao family is a significant patron. This time we have placed an order for 80 million worth of medicinal materials. Can't you expedite the delivery?" Jiuyang. The glass-grade jade you appraised last time was estimated by the elder at 100 million. This time, combined with the previous medicinal materials, totals 88 million. You still have a balance of 21 million with us. Constructing a house will require 30 million. And grandfather has stated that the funds for the house will be advanced to you. Chen Jiuyang felt a bit embarrassed and inquired, "What has become of the matter your father mentioned regarding gambling stones in Yunxi province?" Yao Zishuan replied, "It will take a little more time. My father has yet to inform me. However, the Wang family has starred. Jiuyang, they have hired a Muay Thai master to contend with you. It seems he is the master of Manla, whom you defeated last time, named Chatai. You should exercise caution. This individual is quite renowned abroad and is a true expert. They have declared that trouble will be forthcoming within 3 days." Chen Jiuyang responded nonchalantly, "There is no need for them to trouble themselves. I shall visit the Wang family tomorrow to pay my respects. Zishuan, please convey this message to them." "Certainly." Chen Jiuyang's eyes sparkled with confidence and assurance. With such a substantial batch of medicinal materials at his disposal, his strength would surge significantly tonight, leaving him unperturbed by any Muay Thai masters the Wang family might employ. Chapter 43, Cultivation Techniques and Healing Zhu Lao. After dinner, as night descended, Chen Jiuyang transported the medicinal herbs into the Qingzhou mountain. The ethereal spirit of Qingzhou conveyed to Chen Jiuyang, "Master, 3 individuals attempted to harm your sister and mother last night. I dealt with them accordingly." Chen Jiuyang nodded in approval, "Well done. I shall now engage in my cultivation. You will protect me while also absorbing the residual medicinal energy." "Yes, master," came the reply. Chen Jiuyang ignited the large medicinal cauldron, adding the herbs and water in succession. The concoction he was preparing was called the 3 Transformation Returning Essence Pill. Renowned as the finest aid for cultivation in the Xian realm, capable of nourishing Chen Jiuyang's spirit, physique, and vital energy simultaneously. Disrobing, Chen Jiuyang immersed himself in the cauldron. His skin turning a vivid red as wisps of white steam arose from his body. The potent medicinal force surged into him, compelling him to channel the 8-9 mysterious art with all his might. Upon breaking through the first acupoint, Chen Jiuyang felt a tangible enhancement in his strength. Being of the pure young physique, he was impervious to the toxicity of the herbs, thus he continued his practice after the first breakthrough. The second acupoint was breached, followed by the third, and he ultimately reached the halfway point of the fourth acupoint, depleting the medicinal materials worth 80 million entirely. Filled with the surging power within, Chen Jiuyang was elated. Coupled with the unique augmentation of the 8-9 mysterious art, his spirit now extended an impressive 850 meters. However, he was taken aback by the realization that he had squandered 80 million worth of herbs within mere hours, leaving him with only 11 million, which was earmarked as capital for gambling on stones. He mused to himself, it seems I must earn money sooner rather than later. The ancients were indeed truthful, wealth favors the martial. He sensed that the difficulty of breaking through the subsequent acupoints would only increase. And he wondered how many resources would be required to breach all 12 major acupoints. After completing his cultivation, Chen Jiuyang retired to his room, now well past midnight. Assuming that Yao Zishuan had already fallen asleep, he intended to lie down on the carpet. However, as he entered, Yao Zishuan stood in bed and looked at him. Jiuyang, would you come to bed and sleep with me? Dressed in a semi-transparent nightgown with her long hair cascading down, she appeared exceedingly alluring in the moonlight. Chen Jiuyang replied, that wouldn't be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Yao Zishuan pouted, her tone somewhat playful, I just want to sleep with you. Will you agree? Her charming demeanor softened Chen Jiuyang's resolve. After all, though he was the heir of the medical sage, he was still an ordinary man. To refuse such a beautiful creature's invitation to share a bed would be unmanly. Chen Jiuyang conceded, let it be understood, we can sleep together, but no touching. Pfft. Yao Zishuan teased, that should be my line. With a smile, Chen Jiuyang climbed into bed, but soon found himself enveloped by her warm embrace. Yao Zishuan murmured softly, just let me hold you while I sleep, Jiuyang. Unable to refuse, Chen Jiuyang adjusted his position, and together they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Jialong called, Jiuyang, are you free? Chen Jiuyang responded, Brother Jialong, what is the matter? Have you made arrangements with the champion known as He Yong? Zhang Jialong chuckled, not about that matter. It pertains to something else of great significance. Something good? Zhang Jialong replied, indeed. If you have the time, come to Fengcheng. And I shall disclose it to you in person. Chen Jiuyang responded, today my sister is going to Fengcheng Medical College to register for the new semester. I must accompany her to the school. How about we meet at the college later? All right. Who is calling so early, disrupting my slumber? Yao Zishuan grumbled as she clung to Chen Jiuyang, still a bit groggy, though her appearance was endearingly cute. Chen Jiuyang could not help but plant a gentle kiss on her forehead and then pat her bottom. Zishuan, it's time to rise. I need to take my sister to university registration shortly. Yao Zishuan trembled at his kiss, her cheeks flushed. And she promptly jumped out of bed to wash and prepare herself. Chen Jiuyang also got up, after a breakthrough the previous night. He realized that the first rays of morning energy were of no further assistance to his cultivation. Henceforth, he could forgo his morning exercises and head directly to the Lin family estate to check on Lin Buan's condition. After some treatment, he would then return home. At this moment, the majority of the Lin family had already gathered in Fengcheng, preparing for their new life. Lin Yuetian, as a direct descendant, bore the responsibility and had gone to Fengcheng the day before. Upon returning home, he found Yao Zishuan and Chen Yeting ready. Chen Yeting brought a suitcase, while bedding and mosquito nets would be procured once they settled into the university dormitory. Chen Jiuyang had no shortage of funds for such expenses. Upon arriving at Fengcheng Medical College, Chen Jiuyang met Zhang Jialong. He said to Yao Zishuan, Zishuan, you take Yeting to register at the university. I need to discuss something with Brother Jialong. All right. Yao Zishuan led Chen Yeting into the university. Chen Jiuyang inquired, Brother Jialong, what is this good news you mentioned? Zhang Jialong chuckled, Jiuyang, I understand your curiosity about why a member of the Blade Legion like myself would be a leader in the underworld of Fengcheng. It is due to the retired General Xu, who maintains control over the underground order of Fengcheng, ensuring it does not descend into chaos. I serve under his command. This retired general has a considerable influence, with many retired soldiers under him. His health is failing, and I foolishly thought that if you could heal General Xu, he could intervene and help me resolve this matter without you needing to take action. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jiuyang replied, "Very well. Take me to see General Zhu." For decades of peace in Longwa rests upon the sacrifices of the previous generations, and out of both sentiment and reason, Chen Jiuyang felt compelled to visit the esteemed general who had safeguarded the nation and ensured the safety of countless citizens. Not to mention, this General Zhu was the previous commander of the Blade Legion. As they entered Zhang Jialong's vehicle, Chen Jiuyang asked, "What is the current state of General Zhu's health?" Zhang Jialong sighed. "This year, old General Zhu has reached the venerable age of 98. His injuries date back to the National Fortune War in the 1960s. Perhaps the end is near, as his health has been rather poor. I do not harbor much hope, but I do wish for you, my brother, to do your utmost." Chen Jiuyang felt a profound respect. The National Fortune War of the 1960s had indeed paved the way for the peace that the Dragon Kingdom enjoys today. Upon arriving at the grand entrance guarded by soldiers, they encountered numerous doctors and esteemed specialists clad in white coats. Chen Jiuyang remarked, "It seems many wish to heal General Zhu." Indeed, Zhang Jialong chuckled lightly. If they could restore General Zhu to health, the entire family would thrive. And those unreliable doctors would rush forward, wouldn't they? Chen Jiuyang nodded in agreement. Zhang Jialong parked the vehicle and approached the sentinel soldiers, whispering, "I have brought with me the miraculous physician from our legion, known for an impeccable survival record." The sentinel soldier looked taken aback. "Zhang Jialong, are you jesting?" Zhang Jialong replied earnestly, "My brother, do you truly believe I would jest about such matters?" The Blade Legion had not lost a single life in a year. And even with the stringent confidentiality surrounding the Legion, some less critical information inevitably leaked, such as the existence of Chen Jiuyang, the living dead physician. The sentinel soldier immediately saluted Chen Jiuyang with a sharp snap. "You need not wait in line. Please, come in." Chapter 44. Your medical skills are lacking. "Allow me to assist." As Chen Jiuyang and Zhang Jialong entered the grand residence, a guard announced, "Professor Li from the Fengcheng Medical College, it's your turn." At that moment, Chen Jiuyang encountered the professor with whom he had a rather unfavorable history. Professor Li, casting a cold sneer at Chen Jiuyang, remarked, "Is the Zhu residence a place for a mere intern like you? Leave at once and do not tarnish the reputation of Fengcheng Medical College." Chen Jiuyang responded calmly, "It is fortunate that I am here, otherwise, with a mediocre physician like you attending to Elder Zhu, who knows what kind of troubles might arise." He added with a hint of mockery, "I have heard that the Cho family will not spare you and intends to replace you with me as a professor. Are you truly so threatened that in your desperation, you seek out support to retain your position?" Furious, Professor Li's face turned a shade of iron as he dismissed Chen Jiuyang with a flick of his sleeve and strode inside. Upon entering the main hall, they found a middle-aged man seated in a grand chair, exuding an air of authority and commanding respect without uttering a word. Chen Jiuyang recognized him from television as Zhu Zhenjun, the tycoon of Fengcheng's business sphere. Zhang Jialong approached the man and quickly bowed in respect, saying, "Greetings, Second Master." Chen Jiuyang scrutinized Zhu Zhenjun closely and noticed concealed injuries that significantly hampered his physical activity, likely ending his military career. Zhu Zhenjun nodded slightly. "Jialong, you have arrived. Please sit and enjoy some tea." However, Zhang Jialong did not take a seat but proceeded with the introduction. "Second Master, this is the miraculous doctor from the Blade Legion, whose presence has ensured that no soldiers have perished under my command this past year." Zhu Zhenjun's expression remained unchanged as he assessed Chen Jiuyang. "Is it truly you?" "Indeed," Chen Jiuyang affirmed with a nod. Zhu Zhenjun continued, "Before you meet the elder, you must first pass my test. Let us see if you can discern the injuries I bear." Zhang Jialong felt a surge of anxiety. Most doctors in Fengcheng failed to pass this test and were dismissed. He hoped Chen Jiuyang would succeed. "I have already observed your condition, Second Master. You have 3 injuries," Chen Jiuyang stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Zhenjun's demeanor shifted slightly. "Elaborate." "The first injury is in your leg, which prevents you from standing for prolonged periods, thus, as a former soldier, you require a seat to receive guests." Zhu Zhenjun nodded. "Correct, I still have 2 steel plates in my leg." Please continue. The second injury is to your cervical spine, likely a gunshot wound, which affects your ability to control your facial expressions, commonly known as facial paralysis. This revelation genuinely surprised Zhu Jianjun. Proceed. The third injury is located in your shoulder, which impairs your grip on weapons or firearms. Zhu Jianjun rose and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Chen Jiuyang, truly a masterful physician. It is an honor to meet you. I have only heard of the miraculous doctor of the Blade Legion, but due to the regiment's strict protocols and my father's retirement, I could not breach their rules, otherwise I would have summoned you long ago. Chen Jiuyang remarked, there is no need for such formality, second master. We have all benefited from Elder Zhu's kindness. I have come today specifically to assess Elder Zhu's condition. Zhu Jianjun nodded. Please do enter, esteemed sir. Chen Jiuyang continued. Once I have completed my examination of Elder Zhu, I shall attend to your hidden injuries. A look of surprise and joy appeared in Zhu Jianjun's eyes. Are you suggesting that my injuries can be treated? Indeed, please wait a moment, replied Chen Jiuyang, who then proceeded with Zhang Jiolong into the rear courtyard. Zhu Jianjun turned to Professor Li. The aforementioned Mr. Chen has already identified 3 of my concealed injuries. Do enlighten us on the treatment. Professor Li, dripping with cold sweat, stammered, Mr. Zhu, your injuries are long-standing and require a period of rest to heal. Zhu Jianjun frowned. What a quack. Do you think you can treat my father? Throw him out. At once, 2 individuals dragged Professor Li away. Zhu Jianjun then followed into the inner courtyard. Inside, an elderly man lay on a hospital bed. Emaciated and frail, with deeply sunken eyelids, snow-white hair, and an oxygen mask connected to various advanced medical devices, his pulse weak and breathing faint. Several doctors were discussing how to treat Elder Zhu. One seasoned physician, having just reviewed the data, stated, Elder Zhu is nearing the end. We could use a millennium-old ginseng to prolong his life. However, I believe the multitude of hidden injuries warrants the use of golden grape fungus to enhance his immunity and resistance. No. The immediate priority is intravenous therapy to awaken Elder Zhu's consciousness, followed by dietary treatment. Let us first administer the ginseng to sustain his life. Then inject the golden grape fungus to improve his constitution, and finally employ dietary therapy. What do you think? I believe it is feasible. The physicians present were seasoned practitioners, having long since passed the trials posed by Zhu Jianjun's hidden injuries, hence Zhu Jianjun placed his trust in their medical expertise. Chen Jiuyang frowned, his voice icy. Nonsense. Following your methods, Elder Zhu will soon succumb to excessive internal heat and lose his life. The physician who had made the earlier decision glared at Chen Jiuyang, retorting. Do you have a better approach for treating Elder Zhu? Who are you? So young, you likely have not even fully matured, and you dare to question our medical skills. Young second master, who invited this doctor? How dare he speak here? Zhu Jianjun, furrowing his brow, replied, this esteemed Mr. Chen is someone I specifically invited. Since you have yet to reach a consensus, perhaps we should allow Mr. Chen to take a look first. The group of doctors fell silent as Chen Jiuyang approached Elder Zhu's bedside, placing one hand gently on his pulse. His mind expanding as a wealth of information about Elder Zhu flooded into his consciousness. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow slightly. How long has Elder Zhu been in a coma? Zhu Jianjun responded, my father has been unconscious for 3 days. Chen Jiuyang's brow relaxed. That simplifies matters. Elder Zhu is indeed weak and requires both dietary and medicinal nourishment. The doctors present immediately responded with scornful ridicule. I expected you to offer something novel, yet your conclusion aligns with ours. Indeed, if we follow our method, as long as old Zhu can awaken, it will be much easier. Chen Jiuyang interjected sharply, silence. I stated that old Zhu's health is frail. But I did not imply that his demise is imminent. As for your ability to rouse him, do you possess any certainty? If, by your methods, something goes awry, are you prepared to bear the consequences? The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to retort, suddenly resembling a group of timid turtles. The doctor who had previously mocked Chen Juyang then asked, "Do you have a way to awaken old Zhu?" Chen Juyang replied, "Then you should watch closely." The faces of the assembly were filled with skepticism. These esteemed doctors of Fengcheng could not revive old Zhu, so how could a mere youth succeed? Who would believe that? Chapter 45. As Zhu Lao awakened, his sister faced the failure of her university enrollment. Chen Juyang remained silent, instead producing 9 silver needles, which he deftly inserted into various acupoints on Zhu Lao's body using pure yang energy. Observing Chen Juyang's needlework, the eldest physician among the group, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "The long-lost 9-ton rejuvenation needle." Chen Juyang, somewhat taken aback, glanced at the elder physician, whose name tag read Wu Bang, and replied nonchalantly, "You possess a modicum of discernment." Wu Bang, in awe, responded, "Had I mastered this technique, I would have roused Zhu Lao long ago." As Wu Bang's words faded, Zhu Lao's faint breathing intensified, and his heartbeat quickened. In a short while, he fluttered his eyelids and awoke. Surveying the array of white-coated physicians surrounding him, he inquired, "Have I been in a deep slumber?" Zhu Jianjun, overwhelmed with joy and tears welling in his eyes, exclaimed, "Father, you nearly frightened us to death. You were unconscious for 3 days and nights." Zhu Lao, trembling, attempted to sit up, and Zhu Jianjun hurriedly assisted him. Zhu Lao remarked, "I, too, thought my time had come." At this juncture, Chen Juyang interjected, "Zhu Lao, refrain from speaking for the moment. Second master, please prepare a bowl of sea cucumber and millet porridge for Zhu Lao." Zhu Jianjun promptly ordered a servant to fetch the porridge. Zhu Lao consumed 3 bowls before his spirits visibly brightened. "Do not move." Chen Juyang continued with the acupuncture, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Gradually, Zhu Lao's complexion improved, and Chen Juyang let out a sigh of relief. He then wrote several prescriptions for Zhu Jianjun. "This one is for an external medicinal bath, and this one is for internal use. If my prescriptions are followed, Zhu Lao could easily extend his life by another decade or 2. Zhu Jianjun, filled with exuberance, bowed deeply to Chen Juyang, saying, "Thank you, divine physician Chen." Chen Juyang wiped his brow, responding, "There is no need for such formality, second master, it was my duty." Zhang Jialong, grinning from ear to ear, chimed in with amiable remarks, "Second master, although divine physician Chen's skills are remarkable, do not forget that I went to great lengths to find him, and it was I who saved his life." Zhu Jianjun, in good spirits, replied, "Shao Jialong, I remember your contributions well." Shortly after finishing the millet porridge, Zhu Lao grew drowsy again, but this time his breathing and heartbeat were robust. All the physicians present were thoroughly impressed by Chen Juyang's expertise. Wu Bang clasped his hands in respect, asking, "May I inquire where divine physician Chen is from?" Chen Juyang replied, "I hail from Fengcheng Medical College." Wu Bang furrowed his brow. "Fengcheng Medical College has such an extraordinary talent as yourself," Chen Juyang stated calmly. "In due time, I will be a professor at Fengcheng Medical College." Wu Bang nodded, "With your mastery of medicine, a professorship is more than fitting. Your skills command my utmost respect. When time permits, let us meet at a medical symposium. However, I trust we shall soon see your esteemed work in the forum. And I hope you will not hold back, divine physician Chen." While Chen Juyang's medical prowess qualifies him for a professorship, he must also publish corresponding papers for the medical community and official institutions to recognize his status. Chen Juyang stated confidently, "Rest assured, I will not conceal my abilities." Wu Bang nodded in agreement, saying, "Since old Zhu is no longer in danger, we shall take our leave." Just as Chen Juyang was preparing to treat Zhu Jianjun's hidden injuries, his sister Chen Yeting called, her voice trembling with tears, "Brother, I wasn't able to enroll in university." Chen Juyang's expression shifted. "Yeting, do not worry. I will come to assess the situation immediately." He then addressed Zhu Jianjun, "Second master, I have a pressing matter at home and must visit Fengcheng Medical College. I will return shortly to treat your injuries." Zhu Jianjun replied, "Very well. My injuries can wait a bit longer. Jialong, take my family's token and accompany Mr. Chen to handle the matter." Understood, second master, Zhang Jialong replied with a salute. Upon leaving the Zhu residence, Chen Jiuyang arrived at Fengcheng Medical College and sought out Qin Ruyu. Teacher Qin, why wasn't my sister able to enroll? He inquired. Qin Ruyu looked perplexed. That can't be right. I distinctly remember her registration, her name is in my records. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow. That is impossible. I will bring my sister over. He then called for Yao Zishuan and Chen Yeting. Upon seeing Chen Yeting, Qin Ruyu remarked, Is this your sister? She does not resemble the student who recently registered. Chen Jiuyang's brow furrowed deeper. Bring that student here for confrontation. I must see who dares to impersonate my sister to gain admission to university. Chen Jiuyang had specifically requested Qin Ruyu to make an exception and allow his sister to join the combined undergraduate and master's program. Given the circumstances, it was outrageous that someone dared to usurp her place. Zhang Jialong inquired, What is going on? Chen Jiuyang explained the situation, prompting Zhang Jialong to erupt in anger. How dare they tamper with the college entrance examination? Such moral depravity. Utilizing Zhu family's connections, Zhang Jialong made a call. And within moments, he had the information. Jiuyang, it has been confirmed. An employee from the college entrance exam website accepted bribes amounting to hundreds of thousands, altering your sister's ID information and photo for verification. The mastermind behind this is a retired village secretary. Chen Jiuyang's expression darkened. I see. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ruyu announced that the student who had taken Chen Yeting's place, along with her parent, had arrived. A middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a young woman dressed in a manner reminiscent of a street gang member. The man carried a gift, saying, You must be Professor Qin, my daughter by man's homeroom teacher. A small token of appreciation. Qin Ruyu replied coolly, I am not your daughter's homeroom teacher. Chen Jiuyang stepped forward. His voice cold, You are the one who bribed the college entrance exam website and colluded with the retired village secretary to alter my sister's examination information. The middle-aged man's face paled, and he gasped, How do you know this? Chen Jiuyang sneered, Not only did you usurp my sister's examination information, but you also attempted to impersonate her here with teacher Qin. This is utterly intolerable. You should leave the school immediately. Your daughter will not gain admission to any university. Baiman retorted sharply, Who do you think you are? We paid for this. My examination results are legitimate, and I will attend university. Silence. Chen Jiuyang commanded. Bai Feijin reprimanded his daughter and turned to Chen Jiuyang, a smile gracing his face. Young brother, since you have managed to uncover the truth of this matter and even persuaded Professor Qin to make an exception for your sister to become a student, it seems you are no ordinary individual. I shall take my daughter and consider this matter settled, shall we? Chen Jiuyang scoffed, Settled just like that? If I hadn't caught you today, I would have had no idea where to find you. First, you substituted my sister's examination information, and now you seek to impersonate her. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave. Bai Feijin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a frigid demeanor as he regarded Chen Jiuyang. Young man, do not presume that having a bit of influence grants you the liberty to act recklessly. You may be drinking the fine wine or facing the repercussions of your actions. It would be wise for you to recognize your place. Chapter 46, The benefactor's adversary arrives, disregarding decorum, urging me to be cautious. Chen Jiuyang chuckled in anger, I have never encountered such a brazen individual as you. If I do not teach you a lesson, you might genuinely believe that I, Chen Jiuyang, am easy to intimidate. Zhang Jialong, who was originally acting on behalf of the second master to mediate for Chen Jiuyang, stepped forward and declared, Jiuyang, allow me to handle this matter. As he spoke, Zhang Jialong snapped a photo of the middle-aged man, and within a minute he received information about him, Bai Feijin, whose family engages in the resale of used cars, is indeed capable of spending money to find connections. Bai Feijin was suddenly taken aback, astonished by how swiftly this man had acquired his information. Chen Jiuyang turned his gaze toward Bai Feijin and coldly stated, Oh, so that is the case. Mr. Bai. I present you with two options. First, I can call the police and you will face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Second, you can kneel before me and apologize, followed by delivering 5 slaps to your daughter, after which you will leave Fengcheng, and I shall forgive you for this incident. Bai Feijin's expression shifted slightly, but given Chen Jueyang's humiliating demands, he could not possibly acquiesce. He retorted defiantly, "Young man, do not attempt to intimidate me. Provide evidence of my bribery of officials." Chen Jueyang sneered, "You persist in your denial, Brother Jialong, I must trouble you." Zhang Jialong nodded and, in front of Bai Feijin, took out his phone to play a video. The footage revealed a staff member altering data in the backend. Bai Feijin's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly have this video?" Zhang Jialong replied with a chuckle, "In Fengcheng, there is no information that the Zhu family cannot obtain." With a thud, Bai Feijin knelt before Chen Jueyang, pleading, "Brother, I, Bai Feijin, was wrong. I kneel before you, begging for your forgiveness. I do not wish to go to prison." Chen Jueyang coldly remarked, "I had offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Teacher Qin, please inform the relevant authorities to amend my sister's information, Zishuan, then take her to register. Jialong, the evidence is complete, kindly notify the officers from Laishanman to apprehend him." Bai Man charged forward, attempting to attack Chen Jueyang, screeching, "Who do you think you are? If you dare to report my father, I will fight you." Slap. Bai Feijin seized his daughter and immediately delivered 5 resounding slaps. His face darkened as he shouted, "Do you not realize the trouble you have caused me? Do you understand how to conduct yourself?" With that, Bai Feijin gritted his teeth and knelt before Chen Jueyang. "Mr. Chen, I truly recognize my mistakes. I implore you to spare me. If I go to prison, my foolish daughter will soon be in danger. I promise to discipline her properly." As his voice fell, Bai Feijin bowed 10 times, breaking his forehead and drawing blood. Chen Jueyang sighed inwardly, being a parent is no easy task. Witnessing Bai Feijin's desperate plea for his foolish daughter softened Chen Jueyang's heart. He replied gently, "Take your daughter and leave Fengcheng from this day forth. Do not let me see her again." "Yes, yes, yes." Bai Feijin's countenance brightened with joy as he hurriedly escorted his swollen-faced daughter away from the scene. After delivering her report to Chen Yeting, Yao Zishuan accompanied her to procure daily necessities. Chen Jueyang followed Zhang Jialong back to the Zhu residence to attend to Zhu Jianjun's hidden injuries. It took Chen Jueyang 3 to 4 hours to treat the 3 concealed wounds on Zhu Jianjun. Once his health was restored, Zhu Jianjun's face lost its paralysis, revealing a smile as he expressed, "Dr. Chen, I am profoundly grateful. Had it not been for you, I, Zhu Jianjun, might never have returned to a normal life." Chen Jueyang replied with a smile, "Second Master, you are too kind. Moving forward, you must diligently exercise to regain your physical prowess." Zhu Jianjun instructed a steward to present a black bank card, stating, "Dr. Chen, I have no way to repay you. This is a black gold membership card from my corporate group, or you may spend freely at any of our establishments without incurring any costs." Zhu Jianjun was a shrewd individual, aware that directly offering money would be an affront to their bond. Zhang Jialong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Jiuyang, this is a rare treasure. Over the years, Second Master has issued only 3 of these cards. You must accept it." Chen Jiuyang chuckled, "Then, it would be remiss not to oblige. I shall graciously accept your heartfelt gesture." He then took possession of the black gold card. Zhu Jianjun added, "Shao Jialong, I am aware of the troubles you've encountered. I will speak to He Yang on your behalf, and let this matter rest." Zhang Jialong's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Second Master." Zhu Jianjun smiled. "This is the result of your bringing Dr. Chen to my home. Now that Dr. Chen has departed from the Blade Corps and possesses such remarkable skills at a young age, our families must surely engage with each other more frequently." "Second Master, that is easily arranged, as long as it is a legitimate matter. I, Chen, will not decline." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jialong left the Zhu residence with Chen Jueyang. Zhang Jialong was in high spirits. "Jiuyang, our brotherhood is truly fated. A year ago, I saved your life. And a year later, you saved mine. We must celebrate with a proper feast today. Chen Jiuyang replied with a smile, Brother Jiolong, I shall follow your lead. Subsequently, Zhang Jiolong took Chen Jiuyang to a restaurant, where, upon their arrival, the servers promptly greeted Zhang Jiolong as the boss. Chen Jiuyang was taken aback. Zhang Jiolong chuckled. Though I navigate the underworld, my role is primarily to uphold order and deal with petty thugs, or much of my time is spent on legitimate business. For how else could I support my family? It was then that they settled into the finest private room, where servers began to present dishes. As they enjoyed their meal, a middle-aged man clad in martial attire, with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes radiating an imposing aura, entered the room and seated himself across from Zhang Jiolong. Upon seeing this man, Zhang Jiolong's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly inquired, He-Yong, what brings you here? He-Yong sneered, Zhang Jiolong, you possess quite the skill. Managing to summon Second Master Zhu to mediate our grievances. I had intended to eliminate you, but it appears that will no longer be feasible. Zhang Jiolong replied coldly. Since you have acquiesced to Second Master's words, what more do you seek from me? He-Yong scoffed, Zhang Jiolong. I only promised the Second Master not to touch you, but I never agreed to spare your wife and child. Your wife and daughter, that pair of enchanting flowers, are truly exquisite. I can only imagine the delightful experience they would provide. At this moment, they ought to be delivered to my residence. I have come merely to inform you that I shall graciously accept your wife and daughter. Chapter 47, effortlessly disposing of a man, being stopped. Zhang Jiolong abruptly rose. His gaze fixed on He-Yong, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. If you dare to lay a finger on my wife or daughter, He-Yong, you will meet your demise. No one can save you from that fate. He-Yong responded with a cold chuckle, Zhang Jiolong. You have caused my son to be severed from his lineage. Therefore, I shall simply borrow your wife and daughter to beget another son. Do you really think that bringing in Zhu Eryi will resolve everything? Do you believe I, He-Yong, will allow myself to be bullied in Fengcheng? Zhang Jiolong slammed the tableware down angrily. He-Yong, what exactly do you intend to do? Confront me directly, do not involve my family. Before He-Yong could reply, Chen Jiuyang raised his hand, fixing his gaze on He-Yong. He-Yong, you are quite arrogant. And what of it? If you possess strength, you too can be arrogant. But what are you all? He-Yong retorted defiantly. Very well, as you wish. Chen Jiuyang channeled his internal energy, unleashing a powerful strike towards He-Yong. Bang! The table shattered from the force, and He-Yong's chair crumbled beneath him. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. In an instant, He-Yong's complexion turned pale. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his voice trembling, Master of the Xian realm. I, He-Yong, failed to recognize your true prowess. I implore you. Please spare my life. The chasm between the Huang realm and the Shen realm is vast, especially given that Chen Jiuyang had already opened 3.5 meridians. If he wished, he could effortlessly crush He-Yong, leaving nothing but fragments behind. Chen Jiuyang replied nonchalantly, Brother Jiolong is my benefactor. I had initially agreed to eliminate you. But after rescuing Zhu Eryi, who intervened on your behalf, I refrained from seeking you out. However, since you have come to your own demise, I cannot be blamed. Brother Jiolong, how shall we deal with him? Zhang Jiolong spoke sternly, He-Yong, I demand that you release my wife and daughter immediately. Yes, of course. He-Yong's face turned ashen as he hastily made a phone call. Ensure that Zhang Jiolong's wife and daughter are safely returned to their home. There is no reason for this, just follow my orders. Soon, Zhang Jiolong received a call from his wife, confirming their safety, which allowed him to exhale in relief. He-Yong, our grievances are settled. However, you have disrupted my meal with Jiuyang. Let us see how my brother handles you. He-Yong trembled, Master. I beseech you to spare my life. I am willing to atone for my recklessness and impulsiveness today. Chen Jiuyang withdrew his hand. You, He-Yong, are a prominent figure in Fengcheng. Here's the deal, if you drink this entire bottle of white liquor, I will let you go. Hee-young felt a surge of relief and immediately raised the bottle to his lips, gulping down the liquor. After consuming 2 gin of white liquor. Even as a Huang realm expert, he struggled to maintain his composure, his face flushed as he fought to suppress the rising intoxication. Chen Juoyang spoke calmly, "You may leave. You are well aware of the grievances from today. If you have any objections, feel free to seek me out. However, should you dare to harm my brothers or their families again, I, Chen Juoyang, will not hesitate to disregard the wishes of Lord Zhu and end your life." Hee-young's heart trembled at this revelation. Lord Zhu had intervened to settle matters and prevent Chen Juoyang, a master of the mystical realm, from taking his life. How foolish he had been to provoke such a formidable opponent. Cold sweat trickled down Hee-young's brow as he quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Today, I, Hee-young, express my gratitude for your mercy, master." With that, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he turned and exited the private room. Zhang Jialong rubbed his nose and remarked, "Juoyang, you are aware that I informed Lord Zhu of your prowess in the mystical realm, correct?" Chen Juoyang chuckled softly, replying, "If I were not of the mystical realm, how could I have treated Lord Zhu's hidden injuries? When I first met him and offered my healing, he mentioned recording your contributions, likely intending to settle matters on your behalf later. However, after I treated his hidden wounds a second time, he realized my true capabilities and immediately sought to intervene. It seems he wished to prevent me from eliminating Hee-young, who likely has ties to the Zhu family." Zhang Jialong regarded Chen Juoyang with newfound respect, giving him a thumbs up. "Juoyang, your intellect is unparalleled, you are truly brilliant." After enjoying a meal, Chen Juoyang bid farewell to Zhang Jialong and prepared to visit the Wang family. They had sought trouble with him repeatedly, and this time, they had even invited a Muay Thai master to confront him. Chen Juoyang smirked. He decided to pay them a visit, determined to show them that he was not to be trifled with. At the Wang family's villa, Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun had both fallen victim to Chen Juoyang's subtle tactics. Zhong Ali had become a frail old woman unable to care for herself, while Wang Chongyun appeared deathly pale, as if on the brink of collapse. Wang Tian's mother, Zhong Xiufan, also bore a troubled expression, plagued by nightmares day and night. To prevent Chen Juoyang from launching a surprise attack in the hospital, they had brought Wang Tian home and hired a nurse at a high price to care for him. In the living room, aside from a few individuals, sat a middle-aged man clad in a robe with a shaved head, his skin dark and glistening. He was the master of the Muay Thai expert Man La, whom Chen Juoyang had defeated, Master Chodei. Despite his martial arts background, there were no calluses on his body, and he appeared as an ordinary person, though countless had perished beneath his facade. In a hoarse voice, he spoke in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect. "When will the person who killed my disciple arrive at your home? I am growing impatient and eager to take a life." Wang Chongyun replied, "Master Chodei, we have fallen prey to that person's nefarious tactics. Can you assist us in breaking the curse?" Chodei, also skilled in yoga, quickly discerned the methods at play. Upon seeing Wang Chongyun and Zhong Xiufan, "Your internal organs are already failing, and there is no hope for you. It would be wise to prepare for your final arrangements." Despair washed over Wang Chongyun's face. "How can this be? Master Chodei, I am willing to offer 100 million for your help. Just allow me to live a little longer. 100 million could grant you an additional 6 months. Chodei nodded and then proceeded to treat Wang Chongyun. After the treatment, Wang Chongyun felt significantly improved in health, yet his expression soon twisted into one of fury. "That little wretch claimed he would pay us a visit today, and yet here we are waiting for him, still no sign of his arrival. Mother, do you think he has caught wind of our intentions and fled?" Zhong Ali's countenance darkened. "It's possible." "Possible? Nonsense. Even if all of you were to perish, I, Chen Juoyang, would never go back on my word. If I say I will come today, then I shall." Chen Juoyang's voice resonated within the villa. Bang! At that moment, the door of the Wang family's villa was forcefully kicked open, and Chen Juoyang entered with a calm demeanor. Chapter 48, The Demise of Chatai and the Wang Family Conspiracy. Upon encountering Chen Juoyang, Master Chatai fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, "Are you Chen Juoyang?" "Indeed. You are the master of Manla." Chen Juoyang replied. Chatai scoffed coldly, "Since you are aware of my identity, prepare to meet your demise. I seek vengeance for my disciple." With those words, Chatai lunged at Chen Juoyang, his palm clenched into a fist, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. So swift. Chen Juoyang was taken aback. Raising his hand to block the strike, resulting in a resounding explosion of energy. Both men staggered back 3 steps. Chatai's expression shifted slightly. "So you are a master who has entered the Qi realm. I did not expect such youthfulness. My disciple's death at your hands is not unjust." Chen Juoyang furrowed his brow, realizing that Chatai had indeed reached the threshold of the half-step Xian realm, a level comparable to his own strength upon departing the Blade Legion. When unleashed, he could wield true energy. Chatai removed a string of prayer beads from around his neck, propelling each bead with his knee towards Chen Juoyang. Should an ordinary Huang realm master be struck by this, they would likely suffer grievous wounds. In response, Chen Juoyang retrieved silver needles from his person, launching them forth. Upon collision with Chatai's beads, the needles retained enough force to pierce towards Chatai himself. Clang! Clang! The silver needles struck Chatai's body, failing to penetrate his flesh. Instead producing a sound akin to metal colliding, leaving Chen Juoyang astonished. The power of his Qi-infused needles, while formidable, had proven ineffective against him. "Thus, I shall employ my second technique upon you." A glimmer of predatory delight sparkled in Chen Juoyang's eyes as he feigned retreat, turning to flee. Seeing Chen Juoyang's flight, Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun exchanged glances of elation. "Master Chatai, do not allow him to escape." "I am aware," Chatai replied calmly, pursuing Chen Juoyang as he exited the villa. "No matter your talent, you are yet to fully mature. I shall snuff out your potential in its cradle." Chen Juoyang arrived at an abandoned factory, waiting for a brief moment until Chatai made his appearance. "Young man," Chatai addressed him, "you possess considerable talent. If you are willing to kneel and acknowledge me as your master, I may spare your life." Chen Juoyang regarded him with a look of incredulity. As if he were a fool. "Do you believe I fled out of fear of being unable to defeat you? What gives you the audacity to utter such words?" Chatai sneered, "You are a fool, and thus, you shall perish." With that, Chatai unleashed his full power, creating a small crater beneath his feet. In an instant, he appeared before Chen Juoyang, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at his head. Second technique, annihilation. Chen Juoyang took a deep breath. Channeling his true energy to its fullest extent, he slowly extended a finger, gently pressing it against Chatai's forehead. Bang! 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 Chatai's body erupted as if a balloon had been punctured, the sound of explosions resonating throughout. This technique rendered him devoid of all cultivation, severing his vital lifeline. Chatai's face turned pale with terror. "You wield externalized true energy, you are a Xian realm master. How could there be such a young master of the Shenjing?" "Master Chen, I implore you to spare my life, I do not wish to perish." Chen Juoyang replied coldly, "I have already given you an opportunity, but you failed to seize it. Therefore, you shall face your demise. I, Chatai, am a disciple of the Shensi sect. If you take my life, the Shensi sect will not let you go. They will pursue you relentlessly." Upon uttering these words, Chen Juoyang pointed a finger at his forehead, instantly severing his lifeline, leading to his immediate demise. After dispatching Chatai, Chen Juoyang searched his body and discovered a check worth 100 million, which brought a smile to his face. This sum would undoubtedly alleviate his pressing financial woes. In addition to the check, he found a token imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. After erasing the spiritual essence from the token, he discarded all items that could verify Chatai's identity into a garbage bin and then dug a large pit to dispose of Chatai's corpse. Having completed these tasks, Chen Juoyang leisurely returned to the Wang family villa. Upon witnessing Chen Jiuyang, bloodied and without Chatai, both Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun's expressions turned pale. "Where is Master Chatai?" they demanded. Chen Jiuyang, appearing as if he had sustained grave injuries, gasped for breath while seated on their living room sofa, and stated with a cold smile, "He has been slain by my hand." At this moment, Zhong Ali and Wang Chongyun could no longer underestimate Chen Jiuyang. They began to comprehend the extent of his strength, surmising that he must have fought Chatai to exhaustion before ultimately defeating him. Chen Jiuyang refrained from taking their lives, clearly wary of the Zhong family's influence. "This is quite satisfactory," Zhong Ali attempted to regain his composure. "Young man, we underestimated you. There is no irreconcilable enmity between our families, we can resolve this matter." "State your terms." Chen Jiuyang coughed violently, covering his mouth, and replied, "Restore my father's innocence. Secure his release from prison, ensure Wang Tian is incarcerated, and break one of Wang Tian's legs." Wang Chongyun's face immediately darkened. "That is impossible. My son will not be imprisoned." "Indeed," Zhong Ali interjected. "I can arrange for your father's bail and compensate your family generously for a comfortable life. However, my grandson's affliction makes imprisonment unfeasible." Chen Jiuyang's expression turned grim. "Your son is responsible for the death, he should bear the legal consequences. I will grant you half a month to consider this matter. If by the end of the period I do not receive a satisfactory resolution, do not blame me for taking action." As Wang Chongyun prepared to respond, Zhong Ali remained calm, stating, "I understand. We will provide you with a satisfactory answer within half a month." "That is for the best," Chen Jiuyang remarked before departing the Wang family villa. Wang Chongyun anxiously questioned, "Mother, why did you acquiesce to him?" Zhong Ali replied with a smirk, "I did not agree to anything, this is merely a stalling tactic. The young man is still naive, he has given us half a month, which is merely the time he requires to recuperate. If his injuries do not heal within that period, I shall summon someone from the estate to eliminate him." Wang Chongyun, filled with both surprise and joy, exclaimed, "Mother, are you finally willing to utilize the resources of the Zhong family?" Zhong Ali nodded in affirmation. "This young wretch has already attained mastery at a tender age. This is the very reason for his audacity in our presence. I had not considered this before, but now that his strength has been revealed, he must be eliminated in his infancy. Otherwise, once he matures, we shall be left awaiting our demise." Wang Chongyun nodded in agreement. "Mother, you truly are formidable." A chilling glint flickered in Zhong Ali's eyes. Although Chen Jiuyang possessed the capital for arrogance, he was still young and would inevitably fall into their grasp. Chapter 49 At the University Class Meeting, an invitation from the beautiful teacher after departing from the Wang family. Chen Jiuyang visited the bank to convert a check worth 100 million into cash, transferring the funds to his account. Should Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali discover the truth, one wonders if they would be infuriated. Chen Jiuyang transferred 28 million to Yao Zishuan, providing the funds for his family's luxurious villa construction. As for the remaining sum, he resolved to withhold it from purchasing medicinal materials, saving it instead as initial capital for his venture into the stone gambling in Yunxi. At that moment, Qin Ruyu called. "Jiuyang, the semester has commenced, and there will be a class meeting tonight. Please remember to arrive on time." Chen Jiuyang paused, suddenly recalling his identity as a university student at Fengcheng Medical College. "All right, I will be there." Qin Ruyu continued, "This should be your final class meeting as a student. After the meeting, I have matters to discuss with you." Once the call ended, Chen Jiuyang grabbed a quick bite on the roadside before heading to the school. Typically, Qin Ruyu did not oversee the hospital, focusing primarily on research, allowing her more free time, which led the school to assign her multiple classes. As night fell, Chen Jiuyang arrived at the classroom where the meeting was to be held, the vibrant energy of youth surrounding him, both familiar and alien, as he had not set foot in the school for an entire year. The classroom was densely packed with 70 or 80 students. "Isn't that Chen Jiuyang, who vanished for a year?" a young man at the podium remarked, gazing at Chen Jiuyang with a look of bewilderment. "Guo Yaohui." Chen Jiuyang responded. Guo Yaohui was the class monitor, a wealthy second-generation heir, and their relationship had been somewhat contentious in the past. Chen Jiuyang, it's been a year. And your tongue seems rather sharp. Now that you've returned to studies, you ought to address the class monitor properly, understand? A man in a suit sitting in the front row coldly remarked. Class monitor. Chen Jiuyang was taken aback. The monitor established a medical aesthetics company 6 months ago. And his business is thriving. Do you not grasp the etiquette? Guo Yaohui added, never mind, there's no need to flaunt it. Chen Jiuyang, find a seat. Oh. Chen Jiuyang replied indifferently, selecting an empty spot in the front row. The suited man directed his attention to Chen Jiuyang. Chen Jiuyang, now in your 5th year. Have you obtained your certification? Have you secured a job? Chen Jiuyang raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes slightly. Indeed, I have acquired my medical license. And a job placement is forthcoming. Oh, that is commendable, Guo Yaohui remarked as he approached. It seems you didn't waste your year away. As the class monitor, I must inform you that your girlfriend, Wang Shuaru, has been seen with another man for 6 months now. As someone of your age, let me advise you, young people should not act impulsively, it's merely a matter of infidelity. Guo Yaohui's tone was laced with mockery. Loud enough for the entire class to hear. However, Wang Shuelian is a commendable girl, her pursuit of material wealth is understandable, after all. You are merely a child from a rural background, and the meager salary of an intern doctor is barely enough to sustain oneself. Instantly, countless mocking gazes fell upon Chen Jiuyang, whose expression darkened, rendering him silent. The man in the suit inquired, Mr. Guo. Do you know who the man is that has cuckolded Chen Jiuyang? Guo Yaohui replied, not only do I know, but I am also friends with him. His name is Huang Bufan, a wealthy heir involved in the antique business. Wang Shuelian is indeed fortunate to have found a partner like Huang Bufan. She need not worry about financial matters for the rest of her life. I heard just the other day, Huang Bufan purchased a house for Wang Shuelian in Fengcheng. A collective gasp echoed through the group of students, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they cast pitying glances at Chen Jiuyang. No wonder Wang Shuelian often skipped classes and stayed out late, she had truly found a benefactor. They brazenly discussed the matter in front of Chen Jiuyang, showing him no regard whatsoever. As time progressed, the classroom filled with students, and when Wang Shuelian finally arrived, a hush fell over the room. The main character has arrived. Shoo, let us watch and see what unfolds. Chen Jiuyang remained unperturbed. As a man, how could he possibly tolerate such a situation? Wang Shuelian entered with red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been weeping. Upon spotting Chen Jiuyang in the classroom, her expression brightened momentarily, and she attempted to approach him, only to be encircled by her 2 roommates. Wang Shuelian was soaring high, realizing that if her roommates could forge a close bond with her, they too might reap some benefits. Shuelian, I hear you are with the young master in the antique business. Congratulations on making it big. Shuelian, tell us how you met that Huang guy. Wang Shuelian's expression abruptly shifted, and she seethed inwardly, gritting her teeth. How do you know this? It was the class monitor who mentioned it, one of her roommates replied. Wang Shuelian's expression darkened again as she pointed an accusing finger at Guo Yaohui, exclaiming, you bastard. It was you who introduced Huang Bufan to me, now I realize you did it merely to take revenge on Chen Jiuyang, encouraging him to pursue me. Guo Yaohui retorted. What is wrong, Shuelian? Have you broken up with Huang Bufan? I must say, the 2 of you are quite the match, you could have a comfortable life ahead. Wang Shueju, visibly pale, shouted at Guo Yaohui, shut your mouth. Don't you fear retribution for your wicked deeds? The classmates exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, while Guo Yaohui's expression darkened. Then, Wang Shueju, biting her lip, approached Chen Jiuyang, summoning her courage to say, Jiuyang, I realize my mistakes, can you ever forgive me? Can we get back together? A thunderous uproar erupted among the students, astonished that Wang Shuelian would forsake a wealthy heir to seek reconciliation with someone of Chen Jiuyang's humble origins. They held their breath in anticipation of Chen Juoyang's response. He glanced at her coldly and replied, "Get lost, you are not worthy." Everyone in the class, including Guo Yaohui, stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Wang Xuelian's face instantly turned pale, and tears began to flow as she ran out of the classroom, sobbing. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Qin Ruyu, entered the classroom. And a profound silence enveloped the room. As the homeroom teacher, Qin Ruyu commanded considerable authority among the faculty, and with a group of adoring students at her side. It could be said that her job was exceedingly effortless. Qin Ruyu approached the podium and declared, "Now that everyone is present, I have a few matters to address. Firstly, with the new semester upon us, you are all now in your 5th year, it is time for those seeking internships to pursue them. Those who have passed their medical licensing exams to engage in residency training, and those aspiring to pursue postgraduate studies to put forth their utmost effort. Secondly, let us extend our congratulations to Chen Juoyang, who has been appointed as a professor at our institution. Although he has yet to officially assume his role. The paperwork has been approved. Today marks his final day as a student here. From this point forward, he will be my colleague." Initially, the classroom was engulfed in a heavy silence, but soon erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Chapter 50, Addressing Professor Chen. Lin Yuexian encounters a ghost. The classroom erupted in astonishment. How could it be? Chen Juoyang, who had vanished for a year, returned to become a professor at the university. Guo Yaohui hastily inquired, "Teacher Qin, what merits does Chen Juoyang possess to become a professor at our institution?" Qin Ruyu furrowed her brow. "Guo Yaohui, please mind your manners, you should refer to him as Professor Chen Juoyang. Professor Chen has been appointed due to his exceptional medical skills and substantial contributions to the university." With an aloof demeanor, Chen Juoyang remarked, "Guo Yaohui, if you continue behaving this way, you may not graduate this year." Guo Yaohui's face turned pale. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he quickly stammered, "Professor, I apologize for my earlier remarks." A knowing smile graced Chen Juoyang's lips. And he then exited the classroom with Qin Ruyu. If Guo Yaohui were to graduate and obtain his medical qualification, he would no longer bear the Chen surname. It was only today that Chen Juoyang discovered that Guo Yaohui had introduced Wang Xuelian and Huang Bufan to each other. The students in the classroom remained stunned. Casting furtive glances at Wang Xuelian, their expressions complex. In comparing a wealthy second-generation heir to a young medical professor who would hold greater appeal. Those studying medicine understood that the professor was undoubtedly superior. Qin Ruyu stated, "Juoyang, your position as professor is practically secured. You merely need to submit a few papers to be formally appointed." Chen Juoyang replied, "This is a trivial matter, I shall compose a few papers upon returning home today." With the legacy of the medical Immortal, writing medical papers was indeed a mere trifle for him. One paper would focus on the black jade ointment, while another would detail the long-lost 9 tons rejuvenation needle. These two alone would suffice for his professorial credentials. Qin Ruyu asked, "Juoyang, do you know my research focus?" Chen Juoyang shook his head. 4 years ago, Qin Ruyu was already a prodigious professor, yet she had not made any significant breakthroughs in her research over the years. Qin Ruyu continued, "I am investigating the auxiliary aspects of human evolution, specifically, elixirs." Chen Juoyang raised an eyebrow. "Elixirs?" Qin Ruyu nodded. "My family has been in the medical field for generations, but a few years ago, we discovered an incomplete ancient formula. I have been researching this formula for the past few years. After observing your needle techniques and prescriptions, I found inspiration. Once this ancient formula yields a breakthrough, its value could be immense." Chen Juoyang inquired, "What kind of prescription is it?" Qin Ruyu replied, "The qi cultivation pill, I have been studying it for several years. And it seems to provide true energy to martial artists." Chen Juoyang's interest peaked. Now that is truly valuable. While the legacy of the pure young medical Immortal contained such prescriptions, their worth was so great that he had not yet revealed them. For a commoner is often burdened by the wealth of a treasure. The qi cultivation pill could only be consumed by those at least at the Yellow Realm. enhancing the true energy within martial artists and significantly reducing their training time. Even those at the Earth realm could benefit from it. Qin Ruyu smiled playfully. I can see that you are no ordinary person. So, how about this? Once I am divorced, I shall establish a company to sell elixirs and support you. Chen Jiuyang's heart skipped a beat. Let's talk later, I have a basic understanding of the matter. I can assist you after a while. The qi cultivation pill is classified into different tiers. Qin Ruyu replied, all right, I must return home to discuss my divorce with my family. Would you like to accompany me to meet my parents? Chen Jiuyang immediately sought an excuse to escape, recognizing her charm. Qin Ruyu watched his somewhat flustered retreat, chuckling softly. Upon leaving the Fengqing Medical College, Yao Zishuan was selecting villa design plans for Chen Jiuyang. He then received a call from Lin Yuexian. Mr. Chen. Do you have a moment? Only then did Chen Jiuyang recall that Lin Yuexian was also in Fengqing. What is it? Her voice carried a hint of trepidation. Mr. Lin. Something sinister has occurred here, a person has died. Could you come and assess the situation? Sure, just provide me with the address, and I shall be there. Chen Jiuyang replied. After Lin Yuexian relayed the address, Chen Jiuyang took a taxi to a villa district. Upon arrival, an unsettling chill coursed through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. The aura of this villa area reeked of ominous energy. Lin Yuexian awaited him at the entrance, accompanied by a large group of individuals of various ages, presumably members of the Lin clan. Chen Jiuyang inquired, what has transpired? Please explain in detail. Seeing Chen Jiuyang's arrival, Lin Yuexian felt a surge of relief. However, as the young clan leader, she needed to maintain her authority in front of her family. Though she longed to grasp Chen Jiuyang's arm. Respectfully, Lin Yuexian saluted him and explained, this villa district is called Rongtai Manor, which our Lin family purchased for 10 billion. There is still undeveloped land remaining. As Chen Jiuyang followed her, he observed the vast expanse of land belonging to the Lin family. He inhaled deeply. You acquired this place for merely 10 billion. What a lucrative deal. Lin Yuexian offered a wry smile before elaborating. The Lin family aimed to establish roots in Fengqing, necessitating investments in various sectors, with real estate being their initial venture. This extensive villa district comprises over 100 houses, and the costs far exceeded 10 billion. Despite this, the Lin family leveraged connections to secure the purchase. The villa area not only provided residence for the Lin clan but also allowed for the development of the remaining land, potentially yielding significant returns. However, no one anticipated the strange occurrences that would ensue after the contract was signed and the family began moving into Rongtai Manor. In just 2 days, 3 servants from the Lin family had perished under mysterious circumstances, all deemed accidental. More alarming events followed. Hundreds of Lin family members who settled in the manor experienced nightmares on the very first night. Some even reported seeing ghosts while patrolling at midnight. Earlier that day, Lin Yuexian had brought monks and Taoists to perform rituals, but to no avail. Just moments ago, someone had nearly sleepwalked off the roof. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuexian knew she could no longer delay and reluctantly sought help from Chen Jiuyang. After listening to Lin Yuexian's explanation, Chen Jiuyang found it utterly perplexing. 3 individuals had perished in just 2 days. What events had transpired in this place before? Lin Yuexian, with a bitter expression, elucidated, only today did we manage to uncover the truth through inquiries. It turns out that this location had previously witnessed a calamity, resulting in the demise of dozens in a single night. Subsequently, anyone daring to covet this Rongtai Manor met with inexplicable deaths. Hence, it was sold to us at the remarkably low price of 1 billion. If we do not resolve this issue, not only will the Lin family face relocation difficulties, but we will also incur a loss of 1 billion, which bodes ill. Chen Jiuyang inhaled sharply, lamenting, I understand now, I shall assist you in examining this matter. As Chen Jiuyang's spirit expanded, the scene before him sent a chill down his spine, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 51, The mother and son killing formation. A sudden chill enveloped Lin Wuxian as she donned her elegant qipao, her exquisite makeup enhancing her beauty without appearing overly gaudy. Yet, her lovely eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Initially, she had consented to gather the Lin family in Fengcheng to regain their former glory, nodding in her capacity as the young clan leader. Now, with the situation unraveling unfavorably, she felt the immense weight of responsibility pressing upon her. Noticing the drastic change in Chen Zhuoyang's expression, she hastily inquired, "Mr. Chen, have you perceived something amiss?" Chen Zhuoyang, regaining his composure, replied gravely, "Many lives have been lost here, and their lingering resentment has been ensnared by a formation, leading to the untimely demise of those who reside here." Lin Wuxian's countenance shifted. Her family, a prestigious scholarly lineage with centuries of heritage, was well versed in the peculiarities of the supernatural. "Mr. Chen, do you possess a solution?" she asked. Her teeth clenched with determination. This land was a project she had meticulously chosen, and if they were to retreat now, many within her family would surely voice their dissent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhuang responded, "There is a way, but it will incur some losses. Are you willing to accept that?" Lin Wuxian's eyes brightened with hope. "It matters not, as long as this place is rendered safe and healthy, any losses incurred now can be compensated in future developments. With such a vast expanse of land, our family could establish schools, shopping centers, and high-rise residential complexes to cultivate a thriving commercial district." Chen Zhuoyang chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in her words. The Lin family, being a prominent official lineage, was not lacking in talented individuals. "Very well, it is presently night, and all problematic areas will be distinctly visible. Call the demolition crew. I will assist you in dismantling this formation." "Understood," Lin Wuxian replied, nodding before summoning her family members to contact the demolition team. Shortly thereafter, the crew arrived. Chen Zhuoyang gestured towards a villa. "This house has witnessed death, the lingering malice is profound. We shall commence the demolition here." Lin Wuxian's expression turned to one of astonishment. The 3 servants who died unexpectedly resided in this very house, and it was here that one nearly committed suicide tonight. Once this house is demolished, there should be a small vial filled with ashes buried 10 meters beneath the foundation, Chen Zhuoyang asserted. Lin Wuxian instructed the demolition crew to follow Chen Zhuoyang's guidance. A team of workers began by drilling into the concrete foundation before placing explosives. An hour later, the villa was reduced to rubble, as an excavator dug a 10-meter deep pit. It unearthed a glass vial containing ashes. The expressions of Lin Wuxian and her family transformed to sheer shock as they beheld the discovery. Chen Zhuoyang, having anticipated this outcome with a mere glance, exhibited remarkable prowess. "Send a pair of young boys and girls from the Lin family to the nearby temple or monastery to offer this urn. Your family must pay homage to these ashes daily for 49 days, he instructed. "Yes, Mr. Chen," Lin Wuxian affirmed, dispatching a pair of young children from the Lin family. However, as soon as they touched the vial, both children collapsed. "What a potent aura of malice and resentment," Chen Zhuoyang remarked, his expression shifting. In his vision, the illuminated children had approached the vial, only for it to erupt in dark energy, rendering them unconscious. Chen Zhuoyang spoke in a grave tone, "It appears to be more troublesome than I had anticipated. Prepare the black dog's blood and the rooster's blood. Soon." The requested substances were procured. Chen Zhuoyang applied the black dog's blood to the boy and the rooster's blood to the girl, allowing the pair of children to awaken unscathed. They then safely retrieved the urn and sent it to the nearest temple. Once the urn was removed, the malevolent energy enveloping the Rongtai mana surged chaotically. Chen Zhuoyang's lips quivered. "This malevolence is intolerable by heaven and earth." He swiftly extended his spiritual essence to survey the surroundings, ultimately pinpointing a desolate villa. The atmosphere around this villa was chilling, filled with a sinister breeze that sent shivers down one's spine. The dark energy emanating from this villa was overwhelming. Had Chen Zhuoyang not possessed the pure young body, he would have been unable to approach it at all. In a firm tone, Chen Juoyang instructed the Lin family, select 10 youths under the age of 30 and 9 unmarried maidens to accompany me into this villa. The Lin family quickly assembled 19 individuals, including Lin Yuexian. A total of 20 entered the villa, which appeared magnificent from the outside. However, upon entering, they were met with an infestation of rats, cockroaches, snakes, and centipedes, unclean creatures of all sorts. The interior was cloaked in a sickly green hue, thick with cobwebs. Though the villa was connected to water, electricity, and gas, the lights flickered ominously, startling all who beheld them. In the villa's grand hall lay a frozen, translucent female corpse. Notably, she was with child. Her eyes were wide open in a grotesque expression, and the dark energy emanated from her. Such resentment and malevolence, if endured by ordinary individuals, would lead to madness, plagued by nightmares and dire consequences. The sight sent chills through the Lin family members, evoking a wave of nausea and the instinctive urge to flee. Chen Juoyang took a deep breath. I have devised a method to cleanse this accursed ground. Lin Yuexian trembled as she implored, Mr. Chen, please speak. With a serious demeanor, Chen Juoyang gravely instructed, each of you must prick your finger and let a drop of blood fall upon her. The group hesitated momentarily, but Lin Yuexian led by example, and the others soon followed suit. Chen Juoyang intently declared, you must vow to this lady to avenge her and bring her murderer to justice. Should you fail, the Lin youth shall have no descendants, and the Lin women shall remain unwed. Only in this way can her resentment be alleviated. Lin Yuexian promptly stepped forward and made the vow before the corpse, followed by the other Lin family members. Chen Juoyang commanded, bow down and pay your respects. Instantly, Lin Yuexian and the others bowed before the female corpse. In the next moment, a shocking occurrence unfolded. The loathsome creatures, or worms, snakes, and rodents, retreated willingly, the flickering lights stabilized, and the chilling winds dissipated. The terrifying sensation that had pervaded the air vanished like mist. Chen Juoyang led the group out of the villa. Upon using his spiritual senses once more, he observed that the malevolent energy in this place had ceased its rampant assault. Chen Juoyang declared, reduce this villa to ashes. All the remnants must be offered at your Lin family's altar until the day the perpetrator is found. Lin Yuexian's complexion turned ashen, her body drenched in cold sweat. And the other members of the Lin family shared her distress, collapsing to the ground after leaving the villa. Lin Yuexian inquired, Mr. Chen, has it been resolved? Chen Juoyang replied, the core of this maternal reverse curse formation has indeed been neutralized, however, you must assist this lady in identifying the culprit and avenging her, so that the subsequent land development may proceed. Lin Yuexian, still shaken, affirmed, I have taken note of this, the Lin family will certainly see to it. Chen Juoyang nodded. From now on, there will be no issues for your family residing here. There are several other villas to demolish, and the contents must be removed before this place can be deemed entirely secure. Chapter 52, The meeting of two women at the Yao residence. After a night of relentless activity, the Rongtai Manor has successfully completed the construction of 18 villas. As the sun gradually ascends from the eastern horizon, the first rays of light reveal a sinister black mist emanating from the Lin family members, causing their faces to pale in terror. How could such darkness manifest in their presence, especially when they appeared to be in perfect health? Lin Yuexian, her complexion drained of color and her voice trembling, inquired, Mr. Chen, what is the meaning of this? Chen Juoyang replied with a smile, this is, in fact, a positive sign. The nightmares and instances of sleepwalking that you have experienced were caused by this black mist, which had infiltrated your bodies, invisible to the naked eye. However, now that I have dispelled the formation and instructed you to honor the ashes of the wronged souls at the temple, the resentment and malevolence will naturally dissipate from within you. This land is now free from any issues. As long as you seek vengeance for that mother and child, you may continue with the development of this property, as you have sworn an oath. From this point forward, when the Lin family resides here, marries, and bears children, they shall live in peace. This is both cause and effect, he continued. Lin Yuexian, her expression grave, declared, The Lin family will do everything in our power to find the murderer and avenge that mother and child. On behalf of my family, I extend my gratitude to Mr. Chen for your assistance. Chen Joyoung chuckled, "You silly girl, as my disciple, you are akin to family. There is no need for such formality." Lin Yuexian felt a flash of warmth on her cheeks, her tone slightly bashful as she responded, "You are correct, sir. In light of this, I shall grant you a 2% share in the subsequent development of Rongtai Manor." Her reluctance to refer to Chen Joyoung as her teacher stemmed from a personal motive. His striking appearance, formidable abilities, and untainted background made him an attractive prospect, and her affiliation with the Lin family would surely facilitate a deeper connection. 2% shares. Chen Joyoung was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuexian nodded. "The entirety of Rongtai Manor still has much land yet to be developed. Our family intends to establish a conglomerate to manage the various projects. The current valuation for the development of the entire estate stands at 200 billion. Chen Joyoung's heart raced. A 2% share equated to a staggering 2 billion. He silently marveled at the Lin family's deep-rooted heritage, cultivated over centuries. What a colossal undertaking. With a scrutinizing gaze, he remarked, "You, my dear girl, offering me shares, your intentions seem less than pure." Lin Yuexian, undeterred, held her head high, boldly meeting his gaze and playfully retorting, "And what if my motives are not entirely pure?" With her fair complexion and poised demeanor, she embodied the essence of a cultivated young matriarch from a scholarly lineage, possessing both beauty and a respectable family background, thus making her a worthy match for Chen Joyoung. As Lin Yuexian candidly acknowledged her feelings towards him, an air of intimacy began to envelop their interaction. At that moment, Yao Zishuan arrived in a flurry. Witnessing Lin Yuexian's demeanor, which seemed almost scandalous, as her qipao had been hiked up to an indecent height. How brazen! Was she not aware of the implications of her actions? What a flat, clearly attempting to entice Chen Joyoung. Competing for a man with her, we shall see. Inwardly, Yao Zishuan sneered as she affectionately linked her arm with Chen Joyoung's, her voice sweetly chiming, "Joyoung, my grandfather has invited you to visit the Yao family today. Come with me." Lin Yuexian's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed slightly, recognizing the audacity of this shameless woman. Did Mr. Chen have such a close relationship with her? To approach him and link arms so casually was indeed brazen. Dressed in a cheongsam and adorned with high heels, Lin Yuexian exuded a graceful elegance, unwilling to concede. "Mr. Chen," she said, "you have done my Lin family a great service and haven't slept a wink. Why not rest here for a while before you go?" As the gazes of Yao Zishuan and Lin Yuexian clashed, it was as though tangible sparks ignited, leaving Chen Joyoung feeling quite uneasy. Truth be told, he held affection for both these distinctively beautiful women, yet their relationship had not progressed to that level. The tension between them left him caught in a rather uncomfortable position. Clearing his throat, he said, "Yuexian, the Yao family has summoned me for an important matter. I must go. If you need anything, just give me a call later." Instantly, Yao Zishuan's spirits lifted, her chest puffed out like a victor, a faint smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Lin Yuexian. Lin Yuexian felt a surge of irritation. This woman was truly bothersome, and all she could do was respond helplessly, "Very well, Mr. Chen." Chen Joyoung followed Yao Zishuan into the car. Once inside, she remarked, "Joyoung, I have selected the floor plan for your house. I will send a construction team today to begin measurements and lay the foundation." Observing a hint of fatigue on Yao Zishuan's exquisitely beautiful face, it was evident she had invested considerable effort into this matter. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Zishuan, you've worked hard." A thread of pure young energy flowed into her body. Yao Zishuan comfortably squinted her eyes, her expression one of enjoyment as she replied, "It's not tiring at all. Today, my grandfather has summoned all members of the Yao family to introduce you to them, and he has also invited the prominent families with whom we maintain close ties." Chen Joyoung replied earnestly, "But have you found the mastermind behind the poison that targeted your family?" Yao Zishuan responded, "My grandfather has grasped a clue, though it remains uncertain. This gathering of families is to see if we can uncover more leads and to have them declare their names." Chen Juoyang was taken aback and then remarked, "Indeed, the older generation possesses great wisdom. This serves as both a probe and a precaution, while also fostering unity." "Of course," Yao Zishuan affirmed. "My grandfather has overseen the Yao family for decades without major mishaps." Upon arriving at the Yao residence, Yao Zishuan led Chen Juoyang to a side room. "Juoyang, please stay here for a while. I will return to fetch you shortly. My grandfather intends to groom me as the next head of the family and requires my presence to receive important guests." "Go ahead," Chen Juoyang nodded. As Yao Zishuan turned to leave, her demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling an icy beauty, distant and aloof, her small face solemn and dignified, as if wielding great power. What he admired most about this girl was her character. Initially, she had refused to be a pawn in a political marriage and had chosen to leap into the river to escape. Later, even when encountering Chen Sanjin, she was willing to gamble her marital future to give him the choice. The side hall was bustling with a number of individuals, predominantly young people akin to Chen Juoyang. The members of the Yao family were easily distinguishable, as all the younger ones were girls, due to the affliction of the 9E devouring sun formation. The current generation of the Yao lineage, represented by Yao Zishuan, consisted solely of females. Each member of the Yao family donned attire adorned with a single lotus flower. Chen Juoyang sat leisurely sipping tea when a peculiar and disdainful voice pierced the air. "It is truly astonishing that a rural peasant like you has the audacity to step through the gates of the Yao family." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Juoyang turned to see Chen Sanjin accompanied by several young men entering the side hall, with Chen Sanjin casting a venomous glare in his direction. Chapter 53, Humiliation. "I only offer you the chance to apologize, a rural-born peasant. Does Chen Sanjin have a grudge against this person?" Upon hearing these words, those surrounding Chen Juoyang hastily distanced themselves from him. Dressed in ordinary attire, they had initially assumed he was merely a low-key heir from a wealthy family, only to discover he was a mere farmer with enmity towards the young master of the Chen family. They quickly retreated, standing aside to observe the unfolding drama. Sensing the spectators' eager anticipation, Chen Juoyang took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "Chen Sanjin, I understand your sentiments. Not only have you lost to me in the stone betting, but you have also lost your fiancée. It must be unpleasant to have a woman taken away from you. Had you not volunteered the engagement to Zishuan as a wager, perhaps your union could have been realized. Young man, lacking in strength, what were you thinking to gamble?" A chorus of whistles erupted from the crowd directed at Chen Sanjin. Enraged, Chen Sanjin's complexion turned ashen as he coldly retorted, "You, Chen, are but a peasant. Even if my engagement with Zishuan is annulled, she is not someone like you can even dream of touching." "Oh," Chen Juoyang replied, sipping his tea with indifference, clearly dismissing Chen Sanjin's words. "Who dares to insult my brother as a peasant?" A ragged voice boomed. "Brother Jiolong, what brings you here?" Chen Juoyang inquired, recognizing Zhang Jiolong, who was accompanied by a spirited young woman. Zhang Jiolong grinned menacingly at Chen Sanjin. "So it was you who referred to my brother as a peasant." Chen Sanjin found Zhang Jiolong unfamiliar, yet with his status in the Chen family, he was not intimidated by many. He sneered, "So what if it was me?" The young woman behind Zhang Jiolong frowned and coldly commanded, "Uncle Long, teach him a lesson." "Understood." Zhang Jiolong advanced and delivered several resounding slaps to Chen Sanjin, leaving his face swollen and eyes spinning. Fuming, Chen Sanjin glared at Zhang Jiolong and the young woman. "Who are you to strike me here?" Curiosity piqued, Chen Juoyang wondered about the identity of the young woman. She fearlessly responded, "You wish to seek revenge. I am Zhu Yanyan, of the most prominent Zhu family in Fengcheng. If you dare, come seek your vengeance." Chen Sanjin's countenance shifted dramatically as he repeatedly apologized, cupping his hands in respect. "My apologies, Miss Zhu. It was my rudeness. However, why would you defend a mere peasant?" Zhang Jiolong coldly interjected, "What do you know, you brat? Chen Juoyang saved thousands in the Blade Legion. How dare you call him a peasant? You are not qualified to judge Mr. Chen. Jiolong, throw this person out." Zhang Jiolong promptly ejected Chen Sanjin from the premises. Absurd. Chen Sanjin could not fathom why Zhu Yanyan would defend Chen Jueyong, nor did he feel entitled to judge a peasant. Zhu Yanyan approached Chen Jueyong and respectfully cupped her hands. Zhu Yanyan pays her respects to Mr. Chen. Zhu Yanyan was indeed the daughter of Zhu Jianjun, the esteemed Zhu Eryi. Chen Jueyong rose to return the courtesy. Miss Zhu, you are too kind. Please, take a seat. The gaze of those in the side hall shifted as they regarded Chen Jueyong. This young man, once looked down upon by Chen Sanjin and received a respectful greeting from the daughter of the Zhu family, was indeed a figure of intrigue. Today, I am here on behalf of my father to assess the situation at the Yao family. I didn't expect to encounter Mr. Chen. My father mentioned that he would like you to visit him for a follow-up consultation. Zhu Yanyan spoke up. Chen Jueyong nodded. All right. I will visit the second master when I have time in the coming days. Oh, so he is a doctor, treating the second master, the crowd realized. Their expressions shifting to one of disdain. Zhu Yanyan's respectful demeanor towards Chen Jueyong stemmed purely from a sense of gratitude. They had assumed this young man was someone of great significance. However, their expressions soon morphed again. Zhang Jiolong chuckled. Miss, if you are too shy to say it, allow me to help you. Jiuyang, Yanyan is here today for matchmaking. The second master holds you in high regard and wants to see if you and Miss Yanyan are fated. What? The crowd was astonished. The second master had taken a liking to this young man and had specifically sent Zhu Yanyan to meet him. If this young man truly caught Zhu Yanyan's fancy, he might very well leap into a new realm of opportunity. They resolved to cultivate a connection with Chen Jueyong. These businessmen, accustomed to their own status, often found it impossible to connect to the Zhu family, a lineage of nobility. Even knowing Zhu Yanyan, they dared not approach her, feeling unworthy. Zhu Yanyan's cheeks flashed slightly as she retorted, Uncle Long, I'll tear your tongue out if you keep talking like that. My father has no such intention. He merely asked me to observe the Yao family situation. I respect Mr. Chen purely for his talents. Zhang Jiolong, with a mischievous grin, chose to remain silent. Chen Jueyong chuckled softly and extended his hand. Miss Zhu, may we become friends? Zhu Yanyan, with her delicate hand, straightforwardly accepted his handshake. Very well, I, Zhu Yanyan, accept you as a friend, Mr. Chen. At that moment, a tall young man entered the side hall, flanked by several subordinates. Upon seeing Zhu Yanyan and Chen Jueyong shaking hands, his expression darkened instantly. In a cold voice, he commanded, Who is this stray dog daring to shake hands with Yanyan? Get out of my sight. His words were laced with an undeniable authority. The young men present turned pale, not daring to breathe, for this individual was of significant stature. Zhu Yanyan swiftly withdrew her hand, frowning at the young man. You Wufei, who I choose to befriend is none of your business. Any woman I, you Wufei, take a liking to, no other man shall lay a finger on. His arrogance was palpable, and he turned his piercing gaze on Chen Jueyong. I care not who you are. You have touched my woman, and I offer you two choices. First, kneel and apologize, then leave this place. Second, like a man, endure the consequences for daring to touch Yanyan. You have 10 seconds to decide. Zhang Jiolong's expression changed drastically as he quickly approached Yu Wufei, whispering urgently. Young Master Yu, Jiuyang merely wished to befriend the young lady. With a sharp crack, Yu Wufei delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Jiolong's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Yet, Zhang Jiolong stood frozen, too intimidated to defend himself or retaliate, passively enduring the humiliation. After the blow, Yu Wufei, with a chilling expression, sneered, Zhang Jiolong, you are but a dog raised by the Zhu family. What right do you have to stand before me, begging for mercy? Zhang Jiolong, blood streaming from his nose and his face flushed with shame, remained silent. Zhu Yanyan's expression shifted dramatically as she interjected, Yu Wufei, do not overstep your bounds. Ignoring her, Yu Wufei's gaze remained fixed on Chen Jueyong. The countdown begins. Chen Jueyong's eyes glinted with cold determination as he replied, You have struck my brother. Regardless of who you are, you must apologize to him and slap yourself 10 times if you wish to be spared. For Zhang Jialong had saved Chen Jiuyang's life. No one had the right to humiliate him. As Chen Jiuyang's words hung in the air, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes filled with derision towards him. Did Chen Jiuyang truly comprehend the magnitude of Yu Wufei's stature? Yu Wufei's gaze hardened, as if he was staring at a lifeless entity, and he coldly queried. "What did you say?" Chapter 54, The Four Grandmasters, A Great Catastrophe. Chen Jiuyang's gaze was frigid as he fixed his eyes upon him. "Are your ears deaf? I commanded you to apologize to my brother Long and slap yourself 10 times. Only then will I spare you." Yu Wufei stared back at Chen Jiuyang, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Have you not awakened from your slumber?" Chen Jiuyang, uninterested in further trivialities, charged forward, seizing Yu Wufei and raising his hand, ready to deliver a resounding slap. However, Yu Wufei, a practitioner of the Yellow Realm, summoned his true energy to resist Chen Jiuyang. Yet, as a master of the Shen Realm, Chen Jiuyang was not one to be thwarted by a mere Yellow Realm warrior. With a series of sharp cracks, Chen Jiuyang unleashed 10 fierce slaps, casting Yu Wufei aside. "Have you finally awakened?" The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Chen Jiuyang truly dared to strike Yu Wufei. Even Zhu Yanyan and Zhang Jialong were momentarily paralyzed. Yu Wufei, grappling with the harsh reality, erupted in fury. "How dare you strike me? Very well. I care not for your identity, you are finished. No one can save you, I, Yu Wufei, proclaim it." With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Jiuyang raised his hand again. "It seems you are still not fully awake, you require further education." As he moved to seize Yu Wufei once more, Zhu Yanyan stepped in front of him, her voice trembling. "Mr. Chen, you cannot lay hands on him again. If you are a man, stand forth and confront me directly." Chen Jiuyang regarded Yu Wufei with a derisive laugh. "You shall wait." The latter's expression darkened as he hastily turned to leave the side hall. Zhang Jialong, his countenance grave, looked at Chen Jiuyang and spoke with heavy tones. "Jiuyang, you have stirred a great calamity." Chen Jiuyang replied nonchalantly, "I do not perceive it as a calamity." He was well aware of those who had supported him during his most challenging times and held their kindness in his heart. Zhang Jialong had suffered a slap from Yu Wufei, and Chen Jiuyang could not remain indifferent. It was his nature to repay grudges with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. Zhu Yanyan's expression was also somewhat troubled. This matter began with Yu Wufei's aggression. Although Mr. Chen acted impulsively, striking Yu Wufei has indeed stirred significant trouble. None had anticipated Chen Jiuyang's temper to be so volatile, swiftly resorting to slapping Yu Wufei without hesitation. Those in the side hall kept their distance from Chen Jiuyang, fearing entanglement in his affairs. "Oh, who is Yu Wufei?" Chen Jiuyang inquired. Zhang Jialong explained, "Yu Wufei's father is a martial arts master." "Oh," Chen Jiuyang replied coolly. "What of having a master for a father? Am I to be intimidated by him?" The crowd scoffed, though he was a physician. How could he fathom the terror of a master of the Shen realm? Truly, he was but a rustic farmer. Zhang Jialong urged, "Jiuyang, though you may not. His father is renowned, immensely powerful, one of the 4 grandmasters of Feng province. You must leave at once and return when you are stronger." "Leave? Do not dream." At that moment, a throng burst into the side hall, revealing Yu Wufei, who returned with a sinister expression, fixating his gaze on Chen Jiuyang. "You possess some courage, not having fled. However, since you have not fled, you shall await your demise." Behind Yu Wufei stood a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance devoid of expression. The sight of this man caused a collective pallor to wash over the crowd, prompting them to bow slightly in deference. Zhang Jialong's face turned ashen in an instant. Zhu Yanyan approached Yu Wufei and, forcing a smile, said, I am willing to agree to a date with you. But could you possibly lessen the severity of this matter?" Yu Wufei let out a couple of derisive laughs, fixing his gaze on Zhu Yanyan, responding, "Zhu Yanyan, I have a fondness for you, yet if I do not reclaim my honor today, how shall I continue to navigate life in Fengcheng? One matter must be kept distinct from another. Zhu Yanyan's expression turned anxious. What do you intend to do? Yu Wufei grinned maliciously, for your sake. I may consider a lighter sentence. Chen, if you kneel before me, allowing me to return the slap you dealt, I shall forgive you. Especially since Zhu Yanyan has agreed to accompany me on a date. All eyes turned to Chen Jiuyang, awaiting his response. The gazes varied among the onlookers, some relished in the misfortune, others remained indifferent, while some felt guilt and concern. Zhang Jialong, his face twitching, knelt before Yu Wufei, saying, You. This incident arose from my actions. If you must strike, let it be upon me. Allow my brother Chen Jiuyang to apologize to you, and let this matter conclude. Shall we? Who do you think you are? Yu Wufei scoffed, dismissing Zhang Jialong entirely. Chen Jiuyang sighed deeply and moved to help Zhang Jialong to his feet. Brother Jialong. Have you misunderstood something? I meant for him to kneel and apologize to you. Just now, I spared you due to Zhu Yanyan. But since you have returned seeking your own demise, do not blame me. As I said, kneel and apologize to my brother and deliver a slap to yourself. I may consider forgiveness. No matter who you bring before me, it will be of no consequence. Very well. How audacious. Yu Wufei sneered, Zhu Yanyan. It is not that I lack respect for you, he is simply courting his own death. Concern etched on their faces, Zhu Yanyan and Zhang Jialong regarded Chen Jiuyang anxiously. Yu Wufei then looked towards the middle-aged man behind him. Father, you have witnessed how brazen this little wretch is, it is time for you to intervene. The expressionless middle-aged man slowly stepped forward, each stride causing Zhu Yanyan and Zhang Jialong to flinch. Yu Yunwu, his expression unchanged, regarded Chen Jiuyang with a voice thick with authority. Young man, I offer you a chance to strike first. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow. This was the first grandmaster he encountered since departing from the Blade Legion, and he was uncertain of the man's strength. As he expanded his soul perception, a cold smile crept upon his face. Old fool, I am the one granting you the opportunity to make a move. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Was Chen Jiuyang truly so audacious as to speak thus to a grandmaster? Only Zhu Yanyan and Zhang Jialong, aware of the truth, wore grave expressions. Chen Jiuyang was indeed a grandmaster, and they had no choice but to respect his decision. Yu Yunwu raised his hand, a visible wave of energy swirling around him, and then surged toward Chen Jiuyang. The manifestation of true energy was the only means by which ordinary people could discern a grandmaster's presence. Yu Wufei sneered, Chen. You won't even have the chance to bid farewell to your family, may you meet your demise. As the turbulent aura of Yu Yunwu approached within a meter of Chen Jiuyang, it dissipated into thin air. Just as Yu Yunwu furrowed his brow in confusion, Chen Jiuyang's voice echoed in his mind, You, a mere half-step into the Shen realm, dare to impersonate a true master of the Shen realm, your audacity is remarkable. Bordering on folly. Yu Yunwu's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat pouring down his face. The youth before him was indeed a genuine master of the Shen realm. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a grave misfortune. Chapter 55, Master of Martial Arts, Dispatching Assassins. Yu Yunwu, having failed to break through to the profound realm, was but a half-step master, barely able to release his vital energy to strike at his foes. Masters of the profound realm possess not only the ability to project their vital energy outward but also the means to communicate secretly through it, allowing them to exchange whispers among themselves. However, a profound realm master cannot relay such messages to ordinary individuals. As a half-master, Yu Yunwu could only hear Chen Jiuyang's words but was incapable of transmitting any secret communications to him. Just as Yu Yunwu was preparing to apologize to Chen Jiuyang, he heard Chen Jiuyang's voice resonate in his mind, If you do not reveal my identity or strength, I may spare you. Instantly, Yu Yunwu's expression brightened. Your son may have shown me disrespect, but your son has also insulted my savior, Zhang Jialong. You had best provide me with a satisfactory demonstration, otherwise, humph. Yu Yunwu's countenance paled, cold sweat beading on his brow as he resolutely nodded at Chen Jiuyang. Yu Wufei, witnessing his father's futile attempt to attack, sneered, Indeed. You possess some strength, no wonder you are so audacious before my father. However, I advise you to surrender and await your demise. My father, as one of the four great masters of Fengcheng, values martial virtue and rarely bullies the younger generation. Otherwise, he would not have merely launched a casual strike but would have been serious. The onlookers nodded in agreement. For Yu Yunwu was renowned in Fengcheng for his benevolence and rarely resorted to violence, which is why they were willing to show Yu Wufei some deference. Suddenly, a pang of alarm struck Yu Yunwu's heart, his face flashed with anger, and he yearned to punish his foolish son at that very moment. He turned to Yu Wufei and delivered a sharp slap, sternly admonishing, "Wretched child, do you dare utter another word?" The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Eyes wide in disbelief. Yu Yunwu had refrained from attacking Chen Juoyang and had instead struck his own son. What was happening? Yu Wufei, bewildered, stammered, "Dad. Why did you hit me?" With anguish evident in his voice, Yu Yunwu rebuked, "It is you who has erred. Shall I become an accomplice to your wrongdoing? Is my reputation to be tarnished entirely at your hands?" Ha ha ha. Chen Juoyang, smiling, clapped his hands in applause, remarking, "Master Yu, you are indeed renowned for your benevolence, and had you not halted your attack midway, I would likely be grievously injured at this moment." The bystanders, previously unaware, suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Chen Juoyang remained unharmed, it was Master Yu who had chosen to withdraw. Instantly, they gazed at Yu Yunwu with newfound respect. Their eyes filled with admiration. As Chen Juoyang praised him, Yu Yunwu felt his face burn with embarrassment, while onlookers perceived him as being on the verge of spitting blood from indignation. "Unfilial son, kneel before me." Yu Yunwu struck Yu Wufei again, forcing him to the ground. "Slap yourself 5 times and apologize to Mr. Zhang. Otherwise, I will disown you as my son and allow Chen Shaojun to deal with you as he sees fit." Having spoken, Yu Yunwu swept away, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he fled the scene. Yu Wufei was utterly taken aback, while the onlookers applauded the noble martial ethics of Yu Yunwu. "Young Master Yu, your father has spoken. It is indeed true that you are at fault in this matter. You should apologize. Indeed, Master Yu's esteemed reputation in Fengcheng cannot be tarnished by you. Apologize." The people surrounding Yu Wufei urged him persistently. His complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. Chen Juoyang took his seat, gently blowing on his teacup. Your father has said that if you do not apologize, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will grant you one last opportunity, slap yourself and apologize to my brother Long, and I may let you go. Otherwise, I assure you, my approach will not be as lenient as your father's." Yu Wufei's face turned crimson, then suddenly pale, gritting his teeth, he trembled as he spoke. "Mr. Zhang, I was in the wrong, I apologize to you." "Very well," Zhang Jialong replied, somewhat dazed. "I accept your apology, young Master Yu." After saying this, Yu Wufei raised his hand and struck himself 5 times, then fled the side hall of the Yao family in disgrace. The crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Juoyang, their expressions complex. This doctor named Chen truly was fortunate. Zhang Jialong, however, understood Chen Juoyang well and pulled him aside. "Brother, what just transpired?" Chen Juoyang chuckled. "That Yu Yunwu is not a true master of the mystic realm. He was unable to contend with me, so he conceded and apologized to you." "Oh. So that is the case." Zhu Yanyan fumed, clenching her teeth. "I have always—" "Haha," Chen Juoyang interjected, "Miss Zhu. Only a master of the mystic realm can heal your father's hidden injuries. Your father likely knew he was not a genuine master, which is why he did not approve of your relationship with Yu Wufei." This revelation left Zhu Yanyan seething with indignation, stomping her feet in frustration. Today, Chen Juoyang had come to realize that in the vast Fengcheng, there were merely 4 renowned martial masters. Yu Yunwu, albeit a half-step mystic, could barely be considered a master, at least stronger than those of the Yellow Realm. However, one could not hastily conclude that Fengcheng's martial prowess was limited to this, as many might prefer to remain in the shadows. After all, above the mystic realm existed the Grand Masters of the Earth Realm, who were of noble rank. At the very least, the Zhong family, who harbored enmity towards him, possessed a Grand Master of the Earth Realm. After conversing for a while longer, Yao Zishuan came to escort Chen Juyang to the familiar pavilion by the artificial lake in the backyard, where, aside from Yao Qianhe, several other elders were seated. It was evident that these elders were the true core of the Yao family, while Yao Zishuan's father had been dispatched to the main hall to receive guests. The Yao family's sudden commotion ostensibly aimed to elevate Yao Zishuan as the next family head, but in reality, it served to gather the core members to discuss and resolve the family's pressing issues. Yao Qianhe smiled warmly. "Jiuyang, you have arrived, please take a seat." Chen Jiuyang sat down. "Old Master Yao, please speak plainly. What leads do you have regarding the perpetrator?" Yao Qianhe's smile gradually faded. "Currently, we have several hypotheses, but nothing is certain. Today's event was merely a trial to truly unearth the culprit. We must wait for 2 months until I can invite everyone under the pretext of the family's annual meeting." Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow slightly. "Elder Yao, Zixian has approximately 3 months left to live. Is it not a bit too urgent to act in 2 months? What if we fail to identify the perpetrator?" Yao Qianhe's expression grew solemn. "That is precisely the reason I summoned you today. In 2 months, I shall surely uncover the culprit. However, it may require your assistance, Jiuyang." Chen Jiuyang nodded. "I am prepared to intervene." Yao Qianhe continued, "The foremost reason for inviting you today is to have the esteemed elders of the Yao family witness that, should I perish in 2 months, Zixian shall be the next head of the family. I implore all my brothers to lend their support." The other elders nodded in agreement. This generation of the Yao family had produced a remarkable 49 daughters, with not a single son among them. And the most exceptional of them all was Yao Zixian. In her father's generation, however, there was not a single individual capable of shouldering great responsibilities. The events that transpired in the Yao family side hall had already reached their ears. Clearly, when it came to selecting a suitor, Yao Zixian stood unparalleled. If she did not assume the role of head, who would? Chen Jiuyang suddenly realized that Yao Qianhe was wagering his life to expose the murderer in a bid to sustain the Yao family's fortunes. With Yao Zixian having formed a connection with him, their strengths complemented each other. Thus, Yao Qianhe could afford to sacrifice himself, but Yao Zixian must not perish. Otherwise, the Yao family's fortunes would unravel. Truly, he was a cunning old fox, meticulously calculating each step. Yet, with such a captivating beauty as Yao Zixian, Chen Jiuyang willingly accepted the stratagem devised by Yao Qianhe. Upon departing from the lakeside pavilion, they encountered Yao Zixian's father, who mentioned that they would set off for Yunxi to gamble on stones the following day, and urged Chen Jiuyang to return and prepare thoroughly. As Chen Jiuyang and Yao Zixian left the Yao residence, they made their way to Xiang County en route. Chen Jiuyang abruptly instructed Yao Zixian to halt the vehicle. He stepped out and calmly declared, "Since you've followed us here, let us resolve this matter right now." Before him emerged a dozen figures clad in black assassin garb, encircling Chen Jiuyang. "We come at the behest of another, young brother, it is time for you to depart." Yao Zixian gasped in shock, realizing that the moment Chen Jiuyang left the Yao family, assassins were already dispatched to eliminate him. Who could be behind this assassination attempt? Chapter 56, The Singing Names. Delivering a coffin to the Huang family. Chen Jiuyang harbors 3 significant secrets. First, he possesses the transcendent legacy of the pure young medical immortal, endowing him with unparalleled medical skills and the purest life-giving energy. Second, he simultaneously cultivates his spirit, physical form, and vital essence, rendering him invincible among his peers. Third, his spiritual perception extends to an impressive distance of 850 meters. While ordinary masters in the Shen realm can awaken their spiritual senses, their range is limited to a mere meter, making Chen Jiuyang's prowess in this regard exponentially superior. Thus, when a group of assassins departed from the Yao family estate to pursue him, Chen Jiuyang immediately sensed their presence through his spiritual awareness. The group, armed with cold, sharp blades, swiftly encircled him. Unfazed, Chen Juyang calmly inquired, "Before you strike, may I ask who has commissioned you to carry out this deed?" "The lead assassin." Donning a mask, responded, "Since you are destined to die, you may as well know your killer's identity. It is Chen Sanjin, the young master of the Chen family in Fengcheng." Yao Zishuan's fury ignited, her beautiful eyes glinting with menace. "It is him. That shameless scoundrel." Chen Jiuyang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your candor. In that case, I shall send you on your way." The assassin backed coldly, "Foolish youth. You know not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Attack." With that command, the assassins lunged towards Chen Jiuyang in unison. He stood resolutely, his gaze tranquil as a still pond, merely retrieving a handful of silver needles from his waist. In the blink of an eye, he infused them with true energy, launching them with precision to strike each assassin. Thud. 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 The bodies of the assassins stiffened as blood flowed from beneath their masks, their lives extinguished in an instant. They could never have anticipated that Shen Jiuyang was a master of the Shen realm, while they were mere ordinary killers, not even reaching the Huang realm. Lacking the qualifications to challenge him, sending such inept assassins to eliminate Chen Jiuyang was nothing more than a futile endeavor. After dispatching the assailants, Chen Jiuyang returned to his vehicle and addressed Yao Zishuan. "Zishuan, please utilize the Yao family's resources to transport these bodies to the Chen family. Before we depart for Yunxi province tomorrow, I intend to pay them a visit." Yao Zishuan nodded in agreement. "All right." Far from feeling intimidated by Chen Jiuyang's enigmatic strength, she found herself imbued with a sense of security. The man she admired had to be powerful to claim her, protect her, and safeguard the Yao family. Upon returning home, Chen Jiuyang noticed that a construction crew from the Yao family had already commenced work at the foot of Qingzhou Mountain, preparing to build his villa estate. This grand villa was to rise at least 6 stories above ground and extend 3 stories underground. Constructed with reinforced steel to withstand even a magnitude 10 earthquake without sustaining any damage. The subterranean levels would be fortified with alloy to serve as an emergency shelter, ensuring that, should any adversaries seek revenge on Chen Jiuyang, his loved ones could safely take refuge underground while the Qingzhou Immortal dealt with the intruders. This 30 million investment was indeed worthwhile. His mother, Zhang Xiuzhen, radiated joy as she oversaw the construction. On her right, neighbors were busy with repairs, while on her left, their own home was being worked on. However, the responsibility of providing meals for the laborers fell entirely upon her. In the quaint village of Qingzhou, she gathered several villagers to assist her in preparing a communal meal to provide sustenance for the construction workers. With earnings of several hundred a day, her monthly income soared to over 10,000, causing Zhang Xiuzhen to beam with delight. In the past, she could scarcely have imagined accumulating such wealth. Her younger sister, Chen Yating, had already embarked on her university studies, leaving Zhang Xiuzhen occupied with her own affairs, which Chen Jiuyang found quite agreeable. Upon returning home, Chen Jiuyang commenced writing a dissertation for his professorship at Fengcheng Medical College. The lengthy manuscript, encompassing tens of thousands of words, left him somewhat dazed after completing several papers. By the time he exited his room, night had fallen. To his surprise, the pampered young lady, Yao Zishuan, who had never lifted a finger, was assisting Zhang Xiuzhen with dinner, perspiring profusely from her efforts. "Jiuyang, a dinner is ready," she called. At the dining table, Zhang Xiuzhen remarked, "Jiuyang, the entire village has attended the funeral at the former village head's home, and we are the only ones who haven't. Given our lifelong neighborly ties, don't you think it's inappropriate?" Chen Jiuyang pondered for a moment before smiling. "Mother, I shall pay a visit tomorrow morning." Zhang Xiuzhen sighed in relief. "That's good. You can represent our family." After dinner, Yao Zishuan went to freshen up, and Chen Jiuyang stepped outside to summon Deng Zun. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, Deng Zun clasped his hands in respect. "Young Master Chen, how may I assist you?" Chen Jiuyang replied, "I plan to visit Yunxi for some stone gambling tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" "I would be honored to do so." Deng Zun responded with reverence. Chen Juoyang nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Leave your disciples at the martial arts hall to discreetly protect my family. Inform the Lin family at the Riverside Manor if any urgent matters arise. Understood, young Master Chen. Deng Zun affirmed. With a narrowed gaze, Chen Juoyang instructed, prepare a few items for me, which I shall require tomorrow. Deng Zun accepted the command and departed. Chen Juoyang then left Fengcheng for Yunxi province, uncertain of how long he would be away. He arranged several matters in advance before retiring to bed. Not long after lying down, the door to his room swung open, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. Moments later, a warm, aromatic figure nestled beside him in bed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Chen Juoyang, feeling the soft temptation, found himself parched and his blood surging. Yao Zishuan snuggled against him, giggling like a playful kitten. Her breath fragrant. Juoyang, are you feeling uncomfortable? Taking a deep breath, Chen Juoyang shot her a glare, unable to contain himself. He threw back the covers and delivered a firm smack to her backside beneath her nightgown. It's late, we should be sleeping peacefully, not causing a ruckus. Ouch. Yao Zishuan pouted, covering her rear with both hands. Am I not speaking the truth? With a resigned sigh, Chen Juoyang replied, Zishuan. You possess a pure in body and are the core of the 9 in devouring young formation. If anything were to happen to you, it would trigger a catastrophic explosion of that formation, resulting in your demise and the collapse of the Yao family's fortunes. Your teasing tortures me. And it is equally distressing for you. Despite Yao Zishuan's tight embrace, her body temperature began to drop as the chilling energy within her dissipated, countered by Chen Juoyang's pure young essence. In Yao Zishuan's eyes, there was no trace of fear. She merely rested her head upon his chest, gently whispering, Juoyang, I believe you can save me. With that, the two succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Deng Zun delivered Chen Juoyang's belongings. Chen Juoyang, with a smile illuminating his face, arrived at the residence of Elder Huang, the village leader. The house was draped in white mourning cloths, filled with the sounds of lamentation as many mourners grieved for the deceased. As Chen Juoyang entered, an announcement resonated from Qingzhou village. It is Chen Juoyang, bringing a coffin. Suddenly, the expressions of the Huang family transformed into one of utter dismay. Having already lost several family members and engaged in mourning rites, Chen Juoyang's arrival with a coffin raised a multitude of questions. The members of the Huang family glared at him, their eyes aflame with resentment. Chapter 57, The Last Delivery of a Clock. This time a coffin. Old Secretary Huang's face turned an ashen shade as he stepped before Chen Juoyang, gritting his teeth and demanding, Chen Juoyang, have you no sense of decency? Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly, have I gone too far? Allow me to demonstrate. He glanced at the imposing coffin in the morning hall and scoffed, do they even deserve such a fine coffin? With a wave of his hand, several disciples under Deng Zun brought forth a shabby, flimsy wooden coffin for all to see. Chen Juoyang coldly proclaimed, these deceased creatures deserve nothing more than this wretched coffin for their burial. Old Secretary Huang and the other members of the Huang family instantly turned ashen. You are outrageous. To cause a disturbance at a funeral, does your Chen family no longer believe in accumulating virtue? Old Secretary Huang seethed, his body trembling with rage as he berated Chen Juoyang. With a derisive laugh, Chen Juoyang retorted, why should my family not accumulate virtue? This is called karmic retribution. My family has resided in Qingzhou village for generations without ever committing any heinous acts, while my father was imprisoned and I vanished for a year. What did your Huang family do? You intentionally caused my sister to break a classmate's phone, forced my mother to borrow 20,000 from your family, and within 6 months, demanded repayment of 300,000. Borrowing 20,000 and repaying 300,000, how heartless can the Huang family be? You emptied my home, leaving us with nothing but a bamboo mat, yet you still sought to collect debts from my mother and even resorted to violence against her. Does your Huang family truly believe in accumulating virtue? Huang Liongbo even made my sister drop out of school to work in a KTV in the county to repay debts, all the while substituting my sister Chen Yeting's college entrance exam results, nearly preventing her from attending university. Your Huang family has pursued my Chen family to the brink of annihilation. Do you believe there is a single intact person left within your family? On the very day I returned home, your old secretary Huang's grandnephew sought to abduct me for organ harvesting. Had it not been for the divine intervention of the mountain god, my entire family would have been exterminated by you. If I were to annihilate your entire family, I would not consider it excessive. Each member of the Huang family trembled under Chen Jiuyang's scorn, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. Unable to meet his gaze, no one from the other families in Qingzhou village dared to come forward to speak on behalf of the Huang family. Chen Jiuyang sneered, "Fortunately, I have yet to strike, then these brutes who have tormented my family have already met their demise at the hands of the mountain god." Old Secretary Huang's voice quivered. "Chen Jiuyang, my son, and the others are dead, what more do you want?" "They are dead, yet your Huang family still lives," Chen Jiuyang replied coldly. "Do you believe their deaths signify the end of this matter?" Old Secretary Huang trembled uncontrollably. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Jiuyang's icy gaze swept over each member of the Huang family, Huang Liangbao and Huang Dahu. "Those deceased must be buried in the coffins I have brought, otherwise the mountain god shall not spare your Huang family." Old Secretary Huang quivered in silence, merely staring at the flimsy coffin. If a body were to be interred in that coffin, it would not be long before the nearby wild dogs and foxes would dig it up and devour the remains. Chen Jiuyang has ensured that they will not have a peaceful demise. Chen Jiuyang declared, "I have already stated that without the coffins I provide for burial, the mountain deity shall not spare your Huang family, or you must handle it yourselves." Before departing, he uttered a profound remark, "In the realm of deeds, mortals act while the divine observes. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive." With these words, Chen Jiuyang turned and left. Had he not swiftly departed from the Blade Legion to return home, his entire Chen family would have fallen victim to the Huang family. Throughout this period, Chen Jiuyang had extended numerous opportunities to the old party secretary Huang, yet the avaricious old man disregarded even his son's life. Today, he mentioned his sister Chen Yeting's college entrance examination to the old man, but he refrained from settling accounts. This was Chen Jiuyang's final chance for the Huang family. Should they fail to repent, they must not blame him for his ruthless nature. Upon leaving the Huang residence, Chen Jiuyang returned home, where Yao Zishuan and Deng Zun had already prepared everything. The three of them shared a vehicle. Initially, Chen Jiuyang intended for Deng Zun to drive, but Yao Zishuan preferred to drive her own car. Hence, she took the wheel towards Fengcheng. Deng Zun hesitated for a moment and remarked, "Young Master Chen, you ought to consider acquiring a car of your own, otherwise, travel can sometimes be inconvenient." Chen Jiuyang, lost in thought, managed a faint smile. He was no longer the impoverished Chen Jiuyang who could not afford tuition fees. Nodding, he replied, "I will give you 5 million, go procure a vehicle." "Understood, young Master Chen," Deng Zun acknowledged. Before Deng Zun, Yao Zishuan maintained her icy demeanor, stating in a calm voice, "Deng Zun, once we arrive in Fengcheng, you shall acquire a vehicle. I will accompany Jiuyang on our business, then afterwards, we will reconvene at my Yao family estate in Yunxi province." Deng Zun responded respectfully, "Yes, young mistress." He had moved to Xiang County several days prior and was aware of the close relationship between Yao Zishuan and Chen Jiuyang, sharing the same room. Yet Chen Jiuyang had not taken any liberties with her. Deng Zun's address of young mistress elicited a subtle smile from Yao Zishuan, a delightful sensation for her. Even Jiuyang's subordinates referred to her as young mistress. How delightful. Compared to other seductive women, she was indeed in a league of her own. Upon reaching Fengcheng, Deng Zun took the funds to purchase a vehicle. Yao Zishuan inquired, "Jiuyang, where shall we go first for our business?" Chen Jiuyang pondered for a moment before responding. "Please find out where Wang Tian is currently and what his condition is." Yao Zishuan made several phone calls and soon received a response. "Zhong Ali has returned to the Zhong residence and has summoned an expert to treat Wang Tian and Wang Chongyun. Currently, Wang Tian is recuperating in a hospital ward." A faint smile graced Chen Jiuyang's lips, the glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. It seemed his misleading information had proven effective, compelling them to place Wang Tian in the hospital for recovery. Let us pay a visit to Wang Tian. Yao Zishuan drove to the hospital where Wang Tian was located. In a VIP room, Wang Tian appeared somewhat pale, clutching a nurse in his arms, leering and toying with her. Yet, regardless of his antics, his lower half remained unresponsive. Bang! The ward door was abruptly kicked open as Chen Jiuyang strode in. Upon witnessing the somewhat scandalous scene before him, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Young Master Wang Tian Wang, you certainly possess a delightful disposition, even during your hospitalization. You remain oblivious to decorum. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, Wang Tian's expression darkened instantly. He had learned from his parents that Chen Jiuyang was no ordinary individual. In a cold tone, he retorted, Chen Jiuyang, what brings you here? Are you seeking revenge? Let me warn you, my grandmother has already summoned experts from the Zhong family. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. With an exuberant smile adorning his face, Chen Jiuyang replied, Oh, young Master Wang, you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely passed by to check on your well-being. I was somewhat disappointed that I couldn't deliver the bell to you last time. This time, I have brought you a different gift. With a flick of his hand, a disciple of Deng Zun entered, carrying a foul-smelling, thin-skinned coffin, and placed it down. Last time it was a bell, and this time it was a coffin. Wang Tian's face contorted with rage. Chapter 58, The Master of the Mysterious Realm slays Chen Jiuyang. Though I may be impoverished, the weight of affection far exceeds that of material gifts. Chen Jiuyang wore a beaming smile, his tone sincere as he expressed, I hope that young Master Wang will find use for the gift I have bestowed upon him. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang grasped Wang Tian's hand, as if they were truly the best of friends. Were it not for the coffin he had presented, Wang Tian might have been led to believe in a genuine camaraderie between them. Wang Tian immediately wrenched his hand away, his countenance darkening with fury as he bellowed, Get out. Leave at once, or I shall summon someone to end your life. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I have merely come to deliver a gift. Having done so, I shall take my leave, Chen Jiuyang replied, unperturbed, the smile lingering on his lips as he turned away. Once Chen Jiuyang departed, Wang Tian was so incensed he spat blood, his vision clouding as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This alarmed the nurse, who cried out and hastily summoned a doctor to administer emergency care. Chen Jiuyang's earlier handshake had not been in vain. He had assessed Wang Tian's condition and discerned that indeed, a skilled practitioner had used vital energy to heal him, restoring much of his health, albeit leaving him in a state of utter desolation. Satisfied, Chen Jiuyang infused another surge of vital energy into him, disrupting his meridians and plunging him into a suffering far worse than death. This time, no matter how formidable a healer might arrive, it would be of no avail. Unless they possessed medical prowess surpassing that of Chen Jiuyang, which was a rarity in this world. Any physician or expert examining Wang Tian would conclude only that he was afflicted with a strange ailment. With a frigid gaze, Chen Jiuyang cast a glance at Wang Tian's hospital room, murmuring to himself, Wang Tian, until my father attains vindication, you shall neither perish nor thrive. You shall endure ceaseless remorse, living in anguish. Chen Jiuyang entered the vehicle of Yao Zishuan. Zishuan, we are heading to the Qian family. Yao Zishuan's expression was as cold as ice. Very well, I intend to confront the Qian family regarding their intentions. After all, Qian Sanjin, unable to win her heart, resorted to hiring assassins to eliminate Chen Jiuyang. How shameless could one be? At the Qian family villa, as soon as Chen Jiuyang and Yao Zishuan alighted from the car, a servant rushed to deliver their presents. Shortly thereafter, Qian Sanjin and a middle-aged man with graying temples emerged. These two had nearly become Yao Zishuan's husband and father-in-law. The middle-aged man, known as Qian Buk, regarded Yao Zishuan and Chen Jiuyang with a placid demeanor, inquiring, What brings you to my Qian family? Yao Zishuan, her face still frosty, was about to press Qian Buk for an explanation when Chen Jiuyang intervened, raising a hand to halt her. With a composed smile, he remarked, Shouldn't that question be directed at your family? What are your intentions? Are you unable to bear the consequences? Chen Sanjin retorted, my family has traded for generations. Built upon trust, do you think we are like you, a peasant unable to withstand loss? Oh. Chen Jiuyang replied nonchalantly. Then what of the assassination attempt you orchestrated against me yesterday? Chen Buk countered, young man. Let us be clear, your wager with my son regarding the stone was accepted by my family. We have not sought to trouble you. Yesterday, an assassin was sent. For you have caused my son to be beaten and cast out of the Yao family, thus shaming him. Chen Jiuyang, so, this is merely a vendetta. Chen Buk nodded slightly. Chen Jiuyang, your son was struck by a servant of the Zhu family. You, the Chen family, do not dare to confront the Zhu family directly. Yet you send assassins after me. This exemplifies your cowardice to the fullest. Chen Sanjin's face reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not utter a word. Chen Buk remarked indifferently, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, young man, and that is quite normal. If you had perished yesterday, it would have been your own inadequacy that led to your demise. However, you survived, hence you have earned the right to stand before me. There are no irreconcilable hatreds in this world, only eternal interests. Speak, young man, what do you wish to obtain from me? A hint of mockery gleamed in Chen Buk's eyes as he regarded Chen Jiuyang. You accuse my Chen family of being bullies. Yet you also do not dare to confront us directly, instead, you merely deliver the corpses of your assassins to our doorstep to negotiate for your own benefits. Ultimately, it all boils down to money, or how can you feign moral superiority before me? Chen Jiuyang replied calmly, I initially intended to seek vengeance yesterday. But I was too preoccupied, thus I have come today to demand an explanation. What? Chen Buk's expression shifted, and he bellowed, security. In an instant, Chen Jiuyang surged forward to confront Chen Sanjin, delivering a kick that shattered both of Chen Sanjin's legs, incapacitating his arms as well. Crack. The crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated. Oh! Chen Sanjin collapsed to the ground, emitting a piercing scream. My son! Chen Buk, with a twisted expression, rushed to Chen Sanjin's side. Doctor, summon a physician. Chen Jiuyang, you are correct, Chen, this world is indeed one of the strong preying upon the weak. But you have miscalculated my strength. I am not one to relish killing. Your son attempted to assassinate me, and rather than ending his life, I have merely rendered him disabled, which is quite fair and reasonable. Should you disagree, feel free to send someone my way, let us see who perishes first. With this chilling statement, Chen Jiuyang turned and departed with Yao Zishuan. Chen Buk watched Chen Jiuyang's retreating figure, his eyes filled with malice. Upon arriving at the Yao residence, Chen Jiuyang anticipated a direct departure to Yunxi province. However, to his surprise, the entrance was crowded with people, and Yao Chenha wore a grave expression. At the gate stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang and Yao Zishan alight from the vehicle, Yao Chenha urgently exclaimed, Jiuyang, flee. A master from the Shen realm is coming to strike you on behalf of the Zhong family. What? The prospect of a Shen realm master targeting Chen Jiuyang left Yao Zishuan pale with fear, and she promptly turned the car to escape. Yet, the elderly man, in a mere breath, had dashed before Yao Zishuan's vehicle, lightly stepping down to render her sports car inoperable. Yao Zishuan stared at the elder, her face ashen. Murmuring in trepidation, Gu Biushan, one of the four great masters of Fengcheng. Gu Biushan, with his hair entirely white, regarded Chen Jiuyang with a serene expression and spoke. Young man, I owe a debt of gratitude to the Zhong family. I shall only deliver one strike, regardless of the outcome. I will not trouble you or the Yao family further. Should you choose to flee, I will take action against the Yao family. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Jiuyang took a deep breath and replied, please, proceed. Gu Biushan remained steadfast in his position, his hands weaving through the air, unleashing a palpable surge of vital energy directed towards Chen Jiuyang. With a thunderous boom, the energy collided with Chen Jueyong, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. His garments were torn to shreds, and he was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving his fate uncertain. Chapter 59. The tremendous surprise for you, Jueyong. Yao Zishuan was pale as a ghost, tears streaming from her eyes as she rushed toward the injured Chen Jueyong, who was gasping for breath. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his chest stained crimson, a sight that suggested he was on the brink of death. Gu Biezhan sighed deeply. Clasping his fists toward the Yao family, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Should your Yao family seek vengeance, do not hesitate to come for me, Gu Biezhan. With that, he took off, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Yao Qianhe, alarmed and panicked, shouted, "Doctor, doctor! Hurry and save him." The Yao family's physician swiftly carried Chen Jueyong into the Yao residence, and those who had been watching from the shadows dispersed. Outside the hospital room within the Yao family's mansion, Yao Qianhe, Yao Zishuan, and Yao Dayun paced anxiously. How could this happen? Yao Qianhe's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that a master of the Shen realm would strike against a junior, especially one so crucial to the Yao family. Was it fate that sought to annihilate their clan? Yao Zishuan's eyes were swollen from crying, her face streaked with tears, her makeup ruined and neglected. Yao Dayun appeared equally anxious. At that moment, the attending physician emerged, addressing Yao Qianhe, "Patriarch, Mr. Chen's condition is critical. We require the medicinal ingredients listed on this prescription in order to have any chance of saving him." Yao Dayun glanced at the prescription and his complexion shifted. "These ingredients will cost at least 100 million. Yao Qianhe replied grimly. "Regardless of whether it costs 100 million or 1 billion, we must save young Chen." The physician nodded. "I will send someone to procure the ingredients immediately. As of now, our only option is to keep Mr. Chen alive by artificial means." Yao Qianhe appeared as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Waving his hand with a hoarse voice, "Everyone else, leave us." Soon, only Yao Qianhe, Yao Zishuan, and Yao Dayun remained in the courtyard. Sitting outside the hospital room, they could still sense the lingering stench of blood. Creak. The door swung open, and a figure emerged from the room. Yao Qianhe, head bowed, instructed. "Go prepare the medicinal ingredients." "Huh? What medicinal ingredients?" "Prepare to head to Yunxi province to gamble on stones." At the sound of this voice, Yao Qianhe, Yao Zishuan, and Yao Dayun looked up in shock, only to see that Chen Jueyong appeared unscathed, lively, and vibrant before them. "Wah!" Yao Zishuan burst into tears, leaping into Chen Jueyong's embrace. "Do not cry, Zishuan. I am perfectly fine," Chen Jueyong comforted her gently. In astonishment, Yao Qianhe tugged at his beard. Pulling out a handful, "Young Chen, you are unharmed." Chen Jueyong replied nonchalantly, "A mere chi attack, how could it possibly injure me?" Yao Dayun looked bewildered, "But you spat blood, and our doctors worked tirelessly to save you. You mustn't force yourself." This statement sent Yao Qianhe to his feet. Trembling as he exclaimed, "Young Chen, are you truly not experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity before death?" Chen Jueyong chuckled heartily, "I assure you, I am perfectly well." Yao Qianhe furrowed his brow and demanded, "What was that just now? You must provide a thorough explanation, or I shall not permit you to venture to Yunxi province for the stone gambling." Chen Jueyong clarified, "Gu Biezhan attacked me with his true energy. It appeared to be immensely damaging, yet it scarcely touched my skin. The blood spitting and weak breathing were merely an act on my part. As for why your Yao family's doctors took so long to revive me, it is because I did not fully trust them. Only by deceiving the majority could I confidently stand before you." With this realization, Yao Qianhe couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at Chen Jueyong, "Young friend Chen. You truly are a prodigy, your acting is so remarkable that even I was deceived." Yao Dayun also comprehended the situation, his gaze filled with admiration. "Jueyong, your strength is indeed unfathomable, not even a master of the Shen realm could inflict harm upon you." Chen Jueyong chuckled softly. For he himself was a master of the Shen realm. It was impossible for Gu Biezhan to injure him with a mere casual strike. Now, I believe no one is concerned about whether I am alive or dead. Let us set forth to Yunshi for the stone gambling. Yao Qianhe nodded in agreement. That is wise. While you are feigning injury, we can evade pressure and confuse our enemies. You shall proceed directly, and I will handle the aftermath. Yao Zishuan, both laughing and crying, playfully pounded her fists against Chen Jueyong's chest, pouting, "How could you deceive even me, Chen Jueyong? I truly thought you were done for." Chen Jueyong touched his nose, offering an apologetic smile. "If I cannot deceive those close to me, how can I expect to convince my enemies?" Humph. Yao Zishuan understood this logic but was still miffed. "I shall not wish to speak with you for a while." Yao Dayun interjected, "It is night now. We can take advantage of the crowd of servants leaving the estate to procure medicinal herbs." Chen Jueyang nodded and instructed Deng Zun to meet him at the rear gate of the Yao residence. Thus, the four of them set off in a vehicle towards Yunshi province. News of Chen Jueyang being gravely injured by a master of the Xian realm delighted his adversaries. In Qingzhou village, the elderly branch secretary Huang celebrated with red wine at his son's funeral, tears of joy streaming down his weathered face. Heaven has eyes. In the Chen family, Chen Buke gazed at his disabled son, a slow smile spreading across his lips as he instructed the servants, "Bring 4 of us. No need for the 18th. In the Wang family, Wang Chongyun grinned at Zhong Ali, "Mother, you truly are formidable. That little beast should be doomed this time." Zhong Ali replied calmly, "Of course. To deal with such a little beast, my Zhong family need only apply a modicum of seriousness. A mere finger could crush him." As Chen Jueyong sat in the car departing from Fengcheng, he gazed at the moonlight, surmising just how delighted those who despised him must be at this moment. A cold smile crept across his lips as he thought, "The joy you feel now will turn to fury when I return to Fengcheng after the stone gambling and pay each of you a visit." Were it not for the necessity of concealing his true abilities, he would have taken immediate action against them, uninterested in playing the part of a performer. "Once I have hidden my light and honed my strength, I shall surprise you all." He chuckled softly. Huang Lao, the village party secretary, Qian Sanjin, who is never short of wealth, Wang Chongyun, Wang Tian, and Zhong Eliai, all inexplicably shivered simultaneously. Chapter 60, Silent Wealth and Uncommon Encounters. Yunshi Province, situated in the southwestern region of Long Country, shares borders with the diminutive nations of Shaonan and Xiaomian, with a population exceeding several tens of millions. The terrain is predominantly mountainous, characterized by its intricate geography, which has fostered the emergence of numerous clandestine markets. Here, the illicit trades of gambling stones, human trafficking, and even arms dealings flourish unabated. Upon arriving in the vibrant city of Lantern City, while it may not rival Feng City in grandeur, it is nonetheless a bustling metropolis boasting a populace of over 10 million. The moniker Lantern City is derived from its eternally glowing neon lights. In this realm of chance, fortunes can shift in an instant. Every moment witnesses individuals either facing bankruptcy or ascending to wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Along the streets, one can hear the wails of despair and the jubilant laughter of others. This is indeed a paradise for gambling stones. Yao Dayun had preemptively reserved accommodations, and as dawn broke, the group of 4 arrived at their hotel to rest. Once Chen Jueyang and Yao Zishuan awakened, Yao Dayun led the 2 of them to explore various gambling stone establishments. A plethora of materials of all grades paraded before them, with fresh shipments arriving in Lantern City every minute. Yao Dayun inquired, "Jueyang, having explored sufficiently, do you have any thoughts on where to procure stones?" With a smile, Chen Jueyang replied, "I possess 100 million, all entrusted to Deng Zun for purchasing stones, which he will then transport back to Feng City for processing." Yao Dayun, taken aback, asked, "When did this transpire?" Chen Jueyang responded, "Just earlier while we were touring the gambling venues." Having ventured into the world of gambling stones twice, Chen Jueyang had begun to grasp the nuances. To maximize the returns on his investments, he needed to scrutinize the largest stones available across the various establishments. After traversing the markets and examining hundreds of stones, he noted down 35 potential candidates, planning to have the unseen Deng Zun procure them later, thus minimizing his exposure to risk. Caution is always the best policy. With this investment, he anticipated earning several times his initial amount. Chen Juoyang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Lantern City was indeed a lucrative haven. Yet the multitude of voices and the lack of established roots made him wary of revealing his findings here. Yao Dayun sighed, "Juoyang, you truly are meticulous in your endeavors." Chen Juoyang replied, "The experience is the best teacher." Yao Dayun then asked, "What would you recommend? How should I approach purchasing these stones?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juoyang candidly stated, "Uncle Yao, to be frank, the most valuable stones in the nearby markets have already been mostly acquired by me. If you wish to profit from gambling stones, we must venture to places I have yet to explore." Pointing at Chen Juoyang, Yao Dayun chuckled in disbelief, "Juoyang, you are quite remarkable. Let us proceed to the renowned Yaoguang Manor in Lantern City. I am equipped with 10 billion, and I am relying on you." Yao Zishuan, linking her arm with Chen Juoyang's, affectionately remarked, "Juoyang, my father's entire fortune amounts to 10 billion, this is truly tapping into his reserves. While you need not generate vast profits for him, it is imperative that we proceed with caution. At Yaoguang Manor, the entry fee is 10 billion. And each individual is permitted to select only 5 stones." Chen Juoyang, a bit taken aback, mused, "I shall do my utmost. It all depends on whether Yaoguang Manor has any valuable stones worth betting on." This luminous city is aptly dubbed the paradise of stone gambling. And its reputation is indeed well deserved. With a staggering 1 billion in cash, one could select merely 5 stones. Should fortune not favor them, they may face immediate financial ruin. How many would dare to wager such a sum? The scale of gambling in Fengqing pales in comparison to that of this city. Upon arriving at the Yaoguang Manor, one discovers it is akin to a small ancient city encircled by walls. To the right at the entrance stands a row of elegant young women clad in kipeos, while to the left, a line of men dressed in suits awaits. As Yao Dayun and his 2 companions approach, a suited gentleman steps forward and inquires, "Do you have a reservation?" Yao Dayun produces his phone, revealing a transaction confirmation, "I have already purchased my ticket, my surname is Yao." The man in the suit photographs Yao Dayun and, after checking his information on a tablet, respectfully replies, "Welcome, esteemed guest, to Yaoguang Manor. Please, enter." Stepping inside, one quickly realizes this is no ancient city but rather an opulent estate, replete with lush forests and tranquil waters, adorned with ornate architecture that exudes an air of extravagance. Fine wine and gourmet delicacies are offered freely, and whether one seeks handsome men or beautiful women, they are at one's disposal for relaxation. 1 billion. 5 stones, life or death depends solely on one's selection. Within the manor, there are at least 1,000 to 2,000 individuals present. Yao Zishuan remarks, "It seems there are indeed many seeking to turn their fortunes around." Chen Juoyang asks, "Turn fortunes?" Yao Zishuan sighs, "Though my father manages the Yao family's stone gambling business, he is not held in high regard within our family. He hopes to prove himself through this venture and return to the core management of the family." Chen Juoyang furrows his brow, sensing the intense power struggles that must exist within such a prominent family. The suited gentleman leads the trio to a 3-story tea house at the heart of the estate, where a middle-aged man, his hair touched with grey and dressed in fine garments, greets Yao Dayun with a warm tone, "Mr. Yao from Fengqing, how is Lord Chenha's health?" Yao Dayun nods, "The elder is in good health. I have conveyed my thanks to Boss Jiang for his regards." The man smiles faintly, "It has been over a decade since the elder visited here. Mr. Yao, please enjoy your time here, and may luck be on your side." "Thank you for your kind wishes, Boss Jiang," Yao Dayun replies with a smile. Then turns to lead Chen Juoyang and Yao Zishuan to the stone selection area. Yao Zishuan's expression grows serious as she asks, "Father, was that man the infamous smiling black tiger, Jiang Tianyun?" Yao Dayun responds, "Indeed, he is ruthless. Should you become the head of the Yao family, you will inevitably have dealings with him, be sure to remain vigilant. This man controls the finest stone resources. Our family has had past conflicts with him. Yet we must maintain a relationship. Yao Zishuan acknowledges, I understand. Chen Jiuyang squints slightly, what makes him so ruthless? Yao Zishuan whispers. He has murdered his father and all his brothers to ascend to the head of the Jiang family. He even killed his wife when she attempted to grant favors to her relatives at Yaguang Manor. Chen Jiuyang nods in understanding and continues to survey the stones within the estate. The stones in this collection weigh no less than 1,000 pounds at the minimum, with the largest reaching up to 5,000 pounds. Each piece of stone has emerged from the window of green, bearing considerable value. The guests are left to wager on which stone can appreciate in value, yielding substantial profits. At this moment, a sardonic voice pierced through the air, Chen Jiuyang. I never imagined you would grace such a place. The voice belonged to Huang Bufan, who stood alongside a middle-aged man, while he himself was draped around a captivating woman. Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brows, what brings you here? Huang Bufan replied, my father is here to select materials, while I am merely here to broaden my horizons. I must admit, I did not expect you, this pretty boy, to have secured the favor of a wealthy woman from the Yao family, thus affording you the privilege to wander here. Truly, you are fortunate beyond measure. His eyes glinted with avarice and envy. Chapter 61, Quietly Amassing Wealth. Murdering and seizing goods. Huang Bufan's father observed Yao Deyun and his group with a smile, exclaiming, it is the third young master of the Yao family. The Yao family's new generation consisted entirely of daughters, which led to quiet derision among the people of Fengcheng. Thus, a man in his 40s, like Yao Deyun, was still referred to as young master. Yao Deyun maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, Huang Pingsha, I never imagined you would dare to bring your entire fortune here to gamble on stones. The world of stone gambling is relatively small, and having mingled in this circle for decades, they were mostly acquainted. Huang Pingsha remarked, having squandered my life away, I have finally saved up $1 billion. One must strive for something in life. Yao Deyun chuckled, then, I wish you success. Their relationship was merely cordial, a mere acquaintance. The trio continued to inspect the stones. And Huang Pingsha inquired, is that the young man who has struck it rich 3 times in a row? Huang Bufan nodded, indeed. That lad possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck. Huang Pingsha squinted, such consistent fortune cannot merely be attributed to luck, he must possess some unique secret technique, otherwise. How could the Yao family allow him into the shaking light manner? Let us follow and observe, he suggested. The father and son trailed behind, when suddenly Chen Jiuyang coldly stated, Huang Bufan, tell me, was it Guo Yaohui who introduced you to Wang Xuelian? Huang Bufan replied nonchalantly, what of it? A flicker of coldness crossed Chen Jiuyang's eyes as he turned away, patting Huang Bufan's shoulder, I foresee your days are numbered. You should consider visiting a hospital to check for any ailments. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang injected a surge of true energy into Huang Bufan, gnawing at his internal organs. In a bid for revenge against Chen Jiuyang, Guo Yaohui had introduced Wang Xuelian to Huang Bufan. If Wang Xuelian were to marry Huang Bufan, it would be a fortunate union. However, if Huang Bufan were to toy with her for a while before discarding her, it would make Chen Jiuyang feel disgusted. Wang Xuelian had suffered immensely, and now, Chen Jiuyang intended to undermine Huang Bufan before returning to settle accounts with Guo Yaohui. Huang Bufan responded with a cold sneer. You can keep your nonsense to yourself, I am in excellent health, it is you who will not last long. Ha! Chen Jiuyang then turned to assist Yao Deyun in examining the stones. Yao Deyun pulled Chen Jiuyang aside, Jiuyang, this time I need you to help me select the right materials. Like Huang Pingsha, my entire life hinges on this gamble. If I strike it rich this time, I could sever ties with the Yao family and venture out on my own. This way, if Zishuan does not become the family head, her fate will not be reduced to that of a tool for marriage. He had remained troubled by the incident where Yao Zishuan nearly married into the Chen family. Dad. Yao Zishuan felt a surge of emotion. Chen Jiuyang mused to himself that Yao Deyun was unaware of the 9 in devouring sun formation. Nor did he know that Yao Zishuan had but 3 to 5 months left to live. With a smile, Chen Jiuyang replied, Uncle Yao, I understand, leave it to me. He expanded his consciousness, diligently searching for valuable stone materials. Yao Zishuan asked, "Dad, if you make a profit, what do you plan to do?" Yao Dayun replied sheepishly, "I am not yet certain, but having money in hand brings peace of mind." Suddenly, Chen Juyang's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Uncle Yao, the material has been selected, you may stand to make a considerable profit this time." Yao Dayun, feeling a surge of excitement, inquired, "Is that true?" Chen Juyang replied in a hushed tone, "I am certain, this material cannot be opened here, it must be transported back to Fengcheng." Noticing Chen Juyang's cautious demeanor, Yao Dayun quickly asked, "What exactly did you see?" Chen Juyang whispered in his ear, "Material number 83 contains over 1,000 jin of ice-type imperial green." Yao Dayun's body shook violently, exclaiming, "My heavens! Over 1,000 jin of ice-type imperial green. The last time such a large piece appeared was a century ago. It took 40 years to carve into a statue of Buddha, which a Thai tycoon purchased for 5 billion, and that statue weighed merely 100 jin. Chen Juyang claimed this material harbored over 1,000 jin of ice-type imperial green. The value is unimaginable." Yao Dayun's heart raced. This scene was witnessed by Huang Pingsha, who, although unaware of Chen Juyang's words, was astonished by Yao Dayun's reaction. Yao Dayun, a prominent heir and the overseer of the jade business, was so uncharacteristically flustered, clearly indicating he had discerned something extraordinary. He promptly turned towards Jiang Tianyun. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Yao Dayun declared, "I understand now, Zishuan. You and Juyang enjoy your meal and drink here, but notify the family to transport the stone materials." The Yao family had personnel and shops in Lantern City. A chill ran through Yao Zishuan. Her father intended to summon the family for transportation, indicating the situation was indeed critical. This was a strategy to divide their forces and prevent any exposure. Subsequently, Yao Dayun selected 5 pieces of material and instructed to have them packaged and taken away. Departing from Yaoguang Manor. To avoid any delays, as soon as the 5 stones left Yaoguang Manor, they were swiftly taken over by Yao family's personnel. For added security, Yao Dayun devised a plan. He, Chen Juyang, and Yao Zishuan, along with the stone materials, would leave Lantern City separately. Chen Juyang initially believed he would remain in Lantern City for several days, but to his surprise, everything was resolved within half a day, yielding abundant rewards. Less than 20 minutes after leaving Lantern City, Yao Dayun called, his voice filled with anguish, "Zishuan, it's over. Our stone materials have been robbed." "What?" Yao Zishuan's face drained of color. "How could they be robbed? What happened? Dad, are you all right?" Yao Dayun responded with a voice as lifeless as ash, "I am unharmed. But the group transporting the materials is dead, leaving only their bodies at the scene. Everything is gone. If I return to Fengcheng like this, I will surely be dismissed from all my positions by the old master, and you will also be affected, possibly losing your chance to become the next head of the family." Yao Zishuan's expression darkened, attempting to reassure Yao Dayun, "Dad, it's all right, do not panic. We will think of a way. As long as we retrieve the materials, everything will be fine. Please wait for us to arrive." After hanging up, Yao Zishuan abruptly halted and turned back towards Lantern City. She and Chen Juyang set off fast, followed by the materials, with Yao Dayun departing last. In less than 20 minutes, they spotted Yao Dayun, pale and slumped on the ground, surrounded by the gruesome remains of a dozen bodies. Yao Zishuan approached and assisted Yao Dayun to his feet. "Father, do you have any idea who seized the stone materials?" Yao Dayun shook his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, "With so many families in Lantern City, there are no leads whatsoever. Incidents of murder and robbery are alarmingly common here." Yao Zishuan's complexion also turned pale. The mountainous terrain surrounding Lantern City provides ample hiding places for perpetrators after committing heinous acts, rendering it nearly impossible to locate them. This geographical factor has contributed to the rampant underworld activities in Lantern City. "No," Chen Juyang interjected. "The fact that we took turns leaving the city and only the stone materials were stolen indicates that they were equipped with a tracking device. The culprit behind this is Jiang Tianyun, the owner of Yaoguang Manor. Chapter 62, The Puppet Master, Jiang Tianyun takes action. Applause echoed in the air. A middle-aged man clad in a martial robe, flanked by a dozen assassins, clapped his hands with a smile, saying, "Indeed, you are a clever young man, however. Excessive cleverness can be detrimental. Today, I must send you on your way." In an instant, Yao Zishuan and Yao Dayun realized the gravity of the situation. The discovery of the corpses after the interception was a trap. Their adversaries intended to eliminate them directly. The expressions of Yao Zishuan and Yao Dayun turned grim. Yao Dayun spoke in a low voice, "Why must you kill us? Even if we return to Fengcheng and uncover the true culprit is Jiang Tianyun, our Yao family would never engage in war with the Jiang family. It would merely result in compensation over interests." Chen Jiuyang replied coolly, "Because by eliminating us, no one would discover that the murderer is Jiang Tianyun, leaving no witnesses and no clues." Yao Zishuan and Yao Dayun's faces paled in horror. Yao Dayun shouted, "Why? It is merely a few pieces of stone." "No, there must be a deeper reason behind this." The middle-aged man in the martial robe chuckled. "I am merely a hired killer. The reason is a question for my employer. Now, let us proceed." With that, the man gestured, and the group of assassins charged forward, brandishing their cold blades. Chen Jiuyang let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "Fortunately, I have a hidden skill." As his voice fell, silver needles shot forth from his body, striking the assassins, rendering them immobile. Blood poured from their 7 orifices, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The middle-aged man's expression tightened, and he spoke in a deep voice, "So, you are a practitioner, no wonder you are so fearless. However, young man, no matter how formidable you are, you shall die at my hands." With that, he assumed a stance, a barely perceptible aura swirling around him. Chen Jiuyang mused, "So, he is a peak practitioner of the Yellow Realm. That explains his arrogance." Poisonous cotton palm. Hon Shui roared. As the sound resonated, his internal energy surged, propelling him like a cannonball towards Chen Jiuyang, delivering a palm strike. A searing wave of heat surged towards Chen Jiuyang's face. Chen Jiuyang scoffed, his figure flickering, moving with blinding speed as he executed a kick that struck Hon Shui directly in the chest. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out as Hon Shui was sent flying, crashing against the mountainside by the roadside, coughing violently. Hon Shui spat blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his eyes wide with terror as he weakly uttered, "How can you be this strong? I deliberately held back, refraining from killing you with a single kick." Chen Jiuyang approached him, speaking calmly, "I have a few questions for you, answer truthfully, and I may grant you a swift end." To think that Hon Shui, who had dominated the city for half a lifetime, would fall at the hands of a young man. "Ask away, I will answer without reservation," he sighed resignedly. Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Why did Jiang Tianyun attempt to assassinate the Yao family?" Hon Shui replied, "There is a man named Huang Pingsha who informed my employer that you were transporting a batch of valuable materials." Chen Jiuyang frowned slightly. "Is it merely a batch of materials that incited Jiang Tianyun's murderous intent?" Hon Shui, "It is not merely this, the Yao family is on the brink of calamity, facing imminent annihilation. To consume even a morsel of meat would be a fortune." Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Where have you concealed the stones you have seized?" Hon Shui gestured towards a bifurcation ahead, "The vehicle is parked within there." Upon uttering these words, Hon Shui closed his eyes, his breath ceased. Yao Dayun's expression darkened, "Impossible. How could the Yao family be on the verge of extinction?" Yao Zishuan's complexion turned pale as she revealed the grim truth to Yao Dayun. How could it be like this? Upon learning the truth, Yao Dayun trembled, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at Yao Zishuan. "My dear, you have but 3 months left. How can I explain this to your mother? I long to embrace my grandchildren." Yao Zishuan implored, "Father, please do not be agitated. With Jiuyang here, he can not only save me but also alter the fate of the Yao family." Yao Dayun turned to Chen Jiuyang, finally grasping why the elder held such esteem for this newly acquainted youth. Yao Zishuan's face turned ashen. Jiuyang, we must retrieve the stones and hasten back to Fengcheng. Jiang Tianyun will likely continue to dispatch assassins. The sight of dozens of corpses and bloodstains on the ground instilled fear in Yao Zishuan. Yao Dayun gritted his teeth. We cannot simply return to Fengcheng like this. So many of my family have perished. Jiang Tianyun must pay the price. Yao Zishuan pressed her lips tightly together. Father, do not act impulsively. Upon our return to Fengcheng, we shall regroup and muster our forces to confront Jiang Tianyun. At that moment, Chen Jiuyang stated, indeed, we cannot return to Fengcheng in this manner. Zishuan, please call Elder Yao and inform him of the situation here. Though fearful, Yao Zishuan remained composed with Chen Jiuyang by her side as her anchor. She called Yao Qianhe and explained the circumstances. The call was then handed over to Chen Jiuyang. On the line, Yao Qianhe's voice was grave. Jiuyang, Lantern City is perilous. If you lack confidence, return to Fengcheng. For the Jiang family here is no weaker than our Yao family. Chen Jiuyang replied, Elder Yao, Zishuan has only 3 months to live. Since Jiang Tianyun is aware of the Yao family's impending doom, he must have some connection to the mastermind behind this. We cannot merely wait for the opportunity 3 months hence. I believe we must take the initiative. After a moment of silence, Yao Qianhe responded, if you act, it signifies that our Yao family has irrevocably severed ties with the Jiang family. Henceforth, we cannot return to Lantern City. What do you require me to prepare? Chen Jiuyang observed the states of Yao Zishuan and Yao Dayun and stated, I need a private jet that is ready to fly at a moment's notice. Once we conclude our business, we shall fly directly back to Fengcheng. As for the stones, let others transport them back. Our presence in Lantern City will signal Jiang Tianyun that his attempt has failed, and he will not pursue the stones. He will come to seek trouble with us. And I am confident in my ability to protect myself. Yao Qianhe, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Very well. I shall arrange for personnel to urgently liquidate all assets in Lantern City to procure a plane. Before long, all of Yao family's personnel in Lantern City gathered their belongings and set out towards the 3 of them, transporting the stones away from that place. Upon returning to the hotel in Lantern City, Chen Jiuyang had scarcely rested when a series of firm knocks echoed at the door. He went to open it and found Jiang Tianyun, a man of refined demeanor with graying hair, standing at the threshold. Behind him stood an elderly man clad in martial robes and a bodyguard in a suit, a firearm discreetly holstered at his waist. With a smile, Jiang Tianyun inquired, will you not invite your guest in to sit? Please come in, Chen Jiuyang replied coolly, turning to enter the room. Jiang Tianyun surveyed the interior and noted the presence of Yao Dayun and Yao Zishuan. He took a seat on the sofa, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an icy demeanor as he spoke. I never anticipated that my dispatched individuals would be eliminated, and yet you still dare to return to Lantern City. Regardless of your intentions, I can offer you a dignified demise. If you manage to leave Lantern City alive, what semblance of face would remain for me, Jiang Tianyun? Chapter 63, Betrayal from Within. Deserving of death, Jiang Tianyun's tone was domineering and left no room for doubt, thus casually determining the fates of Chen Jiuyang and his companions. Chen Jiuyang, I have a question. Jiang Tianyun replied, his expression indifferent, as one facing death. I can satisfy your curiosity, go ahead. In his eyes, Chen Jiuyang and his associates were already as good as dead. Chen Jiuyang inquired, how did you come to know that the Yao family is on the brink of annihilation? Jiang Tianyun chuckled, I don't know the specifics, I only know that the Gong family is orchestrating a collaboration with us to divide the Yao family's assets. The Gong family? Yao Dayun's brow furrowed. Their family was unaware of any such entity. Jiang Tianyun declared, the questioning is over, it is time to proceed. With that, Jiang Tianyun rose from the sofa and bowed respectfully to the elder in the martial robe behind him. Master Shui, I appreciate your assistance. Yao Dayun and Yao Zishuan turned pale. Their opponent had summoned a master to intervene. Despite Chen Jiuyang's prowess, he could not possibly rival a master. The elder in the martial robe stepped forward, his gaze imbued with the weight of experience as he scrutinized Chen Jiuyang. You possess the capability to slay Hon Shui. indicating that your martial arts cultivation is not to be underestimated. What a pity. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Jueyong retorted, you, a master who has entered the Shen realm, are merely a pawn for others. All your training has been in vain. Master Shui replied nonchalantly, survival is of utmost importance. Now, let us proceed. As his voice faded, Master Shui raised a hand, conjuring a palm of true energy that lunged towards Chen Jueyong. Chen Jueyong merely shook his head, disdain evident in his demeanor. So, you are a master who stumbled into your position by mere chance, your vitality depleted. It's no wonder you are willing to be a lackey. In response to the attack, Chen Jueyong stepped to the left and effortlessly evaded the strike. With a resounding crash, the wall of the hotel room was shattered by Master Shui's energy palm, leaving a gaping hole. In the next moment, a silver needle shot forth from Chen Jueyong, aimed directly at Master Shui's brow. Master Shui's countenance shifted as he hastily withdrew, enveloping himself in a barrier of true energy to block the needle. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Chen Jueyong had closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Master Shui's chest. Bang! Master Shui's energy shield shattered under the force of Chen Jueyong's blow, fracturing his bones and rupturing his internal organs, severing his lifeline. Master Shui stood motionless, blood trickling from his lips, his pupils dilating as he weakly uttered, "What a tyrannical punch." With that, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With Master Shui's demise, Jiang Tianyun and the suited man with a gun at his waist changed color. The suited man drew his weapon, aiming it at Chen Jueyong, ready to pull the trigger. Chen Jueyong let out a cold laugh. That 7 steps, the gun is swift, within 7 steps, I am quicker. Bang! The sound of the bullet being fired echoed through the air. Chen Jueyong's spirit was formidable, though he could not perceive the bullet's trajectory. He keenly sensed the gunman's stance and the direction of the muzzle. With a swift crouch, he evaded the shot and then leaped forward, rising to deliver a powerful slap to the gunman. With a resounding crack, the mercenary's skull was instantly shattered by Chen Jueyong's formidable strike, sending blood splattering onto Jiang Tianyun. In a mere moment, both the martial arts master brought by Jiang Tianyun and the mercenary were slain by Chen Jueyong. Remarkably, Jiang Tianyun maintained his composure, exclaiming with a sigh, "Young brother, your skills are commendable. You discerned Master Shui's weakness and struck him down. I, Jiang Tianyun, am impressed." Chen Jueyong's gaze turned icy. "How do you wish to meet your demise?" "I cannot perish," Jiang Tianyun replied placidly. "I can buy my life with a piece of information." Chen Jueyong scoffed. "What information could possibly be worth your life, Jiang Tianyun?" Producing his mobile phone, Jiang Tianyun dialed a number before Chen Jueyong, commanding, "Bring those individuals here." Before long, Huang Bufan and Huang Pingsha were brought forth, their mouths sealed with tape and their bodies shackled. This development was anticipated. Chen Jueyong remarked, "The lives of these two are insufficient to bargain for yours. I shall deal with them myself." "Please, wait a moment," Jiang Tianyun requested. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man was escorted into the room. Upon seeing Yao Dayun and Yao Zishuan, his expression shifted dramatically. "How are they still alive? Jiang? What is the meaning of this?" Yao Dayun, upon recognizing the man, contorted his face in anger. "Yao Dihang." Yao Zishuan, her face pale with disbelief, uttered, "Uncle 11. You conspire with outsiders against your own kin." "From the Yao family?" Chen Jueyong was taken aback. Jiang Tianyun explained, "The Huang family merely informed me that you had taken a valuable shipment, but the one who provided me with the location of the materials was Yao Dihang. He promised that if I eliminated Yao Dayun and Yao Zishuan, the materials would be mine, and he would transfer 10 billion to me, claiming that they fell victim to unknown bandits. Is this information sufficient to buy my life?" Yao Dihang, his complexion drained of color, pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Tianyun, cursing, "You sought me out, yet now you betray me. May you face a wretched fate." Chen Jueyong frowned as Yao Dayun stepped forward, stating, "Jueyong, Yao Dihang is a traitor, he must be dealt with at home." Jiang Tianyun produced a check, declaring, "Here is 20 billion. I will provide further information regarding the Gong family, which should suffice to secure my life. Consider yourself fortunate in your gamble, Chen Jiuyang replied, accepting the check and patting Jiang Tianyun's shoulder. This information indeed buys your life, but do not expect peace in the days to come for the next 3 years. You shall be haunted by nightmares. At that moment, Yao Zishuan received a phone call and approached, saying, Jiuyang, the plane has arrived, we must leave. Yao Dayun unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yao Dihang, venting his pent-up rage. Because of you, my family has lost over a dozen members, you treacherous beast. Once we return to the family, I will ensure the elder deals with you. The group departed the hotel, heading to the Light City airport to board a flight back to Fengcheng. Upon witnessing the safe return of Chen Jiuyang and Yao Zishuan, Yao Qianhe exhaled a sigh of relief. Yao Qianhe gazed at Yao Dihang, her expression somber. Zishuan, you need not return, stay with Jiuyang while I attend to some matters. Yao Zishuan drove Chen Jiuyang back to Xiang County. In the car, Chen Jiuyang presented a check for 2 billion. Zishuan, half of this money is yours. Yao Zishuan shook her head. No, Jiuyang, had it not been for you, both my father and I would have faced dire consequences. This 2 billion is compensation from Jiang Tianyun for you, and the profits from the materials you selected for my father should be shared with you. Chen Jiuyang smiled. Very well. Upon arriving home, Zhang Xiushan, upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, spoke with excitement. Yang. Old Secretary Huang informed me that you were gravely injured and urged me to prepare for the worst. Let me see where you are hurt. Chen Jiuyang chuckled, Mother. I am unscathed, I merely went on a trip with Zishuan. Zhang Xiushan meticulously examined him and, finding no injuries, became furious. That old man is no good. How could he deceive us in such matters, utterly heartless? Chen Jiuyang laughed, Mother, do not be angry, I shall handle him tomorrow. With that, Zhang Xiushan felt relieved and went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Yao Zishuan unexpectedly donned black stockings and entered Chen Jiuyang's room, leaving him parched with anticipation. Furthermore, her sleepwear was of a rather alluring design, stirring his emotions. Yao Zishuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she embraced Chen Jiuyang's arm, her voice sweet and tender. Jiuyang, do you think I look good in this? Chapter 64, The Wang family strikes. Ji Langyue severely injured before him stood Yao Zishuan, a vision of beauty, resplendent and alluring. A temptation no man could resist. Chen Jiuyang swallowed hard, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. Zishuan, what has compelled you to dress this way for me? With her head nestled against his chest, Yao Zishuan clutched his garment tightly, her voice trembling. Jiuyang, I thought that if I might not survive, I should at least adorn myself beautifully so that you would remember me. Due to my cold condition, I cannot fully surrender myself to you. So I can only wear what pleases men like you. The events of the day had profoundly unsettled Yao Zishuan. Although the Yao family was deeply rooted, it was crumbling from within, their downfall could be imminent, and her fate was intricately tied to the family's fortunes. Chen Jiuyang, at a loss for words, gently caressed her back. Zishuan, I understand your feelings, do not dwell on such thoughts. I will surely cure your ailment. Startled, Yao Zishuan soon succumbed to sleep as Chen Jiuyang employed his medical skills to soothe her. The following morning, Yao Zishuan awoke rejuvenated and received a call from the Yao family, hastily returning home. Meanwhile, Chen Jiuyang was practicing at home when Deng Zun arrived, driving him. Young Master Chen, all the stones have arrived in Fengcheng. Have the master assess the stones and let the Yao family appraise them for sale to convert into cash. Chen Jiuyang instructed. Understood, young master. Chen Jiuyang contemplated the situation. He hoped to procure a significant quantity of medicinal materials and wondered how many acupoints might be opened. At that moment, Ji Langyue called, her voice frail. Chen Jiuyang, there is something I must tell you. An ominous feeling surged within him. What is it, Officer Ji? The Wang family has taken action, things are not looking good. A frown creased Chen Jiuyang's brow. What has happened? Ji Langyue's voice was weak. I was struck by a vehicle last night. The perpetrator was from the Wang family. I have just regained consciousness, and they have temporarily placed me on leave. Suppressing your father's case under the pretext of my injury. Chen Jueyong's brow furrowed further, fury igniting within him. Those brutes of the Wang family. Fisa Ji. Which hospital are you in? I will come immediately. The audacity of the Wang family to target the officer responsible for his father's case filled Chen Jueyong with both shock and rage. Did these creatures have no regard for the law? Upon receiving the name of the hospital, Chen Jueyong promptly had Deng Zun drive him to Fengcheng. Upon entering Ji Langyue's hospital room, he found her body swathed in white bandages, with one arm and one leg encased in plaster. The sight of her grievous state stirred a profound sorrow within him. Ji Langyue, despite her dire circumstances, had prioritized informing him of the developments and urging caution. As he approached her bedside to examine her, he discovered that she had sustained fractures in 17 bones, internal bleeding, varying degrees of damage to her organs, and most critically, a head injury accompanied by hydrocephalus. Chen Jueyong, trembling with anger, took a deep breath as he realized the gravity of the situation. His adversary sought to incapacitate Ji Langyue. Observing Chen Jueyong's distress, Ji Langyue's voice faltered. Chen Jueyong, I am aware that my injuries are severe. I may no longer serve as a constable. And I regret that I cannot involve myself in your father's case. No. Chen Jueyong shook his head vehemently, gritting his teeth. It is I who must apologize. For it is my actions that have led to your current state. Fear not, Constable Ji, I will restore your health and bring you back to your former self. With a bitter smile, Ji Langyue replied, Chen Jueyong, I understand the extent of my injuries. If I can lead a normal life afterward, that would be more than enough. Chen Jueyong spoke earnestly, Constable Ji, please rest. Leave the rest to me. He arranged for Deng Zun to secure a VIP hospital room, transferring Ji Langyue there. Additionally, he provided Deng Zun with 10 million to procure a batch of medicinal materials swiftly. Once everything was prepared, Chen Jueyong gazed at the sleeping Ji Langyue and said, Constable Ji, I beg your pardon. He gently removed her clothing and placed her into a medicinal bath, then began to employ his medical skills to treat her. 4 hours later, Ji Langyue slowly awakened, marveling at the absence of pain and the warmth enveloping her. Meanwhile, Chen Jueyong sat beside her, slightly pale and gasping for breath. Constable Ji, he declared, I am about to impart a technique to you. Ji Langyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A technique? As a constable of the 6 gates of Long Kingdom, she was aware of such practices, but her merits had never been sufficient to earn one. Chen Jueyong had meticulously selected a technique, the Ice Skin Jade Bone formula, which promised to transform Ji Langyue's physique entirely, cleansing her marrow and fortifying her strength. Upon completing the transmission of the technique, Ji Langyue was astounded by its potency. If successfully cultivated, she could ascend to the Yellow Realm and become a martial arts master. Chen Jueyong nodded, indeed. You already possess my pure young true energy within you. Constable Ji, for the next 3 days, you must remain in this medicinal bath, diligently cultivating the technique to refine my true energy. After 3 days, you will be fully restored. Ji Langyue's beautiful eyes widened in awe. How extraordinary. Chen Jueyong. How many secrets do you harbor? Chen Jueyong, feeling slightly flustered, averted his gaze. Constable Ji, focus on mastering the technique, do not let the Wang family's scheme succeed. While Ji Langyue pondered why Chen Jueyong avoided looking at her, her gaze shifted, and she realized she lay naked in the medicinal bath. Her face flushed crimson. After several hours of treatment, it dawned on her that Chen Jueyong had been the one to care for her. She dared not contemplate further, feeling embarrassed. I understand. I will diligently cultivate the technique. Constable Ji, I have arranged for the head nurse to assist you, and my subordinates are waiting at the door. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I kept my eyes closed throughout your treatment. With that, Chen Jueyong left the hospital room, feeling a twinge of guilt. Accompanied by Deng Zun, he made his way directly to the Wang family villa. The Wang family was filled with lively chatter as Wang Chongyun, aware of his terminal illness, decided to arrange a marriage for his son, Wang Tian. The two families were joyfully dining together. Wang Tian, seated in a wheelchair, gazed at his beautiful fiancée with a smile upon his face. Zhong Ali reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear Tian, you are still young. And your grandmother will surely find a skilled healer to cure your hidden ailment." However, Wang Chongyun, aged and in poor health, had been covertly harmed by Chen Jueyang, making even the legendary Hua Tuo's healing abilities seem futile. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Chen Jueyang strode in with a chilling demeanor, a murderous glint in his eyes. "How can you still be alive?" The Wang family's expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across their faces as they stared at Chen Jueyang. Chapter 65, The Fall of Gu Biishan, The Unveiling of Mastery. The members of the Wang family gazed at Chen Jueyang as if they had seen a ghost. "Weren't you gravely injured and on the brink of death?" The most astonished was the master, Gu Biishan, who was present at the banquet as he had introduced Wang Tian's fiancée. Gu Biishan's expression was one of disbelief. "How is this possible? I struck you with my true energy, or how could you recover so swiftly?" Chen Jueyang surveyed the room with a cold smirk and remarked, "It seems you are in quite the festive mood for a wedding. I truly wonder if any of you beasts possess a shred of conscience. My father was wrongfully ensnared by you, and until now, I have refrained from delivering fatal retribution upon your Wang family. Yet, you show no remorse and even seek to harm the constable responsible for this case. How utterly depraved." Wang Chongyun replied coldly, "Chen Jueyang, our enmity has long been established. There is no need for further words. Since I failed to eliminate you last time, today shall serve as a fitting occasion to do so. As a gift for my son's engagement. Master Gu, I implore you to take action." Gu Biishan regarded Chen Jueyang and sighed, "Young man, your strength should not be underestimated. If you weren't gravely injured, why do you insist on revealing yourself instead of hiding? Today, I must personally see you off." With a frigid gaze, Chen Jueyang scoffed at Gu Biishan, "Old fool, do not hide behind your age to feign superiority. Your pretense is truly repugnant. I had intended to conceal my abilities and let you go, but you repeatedly choose to assist in wrongdoing, so today I shall escort you on your journey." Wang Chongyun sneered, "You, Chen, truly dare to act so defiantly even in your final moments." Zhong Ali's laughter echoed, "You little beast, before a master. Your fate is sealed." Gu Biishan coldly commanded, "Young man, it is time to face your end." He unleashed his true energy, directing a palm strike toward Chen Jueyang. However, as the energy palm approached within a meter of him, it dissipated into nothingness. In shock, Gu Biishan exclaimed, "How can this be?" Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali were equally perplexed. Gu Biishan attempted another strike, but once more it disintegrated before reaching Chen Jueyang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Biishan's expression grew serious as he finally recognized Chen Jueyang's extraordinary strength. He surged forward, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! The energy exploded. Yet Gu Biishan found his full force attack caught effortlessly by Chen Jueyang with a single hand. Gu Biishan's face contorted in disbelief, "Impossible." With an indifferent gaze laced with disdain, Chen Jueyang retorted, "A master who has not even opened a single acupoint dares to harm me." Gu Biishan's complexion turned ashen, despair flooding his heart as he suddenly realized, "You are a..." Before he could utter the word master, Chen Jueyang struck his abdomen with the other hand, unleashing pure young energy that obliterated Gu Biishan's Dantian vortex. Puff! Gu Biishan spat blood, his face pale as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Chen Jueyang remarked casually, "Old fool, my decision not to kill you does not stem from my respect for the elderly, but rather from the fact that you are simply too feeble to deserve my blade. You might as well spend your remaining years as a cripple." Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali observed the scene with grim expressions, their faces darkened with disbelief. It was astonishing that Chen Jueyang could incapacitate Gu Biishan. Zhong Ali's countenance was exceedingly grim as she exclaimed in a piercing tone, "You little wretch, you are indeed a master of the Shen realm." Chen Jueyang remained impassive. "And what of it?" At this moment, Wang Chongyun and Zhong Ali grasped the reality of the situation. No wonder their previous attempts to undermine Chen Jueyong had failed. They had underestimated him, believing him merely a schemer, unaware that this young wretch was a master of the Shen realm. A sense of genuine panic enveloped them. How many such young masters could one find throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom? Zhong Ali coldly demanded, "What do you intend to do, Chen Jueyong?" Despite her trepidation, she felt a measure of confidence. Her father was a grandmaster of the Earth realm, a figure of renown in the Dragon Kingdom, who had been in seclusion for 20 years and could break through to the heavenly realm at any moment. Even if Chen Jueyong was a master at such a young age, he would not dare to kill her. Chen Jueyong laughed, his eyes gleaming with cold murderous intent. "What do I want? I have made it abundantly clear. I demand that Wang Tian be imprisoned, restoring my father's honor and justice. Yet you have repeatedly turned a deaf ear to my pleas. This time, you have harmed Officer G, aiming to ensure my father cannot seek redress. You beasts! I shall send you on your way." Zhong Ali was thoroughly alarmed. "Chen Jueyong, my father is a grandmaster of the Earth realm. How dare you threaten me?" Chen Jueyong paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "You are correct, you are backed by a grandmaster of the Earth realm. And I would not dare to kill you." With that, he struck each of Zhong Ali, Wang Chongyun, Wang Tian, and Zhong Shufen with a silver needle. Chen Jueyong stated matter-of-factly, "I have administered the 5 poisons death needle to you. You have 1 month to restore my father's honor, otherwise you shall endure the agony of being devoured by countless insects every moment, leading to your demise within a month." He laughed heartily, leaving those words hanging in the air as he turned to depart. Given that his adversaries exhibited no sense of restraint, Chen Jueyong decided to reveal his mastery openly. Once the materials were extracted and sold for medicinal purposes, he could devote himself entirely to cultivation, striving to break through to the Grandmaster of the Earth realm. What did it matter if the Zhong family was a noble house? The 5 poisons death needle could not be detected by any physician, and legally, he would remain untouchable. In less than half a day, the news of Gu Bishon's incapacitation and the emergence of a 20-year-old master spread throughout the martial world of Fengcheng, causing quite a stir. Zhang Jielong promptly sought out Chen Jueyong, grinning broadly, "Brother, you have certainly made quite the impression." Chen Jueyong, having mentally prepared himself, replied coolly, "Jielong, the Wang family has truly pushed their luck." Zhang Jielong's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "You have acted rather impulsively this time. The Wang family has all moved into the Zhong residence, you cannot easily provoke them now. Moreover, should the noble Zhong family decide to take action against you, it could lead to significant trouble. Your conflict with the Wang family is unlikely to resolve amicably." Chen Jueyong spoke calmly, "I had anticipated this. However, I have already taken covert action against them. My only desire is to restore my father's honor and vindication." Zhang Jielong replied, "Brother, if the whole family's Zhong clan turns against you, take your family and seek refuge with the Blade Legion. Though the Zhong clan is formidable, they are still concerned about their reputation and dare not act too recklessly." Chen Jueyong reassured him, "Brother Jielong, rest assured, I know precisely how to handle this." Zhang Jielong inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Chen Jueyong responded, "I require the procurement of some aged medicinal herbs to aid in my cultivation." Being a pure young body with the inheritance of a divine healer, he could rapidly enhance his abilities as long as he had sufficient medicinal resources. Medicinal herbs. Zhang Jielong pondered for a moment. "You might consider visiting the ghost market in Fengcheng, perhaps you will find something worthwhile there, as it often yields valuable items." Chapter 66, Where Does Joy Come From? The emergence of the master. However, on this occasion, I have come to escort you to meet the second master, as instructed by Zhang Jielong. Chen Jueyong inquired, "Very well, let us proceed to meet the second master." Upon arriving at the Zhu residence, they found Zhu Jianjun practicing martial arts, drenched in sweat. Upon noticing Chen Jueyong, he ceased his training and gestured for the servants to withdraw. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhu Jianjun poured tea for the two of them and smiled warmly at Chen Jueyong, saying, "Jueyong, first and foremost, congratulations." Chen Juoyang was taken aback for a moment. Second master, what is the cause for such joy? Zhu Jianjun replied, at your young age, you have already attained the status of a mystic realm master. While it was manageable to keep this news under wraps before, now that you have incapacitated Gubian and revealed your strength, are you aware that many esteemed masters and sects wish to take you as their disciple? Chen Juoyang chuckled. I had not anticipated this. What advantage do I possess that would entice others to become my mentors? Zhu Jianjun smiled gently. There are numerous benefits. For instance, it could resolve the trouble surrounding your father. Chen Juoyang's expression grew serious. Is that truly the case? Zhu Jianjun nodded. I do not jest about such matters. Your adversary, the Zhong family, is affiliated with the Grand Master's residence. Should you become a disciple of a prominent Grand Master, the Zhong residents would undoubtedly lower their heads and restore your father's honor. Chen Juoyang clasped his hands in respect. I humbly request your guidance, Second Master. Clearly, there are intricate matters at play, which is why Zhu Jianjun has specifically invited him. Zhu Jianjun advised, simply avoid sects and religions. It is preferable to seek a Grand Master of high rank who has received a noble title. Chen Juoyang appeared puzzled. Second Master, what is the distinction between sects and noble titles? Zhu Jianjun explained, religious sects have chaotic rules, while a Grand Master with a noble title is under state control. And there are certain secrets I cannot disclose to you yet. One day, when you hold a noble title yourself, you will gain access to such knowledge. The martial arts community is divided into 3 categories: the nobles, the sects, and the wandering practitioners. Chen Juoyang, now enlightened, realized that the nobles, being backed by the state, enjoy significant advantages, but they also bear certain constraints and responsibilities. I understand, Chen Juoyang responded. Might I inquire, Second Master, which noble should I consider as a potential mentor? Zhu Jianjun chuckled. You truly grasp quickly. There are 39 lords in Feng province, among which Feng Qinho, Feng Honho, and Feng Luoho possess the greatest strength. If any of these 3 were to accept you as a disciple, you could join their ranks. Your adversary, the Zhong family, is aligned with Feng Jueho, also one of the top 10 powerful families in Feng province. Chen Juoyang felt a shiver run down his spine. With 39 lords in Feng province alone, the number of Grand Masters loyal to the state was indeed formidable. He had underestimated the prowess of heroes across the realm. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, Second Master, for your invaluable guidance. Zhu Jianjun replied with a smile. No need for formalities, Juoyang. You have healed my hidden wounds and saved my elderly father. It is only right that I share this information with you. After departing from the Zhu residence, Chen Juoyang received a call from Yao Qianhe, young friend Juoyang. I am utterly astonished to learn that you are a mystic realm master. Chen Juoyang responded with a smile. In truth, I have only recently achieved this breakthrough. It was rather fortuitous. After departing from the Blade Legion and returning home, he managed to break through to the profound realm in merely about half a month's time. Yao Qianhe remarked, the stone materials you sent have been received by the Yao family. Once the dozens of pieces are unearthed, I will transfer the funds to your account. Chen Juoyang replied, no, Elder Yao, once the materials are revealed, I would like you to procure the medicinal herbs I require. A significant secret of Chen Juoyang is that, being a pure young body, he can absorb the medicinal potency of herbs without restriction, thereby rapidly enhancing his strength. With the Yao family's assistance in acquiring these herbs, he can avoid the risk of exposing this secret. However, Chen Juoyang could not deceive the cunning Yao Qianhe, who had noticed that Chen Juoyang had repeatedly purchased herbs with cash, which was rather unusual, yet he refrained from exposing the secret. Yao Qianhe then said, Juoyang, in the coming days, you may expect visits from various sects and other significant figures. Are you aware? Chen Juoyang responded, Elder Yao, I am already informed. I just came from the Zhu family, and I am preparing to pay my respects. Yao Qianhe, taken aback, replied, then I shall not remind you further. I will have Zishuan send you some information regarding the Marquis' residence, so you can choose wisely. After ending the call with Yao Qianhe, Chen Jiuyang received another call from Lin Yuexian. "Mr. Chen, congratulations." Lin Yuexian's voice on the other end was filled with excitement. Chen Jiuyang chuckled, "What is there to congratulate? It was merely luck." Lin Yuexian also touched upon Chen Jiuyang's apprenticeship, noting that the Lin family needed strong individuals to establish a foothold in Feng province. And since Chen Jiuyang was a martial arts expert, their connection was vital, especially after he had assisted the Lin family in overcoming difficulties. 2 months later, Lin Yuexian's father would also depend on Chen Jiuyang for treatment. As the young clan leader, Lin Yuexian had been exceedingly busy, awaiting the recovery of Lin Buan before she could finally rest. "Mr. Chen, we are close to identifying the culprit, and we may need your assistance," she stated. "Certainly. No problem, feel free to call me anytime," Chen Jiuyang assured her. After concluding the call with Lin Yuexian, Chiu Hongtu from the Chiu family also reached out. His voice resonated through the phone. "Dr. Chen, I never anticipated that not only are you proficient in medicine, but also a master of martial arts." "Not at all. It was merely luck," Chen Jiuyang responded with a smile. The Chiu family was generous in their dealings, and Chen Jiuyang held fond thoughts of Chiu Yihon, the naturally charming young girl. He maintained a cordial demeanor while conversing with Chiu Hongtu. Chiu Hongtu continued, "Dr. Chen, your professorial thesis has been approved. In a few days, you will officially assume the position of professor at Feng City Medical College." "Mr. Chiu, I truly appreciate this," Chen Jiuyang expressed with a hint of joy. Chiu Hongtu replied, "Not at all, this is merely a promise made by the Chiu family to you, Dr. Chen. Moreover, your medical skills are unparalleled. 2 days from now is my daughter Chiu Yihon's 20th birthday, and we would like to invite you to our home for a meal. The invitation has already been sent to your residence." Chen Jiuyang agreed, smiling, "Very well, I shall certainly attend." Previously, he had taken special care of the young lady Chiu Yihon on 2 occasions, and it seemed that Chiu Hongtu had sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was determined to win over the naturally charming Chiu Yihon. What man does not find allure in a woman? Yet, with his father, Chen Jiuyang, still seeking justice and vindication, he preferred to steer clear of romantic entanglements for the time being. Before long, Yao Zishuan arrived at Chen Jiuyang's residence, clutching a stack of documents. In the car, Yao Zishuan said, "Jiuyang, there is some bad news." "What news?" he inquired. "The Zhong family has issued a statement declaring their intent to target you." Chen Jiuyang let out a cold laugh, "Let them come at me." Zhu Jianjun likely considered the animosity between him and the Zhong family, hence his warning. But would he allow fear to grip him? Chapter 67, The Huang Family's Dead End. Chen Yating is beaten at dawn the following day. Chen Jiuyang awoke to the mournful sounds of gongs and drums outside his door. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that Huang Liangbo and others were conducting a funeral procession, preparing to enter the deceased. The elder Huang, with his white hair, accompanied by supporters, wept bitterly as he walked, his cries echoing with profound sorrow. Observing this scene, Chen Jiuyang could not help but smirk derisively. He approached and remarked, "Old secretary, with such an exquisite coffin, I fear your son may not be fortunate enough to be laid to rest today." Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, the elder Huang gasped in horror, exclaiming, "How can you still be alive?" Chen Jiuyang scoffed, "It seems age has dulled your wits." "I, Chen Jiuyang, am perfectly well. I do not know from where you had such false news of my demise, nor why you would deceive my mother. You, old fool, have wasted your years." The elder Huang's expression soured. "Chen Jiuyang, today is the day of my son's funeral. I hope you will not cause any disturbances. I assure you, I will not disrupt anything. However, your son might not be blessed enough to be buried in such a fine coffin," Chen Jiuyang retorted. The elder Huang, filled with fury, shouted, "Chen Jiuyang, do not be so arrogant. Though my son has wronged your family during his lifetime, he is dead now. Must you not allow him peace even in death?" Chen Jiuyang casually cleaned his ears with a finger, feigning ignorance. "What did you say?" The elder Huang trembled with rage. You. In a low voice, Chen Juyong replied, "Old man, you accepted 2 million from the Bai family to conceal my sister's examination results. I gave you one final chance. Yet you squandered it. Do you still believe your family can end this well?" The elder Huang's face drained of color, and he turned to rejoin the funeral procession, hastily leaving Chen Juyong's doorstep. Qingshu Mountain is vast, and Qingshu village still retains the custom of earth burials. The deceased from Qingshu village are interred on a small slope beside Qingshu Mountain. Chen Juyong stood at his door, watching the funeral procession vanish into the distance. Within half an hour, a piercing scream echoed from afar, followed shortly by the panicked throng returning along the same path, their faces ashen and voices frantic. "Run! The Huang family has angered the mountain god, and they are forbidden from burial. There are so many snakes and insects, it's terrifying. What grave sins has the Huang family committed that even the mountain god would deny their kin a proper burial?" The elder Huang, pale and distraught, knelt before Chen Juyong, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Chen Juyong, what must I do for you to spare the Huang family?" Chen Juyong replied coolly, "What concern is it of mine? It is your own family who has committed heinous acts that have provoked the mountain god. In this world, good and evil will eventually be repaid. You should return home, await your end, and accept your fate. The people of Qingshu village will not recognize your family." With that, Chen Juyong turned and re-entered his home. After rising, Yao Zishuan sat down with her laptop to review various business data. Chen Juyong inquired, "Zishuan, what are you doing?" Yao Zishuan replied, "I am assessing and managing the assets of the Yao family. Yao Diheng is certainly not the only one who has betrayed our family. My grandfather has summoned everyone for a thorough investigation and cleansing." Chen Juyong cast a glance at the vast assets of the Yao family, amounting to several hundred billion, which left him astounded. The Yao family truly deserves its reputation as a prestigious lineage that has endured for centuries. All the assets are registered under my grandfather's name, and they are now gradually being transferred to me. I shall begin with the simpler matters. Chen Juyong nodded, realizing that his grandfather indeed intended to prepare him to become the next head of the family, laying the groundwork for him. Yao Zishuan chuckled and suddenly leaped into Chen Juyong's embrace. "This will be my dowry." With the warmth of her soft presence in his arms, Chen Juyong found himself momentarily lost in thought, wrapping his arms around her waist and savoring her softness. He squinted and remarked, "It seems the old man wishes to bind me to the Yao family's chariot." Yao Zishuan pouted, slightly displeased, and then resumed her work on the computer. At that moment, his younger sister, Chen Yating, called. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Chen Yating sobbed on the other end, "Brother, I've been attacked." Chen Juyong furrowed his brow. "What happened?" Chen Yating cried, "The student council president at school has taken a liking to me and wants to date. But I refused. He has been harassing me incessantly, and after I rejected him in front of many people, several upperclassmen from the same dormitory dragged me into the bathroom and slapped me. Brother, I feel so wronged," sobbing, "I just don't want to date. And they want to hit me." Outrage coursed through Chen Juyong as he roared, "Little sister, wait for me, I will come to school to stand up for you." Such individuals, hailing from rural backgrounds, should not engage in casual relationships upon entering university, as it could jeopardize their studies and future. If there were mutual affection, Chen Juyong might have reluctantly tolerated it. However, a mere student council president forcing his sister into a relationship and inciting others to assault her when she disagreed, where is the decorum in such behavior? Where is the law? Chen Juyong called for Deng Zun and drove straight to Fengcheng Medical College. At Fengcheng Medical College, in Chen Yating's dormitory, her face was swollen, and her clothes bore several shoe prints. She was weeping while her roommates consoled her, shouting, "That student council president is the son of a certain professor at the school. Him being interested in you is actually a good thing. Indeed, we are in a combined undergraduate and master's program, and our professors are at least of professorial rank." Shouting. If you offend the professor, your next 7 years could be quite difficult. Each roommate urged Chen Yeting, warning that if she completely alienated the professor's son, the repercussions would extend to them as well. Chen Yeting tearfully replied, "I understand your intentions, it's all right, I've already called my brother, and he will help me." "Your brother?" her roommates inquired with curiosity. Chen Yeting responded, "My brother is a student in our 5th year." The expressions of her roommates immediately shifted to disappointment. He was merely an ordinary 5th-year student, what influence could he possibly wield? Undergraduate, master's, doctoral studies, and only then professors, those at Fengcheng Medical College are indeed significant figures. What can an ordinary 5th-year undergraduate student do? Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open, revealing several young women dressed in a somewhat edgy manner, clad in blazers, with student council badges hanging from their necks, entering Chen Yeting's dormitory. It was these very girls who had targeted Chen Yeting. Upon seeing them, her expression turned pale, and she instinctively leaned back, while her roommates hurriedly distanced themselves from her, fearful of being implicated. The leader among them, the head of the student council's hygiene department, spoke coldly, "Chen Yeting, come with me. The president wishes to see you downstairs." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Chen Yeting began to weep as she was forcibly escorted out of the dormitory by the group. Chapter 68, The Ruthless Chen Jiuyang and the Gentle Chen Yeting. Chen Yeting was brought to the foot of the dormitory building. A young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chen Yeting with a frigid demeanor. "Chen Yeting, have you made up your mind? Will you be my girlfriend?" This man was none other than Shen Xuelin, the president of the student council. Were it not for the student council badge hanging from his neck, one might mistake him for a government official. Chen Yeting's expression betrayed her fear. "Shen Xuelin, I have clearly rejected you before. Can you please let me go?" A female student nearby slapped Chen Yeting on the forehead, reprimanding her, "You insolent girl, how dare you address him so casually? You should call him president, I understand." With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen Yeting cried pitifully. Shen Xuelin continued, "Chen Yeting, being with me will bring you numerous advantages. You can pursue your doctorate directly under my father's guidance. His standing at the Fengcheng Medical College is quite significant. For a girl from a rural background like you, being with me is the best choice." "I refuse," Chen Yeting shouted defiantly. Shen Xuelin sneered, "You refuse my kindness. Take her to the grove. I shall assert myself and turn the raw into the cooked." Two female students from the student council seized Chen Yeting and began to drag her towards the school grove. As she struggled, she cried out, "Shen Xuelin, my brother won't let you off." "Your brother?" Shen Xuelin paused, inquiring, "Do you know who her brother is?" One of the female students replied, "Her brother is an undergraduate in our 5th year." Shen Xuelin scoffed, "Even if he confronts me, what can a mere 5th-year undergraduate do? I would still act as I please." "You are courting death." A cold, furious voice rang out. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept through, causing the two female students gripping Chen Yeting to be thrown aside. A figure charged forward and delivered a resounding slap to Shen Xuelin. With a sickening sound, Shen Xuelin was sent reeling, blood gushing from his nose, as he staggered in circles, his eyes filled with stars. "Brother!" Upon recognizing who had come to her aid, Chen Yeting rushed into Chen Jiuyang's embrace. Observing the shoe prints on his sister's clothing and the swelling on her cheek, Chen Jiuyang's gaze turned icy. Once Shen Xuelin regained his footing and recognized Chen Jiuyang, his expression shifted from surprise to unrestrained fury. "So you are Chen Yeting's brother. You dare to strike me. You'll regret this, and expect to be expelled from school." In a cold voice, Chen Jiuyang retorted, "To lay a hand on my sister, you are nothing but a beast. Unworthy of existence." With that, he stepped forward and delivered another resounding slap. This time, the force was greater, shattering Shen Xuelin's teeth and sending him crashing to the ground. Shen Xuelin's once handsome face was now marred by the assault. With a venomous glare, he spat, "Call the police. This is a criminal offense. I will sue you. Not only will you be expelled from school, but you will also face imprisonment." I shall bide my time until you are imprisoned, then. I will slowly make my advances towards your sister, and we shall see what you can do about it. Brother. Chen Yating suddenly felt a pang of fear. What should I do? Chen Juoyang smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid, little sister, watch how I handle this. In the presence of his sister, Chen Juoyang refrained from resorting to violence, though he could have easily dispatched Shen Xuelin and the female students who had tormented his sister. With a cold sneer, he added, You intend to report me. You, a beast, attempted to violate my sister, but I intervened in time. When the authorities arrive, we shall see who will be apprehended. Do you possess any semblance of intelligence? Shen Xuelin's face shifted from pale to furious. Gritting his teeth as he declared, My father is a professor at this school, prepare for my revenge. Oh. Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly, There is no need to wait. Summon your father here, for I am eager to witness how you intend to exact your revenge. Shen Xuelin scoffed, You, a mere student in your 5th year, will find my father, the professor, can easily make you wish for death. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Chen Juoyang nodded calmly. Before long, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, balding, arrived with several junior doctors. Upon seeing Shen Xuelin in such a state, the man erupted in fury, Son, who has done this to you? I shall ensure they suffer. Shen Xuelin pointed at Chen Juoyang with a smirk, Father, it is him. He is a 5th-year student at our school. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Chen Juoyang. He forced a smile and approached him, Professor Chen. I am unaware of any conflict between you and my son that would warrant such a harsh response. You would do well to provide a reasonable explanation. Or I assure you, I am not as easily intimidated as you might think. Professor Chen. Shen Xuelin was taken aback by his father's respectful address toward Chen Juoyang. This man is a professor of the same rank as my father. So young? Chen Yating looked at her brother in astonishment. Was he not merely a 5th-year student? How could he possibly be a professor? Chen Juoyang's expression remained impassive. What conflict? Mr. Shen, your son, in his capacity as student council president, coerced my sister into a relationship with him, which escalated to an attempted violation, and you expect me to provide you with a reasonable explanation. Have you lost your mind? What? Professor Shen turned pale, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he hastily apologized. Professor Chen, I am truly sorry, it is my failure in discipline. You think a mere failure in discipline will suffice as an excuse? Chen Juoyang's voice turned icy. Mr. Shen, you would do well to provide a satisfactory resolution. Do you think I, Chen Juoyang, can be trifled with at Fengcheng Medical College? You wretched fool. Professor Shen glared at Shen Xuelin, shouting in anger, Look at the trouble you have caused. Turning back to Chen Juoyang, he forced a smile and whispered, Professor Chen, could we not resolve this matter amicably? We share the same roof, after all, it would be best for future encounters. I can offer you 10 million, surely that would satisfy you. Go to hell. Chen Juoyang, in a fit of rage, unleashed a contemptuous kick to Professor Shen's abdomen, exclaiming, Am I to believe you take me for a fool? What I demand is an explanation. Since you are unable to provide one, I shall take matters into my own hands. Professor Shen, having been struck, fell to his knees, his countenance ashen. The young physicians surrounding him dared not utter a word. Witnessing the altercation between the two professors, they understood their own insignificance in this formidable conflict. Shen Xuelin, pale and trembling, finally grasped the reality that his father's stature paled in comparison to that of Chen Juoyang. The latter's kick rendered his father speechless. It dawned on him, too, the recent whispers of a young physician who had miraculously healed the elderly patriarch of the affluent Chiu family and subsequently ascended to professorship, displacing the esteemed Professor Li from the helm of the Chengcheng Medical College. Fear gripped him. Chapter 69, Professor Chen, I realize my mistake, what should I do? Shen Xuelin trembled as he cast a fearful glance at Shen Juoyang, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Professor Chen, I realize I was in the wrong. I beg you. Spare me. Chen Juoyang's expression remained impassive. What do you wish to apologize for? Shen Shuelin turned towards Chen Yating. Miss Chen. I did not recognize your stature and spoke out of turn. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Deng Zun approached, delivering a swift kick that forced Shen Shuelin to kneel. Damn it, who told you to stand while apologizing to my young master's sister? Kneel properly and apologize. Chen Jiuyang nodded with satisfaction. Shen Shuelin, his face ashen, knelt on the ground and trembled as he implored, Miss Chen, please forgive me. I shall never dare to disturb you again. I deeply regret my past misdeeds. And I humbly ask for your pardon. Chen Yating appeared somewhat flustered as she clutched Chen Jiuyang's arm. Brother, what should I do? With a sigh, Chen Jiuyang thought to himself that his sister was too kind-hearted and naive, clearly wishing him to be lenient with Shen Shuelin. After all, Shen Shuelin had been a physician for 30 years, saving countless lives. Thus, despite his mistakes, Chen Jiuyang had opted for a light reprimand rather than severe punishment. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and approached Shen Shuelin, patting him on the shoulder. Shen Shuelin, my sister has forgiven you. You must strive to be a better person from now on. Yes, yes. Tears of joy streamed down Shen Shuelin's face as he expressed his gratitude. Bowing deeply to both Chen Jiuyang and Chen Yating, Chen Yating pouted slightly, letting out a half before turning to follow Chen Jiuyang as they departed. Chen Jiuyang used pure young energy to heal his sister's ailments and offered her comfort before escorting her back to her dormitory. Chen Yating had become quite affluent. At the beginning of the semester, Chen Jiuyang had transferred 100,000 to her account, and Yao Zixuan had gifted her many items, while Qin Ruyu had also treated her well. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other girls looked at Shen Yating with astonishment and delight. Yating, your brother is a professor at our school. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Indeed, and he is incredibly handsome. I feel like I want to have something with him. Yating, from now on, you can walk through the school with pride. Absolutely, we can cling to your coattails and not be bullied anymore. Chen Yating's cheeks flushed as her roommate's sudden warmth and flattery left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. News of Chen Jiuyang's confrontation at Fengcheng Medical College spread quickly. Just as he returned Chen Yating to her dormitory, he received a call from Qin Ruyu. Jiuyang, please come to my office, I need to discuss something with you. All right. Chen Jiuyang agreed, realizing he was no longer a student and that he should encourage his sister to maintain a good relationship with teacher Qin to avoid unnecessary trouble. Deng Zun, standing behind Chen Jiuyang, inquired, Young Master Chen, are we just going to let those two who bullied your sister off the hook? A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Jiuyang's eyes as he sneered. Of course not. I have dealt with Shen Shuelin in secret. He will meet an untimely demise within half a month. As for that Professor Shen, let him encounter a mishap and retire to live as an ordinary person henceforth. Deng Zun nodded, indeed, Chen Shao. The higher one ascends, the more one's compassion may inadvertently lead to the demise of those nearby. Chen Jiuyang is evidently a person of great ambition and promise, ruthless towards adversaries yet fiercely protective of those close to him, as well as benevolent to his subordinates. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to follow such a figure. Chen Jiuyang arrived at Qin Ruyu's office, where he found her husband, locked outside the glass door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Ruyu, after all these years of marriage, grant me a chance for redemption. I have come to realize my past mistakes and am willing to amend them. All I ask is for you to return to my side. Her husband proclaimed tenderly, his voice resonating through the office. Qin Ruyu maintained a calm demeanor, while the women in her office looked on with envy. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, she stood up to greet him and unlocked the glass door. The moment she opened it, her husband's face brightened with joy as he approached and knelt, presenting the flowers. Observing the young man still kneeling with the bouquet, Chen Jiuyang remarked, You summoned me here primarily to address his presence, did you not? Qin Ruyu blinked her large eyes and replied, Allow me to introduce him, he is my legally recognized husband, Zhang Honyang. I assent that name rather fitting. A shiver ran down Chen Jiuyang's spine, as he recalled vividly that Qin Ruyu's husband was a homosexual, a submissive one at that, named Zhang Honyang. His parents were indeed quite creative with names. Zhang Honyang looked at Chen Jiuyang, his complexion fluctuating between red and pale. However, he was acutely aware of Chen Jiuyang's formidable prowess and knew he stood no chance against such a robust man. With a sullen expression, Zhang Honyang gritted his teeth and declared, "Wretched creature, as long as you do not seek a divorce, I can turn a blind eye." Chapter 70. Profiting from the black market, Chen Jiuyang had finally grasped the situation, casting a scornful glance at Zhang Honyang. "Mr. Zhang, weren't you the one who insisted on a divorce last time? What has transpired that now you are so desperate to remain married?" Qin Ruyu interjected, "Naturally. It is for financial gain." Chen Jiuyang paused for a moment, surprised. "Are you a wealthy woman?" Qin Ruyu blinked her large eyes, "Not yet, but I shall be soon. After observing your techniques, I published several papers and completed a prescription with substantial commercial value. Just as I began to see some prospects, this individual suddenly changed his mind about the divorce and pretended to repent, wishing to rekindle our past." Chen Jiuyang gazed at Zhang Honyang with disdain and coldness, truly repugnant. With a hint of regret, Qin Ruyu remarked, "Unfortunately, we signed the divorce agreement the night before I published my papers, and I left with nothing. However, there is a 3-month cooling-off period before the divorce can be finalized. Thus, he intends to win me back within this time frame." Zhang Honyang's intentions were laid bare by Qin Ruyu, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and flushed, as he gritted his teeth, "Ruyu, I have genuinely reformed and severed ties with those people." "Futile," Qin Ruyu retorted mockingly. "I possess ample evidence of your infidelity. Enough to make my parents nauseous upon seeing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to proceed with the divorce." "What?" Zhang Honyang's face turned ashen. "How could you possibly have evidence of my infidelity?" He quickly realized, "You have long desired a divorce, haven't you?" "Indeed," Qin Ruyu nodded. "You have several boyfriends, all of whom I hired." Zhang Honyang warned, "I advise you to patiently await the divorce. In this legal era, everyone is treated equally. If you seek to live with nothing, then I shall ensure you cannot retract your decision." In a fit of rage, Zhang Honyang lunged at Qin Ruyu. His face contorted and claws outstretched, "You scheming wench, you have been plotting against me all along." Chen Jiuyang's gaze turned icy as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhang Honyang crashing to the ground. "If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension." Zhang Honyang's face flashed crimson, his eyes brimming with fury as he glared at both Chen Jiuyang and Qin Ruyu, retreating in disgrace. Once the commotion subsided and the onlookers dispersed, Qin Ruyu turned to Chen Jiuyang, "Thank you, Jiuyang." "Not at all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he replied. Departing from Fengcheng Medical College and making his way to the black market previously mentioned by Zhang Jiolong. The black market was situated within the red light district of Fengcheng. Upon his arrival, he was hailed by a voice, "Master Chen, Brother Chen." It was Hongwu, the familiar face to Chen Jiuyang. "Has your injury fully healed?" Chen Jiuyang inquired, observing the rosy complexion of Hongwu. With a smile, Hongwu responded, "My apprentice procured a small pill from the black market after consuming it. I recovered completely in just 2 to 3 days. During our last encounter, I failed to recognize the true identity of Brother Chen. Little did I know I was in the presence of a genius master." With that, Hongwu clasped his hands in salute towards Chen Jiuyang. "Brother Chen, even you are aware?" Chen Jiuyang inquired. Hongwu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Who in the province is unaware of your esteemed name? One strike and you incapacitated Gubiushan. Brother Chen, have you come to the black market to seize a chance today?" Chen Jiuyang responded. "I merely came to take a look." As he entered the bustling black market, filled with a cacophony of voices and lang of people, he observed a myriad of stalls selling diverse goods. Individuals clad in suits, traditional Chinese attire, and even ancient garb mingled, from social elites to wandering rogues and religious sections. Everything imaginable was available, save for firearms, rare treasures and various elixirs were in abundance. Chen Juoyang had no need for techniques, he sought only superior medicinal herbs. Before a stall overflowing with an assortment of broken swords and blades, he noticed an elderly man, grimy and weathered. Spotting a fragmented ancient sword, Chen Juoyang raised an eyebrow. Recognizing it was no ordinary weapon. Intrigued, he crouched down, sifting through the items, finally pointing to the jade-handled longsword. "Old sir, how much for this sword?" The old man did not speak, yet his voice echoed in Chen Juoyang's ear, 5 million for this one. Curious, Chen Juoyang asked. "May I inquire where you acquired these items?" The old man chuckled, his voice resonating in Chen Juoyang's ear. "I am a seeker of treasures, what do you think?" Chen Juoyang raised an eyebrow, shaking the jade sword before him. "If you reveal its location, I can offer you an additional 20 million. For a piece of information." 20 million. The old man hesitated, scrutinizing Chen Juoyang closely. "Are you one of my kind?" Chen Juoyang shook his head. The old man continued. "The place where this sword was found is quite sinister, many have perished there. Are you certain you wish to know?" Chen Juoyang nodded and promptly transferred 25 million to the old man. With a sigh, the old man finally spoke. "I discovered this jade sword on the outskirts of an underground tomb complex in Yunshi province. Extend your hand." Chen Juoyang obliged. And the old man inscribed several characters in his palm, revealing the address. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Juoyang as he discreetly carried the jade sword and continued to explore the black market. This could be a significant opportunity. Suddenly, a stall selling medicinal herbs caught his eye. A mere glance sent a thrill through his heart. Today, fortune smiled upon him. Chapter 71, Testing Chen Juoyang. Various forces starring Chen Juoyang's gaze fell upon a modest stall, which displayed a scattered assortment of 2 to 3 dozen medicinal herbs. The proprietor, a middle-aged rotund man adorned with a large gold chain, presided over the stand. In Chen Juoyang's perception, there lay a section of pristine white bamboo. Its surface slightly soiled, as though it had recently been unearthed, yet it emanated a subtle fragrance. This was ice jade bamboo. Not merely a medicinal herb but a treasure of great potency. Should he acquire this bamboo, it would safeguard any future female companions from his excessive young energy, while bestowing upon them numerous benefits. His pure young physique had been fully activated after receiving the inheritance of a medical sage, resulting in an overabundance of young energy that could easily harm others, one of the reasons he had abstained from intimacy with women. Approaching the stall, he inquired, "How do you price these items, good sir?" The middle-aged man replied, "It depends on the specific medicinal herb." Chen Juoyang picked up the bamboo and asked, "What is the price for this?" The proprietor grinned, "Ah, young brother, you possess discerning eyes. This is Qinglian bamboo, particularly effective for those suffering from the disturbances of yin and yang. It is one of my recent treasures. A flat price of 8 million. "Oh," Chen Juoyang acknowledged. Then picked up several potent herbs, including reishi mushrooms and dragon beard grass. "If I purchase these together, could you offer a discount?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Chen Juoyang for a moment, then queried, "Do you have elders at home seeking to advance in martial arts?" Indeed, Chen Juoyang nodded. After a brief contemplation, the man responded, "For these 3 items, I shall let you have them for 15 million, as a gesture of friendship. Should you require any medicinal herbs in the future, feel free to seek me out." These herbs were suitable only for those of master level or higher, thus this young man must possess considerable background. "Agreed, a straightforward deal," Chen Juoyang replied, promptly transferring the funds and collecting his purchases. As he prepared to leave, a middle-aged man clad in a martial robe, exuding an air of arrogance, obstructed his path. "Excuse me, friend, might you consider selling the herbs you just acquired?" "No." Chen Juoyang shook his head. Ordinary individuals would hardly recognize the bamboo as a treasure, yet some might. The precious item he had just obtained was not to be relinquished. The man's brow furrowed. "I can offer a premium, 2 million more." Chen Jiuyang's heart raced. Could this man have recognized the value and sought to buy it from him? I'm afraid I must decline, he responded. I am not in need of money. The martial-clad man frowned. Young brother, my elder requires these herbs urgently for medicinal purposes. Please, consider parting with them. Chen Jiuyang smiled. Why did you not purchase them from the stall owner earlier, but instead wish to acquire them from me now? The stall owner chuckled. He found my prices too steep and sought to compare the quality of my herbs with others. Now he has returned, clearly aware of the superior quality of my goods. The martial-clad man's demeanor darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chen Jiuyang. I implore you to reconsider parting with them. Or do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Chen Jiuyang spoke calmly. If you dare, go ahead and try. Honggu, following closely behind Chen Jiuyang, wore a curious expression, pondering which faction this middle-aged man in martial robes belonged to, as he seemed oblivious to Chen Jiuyang's identity. The martial-robed man then launched a direct punch towards Chen Jiuyang, leading to a scene that left both him and the portly stall owner utterly dumbfounded. The man's fist halted mere centimeters from Chen Jiuyang's body, unable to advance any further. Suddenly, the martial-robed man's expression shifted dramatically. You possess externalized vital energy. You are a master. At such a young age you must be the renowned genius master who has been the talk of the town. The stall owner, both astonished and delighted, realized he had struck gold. The martial-robed man quickly cupped his hands in apology, his face pale as he said, I failed to recognize the greatness before me, it was my folly. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Chen Jiuyang gently placed a hand on his shoulder, remarking, let this be a lesson for you. Upon hearing these words, the martial-robed man's face turned ashen, and he trembled violently, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. He had thrown a punch at Chen Jiuyang, who returned it with a light palm strike. Chen Jiuyang departed with a sense of fulfillment, casting a meaningful smile at the black market before leaving with Deng Zun, who had just arrived by car. The middle-aged man, having received a gentle slap from Chen Jiuyang, approached a gathering of individuals. This group consisted of those clad in military attire, Taoist robes, and martial garb, each exuding an extraordinary presence. At the forefront stood an elderly man with flowing white hair, his frail body illuminated by a spark in his eyes. As he spoke with a resonant and weighty voice, what do you think? Clearly, the previous scene had been a deliberate test orchestrated by them to gauge Chen Jiuyang. As his words echoed, representatives from various factions spoke in unison. Splendid. Ametba, this young man possesses a clear mind, he is destined to be linked with our Buddha. Heavenly Sovereign, this lad should join our Taoist sect. This young man possesses a robust constitution, not achieved through dubious means or elixirs, our martial alliance shall claim him. His lineage is untainted, and his methods are measured, our provincial family shall not let him go. Indeed, this young man can manage his vital energy with ease. Having at least broken through a barrier, such talent is rare in a century, and our 6 doors of Feng province will not relinquish him. At merely 20-something years old, Chen Jiuyang had already reached the profound realm, and being from a rural background with no ties to any faction made him highly coveted by every significant power. Seeing the factions on the verge of clashing, the elderly man declared loudly, the evaluation has concluded, you may visit him. However, one stipulation remains, he must choose willingly. No one is to coerce him into joining any faction. Once Chen Jiuyang's information was disseminated, the various factions first gathered intelligence on him, then assessed his character and morality. Ultimately coming to a consensus, they must adhere to the rules of Feng province. And the rules of Feng province were dictated by the 6 doors. Chen Jiuyang's spirit was extraordinarily formidable, and thus these individuals had been secretly testing him, a fact he was already well aware of. Upon returning home to Xiang County, just as Chen Jiuyang settled down, someone knocked at the door. Mr. Chen. Chen Jiuyang responded, I have already pledged my allegiance to the whole family and will not join any other factions. I hope for your understanding. Mr. Chen. Our Fog and Rain sect is willing to invest a staggering 10 billion resources. Chen Jiuyang sighed, my dear friend. It would be best for you to take your leave. Though 10 billion resources are indeed substantial, sufficient to elevate him to the realm of a Grand Master, rendering him impervious to the threats posed by the Zhong family, a single inch of territory holds the weight of a soul. Chen Juoyang would only seek to enter the Marquis's residence. The representatives of the Fog and Rain sect turned away, intent on relaying Chen Juoyang's news to various factions. The forces aligned with the Marquis of Feng province rejoiced, yet simultaneously furrowed their brows. If Chen Juoyang could dismiss even 10 billion resources, they could not represent their Marquis' estate in approaching him. This matter must be brought before the lords of each estate for a decision. Chapter 72 Seeking a mentor at the Hon Court. Arriving at the Bell Manor, Chen Juoyang, having declined resources worth billions, awaited the esteemed gates of the Feng province. The news spread like wildfire, stirring astonishment far and wide. Upon learning of Chen Juoyang's decision, most were rendered speechless, merely dispatching individuals to witness the unfolding spectacle. The Feng and Zhong families were not to be trifled with. As night fell, some wore sardonic smiles, believing Chen Juoyang had overstepped his bounds. To refuse billions merely for the sake of a noble house seemed a ploy to secure even greater fortunes and promises. Had it not been for Zhu Jianjun's guidance, Chen Juoyang might have succumbed to the allure of the Yenyu sect for those billions. At dawn the next day, Chen Juoyang arrived at the Riverside Park to practice martial arts. Unlike the usual tranquility, this time, an array of over 100 martial artists of diverse attires gathered to train alongside him. Aware of their intentions, he remained unfazed and continued his practice. Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed from afar. Chi manipulation. It was a Grandmaster. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Could a Grandmaster truly have come to personally accept Chen Juoyang as a disciple? Surely, those hoping to seize an opportunity would be disappointed. Ceasing his training, Chen Juoyang observed as waves erupted across the river, revealing a figure sprinting atop the water's surface, heading directly towards him. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the manifestation of a Grandmaster's chi. Boom! A helicopter whirred overhead as a figure leapt from 100 meters above, descending gracefully with layers of chi acting as stepping stones, allowing him to alight gently. Such breathtaking feats, seemingly miraculous to the layman, were indeed a reality within the martial world. Not merely one Grandmaster, but two. Who could they be? Moments later, two figures materialized before Chen Juoyang. Prompting gasps from onlookers, it was none other than the formidable Feng Qingho and Feng Honho. Feng Honho approached, his complexion rosy, hair grayed, yet exuding a vigorous aura, steeped in a palpable bloodthirst. In contrast, Feng Qingho descended elegantly, clad in scholarly robes, embodying the essence of a refined intellectual in his 40s. Upon meeting, Feng Qingho stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remarking lightly, "Old rascal, you are still alive." Feng Honho lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke, chuckling. "You little brat, can't you speak properly? Have you come today to compete with me for a disciple?" Feng Qingho turned to Chen Juoyang, calmly stating, "Your talent is indeed remarkable. I have a daughter who would be a perfect match for you. Would you consider joining my Fengqing residence?" "Kid, don't be swayed by his words. Feng Ho allows for 7 wives, he has 13 daughters," Feng Honho interjected with a grin. "I, on the other hand, am childless and alone. When I pass in a few years, you may inherit all my wealth." Chen Juoyang was taken aback, realizing the Grandmasters mistakenly believed he sought to curry favor for material gain. This misunderstanding was amusing. With a respectful bow, he declared, "I, Chen Juoyang, seek a mentor not for wealth or glory. Whoever can restore my father's honor and grant me vengeance shall be my teacher." Feng Qingho opened his mouth and remarked, "Your character is indeed commendable. You hold no mortal enmity with Feng Jueho. I can intercede and compel Feng Jueho to surrender the criminal, thereby restoring your father's honor and innocence. My dear boy, as the solitary Feng Honho, I can lead you to storm the residence of Feng Jueho today and demand the release of the wrongdoer, thus avenging your father." Feng Honho, known for his fiery temperament, spoke candidly. Chen Juoyang clasped his hands in respect towards Feng Hongho, declaring, Chen Juoyang wishes to take Feng Hongho as his master. Feng Qingho sighed softly, lamenting the situation. Feng Hongho erupted in laughter, then let us proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship. Master, I bow to you. With genuine sincerity. Chen Juoyang knelt and bowed 3 times before Feng Hongho. Feng Qingho, uncertain, observed the exchange while Feng Hongho was straightforward and unrefined. Good child, rise, Feng Hongho said. Nodding in satisfaction. He extended a hand, and an invisible surge of energy lifted Chen Juoyang to his feet. Then, with a grand gesture, he proclaimed, Today, I, Feng Hongho Su Hongguang, take on a disciple. A banquet will be held 14 days hence to celebrate this occasion. I invite all to attend. The martial arts community, devoid of a king in Feng province, revered the 6 doors, beneath which lay various noble houses and sects of strength. In the presence of all factions in Feng province, Chen Juoyang knelt and bowed to Feng Hongho, sealing his fate as a disciple. This act also illuminated Chen Juoyang's character. He was willing to go to any lengths to clear his father's name. The chief constable of the 6 doors sighed faintly, such a talent. If only he would join our ranks, what a pity. After the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed to relay the news. Feng Hongho, smiling, said, Juoyang, let us go, I shall honor my word and seek justice for your father at the residence of Feng Jueho. As he spoke, Feng Hongho glanced towards the direction of the 6 doors, since you are present, accompany me, do not claim I am breaking the rules. An elder clad in the black attire of the 6 doors stepped forward, there is no objection. Chen Juoyang felt a surge of excitement after numerous failures. Could this be the day his father finally attains vindication? Feng Hongho chuckled, Feng Jueho is currently in seclusion, we will first extend our greetings before resorting to force. The elder from the 6 doors nodded, expressionless, informed Feng Jueho. Before long, the helicopter descended and landed. Feng Hongho and Chen Juoyang boarded the aircraft. And as Chen Juoyang looked on, somewhat astonished, Feng Hongho explained, this is the standard helicopter provided to each noble house by the Dragon Kingdom. Once you ascend to a higher realm and hold a title, you shall enjoy the same privileges. Chen Juoyang nodded, to the outside world. His youth and entry into the mysterious realm promised a future where attaining a higher status was inevitable. The journey from Xiang County to Feng City would take 2 hours by car, but in a helicopter. They arrived at the locked gates of Feng Jueho's residence in just 40 minutes. The gates of the Zhong residence stood firmly closed. Feng Hongho scoffed, even after our greetings. They choose to remain shut, then I shall show no restraint. With that, Feng Hongho swung his hand, shattering the gates of the Zhong residence. Boom! A calm voice soon resonated, Su Hongguang, do you truly believe I fear you? An elderly man, with silver hair and an imposing demeanor, adorned in opulent attire, emerged. Gazing intently at Feng Hongho, Feng Hongho declared, Zhong Juewu, I have come today to seek justice for my disciple. Zhong Juewu turned his attention to Chen Juoyang, what do you intend to do? Chen Juoyang replied, I demand Wang Tian be brought to justice and confess, restoring my father's honor and innocence. Zhong Juewu coldly retorted, who do you think you are, to expect the Zhong family to bow down? The most I can offer is a suspended sentence for your father and a compensation of 1 million to settle this matter. Chen Juoyang's expression darkened with anger. Feng Hongho patted Chen Juoyang's shoulder, leave everything to me, master will handle it. As he spoke, Feng Hongho cracked his neck and turned to Zhong Juewu, I have heard you have secluded yourself for 20 years. I wonder how much your strength has progressed. Let me see for myself today. A slow, cold smile crept across Zhong Juewu's face, very well, come and try. With that, the two began a fierce battle. Chapter 73, The Royal Decree of the Zhong Family, Father's Bail and Probation. For the first time in his life, Chen Juoyang witnessed the fierce clash between grandmasters. Bang! Bang! As 2 fists collided, a terrifying surge of true energy erupted, scattering the surrounding air, creating a gust that rustled Chen Juoyang's garments. This power transcended the ordinary man's comprehension of martial arts. After merely exchanging a single blow, an elder clad in black from the six doors appeared, intervening in the fierce battle. Halt! Feng Honho stepped back to Chen Jueyang's side, gazing intently at Zhong Juewu, then spoke in a grave tone, Zhong Juewu. Even if you have advanced to the 5th level of the Earth Realm, you must grant my disciple justice today. It was evident that he had fought Zhong Juewu to a standstill. Zhong Juewu sneered, now that the constables of the six doors have arrived. Perhaps they are here to grant you that justice. Feng Honho turned his gaze to the black-clad elder, awaiting his words. The elder's voice was hoarse and indifferent, Feng Jueho. Had it not been for your submission of the royal decree yesterday, I would have killed you today. With the royal decree presented, no one was permitted to disturb Feng Jueho for a duration of 6 months. Any transgressors would be punished as traitors. Despicable and shameless. Chen Jueyang erupted in fury. Directing his ire at Zhong Juewu, you've lived long enough to become a dog. Zhong Juewu replied nonchalantly, kid, in 6 months, I shall strive for the heavenly realm. If I succeed in becoming king, Feng Honho will be powerless to protect you. The black-clad elder then turned his attention to Chen Jueyang. Chen Jueyang, your father, Chen Jianmen, has been poisoned at the headquarters of the six doors and rendered a vegetable. The perpetrator has been apprehended, and after careful consideration, we have granted your father bail and probation. You may retrieve him shortly. Chen Jueyang glared at Zhong Juewu with eyes filled with rage and despair, exclaiming, Zhong Juewu, I, Chen Jueyang, swear to ascend to the Earth Realm within a year to avenge my father. If I fail, I shall take my own life. As his words echoed, a rumble of thunder resounded from the heavens, as if in response to Chen Jueyang's vow, causing all present to turn pale. Feng Honho's expression changed dramatically. Jueyang, do not act impulsively. The Xian realm consists of 3 stages, initial, intermediate, and advanced. The Earth realm comprises 6 levels. Each level is a world of its own, ensnaring countless souls. Zhong Juewu paused momentarily, dismissing Chen Jueyang's words with scorn. Fine, I shall await your vengeance in 6 months. Now, go fetch your father, the vegetable. With that, he turned and entered the Zhong residence, not sparing another glance at Chen Jueyang and Feng Honho. On that day, the martial world of Feng City trembled. Feng Jueho, who had concealed his strength for 20 years, fought Zhong Juewu to a draw and submitted the royal decree, declaring his intention to ascend to the heavenly realm within 6 months. Furthermore, Feng Honho's closed-door disciple, Chen Jueyang, boldly proclaimed his ambition to reach the Earth realm within a year. Each piece of news sent shockwaves through the elite of Feng City and even Feng Province. Those who had initially considered investing now hesitated to act. Feng Honho looked at Chen Jueyang. Jueyang, do you truly have the confidence to ascend to the Earth realm within a year? Chen Jueyang, with a serious expression, nodded. Master, as long as I have sufficient resources, I can attain the Earth realm. Feng Honho's expression grew grave as he remarked, this is no jest, Jueyang. Pray tell, what gives you such confidence? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jueyang replied softly, I possess a body impervious to toxins and fear no poison. Ah, splendid. Feng Honho's countenance brightened with delight. No wonder you have achieved the Xian realm at such a tender age. Rest assured, as your master, I shall procure the resources you require for your ascension to the Earth Realm, Grand Master, even if it means sacrificing everything I have. Chen Jueyang nodded slowly, his eyes brimming with a fierce resolve. The Zhong and Wang families are utterly detestable. Should I not reduce them to ashes, I would be unworthy to call myself a son. He then inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions. Master, may I inquire why, upon receiving the title of king, one is forbidden to act against him? Feng Honho elucidated, the martial arts hierarchy is divided into the realms of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. In the earth realm, one may receive the title of Marquis, able to maintain order in a city or province. However, the title of king in the heaven realm allows one to defend our dragon nation's borders and safeguard our citizens. At this level, The stakes rise to that of national security. Any formidable individual capable of reaching the heaven realm could potentially become a king, tasked with protecting our frontiers. Thus, the state has established regulations surrounding the title of king to safeguard these exceptional talents. Chen Jiuyong nodded solemnly in understanding. Feng Honho continued, Jiuyong, you must now proceed with caution. If others were to uncover this secret, some may be tempted to act against you. Chen Jiuyong sighed. I had intended to conceal my Shen realm strength until I attained the Earth realm, but the Wang and Zhong families have been too oppressive. And I could not restrain myself from revealing it. Feng Honho chuckled softly. It is wise to harbor such thoughts of concealment, my disciple. In future confrontations, strive to mask your true abilities. Should you encounter an adversary of equal standing, do not act recklessly as you did today, calling upon me to resolve your issues. Chen Jiuyong nodded in agreement. Go to the 6 doors and fetch your father, Feng Honho instructed with a smile. The 6 doors have learned not to play both sides without fully committing to either. Though I have not compelled the Zhong family to surrender the criminal, I have restored your father's honor and enabled your reunion. Chen Jiuyong was taken aback. But my father was poisoned into a vegetative state. Feng Honho turned to the elder in black from the 6 doors. You may explain the situation. It was evident that they were acquainted. The elder replied coldly. Zhong Juewu attempted to bribe someone within our ranks to administer poison, but he was apprehended. We publicly stated that your father had been rendered a vegetable. But thanks to a brilliant physician, he has been restored to health. Had he not submitted the title of king, I would have dealt with Zhong Juewu today. Chen Jiuyong was astonished. I see now. Feng Honho smiled reassuringly. Rest easy, Jiuyong. This Feng Jueho is of advanced age, and like myself, his vigor has waned. The path to the heaven realm is fraught with difficulty, and he is likely to meet the same fate as I did in my youth. Focus on your cultivation. I shall visit you regularly. With that, Feng Honho departed, leaving Chen Jiuyong alone with the elder in black from the 6 doors. The elder remarked. You certainly seem to be to Feng Honho's liking, young man. Be cautious not to stray from the right path. Thank you for the reminder, I will heed your words. Chen Jiuyong stated. That is not my intention, rather, it is imperative that you attain the Earth realm within a year. Lest you remain stagnant in the profound realm for the entirety of your life. With that, the cloaked elder vanished without a trace. Chen Jiuyong buried this concern deep within his heart, for there was a piece of good fortune at hand. His father, Chen Jianmen, was finally able to reunite with his family. Although it was under bail and probation, at the very least. He would no longer reside in prison or at the 6 Gates headquarters. Upon arriving at the 6 Gates headquarters, the silver-haired Chen Jianmen gazed in disbelief at the world outside, his voice trembling. Am I truly being released? Not entirely, you are under bail and probation. Should you commit a crime outside, you will be apprehended and imprisoned once more. However, for now, you may indeed return home. Chen Jianmen trembled. I dare not commit any crime, I dare not. Your son is outside. Upon signing this paperwork, you will be free to go. Chapter 74, A Family Reunion. As Chen Jianmen emerged from the headquarters of the 6 doors, he beheld Chen Jiuyong standing before a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Overcome with excitement, he rushed forward and enveloped his son in an embrace. Father, let us return home, he exclaimed, as he urged Chen Jianmen into the vehicle. Once inside the opulent car, Chen Jianmen felt a mix of discomfort and exhilaration. It was the first time in his life he had ridden in such an extravagant automobile. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he turned to Chen Jiuyong and inquired, Jiuyong, whose car is this? With a playful grin, Chen Jiuyong replied, Father, this is my car. Your son has come into some wealth. Astonished, Chen Jianmen immediately pressed on, Jiuyong, where did you acquire this money? You mustn't engage in any illicit activities. Father. Chen Jiuyong understood his father's concerns. I have earned it through honest means. Chen Jianmen reflected, Jiuyong. My time in prison has taught me that one should never break the law or indulge in excessive drinking. Chen Juoyang recognized that his father's mindset was that of a common citizen, a perspective he once shared but had long since outgrown. After a moment of contemplation, he assured, "Father, rest assured, I will not engage in wrongdoing. If I had not received the inheritance of the medical sage, you might have spent your final days in prison." Then, Chen Juoyang added, "Now that you are out, I must take you out to celebrate and cleanse away any lingering bad luck." Chen Jianmen's face flashed with embarrassment. "But we must avoid those chaotic places." With a chuckle, Chen Juoyang replied, "Father, I intend to take you to the mall to purchase some clothing. To help you look more dapper. I will call my sister to take the day off so that we can enjoy a family meal together." Glancing down at his own attire, Chen Jianmen cautioned, "Even with money, we should not squander it. Let's just buy some affordable clothes." Chen Juoyang couldn't help but laugh. His father had always been a frugal man, diligently working to provide for him and his sister's education without ever splurging. However, in the future, Chen Juoyang vowed to ensure his parents enjoyed a life free from material concerns. Arriving at a bustling shopping mall in Fengcheng, Chen Juoyang led his father through the myriad of enticing products. Initially, the shop assistants regarded the father and son with disdain, and even other customers kept their distance. However, once Chen Juoyang began to pay, purchasing several thousand worth of clothing for his father, the staff's demeanor shifted to one of warmth and friendliness. After leaving the clothing store, one assistant even summoned a middle-aged man to assist with the bags, lamenting her missed opportunity to exchange contact information with Chen Juoyang. Next, they ventured into a watch and jewelry store, where Chen Juoyang selected an exquisite timepiece for his father, quickly racking up a bill of 100,000. Chen Jianmen paled at the sight of the receipt, feeling a pang of guilt. "Juoyang, I thought I told you not to waste money, why purchase such expensive items?" "Do not worry, father, I have ample funds," Chen Juoyang reassured him, showcasing his bank account on his phone, revealing a staggering balance followed by 8 zeros. Chen Jianmen gasped. 100 million. His face suddenly flashed, for he had never encountered such an abundance of wealth. As an ordinary contractor earning merely a modest sum to support his family, the thought of 100 million was beyond his reach. A lifetime's work would not suffice. In that moment, he truly believed in Chen Juoyang's affluence. Yet still found the prospect of purchasing clothes and watches worth several thousand to be extravagant. When Chen Juoyang intended to take him to the jewelry counter, Chen Jianmen steadfastly refused, leaving Chen Juoyang no choice but to relent. They drove to Fengcheng to pick up Chen Yeting and proceeded towards the city. En route, Chen Juoyang reflected that the materials in those jewelry stores were rather commonplace. Coincidentally, he had brought back some exquisite materials previously. He planned to have the Yao family craft several sets of jewelry, suitable for his family and future partner. Upon spotting Chen Jianmen in the car, Chen Yating rushed to embrace him, crying, "Dad, I thought you would never return." Chen Jianmen shared her sentiments, having been unexpectedly released, brimming with curiosity. Chen Juoyang chuckled. "Silly girl, Dad was wrongfully imprisoned, of course he would be released. This time, it's on bail with probation, and soon there will be formal documentation." With that reassurance, Chen Yating felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home, Deng Zun departed after driving them, allowing the family to reunite undisturbed. Gathered once more around the dining table, Chen Juoyang felt a profound sense of gratitude for their togetherness. It seemed that Yao Zishuan had received word of their reunion, as she returned only after Chen Juoyang's family of 4 had finished their meal. Observing the graceful Yao Zishuan entering their home, Chen Jianmen presented her with a small box, saying, "Uncle, congratulations on your release, this is a small token of my appreciation." Chen Jianmen regarded Yao Zishuan and then Chen Juoyang, pondering whether she might be his daughter-in-law. A smile broke across his face as he accepted the gift, joyfully exclaiming, "Good child, good child." Zhang Xiuzhan, sharing the joy, remarked, "Juoyang, now that your father is back and you are earning well, when do you plan to settle down with Zishuan?" Hearing this, Yao Zishuan's eyes brightened, first with delight, then blushing as she replied, "There's no rush for that, we can discuss it in a few months." Being young, there was no need to hurry. Chen Jianmen, beaming with happiness, nodded in agreement. In truth, Yao Zishuan longed to solidify her relationship with Chen Jiuyang. Yet the Yao family's precarious situation meant her life could be limited to just 3 months. That night, the Chen family retired early to wash up and sleep. After finishing her own routine, Yao Zishuan entered Chen Jiuyang's room, where she found him seated on the bed, addressing her. Zishuan, please take off all your clothes. Her cheeks flashed crimson as she bit her lip, asking, Jiuyang, what are you planning to do? Chen Jiuyang replied, I wish to attempt something. I fear I may burn your clothes and hurt you. Yao Zishuan removed her garments and sat on the bed, feeling Chen Jiuyang place something in her hands. Overwhelmed with shyness, she inquired, Jiuyang, what is this? Chen Jiuyang remarked, this is ice muscle jade bamboo, possessing extraordinary properties. I shall endeavor to transfer the pure young energy residing within me directly into your body, thereby alleviating the source of your internal cold affliction. Is successful. The core of the Yao family's 9 in devouring young formation can be dismantled without the need to await the enemy's appearance. Very well, remain seated and motionless. And share with me your sensations. Yao Zishuan's expression shifted as she closed her eyes, then soon she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body. Just as this surge of young energy was about to permeate her entire being, she suddenly sensed an eruption of cold energy within her, surging forth in a counterattack towards Chen Jiuyang. Instantly, Chen Jiuyang's complexion turned ghastly, his face ashen, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. Chapter 75. The chill enters the body, temporarily halting cultivation in a delicate balance of yin and yang. Chen Jiuyang transferred his internal young energy to Yao Zishuan, triggering a violent backlash of cold energy within her. Without the ice muscle jade bamboo, he would have been consumed by this frigid force, risking a fall from his martial arts realm. Yao Zishuan, being a pure in body, unleashed nearly 20 years worth of cold energy in a single moment, which was utterly terrifying. Chen Jiuyang engaged the 8-9 profound skill to refine this cold energy, but his complexion quickly turned ashen. He found himself unable to refine the cold energy that was rebelling against him. At best, he could only suppress it temporarily. Yao Zishuan hastily released the ice muscle jade bamboo, her face etched with concern. Jiuyang, are you all right? Realizing his mistake, Chen Jiuyang slowly opened his eyes, offering a wry smile. I'm fine, really. Yao Zishuan sighed in relief. You nearly scared me to death. Zishuan, let me take your hand. I need to check your pulse, Chen Jiuyang instructed. She extended her hand to him. Upon examination, he stated, Zishuan, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? After pondering for a moment, she replied, the good news. The good news is that the cold energy within you has diminished, and your lifespan has increased somewhat. And the bad news? With a bittersweet smile, Chen Jiuyang said, I cannot refine the cold energy in your body. The only way to do so is through dual cultivation. Dual cultivation. Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed, and she bit her lip, saying, But I cannot engage in dual cultivation with you. What then? Chen Jiuyang took a deep breath and softly suggested, it can be grafted. Yao Zishuan, being exceptionally astute, quickly understood. Her face reddened further as she asked, you mean to say that you can dual cultivate with another woman and graft the yin energy away? Chen Jiuyang nodded, feeling a pang of bitterness. He anticipated a more intense reaction from her, yet to his surprise, Yao Zishuan merely blushed, her lashes fluttering as she calmly responded, that is acceptable. What? Chen Jiuyang was taken aback, she had actually consented. Turning her back to him, Yao Zishuan spoke softly, Jiuyang, you have pledged your loyalty to the Hon Marquis. With your talent, you will inevitably ascend to the Earth realm. Once you become a Marquis, you will enjoy the privileges that come with it, including the right to have 7 wives. You are so young and powerful, I have anticipated this. Many enchanting women will seek to approach you. Jiuyang, I have but one request, before you take other sisters, please inform me first. As she uttered those words, her face was flushed with embarrassment. Chen Juoyang remained silent for a long time before embracing her. I have put you in a difficult position. It's not a burden. Yao Zishuan replied, turning to embrace him back. Without you, I might have only a few months left to live, then my family would perish without understanding why. Chen Juoyang remarked, I suspect that the mastermind behind this will appear at the Yao family within 3 months. Once you are gone, the family's fortunes will collapse. They have calculated that you have only 3 months left, but now that your lifespan has increased, we need only wait for them to show themselves to dismantle the 9 in devouring young formation. Once the formation is broken, the cold energy within you will no longer be a concern. Zishuan, within you now resides my pure young energy. I shall impart to you 2 techniques. One is the Ice Clear Jade Maiden method, which will allow you to refine my young energy for your cultivation. And the other is the Spring Rain technique, a dual cultivation method that will prove useful to us in the future. In an instant, Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed crimson. Her voice barely audible, I will diligently practice these 2 methods. Chen Juoyang was taken aback by the turn of events. It was indeed a blessing wrapped in misfortune. Yao Zishuan's pretty face was nearly blood red. Juoyang, I've learned a bit of technique from my girlfriends that could be of assistance. Chen Juoyang paused in surprise. What did you just say? If I didn't hear it, then let it be. Yao Zishuan huffed playfully, then burrowed into the covers. Chen Juoyang touched his nose, realizing he had indeed missed her words. As he settled under the blanket, Yao Zishuan snuggled closer. And just as Chen Juoyang was about to drift into slumber, she buried her head beneath the covers. A moment later, Chen Juoyang's eyes narrowed, revealing a look of delight, as he pondered what technique Yao Zishuan had learned. The next morning, Chen Juoyang rose refreshed, while Yao Zishuan, blushing, felt too shy to meet his gaze, prompting his hearty laughter. The Yao family was remarkably efficient. Another large truckload of medicinal materials arrived, delivered into Chen Juoyang's hands. It was still early, and upon extending his spiritual awareness, he found no other warriors monitoring him today, allowing him to transport the medicinal materials into Qingshan Mountain and commence his cultivation. As he activated the 8-9 mysterious art, Chen Juoyang sat within the medicinal cauldron, his skin reddening like lobster shell and emitting white smoke. With a muffled groan, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. He had broken through the 4th major acupoint, thus stepping into the mid-stage of the mysterious realm. Zhong Zhuawu, you old car. Await my advancement into the earth realm. With over half of the medicinal potency from the 100 million worth materials still remaining, it was sufficient for Chen Juoyang to further open another acupoint. Just as he prepared to push forward with his cultivation, a wave of cold energy surged forth from within, nearly leading him astray. Chen Juoyang's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily suppressed it. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. Still shaken, this won't do. The balance of yin and yang is crucial. As I strengthen, this cold energy will also grow. For now, I can suppress it. But who knows when it might erupt? If I don't expel this cold energy, my continued cultivation may lead me into madness. Furrowing his brow, he realized that he could not advance further until he had refined this cold energy. Typically cautious in his actions, he never anticipated such a setback the previous night. The remaining medicinal materials could not go to waste. Chen Juoyang donned his clothes and refined the leftover materials into pills. Suddenly, an alert from Qingshan Ferry broke his concentration. Master, it seems someone is looking for you at your doorstep. Chen Juoyang inquired, who is it? An old man with a white beard. It dawned on Chen Juoyang, it must be Master Feng Honho. After tidying up, he exited the inner sanctuary of Qingshan Mountain and encountered Feng Honho. Master, what brings you here? Feng Honho replied, I returned yesterday to sort through my assets, which amount to around 2 billion. I intend to sell everything to you in exchange for cultivation resources. 2 billion. Chen Juoyang's heart skipped a beat, warmth blossoming within him as he hurriedly replied, Master, it is not necessary for now. He proceeded to divulge the troubles he faced. Feng Honho frowned and remarked, does this mean you will be unable to cultivate for the next 2 or 3 months? Chen Jiuyang nodded affirmatively, indeed. As soon as the troubles with the Yao family are resolved, I shall be able to resume my cultivation. As he spoke, Chen Jiuyang presented the elixir he had just concocted to Feng Honho. Master, this is a token of filial piety from your disciple. Feng Honho accepted the elixir. His eyes gleaming, this potion possesses a potent essence, it is truly a remarkable item. Jiuyang, where did you acquire such a treasure? I crafted it myself. Feng Honho's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiuyang, you have struck gold. Chapter 76, Hidden Injuries Can Be Cured. The Lin family finds the culprit. As Feng Honho gazed at the medicinal pill, he clicked his tongue in astonishment. Such a pill could be beneficial even for a master of the Earth realm. If I am not mistaken, this is the pure Yang Qi restoration pill. Chen Jiuyang smiled faintly. Master, your insight is truly remarkable. Indeed, this is the pure Yang Qi restoration pill. Feng Honho replied, it is not merely my insight. But I have previously utilized similar pills. Just one of these demands upwards of 1 million. Such formulas and the alchemists capable of crafting them are exclusively found within Taoist sects and those grand schools with profound heritage. Feng Honho's gaze fixed on Chen Jiuyang, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. Jiuyang, if you have crafted this pill yourself, we, as master and disciple, shall amass great wealth. Chen Jiuyang, uncertain, inquired, Master. Since Taoist sects and other schools can produce such pills, shouldn't they be readily available on the market? Feng Honho explained, this kind of pill is invaluable yet scarce. It is not commonly found in the marketplace. The sole advantage of those sects is their long-standing history and numerous traditions. Why does the Dragon Kingdom bestow titles? It is because they are excessively selfish and unwilling to serve the nation. Do you think they would flood the market with such pills to enhance the strength of our noble houses and the officers of the 6 doors? Furrowing his brow, Chen Jiuyang shook his head. Feng Honho sighed, among the 49 titles in Feng province, there is not a single king of the heaven realm. Setting aside innate talent, we are severely lacking in medicinal resources. Upon reaching the Earth realm, the human body's consumption capacity is immense. Merely ingesting herbs is insufficient, we require these pills, which condense various medicinal powers. Jiuyang, what would be your cost for producing this single pill? After pondering for a moment, Chen Jiuyang replied, approximately 100,000 per pill. Feng Honho's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a production cost of 100,000, if sold in the market, it would fetch 1 million. Just consider the astonishing profit margin. In light of the sect's deliberate suppression of our noble houses and the 6 doors, should you sell these pills, not only would you profit immensely, but you would also cultivate numerous connections. Chen Jiuyang felt a rush of enthusiasm. This seemed to promise quicker returns than gambling on stones, while also expanding his network. However, the prudent Chen Jiuyang doused Feng Honho's excitement with caution, asking carefully, Master, selling medicinal pills is one thing, but what will happen if those sects discover us? Feng Honho's expression faltered, and he chuckled awkwardly. Unless we remain holed up in the headquarters of the 6 doors for the rest of our lives, we would undoubtedly be hunted by those sections. It appears this venture is unfeasible, Chen Jiuyang concluded. Feng Honho lamented, if I could break through to the heaven realm, such concerns would be alleviated. Chen Jiuyang inquired, Master, what prevents you from ascending to the heaven realm? Feng Honho explained, I bear hidden injuries, compounded by waning vitality and incomplete Taoist practices. In this lifetime, the opportunity to ascend to the heaven realm has slipped away. However, you need not worry about me. Most title holders share a similar fate, though I may not scale greater heights in this life. Serving as a title holder to safeguard the lives of the people in my domain is not a life wasted. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiuyang remarked, Master, if I were to possess the means to heal your hidden injuries, would you not then have a chance to aspire to the heaven realm once more? The esteemed Lord Feng Hon chuckled, saying, Good child, I recognize your filial piety, yet I have sought the counsel of countless divine healers, and their unanimous verdict has been that my affliction is beyond remedy. This life, I am destined to remain within the realm of the earthly. After observing Chen Jueyang's serious demeanor, Lord Feng's smile faded, and he inquired earnestly, "Child, are you truly serious?" What sets Chen Jueyang apart is not merely his cultivation or alchemical prowess, but rather his exceptional medical skills. He nodded affirmatively. "Disciple is indeed earnest. I merely wish to attempt to see if there exists a chance to heal Master S concealed injuries." Lord Feng contemplated for a moment, then sighed, "Very well. Let us indulge your curiosity. After all, you are my apprentice, and perhaps you may glean from my experiences to avoid the paths I have traversed." He dismissed the matter of Chen Jueyang examining his injuries from his mind, and, shedding his outer garments, revealed a myriad of scars. After allowing Chen Jueyang to inspect him for a while, her voice echoed in his ears, "Master, your hidden injury can indeed be treated." "I had thought it impossible." "What did you say?" Lord Feng exclaimed in astonishment, looking toward Chen Jueyang. "Disciple, are you suggesting that my concealed injury can be healed?" Chen Jueyang nodded. "Indeed, Master, your ailment affects both your spinal cord and kidneys. Though it is quite serious, it is treatable." Lord Feng's voice trembled with disbelief. "Disciple, do you speak the truth?" "Indeed," Chen Jueyang affirmed, "Master, every time you cultivate, a portion of your vital energy fails to coalesce. And your body's capacity for blood production has not kept pace, which has resulted in your stagnation in progress over the years. Am I correct?" Lord Feng's body began to tremble with excitement as he exclaimed, "Precisely." Chen Jueyang continued calmly, "However, to remedy your condition, ordinary herbs will prove ineffective. We must employ rare materials in conjunction with my acupuncture techniques to heal this concealed injury." A glimmer of hope illuminated Lord Feng's eyes. "What rare material do you require, disciple?" "I shall procure it post-haste. A single stalk of dragon blood grass will suffice for this injury," Chen Jueyang replied. Upon hearing this, Lord Feng turned and hurriedly departed, exclaiming, "Good disciple, I shall return with this material." Chen Jueyang chuckled to himself, truly a man of impetuous spirit. After Lord Feng's departure, Lin Yuexian sought out Chen Jueyang. Dressed in a delicate green floral qipao and adorned in shimmering jewels, her figure was exquisitely accentuated, captivating to an extraordinary degree. Any man would inevitably harbor thoughts of admiration toward her. However, Lin Yuexian visited Chen Jueyang not out of jealousy toward Yao Zishuan, but rather with a look of concern as she approached him. "Mr. Chen, we have identified the perpetrator." Chen Jueyang inquired, "How did you come to this discovery?" "It is a family with a master in residence," Lin Yuexian explained. "They approached us, pressuring us to relinquish the land of Rongtai Manor. We implore you to take action." Chen Jueyang furrowed his brow. "They are audacious enough to coerce you from Rongtai Manor. Come, let us investigate." Lin Yuexian escorted Chen Jueyang into a Rolls-Royce belonging to the Lin family, directing their course toward Rongtai Manor in Feng City. At the entrance of Rongtai Manor, several individuals clad in martial robes and cloth shoes obstructed the grand entrance. A multitude of security guards from the Lin family lay sprawled on the ground, evidently incapacitated by their own actions. The leader, a middle-aged man adorned with a large golden ring, cast a derisive glance at Chen Jueyang, who stood behind Lin Yuexian. "Miss Lin," he scoffed, "is this your so-called assistance? Save your efforts. It would be wiser for the Lin family to relinquish their claim to the Rongtai Manor." Furrowing his brow, Chen Jueyang retorted, "So it was you who committed murder and set up the sinister child-parent reversal formation?" The man with the golden ring sneered. "And what of it?" A flicker of cold resolve crossed Chen Jueyang's eyes as he tightened his brow. "Then you deserve to die." With that declaration, he launched into action. Chapter 77, Lin Yuexian's heart secretly acknowledges. The four Grand Masters arrive at the door with a mere gesture. Chen Jueyang summoned a palm of true energy that soared towards the individuals before him. They were instantly propelled backward, landing several meters away. Chen Jueyang furrowed his brow, pondering their weakness. "They cannot be the main players." "Are you certain it is them?" Lin Yuexian inquired, nodding in affirmation. "Our investigations have indeed confirmed their identities." "Then they are merely cannon fodder. The true mastermind lurks behind," Chen Jueyang concluded. "Let us proceed inside and await their arrival. Today, I shall assist you in resolving this troublesome matter. Lin Yuexian's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, Mr. Chen. Upon re-entering the Lin family's estate at the Rongtai Manor, Chen Jiuyang was struck by the significant transformation within. The area was bustling with Lin family members, numbering at least 700 or 800. A temporary school had been erected in the open space, where all the young Lin descendants were beginning their education. Only after completing elementary school would they advance to middle school and high school in the city. Each individual had their own responsibilities, and the arrangements were meticulously organized. Prompting Chen Jiuyang to exclaim, "This is indeed a scholarly family, it is truly exceptional." Standing beside him, Lin Yuexian smiled brightly. "The clan you will establish in the future will also thrive in such a manner, Mr. Chen." With a grin, Chen Jiuyang asked, "Yuexian, did you orchestrate all of this?" Lin Yuexian's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. "It is only through the assistance of the clan elders that we have reached this point. The Lin family is experiencing a resurgence. All of this is inextricably linked to your contributions, Mr. Chen. We have yet to express our gratitude properly and wonder if there is any way the Lin family can be of service to you. We wish to repay your kindness." Chen Jiuyang regarded her, the alluring beauty clad in a qipao, and smiled. "If you wish to repay my kindness, why not offer yourself as a token of gratitude?" Lin Yuexian's cheeks flashed crimson, stammering, This matter requires my grandfather's approval, I cannot decide on my own." "Oh. There is indeed potential here," Chen Jiuyang teased, lifting her delicate chin with a finger. "I am merely inquiring if you are willing." "I." Lin Yuexian's face was aflame, her beautiful eyes quivering. Unable to meet Chen Jiuyang's gaze, yet she did not reject his playful advance. In the silence, her lack of refusal was tantamount to acceptance, sparking a flicker of intense chemistry between them. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Before long, a servant approached with news that several individuals had arrived at the manor's entrance, specifically requesting to see the one who had injured the man adorned with a large gold ring. Chen Jiuyang, accompanied by Lin Yuexian, made his way to the entrance, where they encountered a distinguished middle-aged man with braying temples, standing with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Jiuyang, the man with the gold ring pointed accusingly. "Young master. It is he. Child, are you the one who assisted the Lin family and harmed my subordinate?" The middle-aged man's voice was cold and indifferent, brimming with arrogance as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Jiuyang. Chen Jiuyang nodded. "Indeed, I dismantled the Lin family's maternal reverse formation. I spared their lives solely to await your arrival, the true mastermind. Now, I must ask, was it you who set the maternal reverse formation?" The middle-aged man coldly remarked. "What is this so-called mother-son reverse killing formation? I have not heard of it. I only came here based on my father's words to expel those who have taken over the Rongtai Manor. Youngster, you possess some strength, but in Fengcheng, no one has dared to touch me, Shui Baoqi. Shui Baoqi, one of the 4 great masters of Fengcheng." Lin Yuexian pressed her lips together tightly. Before Chen Jiuyang could speak, Deng Zun, standing beside him, coldly stated, "What of Shui Baoqi, one of the 4 great masters of Fengcheng?" "My friend Chen is a direct disciple of the esteemed Su family of Fenghon Maki. Surely, Master Shui is well acquainted with the illustrious name of Su Hongguang." Shui Baoqi looked at Chen Jiuyang in astonishment. "So you are the recent prodigy that has stirred up such a commotion in Fengcheng?" Chen Jiuyang nodded. "And what of it?" Furrowing his brow, Shui Baoqi replied, "Even if you are a disciple of the Fenghon Maki, you cannot prevent me from expelling those who have taken over Rongtai Manor. Chen Jiuyang, I offer you 2 choices. First, I will compensate you with 1 billion, you will take the people of Rongtai Manor and leave. Second, we shall engage in a duel to determine the victor and the loser will obey the winner's commands." Such arrogance. Chen Jiuyang frowned and coldly responded. "As one of the 4 great masters of Fengcheng, I have already sent one running and incapacitated another. Allow me to witness the prowess of this 3rd master." Shui Baoqi fixed his gaze on Chen Jiuyang. "So, you are agreeing to this duel, are you? Go ahead, young man. I grant you the first move." Do not say I, Shui Baoqi, bully the young. Enough with the idle chatter. See you en Mang. Chen Jiuyang declared coldly. As his voice fell, he plucked a silver needle. Channeling his pure young energy with great intensity, compressing it upon the needle before launching it at Shui Baoqi. With a surge of anger and resentment seeking an outlet. Shui Baoqi, a master presenting himself, was akin to a target delivered by heaven to Chen Jiuyang. Come on. Shui Baoqi, seeing the silver needle hurtling towards him, wore a grave expression and shouted, "Form the chi cloak." He exerted all his energy, condensing it into a shield of vital energy, spreading his legs apart, creating a small crater in the cement floor beneath him. The silver needle was halted by an invisible barrier of vital energy when it was merely half a meter away from Shui Baoqi. Instantly, the pure young energy attached to the needle exploded. Bang! 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 The sound of air bursting echoed as Shui Baoqi staggered back 3 steps. A slight crack appearing in his energy shield. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jiuyang executed a swift movement, darting to Shui Baoqi's right side. And with a punch imbued with vital energy, he struck the weakened area of the shield. The punch pierced through the barrier and landed squarely on the right side of Shui Baoqi's abdomen. Puff! Shui Baoqi's complexion turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Regaining his senses instantaneously, he lunged his left hand towards Chen Jiuyang's neck. However, Chen Jiuyang would not grant him the chance for a counterattack. With a swift maneuver, he slipped behind Shui Baoqi, aligning his fingers to form a sword-like shape, and forcefully jabbed at the vertebrae of Shui Baoqi's dragon-like neck. With a third, Shui Baogue suddenly felt a surge of paralysis coursing through his body, rendering him immobile as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen as he gazed at Chen Jiuyang, struggling to utter a few words. "The younger generation is formidable." Chen Jiuyang replied coldly, "Had I truly intended to kill you, you would have perished at my hand just now. You have lost. Now, I ask you, why did you drive the Lin family away from the wrong Taimana?" Shui Baogue coughed up blood and responded, "My father is the Marquis of Fonglian. When he failed to break through to the celestial realm, the Gu physician from Yunshi province saved his life. This physician demanded that we safeguard wrong Taimana, lest it be usurped by others, otherwise, he would cease my father's treatment." Gu physician. Chen Jiuyang's gaze turned icy. "At last, I have found the rightful culprit." Chapter 78, Resolving the Gu physician. Chen Jiuyang's poisoning Shui Baogue was carried back to the residence of Marquis Fonglian, weeping as he lamented, "Father, it is Baogue's inadequacy. I could not defeat the one who seized the wrong Taimana, and I have sustained grave injuries." An elderly man clad in ancient robes glared with intense fury. "Who is that person?" Shui Baogue replied to the old man, "Dr. Nan, the one who harmed me is Chen Jiuyang, the disciple of Marquis Fonghon, currently residing at Rongtai Manor." Dr. Nan's expression twisted with rage. "So it is this wretched creature who has disrupted my painstakingly crafted maternal reversal killing array, rendering my 20 years of effort in vain. Even if he is the disciple of Marquis Fonghon, I shall take his life. Only then can I quell the hatred that festers in my heart." With that, he rose and departed the residence of Marquis Fonglian, exuding a menacing aura. At Rongtai Manor, Chen Jiuyang inquired, "Deng Zun, do you know the circumstances surrounding Marquis Fonglian?" Deng Zun responded, "Marquis Fonglian attempted to ascend to the heavenly realm a decade ago but failed. Everyone believed he had perished, yet he miraculously survived. Shui Baogue seldom mentions that he is the son of Marquis Fonglian when he is out and about. I never anticipated such a profound connection." Furrowing his brow, Chen Jiuyang asked, "Why is it that among so many marquises in Fengcheng, none have succeeded in reaching the heavenly realm?" Deng Zun explained. "Though the title of Marquis grants the privilege of 7 wives and the ability to select from various noble families, the task of protecting the common folk often leads to severe injuries. 30 years ago, Marquis Fonglian was renowned and considered the most likely candidate to reach the heavenly realm. 29 years ago, a cult wreaked havoc in Feng province, and he was poisoned and ambushed. Most of the 49 marquises in Feng province bear hidden injuries, preventing them from ascending." Chen Jueyong frowned, such a hero, yet he has been captured by a malevolent physician, poised to harm the innocent. It is evident he is gravely wounded. After I deal with this Gu physician, I shall pay a visit to Maki Fangyan. Before long, an oddly dressed, stooped old man clad in ancient attire led a throng of warriors to the gates of Rongtai Manor. The moment this peculiar figure arrived, ominous clouds gathered, malevolent energy coalescing, accompanied by the faint echoes of vengeful howls. The members of the Lin family sensed that this old man was indeed their adversary. Lin Yuexian gritted her teeth, declaring, "Mr. Chen, I can feel that he is the perpetrator behind the tragic events of the past." Chen Jueyong's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Dr. Nan. "You old wretch, it is you who set the maternal reversal killing array, intending to transform this place into your den for concocting poisons, is it not?" "Indeed." Dr. Nan's aged visage bore deep lines, his sunken eyes glaring at Chen Jueyong as he coldly stated, "Wretched creature, I have sought you for some time. Now that you have appeared, prepare to meet your demise." Dr. Nan turned to the throng of warriors, his voice chilling, "You all owe me, Nan, a debt of gratitude for saving your lives. Today is the time to repay that debt. Eliminate this Chen Jueyong before us, and from this day forth, we shall be completely free of ties." The warriors, each at least masters of the Yellow Realm, included several on the brink of the Shen Realm and one Grandmaster of the Shen Realm. Such a significant force could easily recruit from the noble families within Feng province to establish his own power. Lin Yuexian, noticing the overwhelming number of adversaries and their pallid expressions, swiftly summoned the Lin family's guard to mount a defense. The guards, armed with firearms, made their appearance. Chen Jueyong scoffed, "A mere pack of rabble dares to threaten my life." His vital energy surged, and dozens of silver needles erupted from his body, hurtling towards the group of martial artists. Below the level of a grandmaster, all were but ordinary men. As the needles shot forth, Chen Jueyong plunged into the fray. Dr. Nan revealed a cruel smile, fully aware of Chen Jueyong's formidable strength, having witnessed him injure Shui Baogui. The martial artists were merely a distraction. Only he could deliver a fatal blow to Chen Jueyong. From his cloak, Dr. Nan procured a small ceramic vial, uncorking it to unveil a foul-smelling, pitch-black centipede. Its mere appearance was spine-chilling. With a sinister chuckle, Dr. Nan declared, "My precious, today is your moment to shine. A Grandmaster's flesh should elevate you to a first-tier insect. Go forth." The centipede appeared almost sentient, dividing the attention of most as it crawled slowly towards Chen Jueyong. In the midst of battling the martial artists, a sudden jolt of danger surged through Chen Jueyong, a visceral instinct of impending doom, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. With a start, he disregarded suppressing the cold energy within and channeled his vital energy with full force, vital energy shield. Bang! Those within a meter's radius were instantly flung away as a faint golden protective aura enveloped Chen Jueyong, shielding him from all angles. Crackling sounds pierced the air. And in the next moment, Chen Jueyong's heart raced as he beheld the black centipede trapped within the layers of his energy shield, writhing in agony and emitting smoke. With his heritage from the medical Immortal, Chen Jueyong instantly recognized it. This is the heartless poison insect. Dr. Nan's expression darkened. If only I had half a second more, I could have slain Chen Jueyong. Alas! Wait, why does the poison insect emit smoke upon contact with his vital energy? This is bad. Chen Jueyong's pure young energy inherently counters my poison. I must flee. With icy resolve, Chen Jueyong retorted, "Do you think you can escape?" His vital energy erupted, sending all nearby foes flying. The heartless poison insect was reduced to ashes under his pure young energy as he swiftly advanced towards Dr. Nan. With a palm imbued with pure young energy, he struck down upon Dr. Nan, neutralizing the malevolent energy within him, causing him to collapse. Dr. Nan glared at Chen Jueyong with venomous eyes. "I never imagined that after a lifetime in the world of medicine, I would fall to you. Such pure young energy. You wretched beast, you will eventually perish at the hands of my Yunshi insect clan." At that moment, the 6 Doors personnel arrived on the scene, subduing the other martial artists. Dr. Nan was taken into custody at the Rongtai Manor, where Lin Yuexian brought him before the coffin to pay tribute today. Vengeance has been served. We have captured the culprit and shall bring him to justice. As the ominous black mist surged towards Dr. Nan, terror filled his eyes. With a hoarse voice, he declared, "You wretched creature, even in death, you shall not have a peaceful end." Dr. Nan crushed a small vial in his hand, releasing a plume of grey gas that entered Chen Jiuyang's body. He chuckled coldly, "So, it is pure young energy, is it? I shall render it useless. And we shall see how audacious you remain henceforth." With his words, the black mist enveloped him, causing blood to ooze from his 7 orifices, prompting the 6 doors personnel to hastily carry him away. Meanwhile, Chen Jiuyang's demeanor grew increasingly alarming. Lin Yuexian anxiously turned to him. "Mr. Chen, are you all right?" "Yuexian, I have been poisoned with a sinister toxin. I require an antidote," Chen Jiuyang replied, urgency lacing his voice. Lin Yuexian, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, how can I help you with the antidote?" As the coldness within him surged, coupled with the venom, Chen Jiuyang could no longer contain himself. His final, hazy thought before losing consciousness was, "You are the antidote." With that, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuexian comprehended the true meaning of Chen Jiuyang's words. Chapter 79, A Visit to the Honorable Feng Lianho. The avenue you yearn for is, in fact, adorned with white dew each morning and night. After resolving the poison fire, Chen Jiuyang remarked, "The hidden dangers of the Rongtai Manor have been alleviated. Henceforth, your Lin family may proceed to develop the subsequent land without fear of further troubles." Lin Yuexian nodded, a smile gracing her delicate features. "All thanks to you, Jiuyang." At that moment, a servant approached with a message, "Young clan leader, the patriarch requests your presence." Lin Yuexian released Chen Jiuyang's arm. "Jiuyang, I shall visit grandfather for a moment." Chen Jiuyang nodded, "Go ahead. I also need to pay a visit to the Feng Lianho residence." Lin Yuexian had aided him in resolving the poison fire, and it was evident that Lin Buan had something to discuss with her. "Deng Zun, let us proceed to Feng Lianho's abode. I wish to ascertain his condition." "Yes, young Master Chen." Upon reaching the residence of Feng Lianho, the atmosphere within was laden with gloom. Years ago, Feng Lianho had sustained grave injuries, relying on the expertise of a good doctor from Yunxi province to sustain his life. Now that the doctor had departed, it was uncertain how long Feng Lianho could endure. Meanwhile, the young master, Xue Baoju, lay grievously injured, his recovery a matter of uncertainty. Should Xue Baoju fail to heal, the entire Xue family would face decline, prompting those who once relied on them to contemplate severing ties. At this juncture, Chen Jiuyang, accompanied by Deng Zun, made his entrance. Xue Baoju, confined to his bed, wore a grim expression upon hearing of Chen Jiuyang's arrival. "What business does he have here?" The news regarding the good doctor had already reached him. Chen Jiuyang had incapacitated the doctor, leading to his apprehension by the 6 doors. Beside Xue Baoju, an elderly man with white hair sat in a medicinal bath. "Is this the young man who wounded you, the disciple of Feng Honho?" Xue Baoju nodded, "Indeed. It is him." Feng Lianho, his voice rasping, remarked, "Since he has come to visit, let us meet." Before long, Chen Jiuyang entered, a frown adorning his brow. Even from several hundred meters away, I could smell the medicinal aromas. Feng Lianho inquired, "What brings you here, young brother? If your intent is to obliterate us, I suggest you wait a few days. My days are numbered." Xue Baoju's expression darkened. "Elder." Chen Jiuyang replied coolly, "You are mistaken. I have come to ascertain whether there is still hope for you, Feng Lianho. Your injuries are not exceedingly severe. I had intended to offer my assistance. However, if you have given up on life, I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Jiuyang turned to depart. Xue Baoju was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Is there still hope for my grandfather?" "Young Master Chen, please wait." Chen Jiuyang continued forward, but Xue Baoju, disregarding his own injuries, coughed up blood and staggered to block Chen Jiuyang's path, kneeling before him. "Young Master Chen, I have misjudged you. It is my fault, or I implore you to stay. Chen Juoyang replied with indifference, what purpose does it serve for me to remain? With gritted teeth, Shui Baoju insisted, young Master Chen. I understand your ire over my past misdeeds. If you can intervene to save my grandfather, I am prepared to accept whatever punishment you deem fit. The sincerity of his filial piety was palpable. Chen Juoyang spoke softly, I am merely a physician, seeking to lend my humble assistance to see if I can offer any remedy for Lord Fenglian, who has long endured grievous wounds in his quest to protect the safety of the people. From within the medicinal bath, Lord Fenglian's voice emerged, hoarse and weary, young one. Feel free to proceed, after all, my days are numbered. As long as you do not come seeking vengeance against the Fenglian estate, you may do as you wish. For decades, he had lost faith in the possibility of healing and recovery. As Chen Juoyang approached the medicinal bath, he opened his senses, only to furrow his brow in concern. The poison has seeped deeply into the marrow. Indeed, there are but a few days left to live. Chapter 80, The Treatment of Feng Lianho and the Reunion with Jilengyue. Feng Lianho, the Grand Master and Protector of the Common Folk, found himself languishing in a medicinal bath, merely clinging to life. His voice remained calm as he spoke, I had anticipated this. For 2 decades, I have consulted countless physicians. Even the most enigmatic of poison healers could only sustain my breath, but could not cure my affliction. After a meticulous examination, Chen Juoyang replied with measured assurance, though the poison has penetrated to the marrow, there is still hope. The probability of recovery is substantial. What did you say? Feng Lianho. His countenance ashen, slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon Chen Juoyang. A flicker of brilliance ignited within his murky eyes. I can recover. With deliberate care, Chen Juoyang produced a set of silver needles. The odds are indeed favorable, but since the poison has invaded your bones, a thorough cleansing of the marrow and bones is imperative to restore vitality. I am uncertain if you can endure the ensuing agony. Feng Lianho let out a raspy laugh, his voice weak yet resolute. I have endured for 20 years, what suffering can I not withstand? As Chen Juoyang commenced the acupuncture, 108 silver needles pierced Feng Lianho's body. His pallor deepened, and foul, toxic blood seeped from his skin. A sight that would terrify even the bravest soul. Noticing the alarming change, Chen Juoyang's expression shifted, and he hastily penned a prescription for Shui Baogue. Quickly procure the necessary herbs. Feng Lianho's chance of survival hinges upon this singular opportunity. Understanding the gravity of his father's life at stake, Shui Baogue wasted no time and rushed off to gather the required ingredients. Meanwhile, Chen Juoyang carefully extracted Feng Lianho from the medicinal bath and administered a small vial of pure yang qi restoration pill. He instructed Feng Lianho, you must exert all your efforts to refine this elixir. I will expel the toxins from your body. Whether you live or die rests upon your will to survive. With that, Chen Juoyang channeled his pure yang energy to manipulate the 108 silver needles embedded in Feng Lianho's body. The master's visage fluctuated between hues of green and white, his features contorted in pain, yet he uttered not a single sound. A true man indeed. He was worthy of Chen Juoyang's determination to save him. Half an hour later, when Shui Baogue returned with the herbs, the room where the medicinal bath stood was filled with a noxious stench. Feng Lianho, once grey-haired, had lost all his hair. His body emaciated to the point of resembling a mere shadow of life, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, causing Shui Baogue to break out in a cold sweat. Chen Juoyang, equally perspiring, commanded, place all the herbs into a large pot and boil them over a fierce flame. Shui Baogue and his assistants scrambled to follow Chen Juoyang's directives, and with a surge of vital energy, Chen Juoyang transferred Feng Lianho into the medicinal cauldron. As he entered the pot, Feng Lianho felt as though he had encountered a long-awaited blessing. His previously withered form began to visibly swell with vitality. The hair that had once fallen out began to regrow in lush darkness. Once barely clinging to life, Feng Lianho now felt a resurgence of strength. Exclaiming with heartfelt gratitude, Dr. Chen, I thank you for saving my life. I had thought myself beyond healing, resigned to despair, only to discover today the existence of your profound medical expertise. Xue Baogue's expression brightened. Elder, has your health been restored? Feng Lianhong, with his eyes closed, remarked. I can feel the dark injuries and toxins within me dissipating, akin to a withered tree finding life in spring. It remains to be seen how far I can recover. Chen Juoyang, while meditating to regain his energy, interjected, the extent of your recovery hinges on the financial foundation of your family. The medicinal bath you are currently soaking in does not come at a trivial cost. Xue Baogue's expression darkened. Indeed, it is quite expensive. But even if it means selling everything we own, we must ensure that the old master recovers fully. Feng Lianhong chuckled. I, Xue Lianji, still hold some influence in Feng province. There is no need to worry about the medicinal materials. Chen Juoyang stated, the materials are ample. You may soak in this medicinal bath for 3 days. During this time, the 108 silver needles on your body must not be disturbed. Once your body has fully healed, the needles will fall away on their own. Feng Lianhong nodded. Truly, the skills of Master Chen are profound and inscrutable. Upon my recovery, I shall be sure to express my gratitude for your kindness. Xue Baogue, kneeling on one knee, clasped his hands and declared, Master Chen, without regard for past grievances, you have come forth to save my father. This immense favor shall not go unrecognized by the Feng Lianhong household. There is no need for such formalities. It is the duty of a physician to save lives, Chen Juoyang replied. Feng Lianhong, this small vial of elixir may be taken when medicinal resources are scarce. He produced a small vial. Feng Lianhong's eyes brightened at the sight of it. He understood that his survival through this ordeal was greatly attributed to the elixir within the vial, a rare treasure for replenishing vitality. Had it not been for this elixir, he might not have endured until Xue Baogue returned with the medicinal materials. Master Chen, may I inquire as to the origin of this elixir? Feng Lianhong asked. Chen Juoyang smiled. It was given to me by my master, and I possess only a few vials. Feng Lianhong sighed. Hong Guang has indeed taken on an exceptional disciple. After leaving the elixir behind, Chen Juoyang departed. His motivations for saving Feng Lianhong were threefold. First, to showcase his remarkable medical skills and establish a successful case that would resonate within the higher circles of Feng province. Second, to pave a path for the sale of the pure young vitality elixir, and third, to cultivate friendships. His sworn enemy was the Zhong family of Feng Jueho. Prior to his apprenticeship under Feng Honho, he had no access to this circle of information. If he could cultivate friendships with most of the noble families in Feng province, he, Chen Juoyang, would have no reason to fear the Zhong family. Zhong Juewu, Zhong Ali, Wang Chongyun, Wang Tian, you shall await your demise. After leaving the Feng Lianhong residence, Chen Juoyang proceeded to the hospital to visit Jilengyue. As he stepped into the ward, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, he found Jilengyue had fully recovered, transformed in both appearance and demeanor, surpassing her former self. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders and donning a flowing gown, she resembled a celestial maiden emerging from an ancient painting, leaving Chen Juoyang momentarily entranced. Upon seeing Chen Juoyang, Jilengyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Juoyang, I have entered the yellow realm and successfully cultivated the ice skin and jade bone technique. Behold. With that, she summoned her internal energy and swiftly struck towards Chen Juoyang. Instinctively, he employed the true energy of a Shenjing master for defense. Bang! Jilengyue was immediately repelled by the force of the true energy. Chapter 81. Jilengyue's heart stars as she visits her grandparents' home. Jilengyue fell to the ground with a soft grunt, then rose to her feet. I have recovered from my injuries and am ready to return to the 6 doors to resume my duties and continue the investigation into your father's case. Regarding this matter, a flicker of coldness flashed in Chen Juoyang's eyes as he relayed to her the recent events. Ji Constable, you must refrain from intervening in this case for the next 6 months, otherwise, you will be implicated. How outrageous! Jilengyue exclaimed angrily. The Wang family has no shame. Dragging the whole family and the Zhong family into this mess and even sending a royal letter. Your father has been granted bail but could be apprehended by the 6 doors at any moment, Chen Juoyang warned. I am aware. Which is why I am preparing alternative measures, he continued. The Wang Tian and Wang Chongyun have little time left. They have taken refuge in the Zhong residence. And when they perish, it will implicate them little, for their medical examinations have shown them to be in excellent health. The 5 poisons death needle is their last chance. They have not repented and, upon learning of his masterful strength, immediately sought refuge in the Zhong residence. Not only will Ji Lanyue take action, but she will also attempt to poison his father, leading to their demise in just over 20 days. When Wang Chongyun, Wang Tian, and Zhong Ali perish, Zhong Zhuowu may become desperate and break the royal edicts to take action against him, which could also implicate Ji Lanyue. Lanyue, once you return to the 6 doors, try to avoid investigating cases. For a month, it would be best for you to remain within the 6 doors to cultivate your skills. I see that you have yet to completely refine the pure young qi I bestowed upon you. You underestimate me, Ji Lanyue proclaimed, puffing out her chest. I am now a Yellow Realm Master and can apply for a promotion to become a senior constable tasked with investigating various secret cases. Secret cases? Chen Jiuyang was taken aback. A case like yours is a standard criminal matter. Ji Lanyue replied, like the recent incident with the Chiu family. It transcended ordinary cases and escalated to a secret case level. As a Yellow Realm Master, I can officially become a secret case constable. Once she becomes a secret case constable, she will enjoy an enhancement in fortune from the 6 doors, thereby increasing her strength. Chen Jiuyang's heart stirred at the thought of such fortune. He had previously had a hint from the Hon Marquis that once Chen Jiuyang ascended to the Earth Realm and accepted the title of Marquis, he would gain access to relevant information, yet the medical Immortal legacy did not contain such knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiuyang said, "Since you wish to become a secret case constable, I shall impart to you a self-defense technique." Ji Lanyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. This technique is known as the small formless method, which allows you to conceal your aura, grants the ability of disguise, and enhances your true energy amplification. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jiuyang finally entrusted this technique to Ji Lanyue. Upon hearing the name and effects of the technique, Ji Lanyue recognized its rarity, as she had never encountered or heard of such an exceptional technique within the 6 doors. Her eyes shimmered with intrigue. "Jiuyang, why are you so kind to me?" Chen Jiuyang smiled and replied, "If I do not treat you well, who else will?" "Humph." Ji Lanyue, her cheeks flushed, playfully chided, "Quickly impart the technique to me." All right, Chen Jiuyang responded, dedicating an entire hour to convey the intricacies of the martial art to her. Once the teachings were complete, he produced a vial of pure young qi recovery pills. "You possess an ice-like physique and are still a maiden. While cultivating the ice skin jade bone technique, you may experience an increase in energy. Should you find yourself utterly depleted of true qi, consuming one of these pills could save your life. This card holds 10 million, the allowances from the 6 doors are meager. Accept it and treat yourself with kindness." Given that Ji Lanyue already harbored the pure young true qi he had bestowed upon her, consuming the pure young recovery pill was not a concern. Witnessing Chen Jiuyang's meticulous and considerate demeanor stirred her heart, causing her to hesitate momentarily, contemplating refusal. Yet, the memory of her vulnerability when he healed her, unclothed, lingered. And she felt as though she had been at a disadvantage. With a slight nod, she accepted the bank card, stating, "I will visit you again." With that, she swiftly departed the hospital. Chen Jiuyang prepared to return to his home in Xiang when he received a call from his father, Chen Jianmen. "Jiuyang, are you in Fengcheng?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Chen Jianmen continued, "Your mother, Xiaoya, and I have come to Fengcheng. Now that I am out of prison, I wish to visit your grandparents." "Grandparents?" Chen Jiuyang's expression darkened slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet he refrained from declining. He held no affection for his grandparents and even felt a sense of aversion. After Chen Jianmen's imprisonment, they had never once visited him. Moreover, when Chen Yeting broke a classmate's phone, Zhang Xiuzhen had gone to their home seeking assistance but returned empty-handed, ultimately resorting to high-interest loans from Huang Dahu. Could such grandparents truly be considered family? Nonetheless, they had provided Chen Jianmen with the gift of life. And as a dutiful son, it was only right for Jiuyang to pay them a visit upon his father's return. Upon locating Chen Jianmen and the others in Fengcheng, Jiuyang purchased a few gifts and drove to a community known as Boyoseoyuan. Upon arriving at the entrance, the sight of his Mercedes G-Class astonished the security guard, who, after a moment of scrutinizing Jiuyang's unfamiliar face, relaxed and inquired, "What brings you to the community?" "I am here to visit relatives, my grandparents reside here." The guard nodded, opening the gates to allow the group entry. As they passed through, he murmured to himself, "This community has such affluent relatives." Chapter 82, A Visit to Grandparents. Yet met with disdain. The location of Qingzhou village, separated by a road, was once the residence of Chen Jiuyang's grandparents over a decade ago. Following the demolition, they received a substantial compensation, which they used to purchase a home in Fengcheng. The land in Qingzhou village was allocated per capita, with Chen Jianmen losing half of his plot. Chen Jiuyang's grandparents handed over 100,000 to Chen Jianmen, urging him to pursue a contracting business, while Chen Jianmen's brother moved to Fengcheng for university, rendering the situation exceedingly unfair to Chen Jianmen. Due to this circumstance, Chen Jiuyang's family had minimal contact with his grandparents for over a decade. Zhang Xiuzhan had only visited twice. Once during their housewarming and again 6 months prior to borrow money. Carrying milk in his left hand and eggs in his right, Chen Jianmen approached the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. A youthful voice from within expressed impatience. "Who is it?" "Is that Xiaobo?" Chen Jianmen called out with a smile. "It's your uncle, Chen Jianmen." Xiaobo, the son of Chen Jianmen's brother, stood puzzled for a moment before opening the door, revealing a somewhat astonished expression. "Uncle, weren't you in prison? You are out so soon?" Xiaobo, sporting yellow hair and ear piercings, bore 3 tattoos visible on his bare arms, with a cigarette dangling from one hand, exuding an air of rebelliousness. Chen Jianmen chuckled. "I was wrongfully imprisoned, they cleared my name, and here I am." Xiaobo was smoking a Zhonghua cigarette and, upon seeing the 10 yuan union offered by Chen Jianmen, he merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh," and let them in. Observing the milk and eggs in Chen Jiuyang's hands, Xiaobo disregarded his slippers, turning back towards the sofa to engage in online mahjong, shouting into the house, "Grandma, uncle's family is here." Chen Yating frowned, reluctant to enter, and only stepped inside after Chen Jiuyang did. Shortly thereafter, an elderly woman with graying hair emerged. Upon seeing Chen Jianmen's family, she responded with indifference, "Just find a place to sit." Zhang Xiuzhan forced a smile, calling out, "Mom." The elderly woman, seemingly deaf, did not acknowledge her but instead poured herself a glass of water before settling on the sofa. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jiuyang furrowed his brow slightly. "Mom, I just got released from prison. I came specifically to see you," Chen Jianmen said with a smile. "Jiuyang, put the things down. Yating, hurry and greet your grandmother." "Grandma." Chen Yating called out unwillingly. "Ma'am," the elderly woman replied flatly, commenting, "Such a nice greeting. It's been years since any of you visited. Had you not come today, I would have been unaware of having such a granddaughter." Chen Yating's expression darkened. "Then how come we have been in Qingzhou village for over a decade and never saw you return?" "Yating, be quiet," Chen Jianmen admonished with a smile. "Mom, the child is young and doesn't he understand? Please don't take it to heart." "Does it matter whether I take it to heart?" The elderly woman, wearing a displeased expression, said, "All right, speak up. What brings you here today?" Chen Jianmen replied, "Mother, I have mentioned before that I just got out of prison and specifically came to see how you and father are doing." The old lady responded, "Your father and I are in good health, but if you are here to borrow money, then our health may not remain so." "What? Borrow money?" Chen Xiaobo's ears perked up, and he set down his phone with irritation, stating, "Our family is financially struggling. How could we possibly lend you any money? If you need to borrow, you should leave quickly." The words exchanged between the old lady and Chen Xiaobo visibly angered Zhang Xiuzhan. And Chen Jueyang felt a chill in his heart, his expression shifting from neutral to somber. Even the smile on Chen Jianmen's face appeared somewhat stiff as he said, "Mother, we are not here to borrow money." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaobo lowered his head to resume playing on his phone. The old lady took a sip from her cup and remarked, "Well then, dear, your son has come, stop playing cards and come out to greet him." This incited a surge of anger within Chen Jianmen's family, implying that if they were indeed there to ask for money, Chen Jueyang's grandfather would not bother to show his face. The notion that he would only emerge upon learning they were not asking for money was quite disheartening. "Coming." An old man's voice echoed from the bedroom, then soon an elderly man in a tank top appeared. "Father," Chen Jianmen and Zhang Xiuzhan called out, while Chen Jueyang and Chen Yeting chimed in with "grandfather." The old man smiled warmly and sat down on the sofa, asking, "Jianmen, when were you released?" Chen Jianmen replied, "Just a couple of days ago." The old man commented, "No wonder I didn't see you at the funeral of old Secretary Huang a few days ago. You must not have been out then." Chen Jueyang furrowed his brow, pondering how his father had attended Huang's family funeral without visiting them. What was that about? It was quite disheartening. The old man continued, "I noticed construction work next door, what's happening?" Chen Jianmen smiled and said, "Jueyang has money and plans to build a new house." The eyes of both the old man and the elderly woman lit up, and the old man inquired, "Where did the money come from?" Before Chen Jianmen could respond, Chen Jueyang quickly interjected, "My father was wrongfully imprisoned, and the 6 gates compensated our family a bit, which I collected on his behalf." "Oh, I see," the old man said with a smile. "That 6 gates must have paid quite a sum. I heard that building that house would cost several million. I thought they were joking, but it seems it's true." Chen Jueyang frowned and replied with a smile, "Our family cannot possibly afford such an amount. Those who believe in the mountain god from the county are specifically building houses nearby." At that moment, the elderly woman noticed the jade pendant hanging around Chen Yeting's neck and was momentarily taken aback. "That pendant appears to be icy jade. It could buy a house in Fengcheng." "What?" Zhang Xiuzhan and Chen Yeting were equally startled. The jade pendant had been a gift from Yao Zishuan when she visited, and neither of them understood its value. Could it really be worth over $1 million? Chen Jueyang chuckled, "Grandma, this is a trinket I acquired from a street market. I promised to reward Yeting for her admission to university, and this is a piece I bought from a flea market." "Is that so?" The elderly lady fixated her gaze on the jade pendant worn by Chen Yeting, striving to discern whether it was genuine or merely a counterfeit. At that moment, the old man turned his attention to the watch in Chen Jianmen's hand, remarking, "That watch must be worth several tens of thousands. Don't think you can fob me off with any talk of it being a counterfeit. Your brother has worn that watch for many years. I can recognize whether it is genuine or not at a glance." At this, Chen Jueyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, rendered speechless. Chapter 83. Blind and irritated. Before Chen Jueyang could utter a word, Chen Jianmen interjected, "This watch was a prize I won in prison. It serves me well for keeping track of time. Father, how much do you think this watch is worth? I might sell it to provide some living expenses for Yeting. She has just entered university, and there are numerous expenses to consider." Chen Jianmen's actions brought a momentary smile to Zhang Xiuzhan and Chen Yeting. "It's a pity to see something so fine squandered. It's no wonder you've achieved little in life," the old man remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Chen Jueyang frowned, "Grandfather, I find your words rather disagreeable. How has my father not succeeded? He has supported our entire family well. Both Yeting and I have grown up healthy. Why do you deem him unsuccessful?" The elderly lady retorted nonchalantly, "Is that truly success? There is not a shred of ambition." Chen Yeting scoffed, "Is lounging around playing on your phone at home like cousin considered success?" The old woman's expression soured instantly, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Chen Jianmen hastily added, "Father is right, this is the extent of my accomplishments. However, I am content to have raised 2 children to attend university. I cannot compare myself to my younger brother. He is a businessman and, even without a job, can lead a good life. My brother indeed has achieved more than I. This statement lightened the expressions of the old man and the elderly woman somewhat. The old man sighed, in truth, your brother has not made a profit in business these past few years, he has suffered considerable losses. Otherwise, 2 years ago, when Xiaozhan sought to borrow 20,000 from us, we would have lent it, but we simply had no money to spare. Your brother has been hounded by creditors. And it was out of desperation that he sent Xiaobo to our home. Chen Jiuyang scoffed, I find that hard to believe. So, your family is struggling that much. Why doesn't Xiaobo seek work to earn some money instead of playing on his phone at home? The elderly lady responded, that won't he do. Xiaobo is still a child. What work could he possibly do? Earning money is something for his father to handle. At 20 years old. Xiaobo is merely 2 years younger than Chen Jiuyang, how can he still be considered a child? Chen Jiuyang attended university, working diligently to support himself. During his freshman and sophomore years, he helped his good friend Hu Qijie with online gaming services, earning 800 a month along with scholarships. Barely managing to make ends meet. Chen Yating's situation was even more dire. She dropped out of school 6 months before the college entrance examination to work in the county to repay debts. While Zhang Xiaozhan toiled in agriculture and took on odd jobs to sustain the family, just managing to scrape by. The Jiuyang family had endured hardship. Chen Jianmen asked, how much has my second brother lost in business? The old man replied, several million, I suppose. Jianmen, since you are here today, you should set conditions and lend your brother a helping hand. Chen Jianmen inquired, Father, how much do you need to borrow? The old man and the elderly woman exchanged glances, counting on their fingers before the old man stated, at least 1 million as a starting point. Chen Jianmen hesitated. Glancing at Chen Jiuyang, aware that Jiuyang had at least 100 million in his account, lending out 1 million was indeed not a significant sum. Seeing his expression, the old man and the elderly woman's eyes brightened, their hands rubbing together in anticipation. Chen Jiuyang appeared as if he had just ingested a fly, hastily exclaiming, 1 million. My monthly salary as an intern doctor is merely 2,000, how long would it take me to earn 1 million? Our family did incur some losses. But that money is earmarked for house repairs. If I lend it out, will we still be able to renovate our home? Father, since we have already visited Grandma and Grandpa, who are in good health, we should head back home. If we delay any longer, we might miss the bus to Xiang County, and Xiaoya needs to return to school. The elderly lady smiled and said, since you are here, why not stay for a meal before you leave? Seeing Chen Jiuyang's insistence to depart, Chen Jianmen also stood up, saying, Mother, there's no need, it's getting late. And we must be on our way. We shall come again for a meal another time. Noticing that Chen Jiuyang's family was determined to leave, the elderly couple could not persuade them otherwise and did not accompany them to the door. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaobo remained on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, playing online mahjong. After Chen Jiuyang's family had departed, he muttered in frustration, damn it, I've lost another 2,000. It must be because of that jinx of an uncle's family that I lost money. The elderly lady, with a look of indulgence, remarked, Xiaobo, you should play on your phone less. Chen Xiaobo, upset over his losses, retorted, mind your own business. Go cook. As Chen Jiuyang's family exited the elevator, they encountered a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Jianmen. Upon recognizing him, Chen Jianmen called out, Xuecheng. Brother. Chen Xuecheng responded, somewhat surprised to see Chen Jianmen's family. You have been released from prison. Indeed, I came with the children to visit our parents, Chen Jianmen replied with a smile. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Chen Xuecheng accepted the cigarette and inquired, are you leaving now? It's getting late, we must return home, and Shaya has classes to attend. Chen Jianmen answered. Chen Xuecheng nodded, saying, Xiaoya is already in college, time flies so quickly. Safe travels. All right, see you again sometime, Chen Jianmen acknowledged as his family departed. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xuecheng pondered whether his brother's family intended to come to his home to borrow money. He was uncertain if their elderly parents had consented to lend any funds, but considering they left during mealtime, it seemed likely they had not secured any money. As Chen Xuecheng waited for the elevator on the basement floor, he watched Chen Jianmen's family leave. Then, his expression turned to one of disbelief. He saw them approach a fully equipped Mercedes-Benz G-Class, worth over 3 million. Chen Jiuyang took the driver's seat, with Chen Yeting beside him, while Chen Jianmen and Zhang Xiushan entered through the rear door. He watched as the G-Class roared to life and drove away. Chen Xuecheng stood frozen, his heart tumultuous. His brother's family owned a Mercedes G-Class. Burdened with heavy thoughts, he returned home to find his son, Chen Xiaobo, still engrossed in his games, showing no signs of concern. During dinner, the family sat at the table, and Chen Xuecheng appeared somewhat dazed, still processing the fact that Chen Jianmen's family owned a G-Class. The elderly lady broke the silence, stating that jade pendant that Yeting wears is ice-grade imperial green jade. If genuine, it should be worth over 1 million. What? Chen Xuecheng exclaimed in surprise, pausing momentarily before adding, it should indeed be authentic. The old man inquired, how do you know? Chen Xuecheng replied, I encountered the eldest's family downstairs upon my return. They were driving a top-tier Mercedes G-Class, worth over 3 million. The old man and his wife were instantly disheartened, realizing that Chen Jiuyang had merely pretended to be impoverished in front of them. Chen Xuecheng, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to himself, why didn't the eldest family stay for a meal before departing? After all, we are family. The old man and his wife exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. A glance at the slippers in the entrance revealed that they had not even been taken off, and he quickly understood the situation. Noticing Chen Xiaobo still engrossed in his phone, he swiftly struck him, exclaiming, you worthless thing, all you do is play with that damned phone. Chapter 84, Refusal to Lend Money. The Gong family strikes. Chen Xuecheng was acutely aware that the eldest brother's family must have struck it rich. Today, they visited to see the two elderly folks, yet it was evident that they were met with indifference from the 3 members of the household. The encounter was far from cordial, otherwise, Chen Jianmen's family would not have left without partaking in a meal. Having faced business failure and now in dire need of financial assistance, he contemplated the potential benefits of cultivating a favorable relationship with the eldest brother's family in hopes of borrowing money to alleviate his struggles. Upon observing his ineffectual son, Chen Xuecheng was filled with frustration. After the meal, he inquired about the eldest brother's family's visit from the elderly couple. Upon hearing the details, his blood pressure surged, and he erupted in fury. Spotting Chen Xiaobo, he delivered a resounding slap. While your uncle's family visits, you are merely glued to your phone, neglecting to even fetch them a pair of slippers. I must teach you a lesson today. Stung by the blow, Chen Xiaobo whimpered and dashed into the bedroom. Chen Xuecheng sighed, Mom and Dad, we must improve our relationship with the eldest brother's family. They are thriving now. After Chen Jiuyang's family departed, they settled into a restaurant in Fengcheng. As soon as they were seated, Zhang Xiushan exclaimed angrily, Chen Jianmen, let me make this clear, we shall not lend them a single cent. Chen Jianmen remained silent, which only intensified Zhang Xiushan's ire. Are they impoverished? If Chen Xuecheng truly owed that much money, why haven't they sold their house? Surely, it could fetch over 1 million to settle debts. Chen Xiaobo is old enough to work but chooses not to. Half a year ago, we were on the brink of starvation, and I suggested borrowing 20,000. They could have borrowed just a few thousand, yet they refused to lend anything. Don't remain silent, I know what you're thinking, she continued. Chen Jianmen replied with a bitter smile, Dear, please calm down. I understand your perspective, but I have no money to lend. Even if I wished to, it is impossible. Chen Yating chimed in, Mother is right. Dad, if you dare lend them money, I will disown you. The mother and daughter had endured countless hardships over the past 6 months, and only they understood the depths of their suffering. When Chen Jiuyang returned home, tears welled in his eyes. Had their grandparents or second uncle offered assistance, Zhang Xiuzhen and Chen Yeting would not have faced such misery. Chen Juoyang added, Dad. Did our grandparents or second uncle ever visit you during your year in prison? If you lend money to their family to enjoy a better life, Pai, as your son, would lose all respect for you. Chen Jianmen, with a pained expression, acknowledged, I understand. I will not lend them money. When their family was prosperous, they didn't even return to Qingzhou village. Chen Juoyang remarked, when old Secretary Huang's family held a funeral, our grandfather didn't even come home to check on us. Now that their family was experiencing a slight improvement, the others sought to take advantage, which was utterly unacceptable. After the meal, Chen Jianmen nodded in agreement. Following their dinner, Chen Yating returned to Fengcheng Medical College, while Chen Juoyang drove his parents back to Qingzhou village. Unable to practice the 8-9 mysterious skill, Chen Juoyang resolved to hone his skills in the instant annihilation martial arts to enhance his combat prowess. The Lin family has embarked on a large-scale relocation to the Rongtai Manor in Fengcheng, leaving Chen Juoyang as the sole practitioner in this riverside estate. As he practiced, Chen Juoyang abruptly halted his training and remarked, Since you have arrived, there is no need for concealment. Applause erupted, and a man adorned in splendid garments and a silver mask emerged, declaring, Truly, you are the genius master of Feng province, able to perceive my presence. Who are you? Inquired Chen Juoyang. The masked man responded, My surname is Gong. Chen Juoyang narrowed his eyes, The Gong family. What brings you here? He recalled that during a recent encounter with Jiang Tianyun regarding stone gambling in Yunxi province, the Gong family had been mentioned. The silver-masked man continued. I wish to request that Master Chen distance himself from the Yao family to avoid entanglements. Oh. Chen Juoyang replied nonchalantly. What benefit do I gain from distancing myself from the Yao family? The masked man stated, ensuring your survival would be the greatest benefit I can offer. If I do not distance myself from the Yao family, will you take action against me? Chen Juoyang retorted coldly. Indeed, the silver-masked man affirmed. Originally, we intended to eliminate you, but circumstances have changed. Since you have taken the Fenghorn Marquis as your mentor, we shall not oppose the forces of the Marquis residence. Hence my visit to inform you. Chen Juoyang scoffed, such theatrics. The Yao family is merely an ordinary merchant clan. If you possess the strength to annihilate them, why bother warning me to sever ties? After all, Yao Zishuan had already become half of Chen Juoyang's world, he would never distance himself from the Yao family. The silver-masked man's voice remained calm, Since you are so obstinate, I shall impart a lesson. With that, he unsheathed a long sword and slashed through the air towards Chen Juoyang. Chen Juoyang's expression shifted, a master. He channeled his inner energy and propelled a silver needle, creating an explosive sound that neutralized the masked man's sword energy. In that brief moment, the masked man had closed the distance, aiming his sword directly at Chen Juoyang's face. This master from the Gong family was far beyond any he had encountered before. A glimmer of determination ignited in Chen Juoyang's eyes. Come at me. Second form or tide radiance. Each level of martial arts allowed for 3 lethal techniques, and this was the second. With his hands coming together, he rhythmically clapped, unleashing pure yang energy that surged like waves, cascading outward. From a distance, it appeared as if he had summoned a tidal wave, crashing toward the Gong family master. Bang! The Gong family master hastily unleashed several waves of sword energy, retreating as a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Such profound energy should not be underestimated. However, his attempts to dissipate Chen Juoyang's energy proved insufficient, and in the blink of an eye, the tidal wave of energy surged upon him. Boom! Taken by surprise, the Gong family master was sent hurtling backward, landing in the river. Chen Juoyang sought to pursue, but noticed the man swiftly retreating in the water. Furrowing his brow, he thought, what is the true identity of this Gong family? I must investigate further. The commotion by the riverside of the park attracted Deng Zun, who arrived to find the scene in disarray. Young Master Chen, what has transpired? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing of consequence, merely a buffoon, Chen Juoyang replied. Deng Zun. Please assist me in gathering information on all the noble houses in Feng province. I wish to ascertain which esteemed masters have sustained severe injuries and require assistance. Certainly. Young Master Chen. Given that he was unable to cultivate over the past few months, he contemplated the prospect of engaging with a greater number of esteemed masters. This would not only yield financial gain but also expand his network of connections. For him, the majority of the esteemed masters in Feng province were akin to mere insignificant figures compared to his allies, such as the Gong and Zhong families. Chapter 85 Yao Zishuan accepts Yuxian. Chen Juoyang returned home, where he relayed the alarming news regarding the Gong family to Yao Zishuan. Furrowing her brows, Yao Zishuan remarked, "The Gong family possesses an enigmatic background. Our Yao family has been unable to uncover substantial information about them. Only to discern that a certain martial sect subtly supports their endeavors." A martial sect? Chen Juoyang pondered, realizing why the Gong family refrained from directly confronting the Yao family. Within the province, the Six Doors stand as the foremost power of the government, followed by various esteemed lords and grandmasters, and then by sects that control alchemical arts. With such formidable forces suppressing them, the sects dare not act too brazenly. Yao Zishuan continued, "Juoyang, do you have any free time tomorrow?" "What's the matter?" he inquired. "I wish to enlist your assistance in rescuing my dear friend, Yun Jingbai." Yun Jingbai? Chen Juoyang's expression turned astonished. "Is she the renowned superstar from Longwe?" "Indeed. That is her," Yao Zishuan confirmed with a nod. At 19, Yun Jingbai is an alluring figure, her demeanor as ethereal as an immortal. She first captivated the internet at 14 with a photo of herself in traditional Han attire, earning the title of Sister Fairy and swiftly entering the entertainment industry. By 15, she starred in a groundbreaking martial arts drama, gaining immense fame throughout Longwa. At 16, she starred in a historical fantasy film, collecting numerous global accolades and soaring to the pinnacle of stardom, enchanting countless admirers with her celestial elegance. At 18, she acted in a film celebrating Longwa's cultural heritage, critiquing foreign influences, and was subsequently appointed as a cultural ambassador by the Longwa authorities to promote national cultural confidence, amassing a legion of fans domestically. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. At 19, while promoting cultural exchange in Dongying, she suffered a tragic accident that left her partially paralyzed, rendering her immobile. Despite the efforts of countless esteemed physicians, her condition remained a mystery, with no diagnosis of her injuries found through any means of examination. Yao Zishuan explained, "Jingbai is my close friend, and importantly, her father is the governor of Fengcheng." Chen Juoyang was taken aback. "Her father is the governor of Fengcheng, a fifth-rank official." Yao Zishuan nodded. "The Yun family is a scholarly lineage, closely connected with our Yao family for 5 generations. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Juoyang replied, "Very well. I shall accompany you to see her tomorrow." It was evident that Yao family's connection to the Yun family afforded them certain protections, explaining why adversaries resorted to underhanded tactics against them. Having concluded the serious matters, Chen Juoyang shared the events of the day with Yao Zishuan. "Zishuan. As for my relationship with Lin Jia's Yuxian." He anticipated Yao Zishuan's ire, but to his surprise, she merely smiled and said, "I was already prepared for this. However, if titles are to be assigned, I shall be the first. She must address me as sister, while I shall call her little sister." Yao Zishuan embraced Chen Juoyang, playfully nudging against him. "I am delighted that you did not conceal such matters from me. Since Sister Yuxian is now your partner, I shall pay her a visit soon to arrange a time for her to meet our parents." Yao Zishuan and Chen Juoyang, aside from indulging in the art of flower arranging and the matters of romance, have engaged in all permissible activities. To the outside world, Chen Juoyang's ascension to the realm of the earthly sovereign and his eventual title of Grand Master is merely a matter of time. At that moment, he shall possess the privilege of 7 wives, with Yao Zishuan as the esteemed first wife, while the others would merely be regarded as younger sisters. Yao Zishuan firmly believes that in terms of physique, grace, and beauty, she stands unrivaled. She feels justified in assuming the role of the future matriarch of the noble house, regardless of the stature of the scholarly family. As the next head of the Yao family, she is destined to inherit an immense fortune, which shall serve as her dowry. Who could possibly contest her claim? Seeing Yao Zishuan's understanding nature, Chen Jiuyang embraced her joyously as they drifted into slumber. At dawn, they set forth to the governor's mansion in Fengcheng. The governor's mansion is a grand residence with 8 entrances and exits, guarded by the formidable enforcers of the 6 gates, fully armed and prepared. Within the borders of Longwo, only the 6 gates and the military are permitted to possess firearms. For others, possession of such weapons is a criminal offense punishable by a minimum 10-year imprisonment. However, ordinary firearms are rendered ineffective against the masters of the mysterious realm, as common bullets may not penetrate their protective auras. Yao Zishuan entered the governor's mansion with her identity, leading Chen Jiuyang to the courtyard, where an artificial lake graced the surroundings. Beside the lake stood a captivating young woman of ethereal beauty, exuding an aura that could ensnare one's heart at a mere glance. She was strikingly beautiful, with alabaster skin and exquisite features, her petite frame embodying the essence of a rare gem. Her presence was serene and unapproachable, evoking a sense of reverence rather than desire. In comparison, Yao Zishuan also possessed an enchanting allure, albeit with a contrasting charm. Her cold demeanor was equally captivating, enhanced by her pure constitution that attracted masculine energy. Jingbai, Yao Zishuan called out. Yun Jingbai, seated in an electric wheelchair, turned to face Yao Zishuan with a gentle smile, her voice melodious as Zishuan. It has been quite some time since you last visited me. Despite her celestial grace, a hint of sorrow lingered in her gaze, a testament to the profound impact of her grievous injury that had left her paralyzed on one side. Yao Zishuan giggled, but we chat every day, don't we? Upon noticing Chen Jiuyang, Yun Jingbai took Yao Zishuan's hand and inquired, Zishuan, is this handsome gentleman your destined partner? Yao Zishuan's cheeks flashed slightly as she nodded. His name is Chen Jiuyang. I brought him to see you today to explore the possibility of healing your injuries. Yun Jingbai's eyes dimmed slightly. I no longer hold any hope. Others may not be able to help, but Chen Jiuyang should be capable, Yao Zishuan reassured her. He has methods to treat my cold ailment. At these words, Yun Jingbai's heart raced. She was aware of Yao Zishuan's cold condition, deemed untreatable. Could it be that Chen Jiuyang possessed extraordinary medical skills? With a quiver in her voice, Yun Jingbai replied, then let us give it a try. Chen Jiuyang said, Miss Yun, please extend your hand so that I may check your pulse. Yun Jingbai nodded and extended her hand, delicate as a lotus stem. With one hand resting upon her pulse, Chen Jiuyang unfurled his spirit. HM? A frown creased Chen Jiuyang's brow as he discovered that within Yun Jingbai resided dozens of rare and lethal toxins, all akin to the vile arts of poison, a revelation that would elude the scrutiny of ordinary physicians and medical instruments. Logically, with such a plethora of deadly toxins coursing through her veins, she should have perished long ago, even if she possessed 9 lives. Yet, aside from her paralysis, Yun Jingbai remained remarkably alive and well. As he continued his probing, Chen Jiuyang's body trembled. Within Yun Jingbai's spiritual realm lay a fragment of golden dragon scales. This fragment emanated an aura of supremacy, grandeur, and sanctity. What could this be? Even with his lineage as a healer of unparalleled repute, Chen Jiuyang was at a loss to comprehend its significance. Chapter 86, Afflicted by Venom. A unique fragrance. Chen Jiuyang conducted another examination and discovered that the reason Yun Jingbai was still alive was due to the golden phantom dragon scale that safeguarded her vital essence. The myriad of potent toxins within her body remained suppressed beneath this golden scale, confined to her limbs and bones, without invading her internal organs or other vital pathways. What could this be? Upon completing his examination, Chen Jiuyang smiled and said, Miss Yun, I can heal you. Yun Jingbai's heart raced, and she trembled as she asked, can it truly be cured? To what extent? Chen Jiuyang replied, of course, you will be completely healed, just like an ordinary person. You can return to the entertainment industry afterward. Yun Jingbai's beautiful eyes quivered with disbelief. Dr. Chen, are you serious? Chuckling softly, Chen Jueyong responded, Chen Jueyong. I'm a professor at the Cheng City Medical Academy, relying solely on my medical expertise to navigate the world. Why would I deceive you in such matters? The treatment process may be complicated, but it is indeed curable. Within half a month to a month, you will be fully recovered. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yun Jingbai's lovely eyes as she hugged Yao Zishuan and wept softly. A year ago, she was filled with hope. Serving as the cultural ambassador of Long Country, and her family took pride in her. However, after her injury and paralysis, her world had been shrouded in darkness. And she often found herself in despair, even contemplating the unthinkable. After crying for a while, Yun Jingbai wiped her tears and said to Yao Zishuan, Zishuan, if I recover, I will collaborate with you to establish an entertainment studio. Yao Zishuan was taken aback. Yun Jingbai was an international superstar, renowned across the globe. If the Yao family were to sign her, their reputation would soar, and they would possess a protective charm. It would not be easy for anyone to challenge the Yao family thereafter. As an international star and cultural ambassador, Yun Jingbai held privileges that reached the heavens. For Yao Zishuan, ascending to the position of the next head of the Yao family was a certainty, as no one else in the family could rival her for such a position. Chen Jueyong stated. He listed a series of medicinal herbs and instruments needed for the treatment. Yun Jingbai responded, I will have my father prepare the necessary items for you. Dr. Chen, please wait here for a moment. Yun Jingbai instructed Yao Zishan to push her wheelchair, and the two departed from the lakeside in the back courtyard. After half an hour, an armed helicopter soared through the sky and descended upon the governor's residence, evidently starring the city's dignitary. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with graying hair, approached Chen Jueyong. Are you Dr. Chen? Chen Jueyong nodded. Yes, and you are. With a warm smile, the man replied. I am Yun Tiancheng, Jingbai's father. Chen Jueyong was taken aback and clasped his hands in greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Governor. Yun Tiancheng did not exude the imposing authority Chen Jueyong had anticipated. Instead, he radiated a sense of approachability and warmth. No need for formalities. Yun Tiancheng remarked. I have heard your name before, but seeing you today is quite astonishing. I did not expect you to be so youthful. Chen Jueyong was somewhat surprised that his name had reached the ears of the governor of Fengcheng. Yun Tiancheng added with significance. You are a rare genius master in Feng province, one not seen in decades. Once you step into the earthly realm, you will understand. I kindly request you to assist in healing my daughter today. Chen Jueyong responded, I shall certainly do my utmost. Yun Tiancheng led Chen Jueyong to a room in the eastern garden of the governor's residence, which exuded an ancient charm and a rich historical ambience. All the necessary items for Chen Jueyong were already prepared. Chen Jueyong said, please wait outside. Yun Tiancheng and Yao Zishuan stepped outside to wait. Yun Jingbai, seated in a wheelchair, looked serious and said, Dr. Chen, I am ready. Chen Jueyong nodded, preparing the medicinal materials, and said, Miss Yun, please remove all your clothing to facilitate my treatment. Oh. Yun Jingbai's delicate face flashed crimson, and biting her lip shyly, she said, Dr. Chen, I cannot remove all my clothes by myself, I must ask for your assistance. Very well, I shall close my eyes, Chen Jueyong replied. After preparing the medicinal bath, he closed his eyes and covered them with a cloth, gently lifting Yun Jingbai. She exuded a natural fragrance, not from perfume or her clothing, but from her very essence, an indication of a unique constitution. As he cradled her, Yun Jingbai's eyelashes trembled with embarrassment. Chen Jueyong placed her in the medicinal bath and then, with his eyes still closed, slowly unfastened her clothing. Though his eyes were shut, his spirit was attuned to the surroundings as if he were gazing directly. Yun Jingbai's skin was remarkably fair, as delicate as the finest snow, and her figure was exquisite, evoking an undeniable allure. The subtle fragrance she emitted nearly overwhelmed Chen Jueyong, threatening to draw forth his composure. While administering acupuncture, he spoke, Miss Yun, Today I will first help you regain control of your body so that you may stand and manage your daily life. He inserted several silver needles into her jade-like back, extending down to her waist and hips. One hand held the needle while the other supported her form, precisely targeting the acupoints. Miss Yoon, please lie still. I will now need to place needles on your legs, which is crucial for restoring mobility to your lower body, he instructed. Yoon Jingbai felt an overwhelming shyness, her beautiful eyes quivering. She could see Chen Juoyang, eyes covered, diligently treating her, and her heart raced with embarrassment. This was the first time in her life that a man had touched her body in such a manner. As a young woman with well-maintained skin, her body resembled a work of art, invoking an impulse to explore it closely. Yet, Chen Juoyang remained focused on her treatment, his mind devoid of any distractions. Only occasionally marveling at the sensation of his touch, as he meticulously continued the acupuncture. A pair of delicate legs was patted by him, each pierced with 9 silver needles. Subsequently, Chen Juoyang grasped her exquisite feet, inserting a silver needle into each of her tender toes. After the needles were in place, he began to channel his pure yang energy, striving to expel the venom coursing through her limbs. Yoon Jingbai's lower body had long lost all sensation. But after half an hour of treatment, she suddenly felt a gentle warmth in her legs, bringing her heart a flutter of joy. She was regaining her senses. However, it wasn't long before she was beset by a wave of excruciating pain in her legs, causing her to furrow her brow and cry out, "It hurts." Bang! The door to the room burst open, and Yoon Chancheng rushed in, exclaiming, "Jingbai, are you all right?" Upon entering, he beheld his daughter sprawled over the medicinal bath, her back and legs bedecked with silver needles. Chen Juoyang, with a cloth covering his eyes, was channeling his pure yang energy, making the needles quiver rhythmically. Most astonishingly, he observed that his daughter's legs had lifted, signifying a return of her mobility. Chapter 87, Regaining Consciousness, Intercepting Medicinal Herbs. Jingbai, your legs can move. Upon witnessing the pained expression on Yoon Jingbai's delicate face, Yoon Chancheng's countenance brimmed with joy. Your lower body has regained sensation. Yoon Jingbai's body lay immersed in a medicinal bath, her crucial areas shielded from view by the healing liquid. At the sound of Yoon Tiancheng's exclamation, she turned her head and was astonished to see her right leg bending upward. A wave of elation washed over her. It can truly be healed. Chen Juoyang furrowed his brow. Yoon Inspector, please refrain from exclaiming and disrupting my treatment. Administering care to Yoon Jingbai required him to utilize the pure yang energy within him, all while suppressing the chill that lingered in her body. This dual focus proved to be quite burdensome should he fail to restrain the internal cold. He risked losing consciousness and collapsing onto Yoon Jingbai. Such a scenario would likely provoke Yoon Tiancheng's wrath. Very well, I was indeed thoughtless, Yoon Tiancheng conceded, his face alight with joy at the evident progress. He swiftly exited the room after apologizing to Chen Juoyang. Soon after, Yoon Jingbai noticed dark, foul-smelling blood trickling from her toes, causing her to blanch. A surge of intense pain flooded her mind, compelling her delicate form to tremble. Sizzle! The blood forced from her body dripped into the medicinal bath, emitting a corrosive hissing sound, a testament to the lethal toxins it contained. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long succumbed to the poison, leaving naught but bones. As the toxins were expelled, Yoon Jingbai's body began to absorb the medicinal properties of the bath. She felt warmth enveloping her, yet the pain persisted, creating a sensation that was both pleasurable and torturous, of a true torment. After half an hour, Chen Juoyang, drenched in sweat, concluded the treatment. He stepped out of the room to relay his findings to Yoon Tiancheng. Yoon Inspector, Miss Yan's lower body has regained sensation and she is able to move, albeit only with the aid of a cane. She must refrain from strenuous activities such as running, and may experience incontinence. Please take good care of her. She will remain in the medicinal bath for another 3 hours. Yoon Tiancheng, mindful of Chen Juoyang's instructions, inquired. Dr. Chen, may I ask what caused Jingbai's paralysis? Chen Juoyang replied candidly, Miss Yoon was afflicted by a potent poison that led to her paralysis. I have expelled the toxins from her legs to her feet, but she remains quite frail. I recommend procuring some nourishing herbs to bolster her vitality. I understand, Yun Tiancheng said, grasping Chen Jiuyang's hand with gratitude. I truly appreciate your assistance, Dr. Chen. Chen Jiuyang smiled amiably. It is not yet resolved. I will return every 3 days for treatment. In as little as half a month or as long as a month, Miss Yun should fully recover. Yun Tiancheng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, wonderful. I am at a loss as to how to repay you, Dr. Chen. Having perused Chen Jiuyang's background, he knew that Chen had a close relationship with Yao Zishuan and was not in want of wealth. Moreover, as a gifted master under the tutelage of the Han Marquis, Yun Tiancheng, despite his status as the inspector of Fengcheng, felt uncertain about how to express his gratitude. Chen Jiuyang pondered for a moment. If possible, I would like to request a detailed dossier regarding the Fengzhou Marquis' residence from you, Inspector Yun. Yun Tiancheng was well aware of the long-standing enmity between Chen Jiuyang and Zhong Juewu. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, Dr. Chen, please take a moment to rest. I must attend to some official matters. The Grand Master of the Earth Realm had already surpassed the limits of ordinary mortals, with a lifespan potentially reaching 120 years. Zhong Juewu, now in his 90s and at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, stood at the same level of power as Feng Honho. Strictly speaking, he had lost any qualification to strive for the Celestial Realm. The application for a noble title could not merely be submitted at will, it required a thorough evaluation. Only upon proving oneself worthy of the Celestial Realm would the Six Doors consider the request. Chen Jiuyang was curious about the source of Zhong Juewu's confidence in attempting to ascend to the Celestial Realm. Noticing Chen Jiuyang drenched in sweat, Yao Zishuan understood he was exhausted and assisted him in sitting down to rest. After half an hour, Chen Jiuyang and Yao Zishuan rose to bid farewell and left the governor's residence. Just before departing, a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached Chen Jiuyang, saying, Dr. Chen, this is something my husband asked me to deliver to you. In her hands were a silver token, granting unrestricted access to the governor's residence for Chen Jiuyang's future visits to treat Yun Jingbai, and a black garbage bag. Since you are leaving, could you kindly take care of this trash for me? Upon receiving the garbage bag, Chen Jiuyang immediately discerned it contained a stack of documents. He smiled and replied, no problem, see you next time. As they exited the governor's residence, Yao Zishuan drove Chen Jiuyang towards the home of Hu Qijie, eager to check on the progress of the black jade healing bomb. On the way, Chen Jiuyang opened the black garbage bag, revealing detailed information about the Zhong family of Feng Jueho. Zhong Juewu had 7 wives and 13 concubines, totaling 20 women. In his youth, he had sustained an injury to his lower body, rendering him less capable. Zhong Ali was his only offspring, with Wang Tian being the sole male descendant of Zhong Juewu. Chen Jiuyang scoffed, realizing why he so fiercely protected Wang Tian. He was his only bloodline. The primary business of Feng Jueho revolved around antiques. Investigations by the Six Doors suggested that he had seemingly healed his injuries through a rare antique treasure, enabling him to forcibly break through to a higher level of cultivation. Recently, Feng Jueho had been aggressively acquiring various medicinal herbs and elixirs to replenish his vitality, even going so far as to liquidate assets, clearly preparing for an attempt to ascend to the Celestial Realm. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Jiuyang's eyes as he grasped the situation. A thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. A Grandmaster should be a protector of the common folk, however. Feng Jueho exploited his power for personal gain. Such a noble house would be better off disappearing sooner rather than later. While Yao Zishuan was driving, they were suddenly obstructed. A Rolls-Royce blocked their path, then from it emerged Xue Baogui along with a frail, elderly man with white hair. Observing the situation, Chen Jiuyang alighted from the vehicle and approached the two. Xue Baogui clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Greetings, Divine Dr. Chen. Chen Jiuyang replied coolly, What brings you here? Xue Baogui responded, This is my father's close friend, Master Bohua. The elderly man, though somewhat worn, smiled at Chen Jiuyang and remarked, Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Since you were able to heal Xue Lianji's hidden injuries, I would like to request your assistance in examining my own wounds to see if there is still hope for recovery. Chen Jueyang fixed his gaze upon Master Bahua and remarked casually, your relationship with Lord Feng Lian is quite commendable. I had entrusted him with a total of 9 pure yang qi boosting pills, yet you have consumed 3 of them. Master Bahua nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. Young Dr. Chen possesses remarkable insight. Had it not been for the pure yang qi boosting pills, I would scarcely have had the strength to rise from my bed. Chen Jueyang replied, your ailment can be cured, but I have one condition. Pray tell, whatever I am capable of, I shall certainly comply. Master Bahua declared with a respectful gesture. I require your assistance in intercepting the medicinal resources intended for Lord Feng Jue, Chen Jueyang stated. A cold smile forming within as he thought, how could you, Lord Feng Jue, expect to achieve a breakthrough to kingship without facing obstacles? Chapter 88, The Transformation of the Yao Family and the Grand Conspiracy. Chen Jueyang turned to Xue Baogue and said, I have saved your father's life. If you wish to repay me on behalf of the Feng Lianho mansion, then intercept the medicinal resources pursued by Feng Jueho and Zhong Juewu. Xue Baogue furrowed his brow. Hesitating for a moment before responding, though this task is challenging, the Feng Lianho mansion is capable of accomplishing it. The decree from the Wang court cannot hinder us from seizing medicinal resources that are not within the Feng Jueho mansion. If just 1 or 2 forces target the Feng Jueho mansion, Zhong Juewu can still find alternative merchants. However, if a dozen or more grandmasters unite against the Feng Jueho mansion, I wonder where you will procure medicinal materials for your cultivation. Chen Jueyang secretly smirked. He then addressed Master Bahua, if you wish for my assistance in treating your ailment, the same applies. Master Bahua chuckled, though I am a wandering master. It should not be a problem for me to procure some medicinal materials for my own treatment. After Chen Jueyang diagnosed Master Bahua, he wrote a prescription, saying, once you have gathered all the ingredients listed here, return to me, and I shall provide treatment. Very well, I shall return to trouble you again, young divine doctor. Master Bahua replied. After Xue Baogue and Master Bahua departed, Chen Jueyang, with a smile on his face, boarded the carriage. It seemed that news of his treatment for grandmasters had circulated within the circle, having treated Feng Lianho just yesterday. Today a wandering master had already sought him out for medical assistance. If this continues, how could I not bring down your Feng Jueho? Once settled in the carriage, Chen Jueyang pondered for a moment before addressing Yao Zishuan, change course, let us go to your home. I have important matters to discuss with your grandfather. Important matters? Yao Zishuan was somewhat perplexed. Upon arriving at the Yao residence, Chen Jueyang noticed a stark contrast to his previous visit. The entrance was bustling with vehicles and people coming and going. It seems quite lively, Chen Jueyang remarked. Yao Zishuan explained. Grandfather is purging traitors within the family while assessing assets. He is also recruiting top management talents from various universities. The family has been quite busy of late. Most importantly, he is gradually delegating authority to me, allowing me to acclimate to management. As Yao Zishuan led Chen Jueyang into the grand estate, dozens of individuals respectfully greeted her, calling out, young clan leader. Her position within the Yao family was now firmly established. With her heels clicking on the floor, Yao Zishuan maintained a composed and dignified demeanor as they reached the pavilion by the artificial lake in